What the hell? I actually got chosen by the ghost domain. This is so ridiculous. Someone exclaimed. They say that last time 3 male students were taken as playthings by a slit-mouthed female ghost in the ghost domain. After she finished playing with them, she devoured them whole. So terrifying. There were also students in the ghost domain who were flayed alive by a starving ghost. The scene was too gruesome to look at. Another voice added, I heard there is even a Chuanxiang courtyard in the ghost domain filled with beautiful, alluring female ghosts who eat people. Every one of them is a talented beauty with a honeyed tongue. On Blue Star in Huaxia at Songbei City No. 6 High School. In Class 8 of the 3rd year, Su-Han, who was standing in line to awaken his innate talent, stared intently at the crescent-shaped mark on the back of his right hand. In the center, a line of white numbers and symbols flickered. Countdown 84550. When the timer reached 0, he would be drawn into the ghost domain. The ghost domain was a bizarre world filled entirely with ghosts, a place that only citizens of Huaxia could enter. No one knew from whence it came. The prevailing belief was that it had been created by the gods. Every Huaxia citizen upon turning 18 would be randomly chosen and forcibly drawn into it. It was said that the ghost domain contained endless treasures, yet these were accompanied by immense danger. The slightest misstep, and one would be devoured by ghosts, leaving not even a scrap behind. Next by Ling Xue. At that moment, the portly principal Lin Shuhan shouted from the rostrum. Su-Han raised his head slightly and looked toward the front. A tall, graceful figure with alluring curves and long flowing hair walked unhurriedly toward the rostrum. Bai Ling Xue, the acknowledged school beauty of Songbei City No. 6 High School, was also his classmate. Everyone present was intensely curious about what kind of innate ability she would awaken. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Ling Xue stood on the rostrum, looked at the crystal sphere before her, and took a deep breath. In the next instant, she placed her slender right hand atop the crystal sphere. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the crystal sphere erupted in dazzling, blinding light, shooting skyward and radiating in all directions. Wah! Oh! The previously composed Lin Shuhan could not help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes filled with shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. SS Grade Ability Ice Element. When Lin Shuhan shouted these words, his voice increased in volume tenfold, forcing the students on the field to cover their ears. The sound was deafening. He had clearly overdone it. SS Grade No. 6 High School was finally going to rise. As soon as Lin Shuhan finished speaking, the scene exploded into a frenzy of excitement. Are you kidding me? Bai Ling Xue actually awakened an SS Grade Ice ability. Damn, who would have thought Songbei City would produce such a stunning genius? Doesn't that mean she'll be directly recommended into one of Huaxia's 4 top higher academies? $1 million a year in salary, so enviable. Protecting Huaxia is our great aspiration. Students chattered on and on across the field. $1 million a year exists only in dreams. As for protecting Huaxia, I'd rather just eat a few more bowls of rice so I can run faster. Su-Han's faint voice drifted out. This world was extremely dangerous, filled with demons and monsters. A single careless moment could cost one their life. The human race could only cling to survival in a narrow crevice. Yet even so, there was no peace within humanity itself. They fought among one another. To seize cultivation resources, nations clashed relentlessly, forming alliances, infiltrating, subverting, assassinating, resorting to every conceivable means. The actions of Country M were especially blatant. With his current strength, so weak, survival was his foremost priority. Protect Huaxia. That could wait until later. The moment he said this, the surroundings fell silent, and the students were collectively left speechless. It was a second heavy blow. Although everyone understood this in their hearts, to have it spoken aloud felt discouraging. Still, the fact that Bai Ling Xue had awakened an SS grade talent left Su-Han inwardly astonished. Innate talents were divided into 9 grades: EDCB, AS, SSSS, and SSSS. There were 10 primary ability branches: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and strength. Of course, aside from these 10 branches, there were other abilities as well, such as bloodline power, space-time, and shape-shifting. According to statistical data in this world, the probability of awakening a grade talent exceeded 50. The probability for grade was 20, a grade 10, S grade 5, OS grade 2, and SS grade 1. The probability of awakening an SSS grade talent, however, was 0. Indeed, there was not a single person in all of Huaxia with an SSS grade talent. You broke pauper, who would have thought you turned out to be such a coward? A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Su-Han turned and saw Zhou Tianbao, the boy seated at the desk in front of him. Zhou Tianbao was a thoroughbred, rich, second generation, always speaking with an air of superiority that was utterly obnoxious. Su-Han did not respond to someone like that. He could not be bothered, and simply turned his head away. Weren't you quite arrogant in front of me before? Why have you become a mute now? Zhou Tianbao continued his aggressive mockery. Don't provoke me, or else. Without looking back, Su-Han issued a cold warning. Or else what? Are you going to bite me? Zhou Tianbao sneered with a laugh. Zhou Tianbao, just because you have a bit of dirty money doesn't mean you can look down on others. Aren't you just by Ling Xue's ultimate bootlicker trailing after her every day barking away? And I also know you're a mama's boy who only ever says my mommy. Su Han could no longer hold back, interrupted. As soon as Su Han finished speaking, the surrounding students all turned to look over, pointing and whispering about Zhou Tianbao. Listening to the mockery around him, Zhou Tianbao's face turned ashen, becoming extremely ugly, even twisted with rage. You're courting death, he snarled, clenching his fists and drawing back to smash Su Han in the head. Just then, next Su Han. Hearing Su Han's name, Zhou Tianbao immediately loosened his fist and shot him a vicious glare. Su Han, however, merely gave Zhou Tianbao a slight smile, shrugged, and walked calmly toward the rostrum. Despicable lowborn, just you wait. Seeing this, Zhou Tianbao's face flushed red in an instant, his eyes blazing with fury. Reaching the rostrum, Su Han felt a slight nervousness in his heart. He exhaled deeply, then placed his right hand on the crystal sphere. In the next second, the crystal sphere emitted only a faint glow. Su Han, a great ability, Violet Eyes. Lin Shahan announced. I-type abilities are rather rare, it's just a pity this one is only a great. Lin Shahan's expression showed a trace of surprise. As soon as he spoke, the students on the field began whispering among themselves. The bottom-ranked waste who awakened an ability. A great talent. The lowest of the low might as well not have awakened at all. Su Han, look at you now. I, on the other hand, awakened a great talent, haha. Hearing the jeers below, Su Han did not particularly care. He remained rather cheerful. After all, he possessed a resilient heart. A grade is a grade, gets still better than not awakening any ability at all. Since the reality was what it was, he could only accept it silently. However, after awakening one's talent, a 2-day buffer period was required before one could take any treasures, otherwise the consequences would be severe. In the outskirts of Songbei City stood a 2-story building. A handsome boy, about 175 centimeters tall, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, came to the first floor and was just about to head up to the second. Xiao Han, when are you going to pay the rent? It's been almost 2 months. A graceful female figure stepped out from the first floor as she spoke. Give me a little more time, I'll pay you in a couple of days. Su Han stopped in his tracks. 2 days, and then another 2 days, and a whole month has gone by. Qing Jia, I really don't have any money on me, Su Han replied helplessly. Indeed, Su Han did not belong to this world. 10 years ago, he had crossed over from Earth and become an orphan. He grew up in an orphanage. To survive and study, he had done all sorts of jobs, working in a shady factory, tightening screws, playing an NPC in a haunted house, and more. Oh, I see. Then next time, Wang Muqing said. Thank you. Su Han was truly grateful. He knew that his landlady Wang Muqing was very kind, with a fine figure and still young, only 22. Yet during one air conditioner repair, he discovered she was not an ordinary person at all, but seemed to be an ability user. By the way, there have been hauntings around here recently. A few people have died. Be careful, Wang Muqing reminded him as something occurred to her. All right, Su Han nodded. In this world, ghosts would occasionally appear, sending chills down people's spines. But since he was about to enter the ghost domain, he did not feel it was anything remarkable. Su Han then went up to the second floor, opened the door, and entered the bedroom. The space was fairly large, and the rent was cheap. However, someone had died in this house. It had been a woman who hanged herself. As for the reason, he did not know. On the bed were 2 pillows. One was his, and the other was also his. His gaze grew a little unfocused. Suddenly, Su Han's right eye glimmered with a faint violet light. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. In his sleep, a voice resounded, Congratulations, you have awakened an SSS grade talent. Copy Eye. Detailed introduction. First, it can see through all illusions and reality. Second, by killing enemies, you gain slaughter value. Slaughter value can be used to copy and evolve any ability or talent without limit. Reminder, evolving abilities carries a probabilistic risk. SSS grade talent. Slaughter value. Was this real? At that moment, Su Han's consciousness was still hazy. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, carefully checked everything, his body stiffening for a moment, and then his heart surged with wild joy. Damn, this is real. He had truly awakened the SSS grade ability Copy Eye, an ability that existed only in legend, one no one had ever actually seen. Having lived in this world for 10 years, his golden finger had finally arrived. Just as Su Han's excitement peaked, the crescent mark on the back of his right hand suddenly flared. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the next instant, a mysterious force swept over him, dragging him into the ghost domain. Newcomers, welcome to Huangquan Street. All kinds of ghosts wander along Huangquan Street. They will actively devour your head, gouge out your heart, and then eat you bite by bite. They are exceedingly cruel. At the same time, there are many shops on both sides of the street. There are ghosts inside as well, but they will not actively attack humans. As long as you enter a shop and work there, your life will be slightly more secure. As long as you complete the designated dungeon missions, you can obtain a treasure, otherwise you will die on the spot. Whether you can return alive depends entirely on your own fortune. Now proceed to gather in the direction of the main hall. You have 10 minutes. If you are late, you will bear the consequences yourself. Warning, keep your head down and walk forward. Do not under any circumstances look around. At the instant his consciousness returned, a clear resonant sound echoed in Suhan's mind. He glanced at the crescent moon mark on the back of his right hand. The countdown read 4800 475930. In other words, he would have to remain in this ghost domain for 2 full days before he could leave. Suhan shook his head slightly and swept his gaze around. The sky was overcast, and the street was filled with all manner of strange buildings. A bleak wind howled past, bringing a bone-chilling gloom that made the place appear extraordinarily terrifying. Not far away came a creaking sound accompanied by countless ghostly wails that made one's hair stand on end. At this, Suhan's body trembled slightly. Although he had awakened the most formidable SSS-grade talent, the Copy Eye, it was currently of little use. Not only could he not kill ghosts with it, he would instead be devoured by them. It was truly miserable. According to the Ghost Domain Manual, the Ghost Domain had a total of 10 levels. The first 3 levels were restricted grade, the middle 3 levels were dangerous grade, the last 3 levels were catastrophic grade, and the 10th level was annihilation grade. Moreover, the ghosts on each level differed in rank. The higher the level, the stronger their power. Each person's teleportation point was determined by the strength of the one being teleported, entirely random. A chime suddenly sounded. Ghosts are emerging. Passive triggered. Emotional management system has been activated. What does that mean? A system? Suhan's eyes widened in disbelief, then surged with ecstasy. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood what a system was. The next moment followed swiftly. Suhan directly opened his own attribute panel. Name Suhan. Talent Copy Eye. Strength 15 average human 10. Agility 17 average human 10. Constitution 18 average human 10. Spirit 25 average human 10. Copied abilities 0. Number of draws 10 newbie gift pack. Just then a mechanical voice sounded. Emotional management system newbie gift pack reminder. Would you like to draw a lottery? Would you like to draw a lottery? Would you like to draw a lottery? Stop repeating. Are you a tape recorder? Fine, I'll draw all right, honestly. Suhan was speechless for a moment. He had not even examined his panel data carefully before the system started screeching. Still, the essence of humans was to repeat things. Lucky wheel. 10 consecutive draws commencing. First draw. Thank you for participating. Second draw. Thank you for participating. Third draw. Congratulations, you have won. He obtained 1 primary power pill. Sixth draw. Congratulations, you have won. He obtained 1 intermediate power pill. Seventh draw. Thank you for participating. Eighth draw. Congratulations, you have won. He obtained 1 advanced power pill. All of them are power pills. Are you running a street stall? Suhan's face darkened as black as charcoal. Surely his luck could not be that atrocious. Ninth draw. Congratulations, you have won. He obtained 1 primary agility pill. 10th draw. Congratulations, you have won. He obtained 1 brick. What on earth? A brick. Hearing the word brick, Suhan's face darkened again. As expected, this lottery was ridiculously deceptive. He was not a construction worker. What would he need a brick for? To build walls. Or to smash cucumbers. To fake accidents. He opened the emotional management system's item inventory. Suhan saw that 4 pills and a single brick had appeared in the empty slots of the inventory. The next second, he quickly opened the attribute descriptions of these treasures. Power pill. Main effect: a primary power pill can increase strength by 50 points, an intermediate power pill can increase strength by 100 points, and an advanced power pill can increase strength by 500 points. Agility pill. Main effect: a primary agility pill can increase agility by 50 points, an intermediate agility pill can increase agility by 100 points, and an advanced agility pill can increase agility by 500 points. Suhan was inwardly delighted. Pills that increased strength and agility. These were excellent treasures indeed. Ghost Smashing Brick. Type: Growth. Type: Ghost Item. Growth value 0-100. Rank: Bronze, Bronze, Black, Iron, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold. Devour power 99, can instantly kill level 1 ghosts. It had 2 primary functions. First, the Ghost Smashing Brick could devour ghostly chi to level up. Second, it possessed limitless transformation, its transformations depending on its rank. Do not be fooled by its appearance as a brick. In truth, it could become a Rui gold hoop staff. And do not be fooled by its appearance as a Rui gold hoop staff. In truth, it could become a Reaper's scythe. Suhan was stunned, his eyes instantly lighting up. Instantly killing level 1 ghosts and endlessly transformable. He had not expected this Ghost Smashing Brick to be so impressive. It seemed he had underestimated it. I should first take a primary power pill to enhance my strength, he murmured, fixing his gaze on the power pill. As soon as he finished speaking, with a mere thought, a pale yellow pill the size of a soybean appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it. A short moment later, Suhan felt a surge of powerful strength flood his body, his entire being brimmed with explosive force. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt as though one punch could kill a tiger. If he were to consume all 3 power pills, his strength would increase by 650 points. He would be invincible. Then he would be able to swagger down Huangquan Street, figuratively walking sideways. Apologies, host, but you can only take 1 primary power pill, the system suddenly reminded him. Why? Su-Han asked in confusion. If you wish to take more power pills, you must first raise your constitution. Otherwise, you will become a monstrosity covered in bulging muscles, the system explained. Oh, I understand. Su-Han suddenly saw the light, then curiously asked, so how can I improve my constitution? To improve your constitution, besides cultivating techniques, you either draw a lottery and obtain a constitution pill, or complete certain missions to gain it. All right, I understand everything. With that, Su-Han swallowed the primary agility pill as well. Soon he felt his body become light, as though he could take flight. Su-Han then checked his panel. His strength and agility attributes had indeed each increased by 50 points. System, how can I obtain more lottery draws? He asked curiously. Each time your emotional value reaches 1000 points, you may draw once, the system replied. I see. Su-Han glanced at the crescent moon mark on the back of his right hand again. The countdown now read 475620. This is bad. I'm going to be late. Su-Han's expression changed slightly, and he hurried toward the main hall. Along the way, he saw rows of red lanterns, general stores, brothels, and taverns. Sinister, chilling auras seeped out from within these buildings. As he walked, Su-Han felt a strange sound behind him, as though something were clinging to his shoulder, sobbing softly into his ear. He became certain that a ghost had latched onto him. The next second, he quickened his pace. Woo-woo. Yet the sobbing behind him persisted, growing louder and louder. Suddenly, a faint, flickering black shadow drifted past Su-Han and instantly floated to a stop in front of him. Su-Han, terrified, involuntarily retreated several steps, his face pale as paper. For a moment, man and ghost locked eyes. Su-Han looked up and saw that it was a female ghost. She wore a blood-red veil, her beautiful hair cascading to her waist. Her fringe covered her shaped brows, obscuring her face from view. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly in a trace of mockery, as though ridiculing the mortal world. Her beautiful fingernails were painted blood-red, unervingly seductive. What a handsome little mouse. I like you, The long-haired female ghost stared at Su-Han, letting out a chilling, cackling laugh. When she finished speaking, she licked her long tongue streaked with blood. In the ghost domain, ghosts referred to humans as mice. What do you intend to do? Su-Han asked calmly. Why, to capture you as my male pet, of course. After I'm tired of playing with you, I'll eat your head and your heart in the end, she said, the corners of her mouth lifting. I imagine they will taste quite good, Copy eye, activate. In the next second, Su-Han silently chanted in his heart, and a violet halo spread across his right eye. Slit-mouthed woman. He quickly saw the female ghost's entire face and was so horrified he nearly vomited up stomach acid. Do you think hiding your face behind your bangs can conceal your visage? It's useless. A ghoul as hideous as you is like a rat dropping in a bowl of delicious soup, nauseating and repulsive wherever you go. Your rotting skin, bulging right eye, collapsed nose bridge, and cracked buck teeth deeply disgust me. If you were as beautiful as Nia Xiaoqian, I might consider it. But you're uglier than Sister Foam. I simply can't bring myself to do it. Alas. Su-Han sighed at last. He could sense the slit-mouthed woman was merely a first-grade ghost. With his ghost-smashing brick in hand, what was there to fear? Nia Xiaoqian. Sister Foam. You call me ugly. How dare you? A lowly rat dares to judge my appearance. Are you courting death? The slit-mouthed woman trembled with rage. Resentment points from slit-mouthed woman 50. Receiving 50 resentment points, Su-Han instantly understood. Provoking her would generate resentment points. This was his forte. Drop dead for all I care, saves me the trouble. My hands are precious. I spend half an hour every day moisturizing them with Debeo. Su-Han grinned. Fine, very fine. Stinking rat, now he'll devour you alive, woo. The slit-mouthed woman was furious. With that, the corners of her mouth twitched, and her eyes shifted from gray to pitch black. Resentment points from slit-mouthed woman 88. The next second, she lunged with elongated, bloody hands, tracing graceful arcs towards Su-Han's head. Yet, Su-Han calmly summoned the ghost-smashing brick into his right hand with a mere thought. He brought it down squarely on her head. Black chi swirled around the brick, instantly enveloping the slit-mouthed woman's entire body and rapidly consuming her. Ah, what the hell is this? The slit-mouthed woman screamed in agony before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke, absorbed into the brick, dead as a doornail. Is she dead just like that? That was too fast. Holy crap. This ghost-smashing brick is freaking awesome. Su-Han was astonished. The ghost-smashing brick was a divine artifact. Was it made of gold or silver? My goodness. Ghost-smashing brick EXP1. Kill value 10. Numerous ghosts secretly observing from Huangquan Street fled in terror upon witnessing this scene. This handsome human was not to be trifled with. Kill value Suhan looked puzzled, then checked his status panel. Name Suhan talent copy I strength 65 agility 67 constitution 18 spirit 25 copy ability 0 kill value 10 draw count 0 138. Indeed a kill value panel had appeared. System, how do I use kill value to copy abilities? Suhan asked curiously. I know, the system replied coldly. Tell me. Copying in a rank ability requires 1 kill point. Rank requires 10 kill points. S rank requires 0 kill points. SS rank requires 0 kill points. Killing a first-tier creature yields 10 kill points. A second-tier yields 100. Killing a 7th-tier creature yields 0 kill points. An 8th tier yields 0. After hearing this, Suhan understood. 10 kill points could only copy a drank talent, but that was too low level, a waste of points. If he wanted to copy an ability, it had to be at least rank requiring 100 kill points. After all copied abilities could evolve. With that thought, Suhan murmured, hope there are 100 first-grade ghosts on Huangquan Street. Then he opened his inventory to check the brick stats. Ghost smashing brick type, growth value 1100, grade bronze, devouring power 100. Seeing the numbers, Suhan instantly understood. A first-grade ghost gave 1 EXP and increased the devouring power by 1. After checking, he looked down. Huh. What's this? 3 dark round coins lay on the ground. Suhan picked them up and examined them closely. They were of different sizes, engraved with numbers 1000, 100, and 5. Suddenly a thought struck him. Could these be the legendary ghost coins? It was said that ghost coins were the currency of the ghost realm. These 3 coins must have dropped from the slit-mouthed woman. Good stuff. Suhan quickly stored them in his inventory to avoid losing them. Glancing at his right hand, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." With that, he dashed toward the hall at top speed. Arriving at the hall, just in time, not late. Suhan looked at the crescent moon pattern on the back of his right hand. Countdown 23500. Hearing footsteps, the 7 students present turned to look at him, their gazes converging. A sudden exclamation rang out. Suhan. Suhan looked up stunned. Zhou Tianbao. He never expected to run into him here. What a coincidence. Just then an ethereal voice rang out again. Silence. The scene instantly quieted. Zhou Tianbao glared at Suhan with a vicious look, clearly signaling trouble later. Suhan simply turned away, looking elsewhere, and caught sight of a familiar figure. The school beauty by Ling Xue. She had a very aloof personality, a cool beauty type. She had awakened an SS rank ice ability. Naturally gifted, but slightly inferior to him. Bai Ling Xue also glanced at Suhan, a hint of surprise in her expression. An rank trash dares to ignore me. Damn it. They'll beat you half to death later. Zhou Tianbao fumed, gritting his teeth inwardly. Resentment points from Zhou Tianbao, 88. Seeing the resentment points, Suhan sneered inwardly. Just then an ethereal voice echoed in the hall. Greetings, 8 newcomers. Dungeon location Huangquan Street, first layer of the Ghost Realm. Dungeon level 1. Number of participants 8. Dungeon requirement: survive on Huangquan Street for 48 hours. Hint: it's best to team up in pairs to deal with the ghosts, or they'll eat your brains' hearts. Good luck. As the words faded, eerie howls came from outside the hall like tomcats in heat at midnight, sending chills down one's spine. Rank, poor bastard, you'll regret angering me. Zhou Tianbao glared at Suhan, grinding his teeth. He ignored the howls, his eyes fixed only on Suhan. Suhan frowned slightly. He knew Zhou Tianbao had awakened an rank wind ability. Thankfully, it wasn't a strength type. And the stages of abilities were divided by spiritual power intensity into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th tiers. At the same stage, higher-ranked abilities meant greater strength. For instance, if 2 people were both at the 6th tier, an S-rank user would absolutely crush a rank 1. Since they had just awakened their talents and weren't proficient with abilities, they could only rely on pure physical strength. Suhan's greatest asset was his strength. Since Zhou Tianbao kept pestering him, he might as well teach him a harsh lesson. Let him know he wasn't someone to be bullied. Holy crap. Rank. The worst talent. One student suddenly exclaimed. And rank trash is just here to die in the ghost realm. I don't want to team up with him and get held back. Another student glanced at Suhan with disdain. Neither do I. Count me in. 2 more students chimed in. Yet, only 2 remained silent, watching quietly. One was the school beauty by Ling Xue, who coldly observed Suhan, her thoughts unknown. Suhan was taken aback. So they all thought he was a rookie. But it was only because his surface talent was a rank while it was actually SSS rank. Damn that blabbermouth, Zhou Tianbao. Rank trash, weren't you all talked before? Why so silent now? Scared stiff by me? Ha ha ha. Seeing Suhan frozen, Zhou Tianbao laughed mockingly. TCH. You? Suhan sneered dismissively. What? You, a worthless piece of trash, dare to look down on me? Today I'll beat you into a pulp. Zhou Tianbao's face darkened, his rage blazing. With that, he shut his eyes tight, focused his mind, and channeled his wind-based ability. Instantly, a fierce gale centered around Zhou Tianbao surged in the sky. He hurled his fist towards Su Han's head with such speed that it hissed through the air. Yet Su Han stood motionless, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he too raised his fist. Though Zhou Tianbao had awakened an grade wind ability, it only enhanced his agility and speed, not his strength. But Su Han's strength and agility had increased roughly fourfold. The two were simply not on the same level. The surrounding students were stunned, and someone exclaimed, "Holy crap. This guy can unleash such a powerful gale. That's absolutely insane. In my opinion, his awakened ability is at least a grade." Another student chimed in, "A grade? That's freaking awesome. My ability is only grade. I'm going to team up with him later." The students who had spoken earlier were dumbfounded. "Look at that, a grade trash. Is he frozen stiff by the wind? He's about to get beaten to a pulp," another student jeered. Bai Lingxue watched the confrontation coldly, making no move to stop it, for this was a matter between men, not hers to intervene. Bang! The two fists collided with a dull thud. In the next moment, Zhou Tianbao's face contorted, his eyes bulging, as he was sent staggering back dozens of steps with a piercing scream. Yet Su Han hadn't budged an inch. The scene fell silent, everyone gaping in disbelief. What? Zhou Tianbao actually lost to Su Han in a grade. How is this possible? Bai Lingxue was also astounded, blurting out, "Su Han, did you awaken a strength-based ability?" "Something like that," Su Han replied, fixing his gaze on Bai Lingxue and nodding. "I recall you didn't awaken a strength-based ability, did you?" Bai Lingxue asked, puzzled. "Dual abilities," Su Han uttered 2 words. "What? You've awakened dual abilities?" Bai Lingxue was taken aback. After all, in the Huaxiao Kingdom, those with dual abilities were rare, though not non-existent. As Bai Lingxue's words faded, the other students were inwardly shaken. Dual abilities. That's incredible. No wonder he seemed so fearless earlier. I'm teaming up with him later. The crowd murmured among themselves. At that moment, the way they looked at Su Han had changed, their eyes gleaming with newfound respect. A dozen meters away. "Oh my God, it hurts so much." Zhou Tianbao's face was grim, his right arm feeling as if it might shatter. So Su Han had awakened dual abilities. No wonder his strength was so formidable. But what did dual abilities matter? They were still just trash abilities. He had only been careless earlier, not going all out. And with Bai Lingxue watching, how could he afford to lose face? After all, he had been pursuing her. But she didn't give him the time of day. Now he would get serious and make Bai Lingxue see him in a new light. Ignoring the searing pain, Zhou Tianbao used the wind speed to charge at Su Han, throwing another punch at his head. Bang! Seeing this, Su Han slightly crouched and delivered a heavy punch to Zhou Tianbao's stomach. "Oh my God, it hurts so much." Zhou Tianbao stumbled back a dozen steps, clutching his stomach, crouching on the ground with a twisted face, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Yet Su Han had no intention of letting him off. He flashed to Zhou Tianbao's side. He threw a punch at the right side of Zhou Tianbao's face. A right hook, then another punch to the left side. A left hook. Each blow landed solidly on flesh. Next, Su Han stopped using his fists and switched to his feet. He kicked fiercely at Zhou Tianbao's abdomen and back, striking from both sides. After who knows how long, Su Han grew tired, his hands and feet numb. And Zhou Tianbao had become a complete mess, his face swollen and bruised. The surrounding students were utterly astonished. "Holy crap, is this what a dual ability student is like? That's insane. This guy is brutal. Look at how he beat him, black and blue, barely half alive. I totally misjudged him earlier in teaming up with this guy." Everyone buzzed with chatter. At that moment, their gazes towards Su Han shifted again, now burning with eagerness and impatience. As everyone knew, to survive in the Yellow Spring Street, one needed a formidable teammate. And Su Han was their target. "All right, you two, stop fighting. The ghosts are about to come to the hall, so let's hurry up and form teams," Bai Lingxue said, waving her hand coldly. "Zhou Tianbao will let you off this time, but next time you won't be so lucky. Don't provoke me again," Su Han warned, looking down at the prone Zhou Tianbao. Zhou Tianbao, his face swollen, nodded frantically, but inwardly, he harbored a deep hatred for Su Han. His goddess Bai Lingxue was watching. He wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. What a disgrace. The system's prompt echoed in Su Han's mind. His face turned cold. "Seems like you're not convinced." With that, he raised his right foot and kicked Zhou Tianbao hard in the stomach. "Oh my God, it hurts, it hurts." Zhou Tianbao howled, his face twisting in agony, cursing Su Han inwardly. "You damn trash, just wait. Once I master my grade wind ability, I'll get my revenge." "You're asking for death." Receiving the resentment value again, Su Han kicked him once more. "Ouch. It's killing me. Please, no more kicks." Zhou Tianbao knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, but terror gripped his heart. What the hell? How did Su Han know what he was thinking? A chilling thought. He would never dare harbor resentment again. Seeing no more resentment value, Su Han stopped. Next, the 8 students began forming groups. "Bro, I want to team up with you," one student suddenly said to Su Han with a smile. "Who's your bro?" "Don't claim kinship," Su-Han replied, coldly glancing at him. He remembered this student had mocked him earlier. A two-faced turncoat. He despised such people the most. The student was taken aback, staring at Su-Han with a twitching corner of his mouth. He had hoped to find a formidable teammate, only to be met with a cold rebuff. Not only was the other's strength overwhelming, but his words were also sharp as venom, catching him off guard. The other students were likewise intimidated by Su-Han's words, none daring to approach him. After exchanging glances, they began to form groups. As expected of Su-Han, truly unmatched in dealing with petty people. Bai Lingxue, however, was already accustomed to such scenes, finding it amusing, but suppressing her laughter. Su-Han had earned the nickname Poison King in Class 8 of Senior 3 for his acerbic tongue. She then stood still, waiting for Su-Han to take the initiative to invite her to form a team. She was confident he would approach her. Yet, 60 seconds passed. Su-Han remained motionless. After 120 seconds, Su-Han still showed no sign of intending to invite her. Seeing the other students already paired up, Bai Lingxue grew anxious, stamping her foot inwardly. What is Su-Han up to? Must I be the one to invite you? How infuriating. Her prideful nature would never allow her to make the first move, especially as a beautiful girl. She had to maintain her composure. Bai Lingxue, do you need to pee? Seeing her restless demeanor, Su-Han asked with a puzzled expression. You are the one who needs to pee. Bai Lingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Su-Han a glare. Then what were you doing just now? Dancing. You're usually so clever, but at this critical moment you're being so dense, utterly hopeless. Finally, taking a deep breath, Bai Lingxue extended an invitation to Su-Han, saying coldly, Su-Han, I'll give you a chance now. Let's be a team. Don't be ungrateful. Sorry, but women only hinder my speed in drawing my blade. Su-Han replied with a frown, refusing. He preferred working alone, a habit he had grown accustomed to. Even the school beauty was no exception. Moreover, he harbored a great secret that must not be exposed. He needed to slaughter ghosts to amass kill points and replicate advanced abilities. If Bai Lingxue witnessed it, she would be terrified. That would be troublesome. What? You dare to refuse my request? This is my first time. Bai Lingxue was astonished. Never in her life had she been the one to ask first. Resentment points from Bai Lingxue 20. Upon receiving the resentment points, Su-Han understood immediately and fell silent. Bai Lingxue snorted, turning her face away, refusing to look at him. Oh my heavens! What is happening? Bai Lingxue is the school beauty, the goddess in every boy's heart. But Su-Han actually rejected her invitation. Unbelievable. Zhou Tianbao, lying on the ground, was dumbfounded by this sight, but then a wild joy dawned on his face. Could it be? This is my chance. How wonderful. With that thought, Zhou Tianbao quickly pulled a bottle of high-grade pills from his pocket and gulped them down. His bruises rapidly healed. Shortly after, Zhou Tianbao sprang to his feet, approached Bai Lingxue, and extended an invitation. Bai Lingxue hesitated, casting a brief glance at Su-Han. Seeing no reaction from him, she reluctantly accepted Zhou Tianbao's offer. Soon, 6 of the 8 students had formed teams, leaving only 2 isolated. Hello, I would like to team up with you. At that moment, another lone girl mustered her courage to softly invite Su-Han. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly. No. Su-Han glanced at the girl, surprised to find she was one of those who hadn't mocked him earlier, yet he still shook his head. Why, oi? The girl's face turned deathly pale as she trembled, asking. She knew that without a teammate she would likely be devoured by the ghosts. Because I prefer to act alone, Su-Han said flatly. His words left the other students stunned, staring at him in disbelief. After all, this was the ghost domain, not the human world. Though Su-Han was powerful, he was no match for a horde of ghosts. Wasn't this suicide? Faced with their astonished expressions, Su-Han remained calm, merely shrugging. Just then, whoa, a chilling, terrifying sound came from outside the hall. The 8 students instantly tensed, some trembling all over. A multitude of ghosts had gathered at the entrance. Only Su-Han looked puzzled. According to the Ghost Domain Manual, the ghosts shouldn't have arrived at the hall so soon. What? Suddenly a thought struck Su-Han, and he realized the reason. It was because he had wasted time beating Zhou Tianbao, and the other students had been so engrossed that they forgot their surroundings, coupled with the time spent forming teams. So, as Su-Han stood lost in thought, the door creaked open. Blurred shadows surged in their eyes, fixed greedily, bloodthirstily, and eerily on the 8 students in the center of the hall. Su-Han cast a glance at these ghosts. They were horrifyingly grotesque, some missing half their heads with brains oozing out, others with empty eye sockets, some with bloody intestines spilling from their stomachs, and some covered in writhing maggots, utterly nauseating. So many rats. A sinister, greedy voice emerged from the ghostly crowd. Indeed, I haven't tasted rat meat in ages. Rat brains crunch when bitten, intestines are slippery, and the flesh is tender and juicy. How I've missed that flavor. The ghost with exposed intestines chimed in, licking its long tongue with excitement. Want to eat us? I doubt you have the guts. Suddenly, Su-Han stepped forward from the crowd, standing at the forefront, and uttered coldly. As his words fell, the 7 students behind him turned pale with terror, glaring at Su-Han's back with venomous hatred. Damn fool. He actually provoked these ghosts. How infuriating. Does he think we're not dying fast enough? It's over. Completely over. Zhou Tianbao fixed a resentful glare on Su-Han's back, a sense of despair welling up inside him. What's going on? Su-Han's mind seems off tonight. Did he eat gunpowder for dinner, or did some instant noodles drive him insane? Bai Lingxue also stared blankly at Su-Han's back, her brow furrowing slightly. Resentment points from Zhou Tianbao, 88. Resentment points from XXX, 88. Resentment points from XX, 88. Resentment points from Bai Lingxue, 20. Seeing these resentment points, Su-Han was momentarily stunned, then a delighted smile spread across his face. Holy crap, so many resentment points. The more resentment points he had, the more he could spin the wheel and claim rewards. Though the students harbored hatred for him, Su-Han was inwardly overjoyed. You filthy rat, how dare you call us cowards? Hee, I think you've grown tired of living. Since this rat wants an early death, I'll grant his wish. Daring to cause trouble on our turf, you clearly don't know your place. I'll devour this rat alive and show him my true power. These ghosts let out eerie, terrifying howls at Su-Han. Su-Han remained calm, standing still with a sinister smile. The next moment, with a single thought, his right hand materialized a ghost-smashing brick, flipping it repeatedly in the air as the corners of his mouth curled upward. If any of you have the guts to take a step forward, I'll smash you to pieces. At these words, the ghosts erupted in fury, brandishing their claws and fangs. Behind him, the 7 students' faces turned even paler, their bodies trembling with fear as they silently cursed Su-Han. If you want to die so soon, don't drag us along. All right, thank you. Yet Su-Han couldn't hear their inner thoughts. Resentment from XXX, 50. Resentment from XX, 88. Resentment from XXX, 88. Even Bai Lingxue's hatred towards Su-Han grew deeper. Watching the endless stream of resentment points, Su-Han's heart blossomed with joy. Go ahead and rage all you want. Haha. You filthy rat, you've thoroughly enraged me. Since you seek death, I'll grant it. The intestine ghost roared at Su-Han in fury. With that, it pulled a dark dagger from its entrails and prepared to step forward. Brother Intestine, wait. Suddenly, a ghost covered in crawling maggots stopped the intestine ghost. What is it, Brother Maggot? Are you trying to steal this filthy rat from me? The intestine ghost's expression darkened as it spoke coldly. You misunderstand, I have no such intention. Then why are you stopping me? Listen carefully. This rat is the true culprit who killed the slit-mouthed woman. The maggot ghost whispered into the intestine ghost's ear. Really? The intestine ghost was full of doubt. Of course it's true. I saw with my own eyes this rat raise a brick and smash it down on the slit-mouthed woman's head, and then she vanished, dead. The maggot ghost spoke with caution and seriousness. What? You mean the slit-mouthed woman was instantly killed by this filthy rat? The intestine ghost was stunned. Indeed, so I advise you not to provoke him, or else you'll. The maggot ghost nodded. How is this possible? Impossible. The intestine ghost shook its head repeatedly. After all, the slit-mouthed woman was stronger than at reaching the peak of level 1. Yet this filthy rat had just been teleported to Huangquan Street, a novice with extremely weak power. But the slit-mouthed woman was slaughtered in one blow. Hearing this, the surrounding ghosts gasped in cold air. Brother Maggot, what do you suggest we do? The intestine ghost quickly regained its composure and asked. How about we do this? The maggot ghost whispered into the intestine ghost's ear. All right, let's do it that way. The intestine ghost's eyes lit up slightly. The next second, it glared at Su-Han and said coldly, Filthy rat, I have matters to attend to now, so I'll spare you for the moment. Next time you won't be so lucky. TSK Tisk, just say you're running away. Don't act like I'm the one afraid of you. How about a unknown duel, or all of you together? I'm ready anytime. Su-Han taunted. Forget it, I'm done playing with you. Brothers, let's go. The intestine ghost shook its head. With that, the group of ghosts turned and left the gate. The 7 students behind them were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. What just happened? These ghosts actually ran away. They were scared off by Su-Han. How is this possible? How did that useless guy do it? No. Impossible. Zhou Tianbao stared blankly at Su-Han, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected. With just a few words, Su-Han had driven away a crowd of ghosts. That was absolutely incredible. Oh my god. Su-Han, why are those ghosts afraid of you? Bai Lingxue Sharpie looked up at Su-Han with curiosity. Maybe I'm radiating kingly aura, Su-Han mused. Kingly aura? I've never heard of that. This world doesn't seem to have such an ability. Bai Lingxue tilted her head, thinking. It does. I have it on me, he. Su-Han chuckled. Bai Lingxue naturally had never heard of kingly aura, because it was a term coined from the internet in a past life. Kingly aura meant an overwhelming presence that commanded submission. It described someone with immense charisma that inspired awe. Though Bai Lingxue didn't understand what kingly aura was, it sounded impressive. Then Suhan glanced at his right arm countdown, 473025. Time was running out. He needed to gather kill points quickly. With enough kill points, he could replicate talents of a grade and above. Alright, I won't waste time chatting with you. I'm heading out. Take care of yourselves. So Suhan waved goodbye to Bai Lingxue. With that, he turned and walked straight out of the hall, stepping onto Huangquan Street. But Suhan found that the group of ghosts had long vanished, leaving him somewhat frustrated. He had no choice but to search for other ghosts. The night was pitch black, silent, and eerie. The wind outside howled with a chilling wail, and occasionally the sound of ghosts sobbing could be heard, sending shivers down the spine. With every step, Suhan had to look around. Red lanterns hung in front of the buildings on both sides. He could sense pairs of dark eyes staring at him from the street, as if wanting to devour him in one gulp. Along the way, taverns, general stores, tailor shops, bathhouses, brothels. It was said that spending in these establishments required ghost coins, and high-level ghosts frequented them for entertainment. However, high-level ghosts would not attack humans unless provoked. Of course, the level 1 ghosts on the street would devour humans. For now, Suhan couldn't afford to mess with high-level ghosts. So to gather more kill points, he had to slay the level 1 ghosts on the street. But after walking for so long, Suhan hadn't seen a single ghost. This drove him crazy. Who? Man. Boy. St. Upright. There. Just then a strange voice sounded from behind. Suhan turned around and almost burst out laughing. A round head stitched together with thread covered in bloodshot veins, a grotesque mouth, tiny ears, and extremely short tail moving as slowly as a snail. Wasn't this the legendary sloth ghost? Suhan never expected to encounter it here. What do you want? You? Phi. Nal. Ly. Sto. Head. Wall. King I. Was. So. Worn. Out. Cha. Sing. You. After speaking, the sloth ghost gasped for breath. Suhan was speechless. The sentence took 5 minutes to finish. I. 1. 2. Duh. Vor. After catching its breath, the sloth ghost continued. Listening to you talk is such a pain. Let me just send you off. Next time be reborn as a quicker ghost. Before it could finish, Suhan pulled out the ghost-smashing brick and smashed it down on the sloth ghost's head. The sloth ghost let out a few continuous screams, then instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke absorbed into the brick. Ghost-smashing brick EXP 1. Kill points 10. Can't speak smoothly, but you sure scream off fluently. Seeing the sloth ghost dead, Suhan muttered. After killing the sloth ghost, Suhan continued to wander along Huangquan Street, searching for other ghosts. He had just obtained a mere 5 ghost coins from the sloth ghost. What a poor ghost. Just like him. 2 humans have fallen. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in Suhan's mind, and he muttered to himself. 2 humans dead already. He shook his head and pressed on. Help. Please don't eat me. Wah wah wah. Shortly after, a heart-wrenching cry came from behind. Scream all you want, no one will save you, even if you scream your throat out, hee hee. Then came a cacophony of ghostly wails. Suhan turned around and activated his copy, instantly seeing the scene before him clearly. Not far away, a group of malevolent ghosts were menacing a girl curled up in a corner, trembling with fear. They seemed intent on devouring her. Suhan noticed these ghosts weren't the same ones from the hall earlier. He had no intention of saving the girl initially. But he needed a large amount of kill points, and to get them, he had to eliminate these evil spirits. Hey, how are you all? Suhan greeted the group of ghosts with a sinister smile. Another rat. The ghosts turned startled, then burst into laughter. I was just thinking this one was too filthy to eat. Now another rat delivers itself to us. What luck. Haven't had rat meat in ages today. We feast he. Indeed, indeed. The ghosts chattered among themselves, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on Suhan, as if he were a succulent, glistening chicken leg to a starving human. The sound of saliva swallowing was audible. Suddenly, the ghost at the front shot a glance at the others, who immediately understood. The next moment, a dozen ghosts swiftly moved to encircle Suhan, ensuring he couldn't escape. Surrounding me from all sides. Suhan squinted, surveying the group. They were short, barely a meter tall, with skeletal frames devoid of flesh, but covered in bloody streaks dripping with gore. Their pristine white teeth were fully exposed, gleaming with streaks of white light in the darkness. Stinky rat, you're surrounded. Surrender now, he. A ghost grinned at Suhan, drool streaming down. The word surrender doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Suhan shook his head. With a thought, the ghost-slaying brick landed in his right hand, flipping back and forth. His expression turned cold. Anyone who dares come near will get a beating. The ghosts were taken aback, then one scoffed, Stinky rat, you're not planning to use a brick against us, are you? That's right. Suhan smiled faintly. The ghosts were stunned, then burst into uproarious laughter. A brick is a weapon. That's hilarious. I think this rat is scared out of his wits. Hee hee. How utterly naive. Listening to their mockery, Suhan remained calm and said flatly, try it, and you'll find out. Such an arrogant rat. You're tired of living. Brothers, attack. Devour this rat alive. The ghosts bared their bloody maws and lunged at Su-Han's head. Perfect timing. Su-Han sneered inwardly. Up. The leading ghost was struck on the head by the ghost-slaying brick, letting out a piercing scream before turning into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the brick. Ghost-slaying brick EXP 1, kill points 10. Next, extend. Not satisfied with the pace, Su-Han commanded the brick. Instantly, it stretched out on both sides. In the next second, Su-Han swung the elongated brick, smashing it onto the ghosts' heads like a game of whack-a-mole. Every strike landed. It was quite fun. Oh. Soon each ghost was slain by Su-Han, their miserable screams echoing through Huangquan Street, sending chills down one's spine. Ghost-slaying brick EXP 1. Kill points 10. Ghost-slaying brick EXP 1. Kill points 10. Yet, the leader of these ghosts stood frozen dumbfounded, as if forgetting to flee. What was happening? That wasn't an ordinary brick. It was a ghost-devouring artifact. Such a thing had never occurred before. Just who was this human? Moments later, over a dozen ghosts were killed by Su-Han, leaving only one. The ghost-slaying brick's experience had surged by over a dozen points. Its devouring power had also increased. Are you really human? Seeing all his minions dead, the ghost leader stared at Su-Han with bewildered eyes, his voice trembling. Of course, 100% genuine. Su-Han smiled. Then how can your brick devour ghosts? The ghost leader asked again. It was known that ghosts couldn't be killed, only ghosts could counter ghosts. That's a secret I can't say. Su-Han shook his head, his expression turning cold. Enough talk. Time for you to die. No. Don't kill me. I'll serve you like a beast of burden. Please. As Su-Han finished speaking, the ghost leader fell to his knees, trembling and begging for mercy. So ghosts fear death too. That's rare. Su-Han was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. I have feet, I don't need beasts of burden. He paused, raised his left hand to scratch his head, looked down at the ghost leader, and curled his lips slightly. You want me to spare you? Yes. The ghost leader nodded. Give me a reason. This. How about this? Answer one of my questions first. Seeing the ghost leader frozen, Su-Han spoke up. Ask away. Where do the other first-level ghosts on Huangquan Street gather? The ghost den. Specific location. The western end of Huangquan Street. Shall I take you there? The ghost leader asked, fawning. No need. Su-Han shook his head. He didn't trust ghosts. If ghosts could signal each other, the others might escape. He wasn't that foolish. The ghosts in the den were all kill points. Not a single one could be wasted. So what about me? The ghost leader asked. You can die now. Su-Han's expression turned icy. No. You promised to spare me. You can't break your word. The ghost leader's face twisted in terror. I never agreed to that. With that, Su-Han raised his right hand and swung the elongated ghost-slaying brick at the ghost leader's head. Damned stinky rat. It'll haunt you even in death. Facing the terrifying brick, the ghost leader shrieked in fury. Haunt me? You'd better be reborn as a human. Su-Han laughed. As Su-Han's words faded, the fierce ghost leader let out a shriek and instantly dissolved into a wisp of black smoke absorbed into the ghost-smiting brick. Ghost-smiting brick experience points 1. Kill points 10. Resentment points from the fierce ghost leader 99. Damn, this fierce ghost is dead, yet its resentment runs so deep. Seeing the 99 resentment points appear before him, Su-Han muttered under his breath. It was the highest resentment value he had ever witnessed. Then he checked the attributes of the ghost-smiting brick. Ghost-smiting brick type, growth value 18100 grade, bronze, devouring power 117. The experience points had increased to 18A, and the devouring power had surpassed 100, growing ever stronger. So devouring a first-grade ghost increases 1 attribute point. If he devoured a second-grade ghost, would it add 2 attribute points? Or something else? Su-Han was uncertain about this question and could only explore slowly. After dealing with these fierce ghosts, he let out a slight breath, feeling quite pleased. The next moment, Su-Han glanced over and felt a bit speechless. The girl in the corner was still curled up, trembling, her head pressed against her chest, utterly unaffected by the fierce ghost's dying scream. Perhaps she was filled with terror, overwhelmed by fear. So Su-Han walked over unhurriedly. As he approached, he caught a whiff of a scent reminiscent of apples, fragrant, sweet, and sour, with even a hint of alcohol. Hello, the ghosts are gone. Su-Han shouted at the girl. But she remained unmoved, still trembling. Hello, the ghosts are gone. Wake up. Seeing this, Su-Han stepped forward, crouched beside the girl, and shouted again near her ear. Suddenly, the girl's body trembled slightly. She opened her eyes, lifted her head in confusion, and looked at Su-Han. Their eyes met. It's you. Su-Han was taken aback. So she was the girl who had taken the initiative to invite him in the hall. But he had rejected her. It seemed she hadn't found any companions and had been surrounded by these fierce ghosts. But why hadn't the ghosts devoured her directly? Su-Han then took a closer look at the girl. Her features weren't exceptionally beautiful, but they were well-proportioned and delicate. Overall, she gave off a very pleasant impression, a kind of gentle and modest charm. Her attire was appropriate and elegant, yet not lacking in grace. How are you here? Where are those ghosts? The girl timidly lifted her head to ask, Suhan cautiously glancing around. I drove those ghosts away, Suhan said flatly. Driven away by you. The girl was stunned. Yes. Suhan nodded. Oh. Suddenly recalling the scene in the hall, she had a moment of realization. Hello, my name is Suhan. Suhan introduced himself. Hello, I am Chen Xiaoqian. The girl met Suhan's eyes, her face flushing slightly, looking flustered. Then she lowered her head and whispered an apology. Thank you for helping me out. Favorability points from Chen Xiaoqian 20. Don't mention it. Suhan waved his hand, then suddenly remembering something asked curiously, by the way, why didn't those fierce ghosts eat you? As soon as he asked, he realized his mistake and wanted to take it back, but it was too late. Perhaps he was too used to being single, speaking bluntly without tact. To avoid awkwardness, Suhan could only scratch his head. It might have to do with the ability I awakened, Chen Xiaoqian said calmly without taking offense. What ability? Suhan blurted out. Great talent. Gas chi. Chen Xiaoqian spoke softly, a little embarrassed. After speaking, she lowered her head, looking very dejected. Gas chi. Suhan was utterly confused, having never heard of such an ability. Very rare. It means turning one's body elements into gas and releasing gas from any part of the body, while also being able to purify and compress the surrounding air, controlling a certain range of the atmosphere. Chen Xiaoqian explained. Awesome plus. This gas chi is great. Suhan exclaimed in amazement. He recalled that in his past life Caesar Clown from One Piece had eaten the gasu Unomi with effects very similar to gas chi. No wonder those fierce ghosts hadn't devoured Chen Xiaoqian. She was toxic, which had saved her. If he could copy gas chi, he wondered what kind of ability it might evolve into. Just thinking about it was thrilling. But he didn't have enough kill points. A grade talent required 1,000 kill points. Suhan only needed to kill 100 first-grade ghosts. A good talent. Suhan's words stunned Chen Xiaoqian, then she shook her head. I think it's not good at all, completely useless. After all, she was a girl and didn't like having a toxic ability. Otherwise, everyone would keep their distance. That's because you don't know how to use it, Suhan said with a smile. How to use it? You can make some tear gas poison bombs. And other weapons. They're incredibly powerful against ordinary enemies. Oh, I never thought of that. Chen Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. That's called flexible use, Suhan laughed. Chen Xiaoqian hummed softly, then asked curiously, by the way, even though you awakened dual abilities, why are the ghosts afraid of you? That's a secret not to be told, Suhan said with a mysterious smile. I understand. Chen Xiaoqian instantly grasped it and didn't press further. I think it's getting late. You'd better find a store to work at, or you'll be surrounded by ghosts again. Okay, they'll walk you there, Suhan said. Of course, he wasn't purely escorting Chen Xiaoqian. He had another motive. He was mainly worried that she might be devoured by ghosts on the street, causing him to lose the chance to copy the gas chi ability. That would be a pity. Thank you. Chen Xiaoqian was deeply grateful, almost to the point of offering herself. Favorability points from Chen Xiaoqian 88. It's nothing, I needed a walk too. Suhan smiled. Then the two strolled slowly along Huangquan Street, like a couple undisturbed by anyone. Not even the ghosts dared to harass them. As they walked, they passed many shops. By the way, which store do you want to work at, eh? Suhan asked. The Huangquan bathhouse, I think. Chen Xiaoqian thought for a moment. She could wash off the filth tainted by the ghosts inside the shop. All right, I'll take you there. Not long after they arrived at the front of the Huangquan bathhouse. Go on and don't make any mistakes. They'll come find you later. Suhan instructed, looking at Chen Xiaoqian. Okay. Chen Xiaoqian's face reddened, showing a shy expression, then she walked in without looking back. Seeing this, Suhan shook his head. He didn't intend to explain, and besides, she had already entered the bathhouse. He knew Chen Xiaoqian must have misunderstood his meaning. Then Suhan wandered along Huangquan Street, heading west. The Yellow Springs Tavern. At the stairwell on the first floor, two waiters in white uniforms were heading upstairs, murmuring to each other. Ling Shui, I never expected those ghosts on Yellow Springs Street to be so despicable. They set traps outside to ambush us. It was terrifying. Fortunately, you were prepared, or would have been devoured. The other two weren't so lucky. As he spoke, Zhou Tianbao trembled, all over still shaken. It turned out that after leaving the hall, they were pursued by intestine ghosts who had set traps. Bai Ling Shui repelled them with a high-level treasure and escaped. They ended up working at the Yellow Springs Tavern, where the ghosts don't actively devour humans. Zhou Tianbao, please don't call me Ling Shui. I don't like it. Bai Ling Shui said coldly. Then what should I call you? My full name. Fine. I see you're quite capable in class, so why are you such a coward here? Bai Ling Shui glanced at Zhou Tianbao with a trace of disgust. Because I'm afraid of death, Zhou Tianbao replied with an awkward smile. Useless. You only bully the weak and fear the strong. If I had known earlier, I would have. She paused, not finishing. Forget it, let's not talk about it. She had wanted to say she should have traveled with Suhan. but he had directly rejected her, making her lose face. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Zhou Tianbao remained silent with his head down, his expression grim. Don't dawdle. We need to clean up the table left by the guest in room 208, or the consequences will be severe. Bai Lingxue glanced toward the second floor and said coldly, Okay. Zhou Tianbao nodded. The next moment, they quickened their pace. Arriving at room 208, they pushed the door open. A foul stench assaulted their senses, making them nauseous. On the table were piled remnants of flesh, human brains, kidneys, blood-drenched intestines, and countless writhing maggots. Seeing this, Bai Lingxue and Zhou Tianbao were horrified. They covered their mouths and vomited violently, bringing up everything they'd eaten the night before, even stomach acid. Zhou Tianbao, I can't take it anymore. This is too disgusting. You clean up the leftovers. After vomiting, Bai Lingxue was exhausted and leaned against the wall. No. Well, the bandaged master told us to clean it together. Zhou Tianbao stammered, dumbfounded. Do you have a problem? Bai Lingxue's face turned cold. If it weren't for me, those ghosts on Yellow Spring Street would have devoured you. You owe me your life. A final do it. Her words struck a nerve, and Zhou Tianbao could only muster a bitter smile. Ever since arriving in the ghost realm, he had been suffering. First, Suhan beat him black and blue, then he was chased by ghosts and nearly died, and now he was being bossed around by Bai Lingxue. What a miserable fate. In the outside world, Zhou Tianbao was a bully, but in the ghost realm, he had to cower like a turtle. That's more like it. Bai Lingxue nodded with satisfaction. With that, she walked out of room 208. Zhou Tianbao had to suppress his nausea, cover his nose, and begin cleaning the table. 15 minutes later, he finished. Zhou Tianbao hurried to the window, opened it, and breathed in the fresh air. When he looked down, he saw something astonishing. A human was walking alone on Yellow Spring Street, looking around leisurely, as if strolling through a shopping mall. Who was that? That's incredible. Zhou Tianbao's eyes widened as he stared at the figure below, utterly shocked. Everyone knew that ghosts on Yellow Spring Street actively devour humans without mercy. Yet this human seemed to ignore them entirely. Unbelievable. However, the figure below seemed to sense the gaze from the second floor and looked up. Their eyes met, and both were stunned. Suhan, Zhou Tianbao. They shouted simultaneously. How is this possible? Is Suhan not afraid of ghosts? Impossible. Zhou Tianbao shook his head frantically, unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed them and saw that it was indeed Suhan. It was real. Zhou Tianbao left the window to call Bai Lingxue. Meanwhile, so Zhou Tianbao and Bai Lingxue are still alive. I thought. They must be working at the Yellow Springs Tavern now. Suhan smiled lightly. Just then a hungry growl echoed. His stomach was empty. Suhan usually ate 4 meals a day, 3 regular ones plus a midnight snack. A midnight snack was the best, but he hadn't had one last night, so why not check out what the Yellow Springs Tavern had to offer? He had plenty of ghost coins on him, enough for a big meal. With that thought, he headed straight into the tavern. Soon after, the two stood by the window. Bai Lingxue looked down. Is that Suhan? Zhou Tianbao asked. Curious, Bai Lingxue looked down, but Yellow Spring Street was empty. Not a single person or ghost in sight. She watched for a while, but nothing changed. There's no one on Yellow Spring Street, Zhou Tianbao. Are you messing with me? Is it fun? Her face turned cold. She didn't believe his nonsense. How could Suhan dare to stroll alone on Yellow Spring Street? That would be suicide. No one. Impossible. Zhou Tianbao was stunned. He rushed to look down and saw she was right. He began to doubt himself. Had his eyes been playing tricks on him? Probably. After all, this was the ghost realm. Anything could happen. But let it slide this time. Zhou Tianbao, if you trick me again, you'll see what happens. Oomph. Bai Lingxue snorted angrily. Being deceived felt awful. I won't do it again, Zhou Tianbao said glumly. There'll be a next time. Bai Lingxue shot him a fierce glare. No, never again, Zhou Tianbao gritted out. Bai Lingxue hummed in acknowledgement. What are you two mice dawdling for? Get to serving the guests now. A deep, sinister voice came from behind, accompanied by the sound of gnashing teeth, sending chills down their spines. Bai Lingxue and Zhou Tianbao turned around and nearly fainted from fright. Its body was a patchwork of fragmented corpses, its blood vessels clearly visible. One eye socket was hollow, the other intact. The corpse parts reeked of decay, and it wielded a butcher knife. This ghost was a patrol tasked with checking the rooms. If anyone was careless, it would strike them with its blade. Fine. Well, go right away. Their hearts nearly burst with fear as they fled the window and rushed out of room 208, keeping their backs to the ghost. Once outside, they breathed a long sigh of relief. How terrifying. Arriving at the entrance of the Yellow Spring Tavern, Suhan was about to step inside when a sinister voice immediately blocked his way. Glancing at the source of the voice, he discovered it was a gate-guarding ghost. A face protruded from the center of the left door with a hideous mouth and hollow eyes. What do you mean? Suhan was taken aback, utterly puzzled by the implication. Could the tavern be full? That seemed impossible. Duplicate, I activate. The next moment, Su-Han murmured inwardly as his right eye shimmered with a violet glow. He soon saw many high-level ghosts feasting in the main hall along with numerous empty seats. How dare you deceive me? The hall isn't full at all. Do you believe it'll smite you dead? Upon seeing this, Su-Han's expression chilled, and he sneered at the gate-guarding ghost. Vermin, you dare threaten me. You must be tired of living. The gate-guarding ghost opened its hollow bloodshot eyes, its face contorting into a terrifying malevolent glare fixed on Su-Han. Try staring at me again and see what happens. Suddenly, Su-Han's face turned cold. I am staring at you. What can you do about it? As he spoke, the gate-guarding ghost emerged from the left door, transforming into a horrifying spectral figure that glared fiercely at Su-Han. I can smite you dead. Su-Han showed no mercy. Silently concentrating, a spirit-smashing brick materialized in his right hand as he spoke coldly. Arrogant vermin, today I shall devour you alive. Enraged by Su-Han's words, the left gate-guarding ghost opened its fanged maw and lunged at Su-Han's head. Perfect timing. Su-Han sneered. As his words fell, he swung the spirit-smashing brick and struck the left gate-guarding ghost squarely on the head. With a piercing shriek, the left gate-guarding ghost dissolved into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the brick. It was utterly annihilated. Spirit-smashing brick experience 1. Kill value 10. A mere first-rank ghost dares to show off before me, courting death. Glancing at the notifications, Su-Han remarked coldly. Yet, the right gate-guarding ghost stood dumbfounded at the sight, then retracted its head slightly into the right door, trembling with terror. This rat's strength was utterly terrifying. Its comrade had been obliterated in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. It attacked me first, so I merely retaliated. You saw it clearly. Don't spout nonsense, or your fate will be the same as its. Understand? Su-Han grinned wickedly at the right gate-guarding ghost, issuing a menacing threat. Though he had slain the left guard, this was the Yellow Spring Tavern, where beings above the second rank likely resided. They might even come to interrogate him. Thus he needed a plan. So saying, he brandished the spirit-smashing brick before the right gate-guarding ghost. Understood. The right gate-guarding ghost, terrified, immediately embedded its head into the right door, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a grotesque mouth visible. It seemed deathly afraid of Su-Han's brick, dreading a blow to its head. That's more like it. Su-Han chuckled, then asked, by the way, what did your comrade mean earlier? I'm a bit confused. You don't know? The right gate-guarding ghost was astonished. Su-Han shook his head. Each establishment on Yellow Spring Street can only take in 2 old. No 2 human novices. The right gate-guarding ghost explained, correcting itself mid-sentence. This human was too terrifying, if it was best not to provoke him. Speak carefully and mind your words. Oh, I see. Su-Han suddenly understood. So that's why the mysterious voice had instructed the 8 of us to pair up. So that was the reason. Who dares to cause trouble at the Yellow Spring Tavern? Just then a sinister, chilling voice echoed from within the establishment. Su-Han turned to look, his brow furrowing slightly. The figure was entirely wrapped in bandages, with blood seeping through the surface, revealing only a pair of eerie green eyes staring deeply in his direction. From its aura, this ghost's strength seemed to be at the second rank. He was no match for it yet. It approached. Lord Bandage. The right gate-guarding ghost quickly revealed its entire ferocious face from the right door, calling out respectfully. Where's Little Left? The bandaged ghost looked at the right gate-guarding ghost in confusion. Well, the right guard glanced at Su-Han, then at the bandaged ghost, hesitating. I slew him. Su-Han suddenly interjected, his expression calm. The bandaged ghost tilted its head towards Su-Han, its eyes growing even more bewildered. I said I killed Little Left. Do you understand now? Seeing the bandaged ghost still staring at him, Su-Han couldn't help but shout. What? How is that possible? The bandaged ghost was astounded. After all, humans fled at the sight of ghosts like mice before cats, let alone killing one. He really did kill Little Left, the right gate-guarding ghost stammered. Hearing this, the bandaged ghost stared at Su-Han in disbelief, drawing a sharp breath of energy. Damned vermin, you have some nerve killing my subordinate at the Yellow Spring Tavern. Today you won't leave this door alive, or he'll devour you whole. In an instant, the bandaged ghost's face turned icy. Lord Bandage, don't wrong an innocent man. I didn't mean to kill Little Left. He struck first, so I had no choice. In the end, I accidentally slipped, and he died. It was self-defense, not a crime, Su-Han explained calmly. Wrong you. Self-defense. I think you provoked Little Left, and that's why he attacked you. Am I wrong? The bandaged ghost fixed its eerie eyes on Su-Han, speaking coldly. Gate-guarding ghosts generally didn't attack humans unless. No, if you don't believe me, ask Little Right, Su-Han said, shaking his head. Then he shot a cold glance at the right gate-guarding ghost, a clear warning not to speak carelessly. Terrified, the right gate-guarding ghost immediately retracted its hideous head into the door, not daring to meet Su-Han's eyes. Little Right, why do you only have a mouth? Where's your head? The next moment, the bandaged ghost turned and looked up at the right gate-guarding ghost, perplexed. Head. Coming. Quickly the right gate-guarding ghost revealed its entire head again. Is what this vermin said true? The bandaged ghost interrogated. True, absolutely true, the right gate-guarding ghost nodded. The bandaged ghost understood instantly. Turning to Su-Han, it said coldly, Vermin, though you acted in self-defense and killed Little Left by mistake, you may be spared death, but not punishment. Now you will enter the Yellow Spring Tavern and wash toilets for the esteemed guests. Su-Han was taken aback, then recalled something. I remember each shop can only take in 2 human workers, so this is. You are atoning for a crime, they are merely working. It's different, the bandaged ghost explained. Su-Han understood immediately, then said, well, what if I refuse? No, refusal means death. The bandaged ghost glared at Su-Han with its dark eyes as if it would devour him alive. Can I pay to buy off Little Left's life? Su-Han suddenly asked. Human money is useless in the ghost domain. What about ghost coins? At these words, the bandaged ghost and the right gate-guarding ghost stared at Su-Han in utter astonishment. Filthy rat, you have ghost coins. The bandaged ghost stared at Su-Han in astonishment and asked, yes, is there a problem? Su-Han asked, puzzled. Impossible. The bandaged ghost shook its head, then its expression turned icy. You're lying. It knew that only ghosts possessed ghost coins. A human who had just entered the ghost realm couldn't possibly have any. I have no reason to lie to you. Besides, I didn't come to the Huangquan Tavern to look for work. I came to spend. Look, what is this? As he spoke, Su-Han reached into his pocket and pulled out 10 coins of various sizes marked with the numbers 5, 10 of 50, 100, 500, and 1,000. Both ghosts were instantly stunned, their eyes wide with shock. My monthly salary is only 10 ghost coins, and my annual salary is just 100. Yet this rat has pulled out over 1,000 ghost coins at once. He's too rich. I've been diligently guarding the gates of the Huangquan Tavern for decades, and my entire savings are barely 1,000 ghost coins. But he's only been in the ghost realm for less than an hour. The gap is too vast. I can't accept it. The right gate-guarding ghost thought to itself, feeling deeply frustrated, but dared not voice it. How? How do you have so many ghost coins? And where did your ghost coins come from? The bandaged ghost stared at Su-Han with utter shock, firing off questions rapidly. As for your 2 questions, I'm sorry, but I can't answer them. Besides, I'm not your subordinate. Why should you care where my ghost coins came from? Su-Han retorted coldly. You damned filthy rat. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Do you believe I'll devour you alive right now? Hearing Su-Han's words, the bandaged ghost was absolutely livid. Its eyes instantly filled with a malevolent crimson, becoming twisted and terrifying. Resentment points from bandaged ghost 50. I don't believe you. Because I am a guest. Is this how the Huangquan Tavern treats its guests? Seeing the resentment points, Su-Han felt a surge of joy and let out a cold laugh. As he spoke, he stepped back a few paces, arriving at the main entrance. He looked up at the walls on either side where a couplet was posted. The next second, Su-Han recited loudly, the guest is God, the employee is the servant. After reading it, he approached the bandaged ghost and said in a deep voice, do you wish to destroy the reputation of the Huangquan Tavern? Do you believe we'll file a complaint against you? After hearing Su-Han's relentless words, the bandaged ghost's eyes turned a bloodshot red with rage. It gnashed its teeth, wishing it could tear him limb from limb. In truth, it was merely an employee, not the owner of the tavern, but a manager. If the higher-ups learned of this, it would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Its position was at stake. The bandaged ghost had struggled for so long to climb to the manager's post. It could not allow such an incident to occur. Resentment points from bandaged ghost 88. At the thought, the bandaged ghost could only swallow its grievance. It let out a soft sigh, then suddenly its eyes sparkled. Esteemed guest, please come in. As it spoke, it extended both hands and made a gesture of invitation. Sichuan opera, face changing. Interesting, heh? Su-Han was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, by the way, what about the matter with Little's wife? Dead is dead. It was just a gatekeeping ghost. I can easily go out and catch another to replace it. A trivial matter. You needn't worry, the bandaged ghost said with a respectful smile. On hearing this, the right gate-guarding ghost forced a bitter smile, looking helpless, and then embedded its entire face into the door. It just wanted a moment of peace. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony, Su-Han nodded. Honored guest, how about I take you to the dining hall to enjoy some delicacies? Lead the way. Yes. The bandaged ghost walked ahead, with Su-Han following behind. They arrived at the ground floor dining hall. Wuya Gula Gula's skull, a most eerie sound echoed through the dining hall like the mournful weeping of ghosts in the dead of night, sending chills down one's spine. After hearing it, Su-Han's entire body broke out in goosebumps. He looked around. European-style sconces on the walls illuminated the hall, but the light was dim, making it appear even more sinister. Each chair was carved with a terrifying fanged skull. At most tables sat 1 or 2 high-level ghosts feasting. Human brains burst open under their bites, splattering blood and juices everywhere. They seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Suddenly, Su-Han spotted a familiar face, Zhou Tianbao. The man was pushing an empty cart, his expression tense, his body trembling, heading towards the kitchen. When Zhou Tianbao saw him, he was stunned. Su-Han, you're working at the Huangquan Tavern too. You can come, so why can't I? How ridiculous. Su-Han sneered. Was it you wandering around Huangquan Street earlier? Zhou Tianbao asked. Yes, it was me, Su-Han nodded. Impossible. How dare you wander alone on Huangquan Street? Zhou Tianbao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su-Han's face. Then, thinking it over, he felt something was off. If Su-Han wasn't afraid of ghosts, why would he come to the Huangquan Tavern looking for work to take refuge? It didn't add up. He was probably putting on an act, pretending, just for his sake. Thinking this, Zhou Tianbao snorted coldly. Su-Han, I've seen through your little scheme. Stop pretending with me. Pretending what? That's utterly ridiculous. Su-Han was dumbfounded, almost laughing. What else? You just want to show off in front of me. I know exactly what you're up to, Zhou Tianbao sneered. Showing off? Now that you mention it, I did work in a blow-up doll factory before. Su-Han chuckled. Go to hell. Zhou Tianbao cursed. Filthy rat, how dare you speak to a distinguished guest in such a despicable tone? You're courting death. Just then a sinister, terrifying voice came from the side. The bandaged ghost was slowly approaching, its expression icy cold. Lord Bandage, I wasn't speaking to the guest. Hearing that dreadful voice, Zhou Tianbao's face instantly turned deathly pale. Trembling all over, his teeth chattering, he replied in fear and trepidation. He had only been arguing with Su-Han. There were no other high-level ghosts nearby. You dare to talk back to me? Do you believe I'll devour you alive right now? The bandaged ghost glared at Zhou Tianbao with its dark, hollow eyes, accompanied by the ghastly sound of gnashing teeth. I. Zhou Tianbao's legs buckled in terror, and he collapsed to the floor. A large wet patch immediately spread across the ground, emitting a pungent stench of urine. Zhou Tianbao, you've wet your pants. Catching the smell, Su-Han quickly covered his nose with his right hand and shouted loudly. Su-Han's words made Zhou Tianbao's face flush with shame. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. It was utterly humiliating. Filthy, stinking rat. You've soiled the floor and disturbed our guests. As punishment tonight, you shall not sleep. You will scrub the toilets for our guests until dawn. The bandaged ghost glanced down coldly at Zhou Tianbao, paralyzed on the floor, and reprimanded him in a chilling voice. In the ghost realm, the daily rhythm ran precisely opposite to that of the mortal world. Scrub the toilets. Hearing the sentence, Zhou Tianbao nearly fainted, his face drained of all color. He had heard that scrubbing toilets was the harshest penalty imposed by the Yellow Springs Inn. Unimaginable, then, was the sheer magnitude of this ordeal. What? Do you refuse? The bandaged ghost sneered contemptuously. I accept. Zhou Tianbao forced a brittle smile onto his face. To utter even a single no would likely mean instant death. Esteemed, honored guest, this wretched rat has disturbed you. My sincerest apologies. I have already punished him severely. Does this satisfy you? In the next breath, the bandaged ghost turned its gaze towards Su-Han and bowed with obsequious deference. Satisfied. Su-Han nodded calmly. Upon hearing their exchange, Zhou Tianbao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su-Han, his heart seized by profound shock. What in the name of hell? How could Su-Han possibly be an honored guest at the Yellow Springs Inn? Surely this must be a mistake. A bitter smile flickered across Zhou Tianbao's lips as he murmured to himself, I am the noble one. Su-Han is merely a wretched, penniless nobody. How could he possibly compare to me? He cannot. Yet ever since we entered the ghost realm, everything has inverted, reversed utterly. At first I was hunted by ghosts, then I became a server at the Yellow Springs, and now I must even scrub toilets for them. Meanwhile, Su-Han walks unharmed along the Yellow Springs Street, leisurely alone, and suddenly transforms into an honored guest of the Yellow Springs Inn. Our treatment differs by a chasm of 10,000 li. Has heaven itself lost its way? Is it mocking me? His expression twisted instantly into grim despair. Zhou Tianbao, do you wish to know why? Su-Han, seemingly having overheard his muttering, asked with a faint smile. Yes, I desperately do. Zhou Tianbao found himself nodding involuntarily. Because I am superior to you, Su-Han replied, a gentle smile playing upon his lips. Zhou Tianbao froze, then fell utterly silent. After all, he had awakened an A-rank talent, whereas Su-Han possessed only an A-rank 1. Logically, they belonged to entirely different tiers. Yet here within the ghost realm, Su-Han thrived while he floundered. From that moment, self-doubt took root within him. Ponder it at your leisure. I'm off to eat. Seeing Zhou Tianbao standing dazed and motionless, Su-Han shook his head, then scanned the hall before addressing the bandaged ghost. I prefer not to dine in the ground floor restaurant. Do you have private dining rooms? We do. I'll escort you there. The bandaged ghost smiled warmly. Lead the way. Soon after, they ascended to the second floor. Suhan activated his replication eyes, glancing swiftly through each room before selecting room 208. He stepped inside and took a seat. Next, he picked up the menu from the table and studied it closely. Human blood, steamed buns, flesh and bone delight, heart and liver, fried rice, grave mound glutinous cakes. Not a single dish was ordinary. Every item consisted solely of human flesh. How could he possibly bring himself to eat? May I place a custom order? Suhan asked. Certainly. What would you like prepared? I'll arrange it immediately. The bandaged ghost beamed. Aside from human flesh, are there other meats available? None. Only human flesh. Ah, I'll simply order vegetarian dishes then. Suhan paused thoughtfully. Though human flesh might taste exquisite, he dared not consume it. It would invite celestial retribution. Steamed buns without blood, stir-fried glutinous cakes, sweet and sour lotus root, braised radish, and a large bottle of Coca-Cola. That's all. With that, Suhan ordered 4 vegetarian dishes at once. Very well. I'll see to it immediately, the bandaged ghost replied with a bow. It departed with the menu and entered the kitchen. The chef accepted the order, glanced briefly at the list, and frowned faintly, sensing something deeply unusual. Honorable bandaged master, what is this? Ask no questions. This is the honored guest's request. Simply prepare it. Understood. The chef immediately began preparing the dishes as instructed. Moments later, Bai Lingxue cautiously wheeled a food cart into the kitchen. Though she had visited many times before, nausea still rose in her throat at the mere scent. She felt ready to vomit. The kitchen was dim and sinister, cluttered and damp, its floor corroded and slick. Yet its interior space was vast. Tables overflowed with raw flesh, severed heads, half torsos, coiled entrails. In the corner stood countless jars and bottles. Beneath the tables sat baskets teeming with writhing living maggots. Gritting her teeth against revulsion, Bai Lingxue approached the chef and whispered, "Which table requires delivery?" The chef, a ghost wearing a white cap and possessing an elephantine trunk, glared fiercely at her, his voice dripping with malevolence. Room 208. Startled by the glare, Bai Lingxue stumbled backward several steps. The dishes are already laid out. Hurry and deliver them. With that, the chef crouched slightly, plunged his hand into one of the maggot-filled baskets beneath the table, and shoved a fistful into his mouth. The sharp crunch of mandibles echoed unmistakably. A burst of maggot juice flooded his mouth. Bai Lingxue stepped forward, gazed at the dishes upon the table, and blinked in astonishment. All vegetarian fare meant for humans. She swallowed hard, her tongue darting instinctively, aching to taste just one bite. Having vomited last night's meal, she now raged with hunger, her stomach hollow and gnawing. But she dared not. Discovery would bring severe punishment. Without further hesitation, she swiftly transferred the 4 dishes onto her cart. The large bottle of Coca-Cola followed. She arrived at room 208. Knock, knock, knock. 3 precise raps. Greetings, honored guest. I am delivery agent 0608. Enter. A crisp, resonant voice answered from within. Bai Lingxue pushed the door open and entered, head bowed, pushing her cart behind her. Bai Lingxue, long time no see. A familiar, clear voice rang in her ears. In the next instant, she lifted her gaze and froze, eyes wide with stunned disbelief. Before her stood a young man, smiling gently. Su Han, how can you possibly be here? Bai Lingxue stared at him, incredulous, her voice trembling faintly. I'm a guest, Su Han replied with a light smile. You're a guest? That's impossible. Her eyes widened further, as if reality itself had fractured before her. Enough, let's not linger. Please serve the dishes. I'm starving. Su Han swiftly changed the subject, patting his stomach with his right hand. Oh, yes, of course. She bent low and carefully placed the 4 dishes and the large bottle of Coca-Cola onto the table. You may go about your duties, Su Han waved dismissively. Yet, Bai Lingxue seemed not to hear him. Her gaze locked unblinkingly upon the 4 dishes, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. Do you wish to eat some too? Su Han instantly understood and asked. Bai Lingxue nodded silently. All right then, let's eat together. Seeing Bai Lingxue's ravenous expression, Su Han frowned slightly, but still nodded. He had heard that Bai Lingxue's family was quite wealthy. Perhaps after they got out, she would reward him with treasures, techniques, elixirs, and the like. He would gladly accept them. He chuckled to himself. He was never one to suffer losses. Thank you so much. Su Han's words warmed Bai Lingxue's heart, yet a few rebellious tears slipped down her cheeks. She had grown up in an affluent family, constantly surrounded by sycophants. It was insufferable. To escape those who fawned over her, she had gradually changed her personality. In the end, Bai Lingxue had become an icy, domineering beauty. Although she had prepared thoroughly, she had still underestimated the harsh living conditions of the ghost domain. This place was simply not fit for humans. Affection points from Bai Lingxue 20. Don't mention it, eat up quickly. Su Han waved his hand dismissively. Bai Lingxue hummed softly in acknowledgement, reaching up to wipe her tears. After drying her eyes, she rubbed her hands clean on her work uniform. The next second, Bai Lingxue sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and frantically piled all 4 dishes into her bowl, abandoning all pretense of ladylike decorum as she devoured the food. She wolfed it down. Eat slowly, no rush. Su Han said with a smile. If I eat too slowly, the patrollers might catch me, and then I'd be severely punished. Bai Lingxue spoke between mouthfuls. Patrollers? Su Han was puzzled. They're ghosts that patrol the rooms, checking if any employees are slacking off or cutting corners. Oh, I see. Just as they were talking, wait, I haven't even eaten yet, and you've finished everything. I never knew you could eat so much. Are you a pig? Staring at the empty plates on the table, Su Han was dumbfounded. Sorry, I was just so hungry. Su Han's words made Bai Lingxue blush instantly. After speaking, she let out a loud, satisfied burp, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red, burning hot, like a Fuji apple. And you've gulped down more than half of the cola. Your tiny little stomach sure can hold a lot. Su Han was speechless. I'm sorry. I'll pay you back. Bai Lingxue immediately panicked. How will you pay me back? These 4 dishes cost dozens of ghost coins. You can't afford it. Or maybe you plan to sleep with me tonight. Su Han deliberately put on a stern face to scare Bai Lingxue and to tease her a little. As expected, Bai Lingxue's face turned pale with fright. She knew that the currency in the ghost domain was the ghost coin, and it was extremely valuable. 1 ghost coin had the purchasing power of 100 yuan in the human world. Moreover, an employee's annual salary was a paltry 100 ghost coins. It seemed capitalism was equally exploitative in the ghost domain. However, the dishes at the Yellow Spring Tavern were exorbitantly priced. Even a small side dish cost at least 10 ghost coins. After all, this was the only eatery on Yellow Spring Street. Rarity made it precious. Thinking this, Bai Lingxue gritted her teeth and whispered, Su Han, how about I sleep with you tonight then? After she spoke, her face turned crimson. She lowered her head slightly and kept stealing glances at Su Han. Su Han was quite handsome and had a good personality, though his tongue was a bit sharp. She could accept it wasn't really a loss for her. Huh. Su Han was stunned, hardly believing his ears. She had actually agreed to his request. Was this still the aloof Bai Lingxue? What is this? Young lady not good enough for you? Seeing Su Han's reluctant expression, Bai Lingxue grew angry, lifted her head, and pouted. Bai Lingxue, let me tell you, this is the ghost domain, not the human world. I advise you to put away your arrogant attitude. Don't talk to me like that or it pisses me off. Bai Lingxue's words deeply annoyed Su Han. He spoke coldly, then added, besides, I'm not interested in you for now. I'll let you know when I am. You? Bai Lingxue stamped her foot in anger. Su Han was impervious to her tactics, but she dared not retort. After all, in the ghost domain, she really had to listen to Su Han. Why did you say that to me just now? Say what? Su Han was confused. You know perfectly well what I mean. I've forgotten. About me. Sleeping with you. Tonight, that sentence. As she finished speaking, Bai Lingxue's voice grew quieter and her face began to burn. Oh, that was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Su Han suddenly understood. What? You tricked me. How dare you? Bai Lingxue was momentarily stunned, then glared coldly at Su Han. Grumble. Just then a sound rang out. All right, enough messing around. I'm starving. Go and order the same dishes again. Su Han patted his stomach and immediately instructed. Okay. Hearing the grumble, Bai Lingxue felt a bit embarrassed. With that, she turned and pushed the cart out of room 208. Affection points from Bai Lingxue 88. At the Yellow Spring Tavern. In a corner on the first floor. Zhou Tianbao pushed a cleaning cart, nervously turning left, walking a distance, then turning right to arrive before a dark wooden door. A faint shadowy figure floated behind him, following closely. Above the door were 4 golden characters, Yellow Spring Toilet. He pushed the door open. Instantly, a wave of nauseating stench wafted out, making Zhou Tianbao feel extremely sick, almost vomiting his stomach acid again. But when Zhou Tianbao looked inside, he fainted on the spot. Oh my God, is this a toilet? What kind of toilet is the size of a basketball court? This place was practically a cesspool. No wonder the harshest punishment at the Yellow Spring Tavern was cleaning the toilet. It made one's legs weak and scalp tingle. You stinking rat, stop playing dead and get to work, or I'll swallow you alive. Seeing this, the shadow approached Zhou Tianbao and threatened him with a sinister voice. Frightened, Zhou Tianbao scrambled to his feet. He glanced at the shadow, his whole body trembling. Then he went to the cleaning cart, grabbed the tools, and prepared to clean the massive toilet. Standing before the cesspool, Zhou Tianbao took a deep breath and began to work. Why do I have to be here cleaning up ghost feces? While Su Han enjoys a fine meal in the restaurant, the gap in treatment is just too wide. Heaven is unfair, so unfair. Enduring the foul odor, Zhou Tianbao cleaned the feces while brooding over these thoughts, growing angrier by the minute. He hated Su Han to the core. If it weren't for that bastard, he wouldn't be suffering here. Damn you, Su Han. Meanwhile, resentment points from Zhou Tianbao 88. Receiving the resentment points, Su Han, who was walking on Yellow Spring Street, was taken aback. I don't think I did anything to Zhou Tianbao. Why is he resenting me again? It's totally baffling. Caught in the crossfire for no reason. Heading west, Suhan walked along the street of the dead, touching his belly. It felt rather full. He had just spent a total of 150 ghost coins at the Underworld Tavern, a fairly reasonable price. After all, everything he ordered was vegetarian. The taste was mediocre, yet it was still quite appetizing. When hungry, anything tastes good. Suhan glanced at the crescent moon pattern on his arm, countdown 432452. He was instantly stunned. It felt as if not much time had passed. How had 4 hours slipped away? Could the flow of time in the ghost realm be different from the mortal world? He pondered for a moment. Couldn't comprehend it. Forget it, he thought, better head to the ghost cave early to devour more specters. On the road, a chilling wind kept blowing, and from all directions came the occasional sound of wailing ghosts and howling wolves or low sobbing cries, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Skulking behind me, what business do you have? Suddenly, Suhan stopped, not turning his head, and spoke coldly. Oh my, what a handsome little mouse. Looks like my luck has arrived. But you're quite bold, strolling alone on the street of the dead. That truly surprises me. Running into me today? Count yourself unlucky. At that moment, a graceful figure stepped out from the dim light, eyes brimming with greed, a bloodshot tongue giving a slight lick. Another female ghost. Why do female ghosts always tail me? Seems being handsome has its troubles too. Suhan turned around and was instantly taken aback. This was a short-haired female ghost, her entire body splashed with garish colors. Frightfully hideous. Don't tell me you also want me as your male concubine. Seeing this, Suhan said in a deep voice. I have no interest in keeping a male concubine. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The short-haired female ghost sneered. Though I'm also heading west, I'm no Tang monk. All you female ghosts want to eat my flesh and drink my blood. You put me in a difficult position. Suhan's expression flickered. Wait, what did you just say? Suddenly, the short-haired female ghost's face shifted slightly. Which part? Suhan asked, puzzled. The part you just said. I can't recall. Quickly, you stinking rat, or he'll devour you this instant. The short-haired female ghost barked. As she spoke, her face instantly twisted into a gruesome, ferocious visage, revealing a massive, bloodied maw. Heading west. Or Tang monk. Or perhaps that I'm very handsome. Suhan's expression remained perfectly calm as he listed a few keywords. Seeing that Suhan wasn't intimidated, the short-haired female ghost was quite astonished and shook her head. None of those. Male concubine. Suhan thought of another word. Yes, that's the one. The short-haired female ghost nodded. You've encountered the slit-mouthed woman. She knew that only the slit-mouthed woman had a taste for that sort of thing. After all, that one was far too ugly, no comparison to herself. Indeed. Then how did you escape her clutches? Why would I run? Suhan suddenly smiled. What do you mean? The short-haired female ghost asked, utterly bewildered. I killed her, Suhan said flatly. You killed the slit-mouthed woman. The short-haired female ghost froze for a moment, then her face drastically changed as she swiftly turned and fled. If this rat could kill the slit-mouthed woman, his strength must be terrifying. After all, she was no match for that fiend. Trying to run. No chance. Seeing this, Suhan let out a cold snort. With a thought, a spirit-smiting brick appeared in his right hand. He murmured, extend. As he spoke, the spirit-smiting brick rapidly lengthened like a magical cudgel, striking the back of the short-haired female ghost's head. Aya! The short-haired female ghost screamed in agony, instantly transforming into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the brick. Spirit-smiting brick, EXP 1. Kill value 10. Such a measly first-level ghost dares to strut before me, truly ignorant of death. After dealing with the short-haired female ghost, Suhan immediately stored the spirit-smiting brick in his inventory and muttered to himself. Then he continued westward. Along the way, many ghosts still tried to prey on Suhan, but he dispatched them all instantly, with the spirit-smiting brick forcing the other first-level ghosts to keep a wide berth. After an unknown stretch of time, Suhan arrived at a dense forest shrouded in mist. The forest was dotted with tombstones of varying sizes, each engraved with characters. Under the night sky, a faint moonlight slanted across rows of cold stone tablets. A breeze passed by, the desolate wind whispering in solitude, mourning for the slumbering dead. Suhan strolled along the weed-covered path of the graveyard, producing a faint creaking sound. Even as the bane of first-level ghosts, he felt a creeping dread on his scalp, terrifying beyond words. Finally, he realized this was the ghost cave the ferocious ghost had mentioned. Seeing this, Suhan surmised that the first-level ghosts were hiding within these graves. The graveyard stretched endlessly, countless in number. Next, he approached the nearest tomb. From beneath the earth came intermittent wails and howls enough to send chills down one's spine. Then, with a thought, the spirit-smiting brick materialized in Suhan's right hand. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward. Arriving before the tombstone, he tapped the stone tablet with the brick. Who goes there? Suddenly, a deep, resonant, icy voice emerged from underground. Ghost Extermination Squad. What mischief are you up to in there? Come out and face your doom. Suhan had a sudden inspiration. Don't talk nonsense. We're not up to any mischief. You are up to mischief. Well, it's a stinking rat outside. At that moment, the ghost inside the tomb suddenly caught a strange odor and let out a loud cry. Boom. The next second, the stone tablet sank into the ground with a series of rumbling sounds. Seeing this, Suhan quickly stepped back a few paces. Soon a ghost emerged. The two locked eyes. It's you. Suhan was taken aback. It was the maggot ghost that had broken into the hall. Stinking rat. How did you find this place? Impossible. The moment the maggot ghost saw Suhan's true face, its entire body trembled with fear, maggots continuously dropping off. After all, the ghost cave was far from the street of the dead. Humans could never reach here. Nothing is impossible. Now you can die. Seeing this, Suhan felt a wave of nausea. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and he swung the spirit-smiting brick squarely at the maggot ghost's forehead. Oh! In an instant, the maggot ghost screamed, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that entered the brick. Spirit-smiting brick, EXP1. Kill value 10. Next, Suhan turned his gaze forward. It was a stone staircase with wall lamps on both sides casting a faint, eerie glow. He then descended the stone steps directly. Moments later, a group of ghosts drawn by the scream rushed over. When they saw Suhan's face, they too were greatly startled. Damn stinking rat, you killed Brother Maggot. You won't leave this graveyard alive today. The leader was the intestine ghost, speaking with venomous hatred. Oh, Suhan replied indifferently. Brothers, devour this stinking rat for me. Enraged by Suhan's contempt, the intestine ghost trembled with fury and gave the order. Kill. Kill. The swarm of ghosts behind him opened their jaws wide, lunging at Suhan's head and body. Since you're all so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Watching the ferocious ghosts charging at him, Suhan gripped the spirit-smiting brick, a strange, sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, woo-woo. The specters charging straight at Suhan were swatted dead like mosquitoes by his ghost-slaying brick, emitting a series of agonized screams before vanishing into thin air. Ghost-slaying brick experience 1. Kill value 10. Ghost-slaying brick experience 1. Kill value 10. As the specters perished one by one, a large number of ghost coins scattered across the ground. Witnessing this, the intestine ghost stood dumbfounded, trembling in place. This was no rat at the mercy of specters. It was a demon. No, I must flee, or I'll die a miserable death here. Snapping back to reality, the intestine ghost's face twisted in terror and ferocity as it turned to flee back into the depths of the cemetery. For there was a hidden escape tunnel within. Yet, when the intestine ghost turned to run, it found its legs immobile, merely marching in place. Why aren't you running? Suhan, having dispatched the other specters, looked at the intestine ghost with a puzzled expression. You're stepping on my intestines. How can I run? The intestine ghost lamented, tears welling up. Oh. Suhan glanced down, saw it was true, and moved his right foot away. The intestine ghost's heart leaped with joy as it bolted forward. Thinking you can escape me? Do you think you can get away? Watching the intestine ghost's retreating figure, Suhan chuckled. Oh. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the cemetery. Ghost-slaying brick experience 1. Kill value 10. After finishing off the intestine ghost, Suhan stored the ghost-slaying brick in his inventory and bent down to collect the ghost coins scattered on the ground. So many ghost coins. His eyes lit up briefly. After picking them all up, Suhan's expression soured. All these ghost coins were in denominations of 10 and 5, not a single 50, totaling a mere 100 ghost coins. What a bunch of broke specters. Next, Suhan scanned the cemetery interior. It was just barren ground, bare and empty. Shaking his head, he turned and strode out of the cemetery. Soon Suhan pushed through the eerie grass to the second tombstone, waking the specters within in the same manner. Oh. Before long, he had smashed all those specters to death with the ghost-slaying brick. Next, the third cemetery. The specters underground were all devoured. The fourth cemetery the same. The 20th cemetery. After eliminating all the specters underground, Suhan looked up and gazed toward a distant direction where a faint, terrifying aura seemed to linger. That aura could annihilate him in an instant. Truly fearsome. After a moment's observation, Suhan glanced at the crescent pattern on his arm, countdown 051452. Damn. Unknowingly, only 5 hours remained. Time flies. He couldn't keep killing like this, or he'd never see Qin Shaoqian. So Suhan halted his advance to the next cemetery. He then called up his attribute panel. Name: Suhan, talent copy I, strength 65, agility 67, constitution 18, spirit 25, copy ability 0, kill value 1/0, draw chances 11588. Seeing the numbers, Suhan was stunned. 11100 points. That meant he had killed 1110 first-level specters. Incredible. He hadn't even realized had slain so many. Letting out a soft breath, Suhan quickly calmed himself and asked curiously, System, can I draw? No. The system replied coldly. Why, you need to accumulate 10 draws for the lucky wheel. Oh, all right. Suhan felt a bit helpless. With that, he began inspecting the ghost-slaying brick's attributes. Ghost-slaying brick type, growth value, 1 grow grade silver, can transform into a staff, or whip devouring power 109, instantly kills second-level specters. Suhan gasped inwardly. The ghost-slaying brick had jumped 2 levels in one go. Unbelievable. And now it could transform, instantly killing second-level specters. Seeing this, Suhan's heart surged with elation. He could now strut through Yellow Spring Street. The mere thought thrilled him. Next, Suhan began toying with the ghost-slaying brick, turning it into a staff, a whip, shrinking it, enlarging it, thickening it. Thick and large. It was quite fun. After playing for a while, a thought struck Suhan, and he sighed. It's a pity you'll soon leave the ghost domain, and I don't know when I can return. After all, he was practically invincible on the first layer of the ghost domain. He could slay first and second level specters with ease while amassing kill value. Kill value could infinitely duplicate talents and evolve them. That was a precious resource. Host, don't worry. I've just detected a method to enter and leave the ghost domain at will. Just then the system spoke up. Enter and leave at will. Suhan was taken aback, then a look of ecstasy spread across his face as he urged, tell me quickly. The key, the system uttered 2 words. What do you mean? Suhan was confused. On the first layer of the ghost domain, a key is hidden that allows free passage in and out. Where? Yellow Spring Street. Specific location. The brothel. The brothel. Hearing this, Suhan was stunned. He knew full well what a brothel was for. He just never expected the key to be hidden there. Truly unbelievable. You should hurry over. I see time is running short. The system reminded him. All right. Suhan nodded. With that, he turned and dashed eastward. The brothel was located in the bustling central area of Yellow Spring Street, a place high-level specters yearned for. Arriving not far from the brothel's entrance, Suhan looked up. Between 2 pillars hung a plaque bearing the 4 red characters, Yellow Spring Fragrant Court, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Dear patrons, come on in and take a look. At that moment, 2 seductive female specters with thickly powdered faces and bold eyebrows were hawking by the door of Yellow Spring Fragrant Court. Suhan stepped toward the entrance. Stinky rat, we don't take laborers here. Scram, don't disturb our business. The seductive specter on the right cast a disdainful glance at Suhan. Indeed, the one on the left chimed in. You misunderstand. I'm here for entertainment. Unfazed by their scolding, Suhan simply curled his lips and spoke softly. Hearing this, the 2 female specters paused, exchanged a look, and then broke into sinister grins. First time I've seen a rat dare to come to Yellow Spring Fragrant Court for fun. Quite bold. The right specter remarked with a smirk. Well, now you have. Suhan shrugged, his demeanor calm. I think you're asking for death. The sisters inside will suck you dry until you're nothing but jerky. Seeing Suhan's nonchalance, the right specter's face turned icy. I'm not afraid. Suhan shook his head. The 2 female specters were taken aback once more. The 2 female ghosts stared blankly at Suhan, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of their lips. This mouse truly knew not the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. Did he not realize this was the dominion of the dead? How dare he utter such arrogant words before them? A sheer invitation to death. What? You don't believe me? Why don't one of you step forward and try? Haha. Suhan's lips curled slightly as he let out a soft chuckle. No, we do not initiate attacks on mice. I advise you to scram immediately and cease hindering our reception of guests. The female ghost on the right sneered. Forget it, I won't bandy words with you ghosts. Pressed for time, Suhan had to swiftly locate the key to freely traverse the ghost domain. With a mere thought, a ghost coin of 1,000 denomination materialized in his hand, which he then brandished before the 2 female ghosts. Initially, Suhan had intended to eliminate the 2 female ghosts outright, but upon further reflection, he deemed it unwise. Such an act would invite an unending cascade of troubles. Not only would it waste time, but it might also render the key unfindable. Thus he abandoned the notion. What? This mouse possesses a ghost coin, and it's a 1,000 denomination at that. A chill ran down the spines of the 2 female ghosts as they stared at Suhan in disbelief. May I enter now? Seeing their astonishment, Suhan remarked calmly. Esteemed guest, please come in. With a soft exhale, the 2 female ghosts swiftly changed their demeanor, welcoming him with beaming smiles. They recognized only ghost coins regardless of the bearer's identity, even if it was a lowly mouse. So the ghost domain is just as mercenary, Suhan murmured to himself. With that, he stepped inside, arriving at the heart of the Yellow Spring Fragrance courtyard. Suhan cast his gaze around. A long crimson and gold brocade carpet stretched directly to the staircase, which branched into 2 flights ascending in opposite directions. The courtyard comprised 4 floors. Along the railings of each floor hung rows of large vertically linked crimson lanterns painted with a deep red lacquer that exuded an eerie aura. The ground floor was furnished with numerous small vermilion tables arranged in neat rows on either side. A variety of high-ranking ghosts were indulging in wine and idle chatter, each accompanied by a seductive female ghost. They remained utterly oblivious to the human's arrival. "Oh my, a distinguished guest. A truly distinguished guest." Suddenly, a plump female ghost fan in hand sashayed over with a radiant smile. Upon learning Su-Han's true identity, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Su-Han studied the plump female ghost, surmising she was the ghost madam of the establishment, and greeted her with a cupped fist. "Greetings. Oh my, the young master is so polite. This must be your first time seeking entertainment at the Yellow Spring Fragrance Courtyard." The plump female ghost teased while fanning herself. "Indeed." Su-Han nodded. "Young master, do you have any familiar ghost maidens?" the plump female ghost asked with a smile. Although she knew this mouse was a first-timer, he might have come seeking a specific reputation. "No." Su-Han shook his head. "Oh, shall I summon a few ghost maidens for your selection?" "That's acceptable." "Very well, young master, please wait a moment." With that, the plump female ghost swayed her hips and departed, still waving her fan. "System, do you know where the key is hidden?" Su-Han inquired. The ghost flower queen, the system, uttered 3 words. A glint of light sparked in Su-Han's eyes. "Young master, I have brought the ghost maidens. Please make your choice." Soon the plump female ghost returned, trailed by a group of ghost maidens. Su-Han hummed softly and swept his gaze over them. The ghost maidens were all attractive, with slender figures and pleasing features. But none stood out exceptionally. This meant the ghost flower queen was not among them. He counted carefully. There were 9 ghost maidens in total. Although these ghost maidens are good-looking, none meet my satisfaction. Seeing this, Su-Han shook his head and sighed. "What? You are dissatisfied with all of them?" The plump female ghost was taken aback. The other 9 ghost maidens were equally stunned, feeling slighted, and some even shot Su-Han a glare. In their view, their beauty was more than sufficient to accompany a mere mouse. They couldn't believe he had turned them all down. How infuriating. Resentment points 20 from XXXX. Resentment points 40 from XXX. Resentment points 50 from XX. Upon seeing these resentment points, Su-Han suddenly let out a cold snort. "It seems your ghost maidens are somewhat displeased with me. I am quite angry." "No such thing, young master, please don't be upset." The plump female ghost quickly intervened to smooth things over. With that, she shot a fierce glare at the 9 ghost maidens and said, "You may all return now." "Yes, madam." The 9 ghost maidens nodded and turned to walk back inside. "After they had left, my apologies." The plump female ghost apologized again. "It's nothing." Su-Han waved his hand. "Since the Yellow Spring Fragrance Courtyard has no ghost maiden to your liking, I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. Perhaps you could try elsewhere." The plump female ghost smiled, issuing a dismissal. "That may not be necessary." Su-Han replied with a mysterious smile. "What do you mean?" The plump female ghost was puzzled, then a thought struck her, and she ventured, "Do you have a particular preference?" She knew most esteemed guests favored beautiful ghost maidens with fine figures. But there was also a rare minority who preferred ghost maidens of unsightly appearance and distorted form. This time it was Su-Han's turn to be puzzled. "Young master, what do you think of me?" Suddenly, the plump female ghost winked at Su-Han and twirled around on the spot. "Enough, stop spinning. I have no interest in you. I am seeking the ghost flower queen of the Yellow Spring Fragrance Courtyard." Realization dawned on Su-Han, who now understood the particular preference the plump female ghost had alluded to. He made a gagging gesture and waved his hand dismissively. "What? You wish to see the ghost flower queen?" Su-Han's words stunned the plump female ghost, causing her to halt her twirling. "What? Is that not permitted?" "It's not that it's forbidden, but the ghost flower queen generally does not receive guests." "Oh, I see." Su-Han nodded in understanding. This complicated matters greatly. If the ghost flower queen refused to see visitors, he would have no choice but to force his way in. "Young master, it's not that I was unwilling to introduce you earlier, but there were reasons. I hope you can understand." The plump female ghost explained. "I understand that, but one must try to know the outcome." Su-Han nodded slightly. "Now go and inform the ghost flower queen. Perhaps she will find me intriguing." "Very well." The plump female ghost replied reluctantly. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, arriving at room 408, the celestial suite. "Miss Bai, there is a guest outside who wishes to see you." The plump female ghost stood by the bed and spoke softly through the bed curtains. "I have said I do not receive guests. Must I repeat myself?" A cold voice emanated from within. The ghost flower queen was named by Shur. "This guest is different," the plump female ghost said slowly. "Oh, do tell." Bai Shishi's interest was piqued. "He is a mouse, quite handsome in appearance and with a fine physique. He might very well suit your taste." "This is rather intriguing." Before long, Bai Shur agreed to meet Su-Han, but insisted on appraising him from a distance before making a final decision. Then she rose from her bed, her feet touching the floor, and walked towards the door. Bai Shur, her face veiled in black, approached the railing on the 4th floor. She glanced down at the 1st floor, where a handsome young man in a white t-shirt and jeans stood in the hall looking around. Her eyes brightened slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a subtle smile. "What do you think?" the plump female ghost beside her whispered. "Not bad. Bring him up," Shattering said calmly. "All right." The plump ghost rejoiced, and immediately turned to rush down to the first floor. Shashi's gaze lingered on Suhan, radiating boundless allure. However, as if sensing the stare from above, Suhan turned and looked up. Their eyes met, one human, one ghost. A veiled ghost courtesan. Suhan was instantly thrilled. It was well known that a woman wearing a veil was either hideously ugly or breathtakingly beautiful. One feared frightening others, the other feared enchanting them. The one upstairs was the latter, a celestial beauty, for she was the ghost courtesan of the Yellow Spring Fragrance Courtyard. Seeing Suhan looking up, Shattering turned and walked back into her room. Just then the plump ghost approached Suhan, flamboyantly announcing that the ghost courtesan wished to see him. Suhan felt no surprise. He had expected this from her glance. Under the plump ghost's guidance, he arrived at room 408, the Tianzi suite. He knocked 3 times. "Enter." A seductive voice came from within. The next moment, Suhan pushed the door open. With a creak, the door swung open. The scene shifted. Suhan felt as if he had stepped into a room steeped in femininity, filled with an intoxicating fragrance that lingered endlessly. The walls were adorned with murals of half-nude women, a truly provocative sight. Irresistible. He was on the verge of a nosebleed. But then, near a bed draped in red gauze, sat a half-naked, stunningly beautiful woman. "Come here, handsome," she beckoned. Come on. They'll treat you well." The alluring woman seduced him with a passionate gaze, her sensual lips parting as she extended a long, fair, and delicate leg. She was like a goddess incarnate. Suhan, unable to resist, felt his face flush like a red apple, his heart pounding as his male instincts surged. The next second, he charged forward, shedding his clothes one by one. "Host, wake up. This is an illusion." The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "An illusion, I?" Startled, Suhan shook his head, instantly regaining clarity. His body trembled, his palms slick with sweat. He muttered to himself, "I fell into an illusion. Damn it." If not for the system's warning, Suhan might have been drained dry by the ghost courtesan. The thought alone sent chills down his spine. Men were indeed creatures driven by instinct, and he was no exception. It was a primal response. Lust was a blade hanging over one's head, not to be trifled with. Faced with such beauty, his resolve was still weak. As the saying goes, even heroes struggle to resist a beautiful woman. With that thought, Suhan exhaled softly, quickly picked up his clothes from the floor, and dressed himself, his expression turning grim. "Activate the copy eye." The next moment, Suhan chanted silently, his right eye glowing with a purple aura. With a soft cry, break, the purple light radiated outward, shattering the illusion and dispelling it completely. "What? You broke my illusion?" "Impossible." Shattering was stunned, staring at Suhan in disbelief. Simultaneously, Suhan was equally shocked. Under the copy eye's light, he saw a ghost with a fox's face, a humanoid body, and a white tail, sitting on a mahogany bed. A hybrid of human and fox. "System, what kind of ghost is this?" Suhan took a deep breath and asked. "A fox ghost," the system replied. "A fox ghost." Suhan was puzzled, having never heard of such a creature. Fox ghosts often roam in the mist of dark nights, revealing only their form, not their face. When people let down their guard, they harm and devour them. Though they can take human form, they cannot conjure a human face, retaining their fur and tail. The system explained. Suhan now had a general understanding. He then deactivated the copy eye and glanced at the ghost courtesan. She was completely different, veiled in black, with a curvaceous figure dressed seductively, exuding an enchanting allure. Suhan was astonished. So this beautiful appearance was an illusion conjured by the ghost courtesan. No wonder she rarely met guests. She feared being recognized by higher-level ghosts. "You filthy rat, who exactly are you?" Shattering interrupted Suhan's thoughts, demanding. "I'm your father." Suhan shouted angrily, having nearly fallen for the fox ghost's trick. "You're asking for death." Shashi's face twisted with rage. "Fox ghost, spare the nonsense. Hand over the key, or I won't go easy on you," Suhan said bluntly. "What key?" Shattering was confused, then a sudden realization made her face pale. Her whole body trembled as she stared at Suhan in disbelief. "How did you know my true form?" Not even the ghosts of Yellow Spring Street, nor the ghost madam, knew her identity. That was how well she had concealed it. "Since I could break your illusion, your true form was bound to be revealed." "Simple logic," Suhan said with a smile. "Do you possess a skill to see through illusions, eh?" Shattering speculated. "Not bad, you're quite sharp," Suhan remarked in surprise. Shattering was speechless. How could such a monstrous skill exist in this world? Now all her secrets were exposed to this filthy rat. It was infuriating. Perhaps she should just devour him later. Shashi's resentment 50. Seeing the resentment points, Suhan sneered. "Hand over the key now." "I really don't know what you're talking about." Shattering rolled her eyes. "The key to freely enter and leave the ghost domain," Suhan clarified. At this, Shashi's expression shifted slightly, but she was inwardly shocked. How did this rat uncover such a crucial secret? She could understand her true form being exposed, but the secret of freely entering the ghost domain was incomprehensible. It was utterly unbelievable. Who on earth was this opponent? With that thought, Bashir inhaled a breath of energy, quickly calming herself, and said coldly, "Filthy rat, I don't understand what you're saying. Are you playing dumb, or do you think I'm easy to fool? I advise you not to, or today will be your last." Heh, Suhan chuckled. With a silent incantation, the ghost-pressing brick appeared in his right hand, and he stepped slowly toward Bashir. What the hell? A brick? Bashir was taken aback, a faint sneer curling at the corners of her lips as she looked at Suhan. Yes, a brick. Suhan strode forward with a confident gait, replying with a smile. Do you intend to use a brick against me? Oh, how utterly ridiculous. Bashir taunted. Indeed, Suhan replied coolly. As he continued walking, a smirk suddenly played on his lips. Laugh all you want. Soon she wouldn't even have time to cry. A single brick would silence her for good. Heh. As Suhan drew closer, Bashir chuckled softly, dropping the pretense and dispelling her illusion to reveal her true form. She had a fox's face, a human body, and a white tail sprouting from her rear. The next moment, she licked her lips, and a strange flickering light emanated from her eyes. Finally, she opened her gaping maw, her entire appearance becoming grotesque and menacing. Ow wow. With a sudden howl, Bashir lunged forward like a leopard, her wide-open jaws aiming for Suhan's head. Yet, faced with the charging fox spirit, Suhan remained utterly unruffled, a faint smile gracing his face. He then transformed the brick into a long staff. He swung the staff, landing a solid blow on the fox spirit's head. Instantly, wisps of black energy surged from the staff, swiftly enveloping the creature's head. What the devil is this? Bashir realized with horror that the staff was devouring her body, and she let out a piercing, icy shriek. Now she understood. That unremarkable brick was a spectral artifact. How laughable her earlier mockery of Suhan had been. At this rate, she would be dead. She could not die. If you kill me, the key to the ghost domain will be lost forever. Oh. Hearing this, Suhan paused in surprise, immediately retracting the ghost brick, and stared coldly at the fox spirit before him. Seeing this, Bashir let out a long, chilling sigh, still trembling from her brush with death. A moment later, and she would have been consumed by the staff. Is the key on you? Suhan inquired. Yes, Bashir nodded. Where is it? Hand it over. To be honest, I am the key. You're the key, Suhan exclaimed in astonishment. Bashir softly affirmed. How so? I possess the ability to traverse time and space, allowing me to enter and leave the ghost domain at will. Holy crap. Time travel. That's incredible. Suhan was utterly stunned. However, I can only use it once a month for now. Bashir said helplessly. Why? Because my power is too weak. So the stronger you become, the more times you can traverse in a month. Suhan guessed. Yes, Bashir nodded. Fascinating. A curve formed on Suhan's lips. If he could enter the ghost domain several times a month, he could slay countless ghosts and amass a greater kill count. After all, the kill count could replicate abilities without limit and even evolve them. The very thought was exhilarating. But suddenly a problem occurred to Suhan. If I take this fox spirit outside, it might cause panic among humans. That's a bit troublesome. Host, that's simple. The system's voice chimed in. Oh, go on. You can sign a master-servant contract with this fox spirit. She will then merge with your body and remain undetected by humans. Moreover, she can protect your life at any time. The system explained. Excellent, that's a brilliant idea. Suhan's eyes lit up, then he fell silent. Merging with a ghost sounded rather disgusting, but for the sake of the kill count, he would endure it. Meanwhile, Bashir awaited Suhan's judgment, her entire body trembling, incessantly terrified of being devoured, a fate that would leave her utterly desolate. Since you can traverse time and space, sign a master-servant contract with me. Suhan raised his head to look at Bashir and spoke slowly. A master-servant contract. Bashir was momentarily stunned, then sighed inwardly. To her, signing a master-servant contract with a human was an unbearable insult. But to survive, she had no choice. After all, this human before her had the power to kill her instantly, and she couldn't use her time-traversal ability to escape right now. The reason was simple. Bashir had already used it once and would have to wait until next month. What's your decision? Seeing Bashir frozen in place, Suhan asked. All right, I'll sign the master-servant contract with you. Taking a deep breath, Bashir glanced at Suhan and nodded slightly. That's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. Suhan smiled. Let's begin then. Bashir said, then added, shall I teach you? No need, I know how. Suhan waved his hand, then asked inwardly, system, tell me how. The system then explained. After listening, Suhan bit his thumb, drawing blood, and used his fingertip to draw a strange pattern on the ground. Soon the blood curse contract was complete, and the pattern on the ground emitted a radiant blood-red glow. Your turn. Suhan looked at Bashir. All right. With that, Bashir quickly walked to the pattern and pressed her thumb against it. Ding! Congratulations. You have signed a master-servant contract with the Fox Spirit. From this moment on, the Fox Spirit will protect the host's life with unwavering loyalty. If the host dies, the Fox Spirit will die as well. Conversely, the host will not perish. As the words faded, both the human and the spirit received this information in their minds. After reading the message, Su-Han smiled faintly. Bai Shishi's face instantly turned deathly pale. From now on, I am your master. Disobeying my orders will lead only to death. Su-Han's expression suddenly turned cold. Yes, master, Bai Shishi replied with a cupped fist utterly devoid of any will to resist. The slightest hint of betrayal would ignite a searing pain deep in her soul, reducing her to ashes in an instant. At the same time, Su-Han received detailed information about Bai Shishi. Servant Spirit, Nine-Tailed Fox Spirit. Level 1. Abilities: Time-Space, Traversal Illusion. Seeing this, Su-Han was astounded. He looked at Bai Shishi and asked, "You're a Nine-Tailed Fox Spirit?" "Yes, master," Bai Shishi nodded. "Then, why do you only have one tail?" "Each time my power increases by one level, I grow another tail until I have 9 tails." "Oh, I see. Also, my real name isn't Bai Shishi." "Then what is it?" "Bai Hu." Bai Shishi uttered 2 words. "Bai Hu. That name suits you." Su-Han was taken aback, then praised. "Thank you for the compliment, master." Bai Hu expressed her gratitude. Su-Han hummed softly and continued, "From now on, follow me, and I guarantee it'll help you evolve into a 9-tailed fox spirit." Bai Hu's eyes suddenly sparkled with infinite light, as if envisioning that day. Just then a voice sounded. Ding! The host may choose any part of the body for the fox spirit to inhabit. "The navel," Su-Han said after a moment's thought, feeling as if he were opening a third eye. Besides, the navel was above a certain area. Though the fox spirit's true form was ugly, she could shape-shift. A seductress. Lowly girls. A queen. White stockings. It seemed the fox spirit could take any form. Then Su-Han glanced at the moon-shaped mark on his arm. Countdown, 0 to 1314. Time was running out. He had to leave the Yellow Spring Fragrance courtyard immediately. "Shall I come with me now?" Su-Han looked at the white fox, but did not urge her to enter his body. "All right, master." The white fox nodded. She quite liked the name Xiaobai. The next moment, Su-Han turned and walked toward the door, while the white fox transformed into Bai Shishi's form and followed him. Arriving on the first floor. "Honored guest, Miss Bai, what are you doing?" The plump female ghost looked at Su-Han and the white fox, utterly bewildered. "I'm taking Bai Shishi for the night," Su-Han said to the plump female ghost. "Taking her? What do you mean?" The plump female ghost was taken aback. "It means I'm taking her to spend the night elsewhere," Su-Han explained calmly. "What? Did I hear that right?" The plump female ghost was astonished. "You heard correctly. I am willing to go with him." At that moment, the white fox wearing a black veil spoke. "Very well." The white fox's words left the plump female ghost momentarily stunned. It was well known that Bai Shishi rarely received guests, not even higher-ranking ghosts. But ever since this rat arrived, everything had changed. Not only had Bai Shishi readily agreed to meet him, but she was also willing to go out with him for the night. Clearly, Bai Shishi had truly been captivated by this rat. It was simply unbelievable. "How many ghost coins?" Su-Han asked. 1,000, the plump female ghost replied. "So expensive. This is a ripoff. Miss Bai is the ghost courtesan of the Yellow Spring Fragrance courtyard, so of course, she's expensive." "Fine." With that, Su-Han thought for a moment, and 1,000 denomination coin appeared in his palm. He tossed it casually to the plump female ghost. He had initially considered redeeming the white fox, but upon careful thought it seemed unwise. He was about to leave the ghost realm, and the redemption price was too high. He had no desire to make a losing deal. The plump female ghost caught the coin and was instantly overjoyed. Soon after, Su-Han led the white fox out of the Yellow Spring Fragrance courtyard. Watching the departing figures of the man and the ghost, the 2 female ghosts at the entrance were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping. Not only had this rat survived, but he had also seduced the ghost courtesan. His flirting skills were simply incredible. Walking along the Yellow Spring Street, Su-Han said, "Xiaobai, you can come in now." At that moment, Su-Han stopped. The white fox softly acknowledged, instantly transforming into a wisp of black smoke that entered Su-Han's body and settled in his navel. Suddenly, his navel emitted a strange radiance resembling an upright eye, like the third eye of Erlang Shin, shimmering with silver light. Yet, this eye was filled with enchantment and seduction. Anyone who glimpsed it would be deeply ensnared in an illusion. Naturally, the stronger one's power, the less susceptible they were, and vice versa. "Xiaobai, you can enchant enemies when needed, right?" Su-Han asked, quite satisfied. "Yes, master," the white fox replied. "Good." With that, Su-Han headed toward the Yellow Spring bathhouse. Soon he stood at the entrance and directly produced a 500 denomination ghost coin. The gate ghost glanced at it, slightly surprised, then respectfully called out, "Respected guest, please enter." Su-Han stepped inside. Arriving at the bathhouse counter. "I want a bath," Su-Han said to the female ghost at the counter. "Honored guest, what kind of bath would you like?" The female ghost looked at Su-Han momentarily startled, then asked, What options do you have? Human blood bath, milk bath, herbal bath, steam bath, needle bath. They'll take a milk bath. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. By the way, I want Chen Xiaoqian to scrub me. Suhan suddenly added. I'm sorry, she's attending to a guest, the female ghost said after checking the records, apologizing. Oh, which room am I in? Room 403. And Chen Xiaoqian. She's in room 407. Can I be placed next to her? Suhan asked. Room 406 is available, I'll arrange it for you, the female ghost said, checking again. Thanks. You're welcome. With that, Suhan turned and headed upstairs. He stopped in front of room 406. Stupid rat, too gentle, put more strength into it. Did you not eat? Believe me, you'll swallow you whole. Just then a furious roar came from the adjacent room. And master, this is the hardest I can manage, followed a trembling, tearful voice from inside. Suhan recognized it as Chun Xiaoqian's voice. He naturally wouldn't stand idly by and walked straight to the door of room 407. He knocked 3 times. Who is it? Your lord is bathing. A cold, scolding voice came from within. Am a waiter bringing water, Suhan improvised. Oh, come in. With that, Suhan pushed the door open and entered. He looked up and saw a massive ghost lying in a wooden bathtub with its eyes closed, looking quite relaxed. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqian was crouched on the ground, holding a brush to scrub the ghost, sobbing softly. Chen Xiaoqian, long time no see. Suhan smiled slightly. As his words fell, the massive ghost opened its eyes, glanced at Suhan, and then closed them again. It assumed Suhan was just another bathhouse attendant and paid him no mind. But Chen Xiaoqian was different. She turned around and froze. Suhan, why are you here? I came to have you scrub me. I don't have time now. As she spoke, Chen Xiaoqian glanced at the ghost in the tub and breathed a sigh of relief. You do? Suhan smiled. Chen Xiaoqian was full of question marks. Now I'll show you a magic trick. Watch closely, don't blink. With that, Suhan thought for a moment, and the ghost-slapping brick appeared in his hand. He suddenly vanished and reappeared before the wooden tub. Then he raised the brick and struck the massive ghost squarely on the forehead. The next second, before the massive ghost could react, it let out a scream and instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke that was absorbed into the brick. Ghost-slapping brick experience 2. Kill value 100. What just happened? A second-level ghost instantly slain by Suhan. Thighs. This. Suhan is too powerful. Chen Xiaoqian, standing nearby, was utterly stunned by the scene. Was that trick good? Seeing Chun Xiaoqian's astonished expression, Suhan asked with a smile. It was good. The bewildered Chun Xiaoqian nodded. Now that I've made that ghost disappear, you have time, right? Suhan smiled slightly. All right. Chen Xiaoqian paused, then praised. You're incredibly strong. Just average. Okay. Chen Xiaoqian still hadn't recovered her mind, reeling with shock, hardly believing what had just happened. All right, don't stand there dumbfounded. Come over and scrub me. Seeing Chen Xiaoqian frozen in place, Suhan called out. Chen Xiaoqian responded with an, oh, but then suddenly thought of something and her face flushed red. An hour had passed. After the milk bath, Suhan felt refreshed, his entire body exuding a milkshake scent. Incredibly fragrant. However, Chen Xiaoqian, standing beside him, had a face as red as Mount Fuji, burying her head in her chest, while occasionally stealing glances at Suhan. She had also taken a milk bath. Affection from Chen Xiaoqian, 99. Chen Xiaoqian, your skills are truly impressive. Seeing the affection value, Suhan praised her. Thank you, Chen Xiaoqian whispered. Then Suhan glanced at the crescent moon pattern on his right arm, countdown 003738. There was about half an hour left before leaving the ghost domain. Time flew by so fast. He hadn't had enough fun. If other participants heard this, they'd be furious. Suhan was having fun in the ghost domain while they were suffering. By the way, Xiaoqian, could you show me your ability? Suddenly, Suhan looked at Chen Xiaoqian and asked. Chen Xiaoqian was a bit surprised but nodded, then closed her eyes tightly and began to manifest her ability, Gas Chi. Copy eye activate. Suhan silently chanted, his right eye instantly glowing with a purple halo. Soon the air was filled with a scent similar to apples, fragrant, sweet, and sour, even with a hint of alcohol. Copy. The moment he smelled the gas, Suhan silently commanded. The next second, the purple halo enveloped the gas Chi, beginning to analyze it. Ding. Consumed 1,000 kill points. Great ability, Gas Chi successfully copied. Seeing the message, Suhan felt overjoyed, a hint of a smile spreading across his face. But it wasn't over yet. Evolved. He silently commanded again. Ding. Consumed 10,000 kill points. Great ability, Gas Chi successfully evolved into a great ability, 100 Poison's Body. Hearing the sound, Suhan was ecstatic, his face beaming with joy. Now he finally had his own ability. It felt fantastic. Then Suhan examined the detailed information about the great ability, 100 Poison's Body. It gathered all poisons under heaven, forging them into his body, making him impervious to water and fire, immune to all toxins, and resistant to evil, while also allowing him to release deadly poison. This ability is excellent, very fitting for my nature, Suhan muttered, then opened his attribute panel. Name Suhan Talent Copy Eyes Strength 65 Agility 67 Physique 1018 Spirit 25 Copied Ability 100 Poisons Body Proficiency Beginner Kill Points 200 Draws 2 2068 Points Ability Proficiency was divided into 4 levels: Beginner, Proficient, Expert, and Master. If 2 people had the same S-grade fire ability, someone at the Master level could instantly kill someone at the Beginner level. His physique attribute had directly increased by 1,000 points. The 100 Poisons Body was indeed a leap in quality, but his kill points were now only 200. Suhan felt as if he had returned to square one. What a pain. Since his physique had increased, could he now take intermediate and advanced strength pills? No sooner said than done. With a thought, a yellow pea-sized pill appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it. Immediately, his strength attribute reached 165 points. Next, Suhan swallowed another pill the size of a pigeon egg. Soon, his strength attribute reached 665 points, equivalent to a second-tier strength user. He felt a surge of immense power within him, his body brimming with explosive force. Clenching his fists and swinging them, the air tore with a sharp sound. Terrifying. Then Suhan opened the attributes of the Ghost Slapping Brick. Ghost Slapping Brick type, growth value 111-21000 level silver, can transform into a staff or whip. Devour power 1211 instantly kills second-grade ghosts. Each increase in growth value added 2 points, and Devour power also increased by 2 points. Suhan immediately knew the attribute gained from killing a second-grade ghost. He let out a soft breath, feeling quite pleased. Brother Han, you seem very happy. Seeing Suhan's radiant expression, Chen Shaoqian spoke softly. Of course I'm happy. There's only half an hour left before leaving the ghost domain. Suhan made up a casual excuse. That's true, Chen Shaoqian nodded. By the way, where are you from? Shilon City. I'm from Songbei City. One west, one north, quite far apart. Yes. Will we ever meet again? Chen Shaoqian asked softly, her face flushing. Well, that depends on fate. Suhan found it hard to answer. Chen Shaoqian hummed softly in response. All surviving newcomers assemble in the hall. 10 minutes. If you're late, you'll face the consequences. Just then a resonant voice echoed. Let's go together, Suhan said to Chen Shaoqian upon hearing it. Okay. Chen Shaoqian nodded. The two then left room 406. They arrived at the hall. Chen Shaoqian voluntarily separated from Suhan and stood in a corner. Suhan said nothing, then scanned the surroundings. Only 5 people remained. This meant 3 had been devoured by ghosts. What a stench. A wave of rotting odor hit Suhan's nostrils, forcing him to cover his nose and breathe through his mouth. That Zhou Tanbao reeks. I wonder what he's been up to, Bai Lingxue complained as she walked towards Suhan. Suhan immediately understood. He remembered Zhou Tianbao had been punished by the binding ghost to scrub toilets. No wonder he stank. Huh. Suddenly Bai Lingxue let out a surprised sound. What's wrong? Suhan asked curiously. Suhan, you smell of milkshake. It's lovely. Oh, I just took a milk bath at the Yellow Spring bathhouse. It was quite relaxing. The moment he said this, the scene fell silent. Everyone stared at Suhan in shock, dumbfounded, except for Chen Shaoqian. Despicable commoner. Once we're out, it'll make sure you suffer, Zhou Tianbao muttered after a brief pause, glaring at Suhan with resentment. For the past tens of hours, he had been dealing with ghost feces, which was unbearably foul. Disgusting. Meanwhile, Suhan had been feasting and taking milk baths. Living it up. How infuriating. Even Bai Lingxue envied Suhan. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission. Each of you receives a 3rd-grade core. This core can elevate your spirit from the 1st tier directly to the 2nd tier. Just then the resonant voice echoed again. As the words faded, a sandalwood-colored brocade box appeared in everyone's hand. All were overjoyed. All right, I'll send you out now. The next second, everyone in the hall vanished except for Suhan. Seeing this, Suhan was momentarily stunned, his eyes darting around as he pondered. Young one, you are exceptional, the resonant voice spoke again. I know I'm quite exceptional, Suhan chuckled. Can't you be modest? No need. Enough small talk. Why did you keep me alone? Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Hidden mission? Suhan was puzzled. Because you found the key to freely enter the ghost domain. Suhan immediately understood. Now I'll give you some additional rewards. I hope you'll work hard and in the future. What about the future? Suhan asked curiously. As the words faded, some items appeared in his hand, and the next second, he left the ghost domain. Inside a luxurious mansion in Songbei City, a middle-aged man dressed in a loose red coat sat on a chair. In his right hand, he swirled a glass of red wine, while his left hand held a phone, his face beaming with a smile. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, he said with a smile, taking a small sip of red wine. May the god of Zeus bless you. A voice came from the other end of the line. No, I don't believe in your Western deity. You should pray for yourself. There's only profit between us. As he finished speaking, his tone turned slightly colder, revealing his disdain for the Western deity. Oh, I understand. After the middle-aged man's words, there was a 5-second silence on the line before the voice slowly responded. Also, I don't want inferior crystal cores. Only top-grade ones will do, and supreme grade would be even better. Suddenly, the middle-aged man thought of something and added a reminder. Last time, he had discovered some crystal cores filled with impurities, their essence too scarce to be worth absorbing. If not for the generous offerings from those cultists, he wouldn't have bothered with such thankless work. Moreover, the other party had played mind games, which he found deeply irritating. Okay, pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. With that, the middle-aged man hung up the phone, raised his right hand, and drained the glass of red wine in one gulp, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once this task was completed, his cultivation level could advance to the 5th rank. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. The moment his consciousness returned, Su-Han felt dizzy and disoriented. He shook his head, and clarity quickly returned. Looking around, he saw nothing but darkness. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. It seemed like something was dripping, producing a rhythmic drip-drip noise reminiscent of staring at water droplets before a mirror in the dead of night. Eerily terrifying. Su-Han let out a long sigh of relief, realizing he was in his own room. Perhaps because someone had died in this house, the drip-drip sound often echoed through the night. Though it sounded creepy and uncanny, he had grown accustomed to it. Su-Han walked to the wall near the door, reached up, and flipped the switch, instantly flooding the room with light. He turned and made his way to the bed. He glanced up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was exactly midnight. 48 hours had passed precisely. This meant the flow of time in the human world and the ghost domain was the same. Yet, Su-Han felt that time in the ghost domain moved faster. As everyone knew, when engrossed in work, time seemed scarce, but when distracted it felt endless. That was the logic. He looked down at the back of his right hand and noticed the crescent moon pattern had vanished. He breathed a small sigh of relief. Though it was now midnight, Su-Han felt not the least bit sleepy. Instead, he was exhilarated. Next, he began to sort through his treasures, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. He opened his inventory: 10 tier 3 crystal cores, 8 tier 4 crystal cores, 2 tier 5 crystal cores, and a map. 20 crystal cores in total. Seeing this, Su-Han gasped inwardly, then burst into excitement. Crystal cores were the inner cores of demonic beasts. Only tier 3 and above beasts could produce them. The world's currency consisted of crystal cores and money with an exchange rate of 110000. Psychic users could absorb crystal cores to enhance their spiritual power. However, the quality of crystal cores varied greatly. Grades were classified as low, medium, high, and supreme. The colors corresponding to quality were opaque, translucent, slightly transparent, and transparent. Soon Su-Han discovered that all 20 crystal cores were transparent, supreme grade. Normally, a single low-grade tier 3 crystal core couldn't elevate a psychic user from the 1st rank to the 2nd. Only supreme grade crystal cores could. No wonder the mysterious person had said that at the time. Su-Han had harbored some doubt. Thinking this, Su-Han eagerly took out a supreme grade tier 3 crystal core and held it in his hand. He could see strands of blood-red filaments intertwining within the core. This was the energy contained within the crystal core, the essence produced when demonic beasts devoured humans. Su-Han sat cross-legged on the bed, gripping the transparent crystal core, and slowly closed his eyes. Soon the blood-red filaments within the core seemed to come alive, writhing and pulling as they rapidly surged into Su-Han's palm. A faint glow emanated from the top of Su-Han's head, absorbing the energy of the transparent crystal core and transforming it into spiritual power. The next day, Su-Han returned to school and took his seat. At that moment, his classmates were huddled together in animated discussion, buzzing with excitement. "Oh my God, Baoga, you actually made it out of the ghost domain alive. Unbelievable. I heard 2 students from class 6 grade 3 next door died in the ghost domain. It was tragic. I've got to say, you're incredible. Baoga, tell us what it was like inside the ghost domain." The students chattered noisily. It turned out that Zhou Tianbao had arrived at school early, boasting to every classmate about his exploits in the ghost domain. Of course, he only highlighted the positive aspects. Meanwhile, Su-Han, sitting at the back, seemed out of place among his classmates, as if from a different world. He appeared unwilling to expose Zhou Tianbao's lies. It suited him fine. He enjoyed the quiet, allowing him to ponder many things. The previous midnight, after absorbing supreme-grade crystal cores to elevate his cultivation to the 2nd rank perfection, he had gone to sleep. Each rank was divided into 4 minor stages: minor success, major success, peak, and perfection. Furthermore, one couldn't advance too quickly lest they fall into demonic possession. It was akin to building a house. The foundation had to be solid. In total, he had used 9 supreme-grade tier 3 crystal cores. Don't be fooled by Zhou Tianbao. Just then, Bai Lingxua walked into the classroom from outside and let out a cold snort. Her icy voice seemed to state a fact, and as her words fell, all eyes in the class turned to her. The students looked puzzled, eager to hear her explanation. Zhou Tianbao, however, wore an embarrassed expression, his head slightly lowered as he dared not meet Bai Lingsu's gaze. Witnessing this, the classmates were utterly bewildered. If it weren't for me, Zhou Tianbao would probably be dead by now, she said coldly. And he had a miserable time in the ghost domain, reeking from head to toe, almost suffocating me. But Su-Han, he strolled through the ghost domain as if he were walking down a pedestrian street. After saying a few cold words, Bai Lingxue glanced at Su-Han, who sat in the corner, her eyes filled with complex emotions, gratitude, surprise, and even a hint of admiration. At her words, the class erupted in chatter, and all eyes turned to Su-Han. They had thought Zhou Tianbao's survival from the ghost domain was remarkable and impressive, yet now they realized they had been gravely mistaken. The truly remarkable one was Su-Han, who had awakened an ranked talent. This left them utterly incredulous. They could hardly believe what Bai Lingxue had just said. As the classmates all looked at him, Su-Han raised his head and said calmly, "I'm just a tiny bit better than them. There's nothing to make a fuss about." The classmates were taken aback, staring blankly at Su-Han, their mouths twitching slightly. If these words had come from Bai Lingxue, they might have understood. After all, she had awakened an SS-grade ice talent, a proud daughter of heaven. Su-Han, on the other hand, had only awakened the most worthless grade talent. The gap between their talents was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. How could Su-Han possibly be more outstanding than Bai Lingxue? This was an insult to their intelligence. "Su-Han, I think you're full of hot air. Don't take us for fools." At that moment, a tall, thin boy stood up from his seat, questioning Su-Han's words. Exactly, chimed in the boy sitting next to him. "Me full of hot air? Humph." Su-Han let out a light chuckle, then added, "Believe it or not, I don't care." With that, he lowered his head, slightly lost in his own thoughts, and paid them no further heed. "I believe him. Su-Han is indeed a bit more outstanding than me, but only for now. I will definitely surpass him in the future." Suddenly, Bai Lingxue spoke up, her gaze brimming with confidence. As the proud daughter of heaven, she could not admit defeat. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianbao remained silent, his head still bowed, as if he had committed a wrong. After all, he had been brutally beaten by Su-Han in the ghost domain and dared not speak out. A gentleman can bide his time for 10 years to settle a score. He would endure for now. As Bai Lingxue's words faded, the classmates were stunned, looking at Su-Han in disbelief. Damn, the haughty school beauty Bai Lingxue was actually bowing her head to Su-Han. This was huge news. Could it be that Su-Han's strength was even more terrifying? Of course, a few students still refused to believe it, even though it came from Bai Lingxue. After all, none of them had witnessed Su-Han's true power. Hearing this, Su-Han shook his head. It seemed his classmates had misunderstood his words. He had said a tiny bit, not just a bit. Though they sounded the same, the difference was immense. But he wouldn't bother to explain, there was no need. And Bai Lingxue would never surpass him. Because SSSS was far greater than SSS. It was that simple. "Class, quiet down. I have an announcement to make." Just then, a middle-aged man in a black suit hurried to the podium, his expression cold. Tang Guiqiang, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 8. It was said that he had once guarded Lulan City, but was tragically injured by a powerful demon beast, damaging his spiritual power and greatly weakening his strength. Eventually, he came to the remote Songbei City to teach. He usually wore a stern face in front of students, but was easygoing in private. He was an excellent and responsible homeroom teacher. However, every time Su-Han saw his homeroom teacher, he was reminded of teacher Tang Guiqiang from his past life. Which school teaches the best excavator skills? Lanxiang in Shandong, China. That slogan was too famous. When the other students heard Su-Han say this, they were utterly confused, not understanding what he was laughing about. The room instantly fell silent. "I've just received some good news. Next week, 8 prestigious academies, including the 4 great academies of Huaxiao, will come to Songbei City for selection. Selected students can enter university early, while the rest must wait for the college entrance exam. Of course, this selection has conditions. There's only one condition: your awakened talent must be a grade or above. Thanks to Bai Lingxue, our class has 5 slots, while other classes only have 3. As for the reason, you all should know." With that, Tang Guiqiang turned his gaze to Bai Lingxue and gave her a grateful smile. Bai Lingxue responded with a faint smile. The next second, Tang Guiqiang scanned the room and continued, "I have 3 candidates now: Bai Lingxue with SS grade, Gu Qianqing with grade, and Xiaorong with grade. There are 4 students with a grade talent. The 4 of you will compete for 2 slots." As soon as he finished, the classroom erupted in chatter. "Wow, 8 prestigious academies are coming to remote Songbei City for early selection. I think this is the first time ever. It's incredible. I envy them for getting to take the exam. It's a pity I only awakened grade talent. So close yet so far. Just a bit. I think it's more than a bit. A grade is quite a distance from a grade. If I were selected by one of the 4 great academies, I'd be laughing in my sleep." The classmates murmured among themselves. They were both excited and hopeful about this selection. Su-Han, however, showed no interest after hearing this, quietly lowering his head to mind his own business. After all, his surface talent was a grade which had nothing to do with him. He wasn't in a hurry, he would choose an academy after the college entrance exam. Homeroom teacher ID like to add one more person. Just then Bai Lingxue suddenly stood up and spoke to Tang Guoqiang on the podium. This? I'm afraid not. Our class already has 5 slots, which is plenty. Adding another might cause discontent among other classes. Tang Guoqiang thought for a moment, then shook his head. You've misunderstood me, Bai Lingxue said calmly. Tang Guoqiang was full of questions. I mean 5 people will compete for 2 slots. 5? If I remember correctly, only 4 students have awakened a grade talent. You're right, but the person I recommend is currently a bit stronger than me. Who? Bai Lingxue's words shocked Tang Guoqiang. Su-Han immediately looked up, frowning slightly. He knew Bai Lingxue was referring to him. He had a vague idea why she was doing this. Repaying a favor. Interesting. He wouldn't object, he would just let things take their course. Whether he entered university early or late made no difference to him. Su-Han, Bai Lingxue uttered 2 words. Su-Han. Tang Guoqiang was taken aback, looking at Bai Lingxue with confusion. I recall he only awakened a grade talent. He doesn't qualify for this selection. That's true, but you only know one side of the story. What do you mean? Because Su-Han has awakened a dual affinity. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted like a bomb. Damn, Su-Han has awakened a dual affinity. No wonder Bai Lingxue was praising him earlier. Now I get it. Amazing. I'm so envious of Su-Han. The classmates all turned to look at Su-Han, their eyes filled with disbelief, astonishment, and shock. Tang Guoqiang stared at Su-Han, visibly moved. After all, very few people in all of Huaxia had awakened dual affinities. It could only be described as extremely rare. And he remembered that Songbei City No. 6 high school hadn't had a dual affinity student in a long time. He never expected Su-Han to achieve it. It was simply unbelievable. Now the class had 2 outstanding students, Bai Lingxue with SS grade talent and Su-Han with dual affinities. As the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 8, Tang Guoqiang felt immensely proud and spirited. Seeing everyone staring at him, Su-Han remained calm, going about his own business, unaffected by the gazes of his classmates. Calm, composed, resolute. This young man shows great promise. I dare say under the assault of demonic beasts, he can swiftly resolve the crisis and survive. Perhaps one day, he will become a garrison commander. Witnessing Su-Han's composed demeanor, Tang Guoqiang mused inwardly. Having once been a garrison officer in Lulan City himself, he knew all too well the paramount importance of calmness in the face of demonic beasts. He speculated that Su-Han's performance might be attributed to his upbringing. After all, the boy had been an orphan since childhood. He was always exceptionally diligent in his studies and training, never complaining of fatigue. Though his personality was somewhat peculiar, appearing amiable on the surface, yet possessing a sharp tongue that brooked no insult. This very trait had forged an unyielding inner strength within Su-Han. With this thought, Tang Guoqiang raised his hand, signaling the students to cease their clamor. Silence descended instantly. Su-Han, what is your second talent? The next moment, Tang Guoqiang turned his gaze to Su-Han, asking with curiosity. A rank strength. Su-Han pondered for a moment. To avoid causing a stir, he could only downplay his talent level. After all, it was wiser to remain low-key. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Without the strength to protect himself, survival through obscurity was the ultimate truth. This was the most fundamental lesson he had learned in his past life. A rank strength, huh? Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment passed through Tang Guoqiang's eyes, but he quickly recovered, a smile spreading across his face. That's good. Since you meet the conditions as well, you'll compete for the 2 slots alongside the others. All right. With matters having come this far, Su-Han could only nod helplessly, unable to refuse. After all, words once spoken could not be taken back. Next, the 5 of them would engage in a contest of strength, with the top 2 securing the selection qualification. The 5 were Su-Han, Zhou Tianbao, Wang Kongguotsai, and Li Jing. Arriving at the training grounds. The rules of the contest: each person would face off against the others in a single match, and the final ranking would be determined by the number of wins. Opponents were chosen by drawing lots. First round, Zhou Tianbao versus Wang Kongguotsai versus Li Jing, leaving Su-Han without an opponent to simply observe from the sidelines. Soon, the contest began. Su-Han looked up. Zhou Tianbao immediately unleashed his rank wind talent, conjuring a powerful gust across the ground. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Kong and delivered a punch to the latter's chest. Confronted with the sudden assault, Wang Kong was taken aback. Before he could even react to Zhou Tianbao's astonishing speed, his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Defeated. Having obtained a top-grade, 3rd-level spirit crystal in the ghost domain, Zhou Tianbao had quickly elevated his cultivation to the 2nd order. Wang Kong, still at the 1st order, was naturally outmatched. Meanwhile, Guotsai and Li Jing were locked in an intense, evenly matched battle, with Guotsai ultimately securing a narrow victory. Not long after, it was Su-Han's turn to take the field, his opponent being Guotsai. Su-Han, bring it on. Let me see just how strong a dual talent awakener truly is. Excitement brimming, Guatsai called out to Su-Han from a distance. Oh, then you'd better be careful. Su-Han replied with a faint smile. The moment the words left his mouth, he moved. In a flash, he was before Guatsai, his right fist striking her abdomen with a light tap. Startled, Guatsai was shocked by Su-Han's incredible speed. Bang! The next instant, his fist connected with her midsection, sending her tumbling backward to the ground. A clean and effortless victory. The surrounding students who had been watching the match were all taken aback, expressions of surprise spreading across their faces. It seems Su-Han and Zhou Tianbao are a cut above the other three. That means both of them have reached the second order. I can understand Zhou Tianbao reaching the second order. His family is wealthy after all, so he has access to more cultivation resources. But how did Su-Han also manage to reach the second order? Watching the five duel within the arena, Tang Guoqiang muttered to himself. Because Su-Han obtained a top-grade, third-level spirit crystal. Bai Lingxue standing nearby heard his muttering and spoke softly. Where did he get it? Tang Guoqiang was astonished. So Bai Lingxue briefly recounted the events in the ghost domain. After listening, Tang Guoqiang drew in a sharp breath. Since the day of talent awakening 3 days prior, the students had been given 2 days off. Thus, he was unaware of this incident. He was astonished that the three of them had managed to survive the ghost domain. But even more unbelievable was Su-Han's performance within it. Could the ghost domain really be that simple? With this thought, Tang Guoqiang found it hard to calm his emotions. He stared blankly at Su-Han in the arena, his mind lost in contemplation. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, only Su-Han and Zhou Tianbao remained, both undefeated in 3 matches. Since the 2 slots are already decided, I don't think we need to fight. Su-Han glanced at Zhou Tianbao, waving his hand as he prepared to turn and end the session. No, I want to fight, Zhou Tianbao said coldly, fixing a venomous glare upon Su-Han. But I don't want to. It's pointless. Su-Han shook his head. Hi, you're just afraid to fight me because you've seen how much I've improved. What a coward, Zhou Tianbao sneered. It's not cowardice, fighting you would dirty my hands. Su-Han replied indifferently. If you've got the guts, come and hit me. Stop pretending. Zhou Tianbao ground his teeth in fury. Resentment from Zhou Tianbao 50. I've never seen such a request in all my life. Very well, since you insist, I shall grant your wish. Su-Han smiled faintly. As his words fell, a glint of sharp light flashed in Zhou Tianbao's eyes, and his entire being was filled with excitement. Yesterday, besides absorbing that top-grade, third-level spirit crystal, he had also absorbed several high-grade, third-level spirit crystals. Due to certain reasons, he could only elevate his cultivation to the peak of the second order, unable to advance further. Su-Han, having only obtained 1 top-grade, third-level spirit crystal, surely couldn't have a higher cultivation level than his. Soon he would beat Su-Han until he was crawling on the ground. Ready? Su-Han asked Zhou Tianbao with a light chuckle. Come on, I'm going to give you a good beating today. Zhou Tianbao retorted with a cold laugh. As he spoke, his eyes turned sharp, filled with a ferocious killing intent, as if he wanted to devour Su-Han alive. Yet Su-Han continued to watch Zhou Tianbao with a smile, as if observing a monkey putting on a show. The next moment, both of them moved simultaneously. The instant their bodies were about to clash, Zhou Tianbao's right fist hurtled towards Su-Han's abdomen with tremendous force, accompanied by a powerful roaring gale. However, Su-Han showed no intention of dodging, flashing a strange smile at Zhou Tianbao. Bang! Seeing this, Zhou Tianbao was overjoyed. The next second, his fist struck Su-Han's abdomen squarely, producing a dull thud. In return, Su-Han delivered a heavy punch of his own. Why is your body as hard as a steel plate? Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his fist, Zhou Tianbao let out a pained groan. Coupled with the blow to his abdomen, he collapsed directly to the ground. Oh my God, it hurts so much. Thrashing on the ground, Zhou Tianbao immediately burst into a heart-wrenching howl. Resentment from Zhou Tianbao 88. Overreaching. Su-Han chuckled lightly. Thanks to his myriad poisons body, his physical resilience was comparable to steel. He had initially considered using the White Fox's enchanting illusion to make Zhou Tianbao strip naked in public, humiliating him. A streak across the schoolyard would certainly have caused a sensation. But after careful thought, he decided against it. After all, with their homeroom teacher Tang Guoqiang present, it would be difficult to avoid arousing suspicion. The students witnessing this scene were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. Returning to the classroom, Tang Guoqiang stood at the podium, his expression icy. Bai Lingxue, Gu Qianxing, Xiaorong, Su-Han, Zhou Tianbao U5 will represent Class 8, Senior 3 of No. 6 Middle School in this early selection for the Academy. I hope you can fully leverage your strengths and achieve outstanding results, striving to enter the 4 great institutions of higher learning in Huaxia. Do your utmost to bring glory to Class 8, Senior 3. As for the rest of you, do not be disheartened. With diligent cultivation, you too can gain admission to a good university through the college entrance exam. Having said this, Tang Guoqiang paused, took a few steps, and then said with a slightly solemn tone, "Classmates, you might be dreaming of attending a top university, earning $1 million salary, marrying a beautiful and virtuous spouse, and living a life of luxury. Dream on." He swept his gaze across the room and asked, "Have you ever witnessed a powerful beast capable of speaking human speech? A beast speaking human language?" The students in the class were taken aback, instantly stunned. Some gaped, others widened their eyes, and a few covered their mouths. This was their first time hearing such a shocking revelation, utterly unbelievable. The Huaxia Cultivation Basics Manual made no mention of this, likely to avoid inciting panic among students about formidable beasts. So high-level beasts can speak human language. How intriguing. Su-Han remained composed, murmuring to himself. He knew that slaying beasts could also earn him killing points. "I have seen them." Seeing that his words had stunned the students, Tang Guiqiang spoke slowly, then drifted into a recollection. "Those beasts that speak human language are immensely powerful, ferocious, utterly devoid of humanity, and primarily prey on humans. Many of my comrades were devoured alive by them, bitten to death in one gulp, blood-drenched and gruesome. What I want to say is that the soldiers on the front lines are the true heroes tirelessly guarding Huaxia. The comfortable life you enjoy today was bought with the blood of martyrs. Perhaps their names have been forgotten, their faces faded with time. But those memories are etched in people's hearts and minds, never to be erased. And the national spirit, the Huaxia dream, are gradually coming into focus. I hope you will cultivate diligently, become useful talents for Huaxia, and contribute to its defense." After this lengthy speech, Tang Guiqiang let out a long, slow sigh. Then he cast his gaze southward, sighing inwardly. "Though wounded, I retire to the northern wilds. My heart remains in Lulan." However, the students stared blankly at Tang Guiqiang on the podium, their minds profoundly shaken and blood boiling, yet at a loss for words. After all, having never experienced such things, they had no right to speak. Perhaps only by battling powerful beasts could one truly understand. In this world, beasts above the 7th rank could speak human language and possessed intelligence. Beasts above the 9th rank could alter their size, even take human form. So the homeroom teacher's life is so full of passion, hardship, and dreams. Su-Han stared at Tang Guiqiang on the podium, a hint of respect in his eyes. Though the homeroom teacher's impassioned words moved everyone, Su-Han had no intention of defending Huaxia for now. Survival was paramount. "I've said all this today mainly to tell you dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Only with great strength can you protect yourself and defend Huaxia." Tang Guiqiang added a few final words. Kaiyuan Trading Company was one of the top 5 trading firms in Huaxia, with branches nationwide. Kaiyuan Trading Company dealt in all kinds of treasures, including pills, manuals, weapons, and also purchased valuables. That afternoon, Su-Han arrived at the Kaiyuan branch in downtown Songbei. Broke and owing 2 months' rent to his landlady, Wang Muqing, he planned to sell a 3rd-grade Supreme Crystal Core to get some cash. Life without money was truly miserable. Standing before the magnificent entrance, Su-Han was momentarily stunned. The building was towering and majestic, shaped like a 4-tiered mountain from the front. Above the main entrance hung a plaque with the 4 golden characters Kaiyuan Trading Company, making the entire edifice gleam. No wonder it was among Huaxia's top 5 firms. Its grandeur commanded awe. "Welcome." As he entered, 2 graceful beauties in Cheongsam tall and curvaceous greeted him respectfully at the door. Inside, a dazzling array of weapons, pills, and materials stretched before Su-Han's eyes, leaving him overwhelmed. "Hello, sir. What would you like to purchase?" A tall beauty in a black suit approached with a smile. "I want to sell a 3rd-grade crystal core," Su-Han said. "What quality?" The suited beauty, noting his shabby attire and student-like appearance, asked casually, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Supreme. A 3rd-grade Supreme Crystal Core." The previously indifferent beauty exclaimed in surprise. 3rd-grade cores were common, but mostly low-grade. However, 3rd-grade Supreme cores were extremely rare. Even this branch only had 1 or 2. It was clear how precious Supreme cores were. The reason was simple: only when a high-level beast's inner core mutated could a Supreme core be produced. "I apologize, sir. Since this 3rd-grade core is so valuable, I cannot decide alone. Please follow me." Taking a deep breath, the suited beauty spoke to Su-Han calmly. He nodded and followed her to the 2nd floor, entering a luxurious room. "Xiaoqin, what is it?" A slightly plump, middle-aged man busy with work looked up and asked. The man was Zhang Jinhai, manager of Kaiyuan Trading Company. "A customer wants to sell a 3rd-grade Supreme Crystal Core. Please decide." "All right, you may leave." A glint of curiosity flashed in Zhang Jinhai's eyes as he gave the order. With that, the suited beauty exited the room, and Su-Han stepped in. "Sir, may I see your crystal core?" Zhang Jinhai got straight to the point. "Sure." Su-Han nodded, pulled a transparent crystal core from his pocket, and gently placed it on the table. "May I ask how you obtained this 3rd-grade Supreme Core?" Taking the core, Zhang Jinhai examined it closely. It was indeed a 3rd-grade Supreme Core, and looked up with curiosity. "I don't need to tell you." Su-Han's expression turned cold instantly. "Well, all right." Zhang Jinhai nodded helplessly. The price for this third-grade Supreme Core is 1 million. 1 million. Su-Han froze, unable to believe his ears. He had expected the core to be worth around 100,000, not a million. This sum far exceeded his expectations. He was rich. In this world, the currency circulated among ability users was low-grade, third-grade crystal cores. Low-grade, third-grade core money 110000. Low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade supreme, third-grade, core 11050100. Anyone with a supreme core would never pawn it, they would use it for cultivation. Enhancing one's strength was paramount. Only Su-Han, this naive lad, would do such a thing. It could only be said that he was too poor and ignorant of the market. Stepping out of Kaiyuan Trading Company, Su-Han's heart surged with exhilaration at the sudden possession of 1 million. A grin stretched across his face, for the sensation of wealth was truly splendid. After all, he had once been destitute, unable even to afford rent. What a miserable existence that was. From this moment onward, he would no longer be troubled by the burdens of life, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. Moreover, he understood the immense value of the supreme-grade crystal core and resolved never to sell it again. Arriving at the pet market, Su-Han purchased 100 white mice at 20 yuan each, spending 2,000 yuan in total. These would be used to practice the 100 poisons body, enhancing his proficiency. He prepared for the upcoming selection for higher academies, then returned to the outskirts of Songbei City. On the road, he mused, "Why does this place feel so familiar? How strange." Just then a seductive voice whispered in Su-Han's ear. Su-Han was utterly bewildered. "Right, I did come here recently." The white fox suddenly recalled something. "You mean?" "This month I traveled through time and space to this place, devoured a few ordinary humans, and had a hearty meal." Su-Han's eyes widened in realization. A few days ago, he remembered Wang Muqing mentioning that the outskirts of Songbei City had been haunted. So it was all the white fox's mischief. What a coincidence. Somewhat speechless, Su-Han warned, "Xiao Bai, without my permission you must not devour ordinary humans, or I'll hit you with a brick." "Understood, master," the white fox replied, trembling with fear. "Can ghosts only level up by eating humans?" Su-Han asked curiously. "No, demonic beasts work too, but eating them is slower for leveling up," the white fox explained. "Their flesh is thicker and lacks the essence of human meat." "I see," Su-Han nodded. Soon he returned to his lodging, climbed to the second floor, opened the door, and stepped inside. He placed the white mice in a corner and then left the room. Descending to the first floor, he knocked 3 times on the door. "Xiaohan, I thought you'd been eaten by ghosts," Wang Muqing said, opening the door and pausing at the sight of him, a joke on her lips. She had been worried, finding him absent from home for the past 2 days. "How dare ghosts eat me? They scurry away like mice when they see me." "In their bane," Su-Han said with a faint smile. "I've suddenly noticed you're quite witty, but don't joke like that, or you might attract trouble." "I'm serious." "All right, stop it." Su-Han shrugged, not insisting. Even if he explained, Wang Muqing likely wouldn't believe him. "By the way, why did you come to see me?" Wang Muqing asked. "To pay the rent." "Oh." After settling the rent and chatting briefly, Su-Han went back upstairs. Returning to his room, he closed the door and turned on the light, illuminating the space. Outside, night slowly enveloped the land in a rosy glow. Su-Han sat at his desk, ready to practice the 100 poisons body. The mirror on the desk reflected a handsome youth. With a bit of grooming, he would undoubtedly be a heartthrob at school. Beneath the desk, a small cage held a white mouse, squeaking incessantly. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Su-Han channeled his spiritual energy to release the poison within. Instantly, waves of black gas emanated from his body, soon filling the entire room. Yet, the white mouse, exposed to the black gas, did not die immediately, but lingered for a long time before perishing. This indicated the poison was still insufficient. He needed to intensify his practice. For days passed unnoticed. Now, at the slightest whiff of black gas, the white mouse would drop dead instantly. Moreover, the black gas had transformed into gray. Su-Han had finally elevated his proficiency in the 100 poisons body to a new level. Meanwhile, all 100 white mice had perished. Checking his attribute panel, Su-Han saw that his proficiency in the 100 poisons body had indeed reached the mastery level. He let out a long sigh of relief, a rare smile gracing his face. The arduous days of effort had been worthwhile. Although the gray gas couldn't instantly kill enemies, it could poison them, severely weakening their spiritual energy and slowing their movements. Thus, he could engage in attrition warfare, wearing down his foes. Moreover, the 100 poisons body was an area effect skill capable of amassing a large amount of kill points at once. What a delight! Meanwhile, in the northeastern outskirts of Songbei City, inside a small building, 5 people were gathered around a meeting table, deep in discussion. "Captain, Songbei City has been unsettled lately," a young man said, rising from his seat and fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man at the head of the table, anxiety in his eyes. "Not only have many third-level demonic beasts appeared, but ghosts have also been sighted, causing panic among the residents. I'm worried. I've just received bad news. A beast tide hit Beiwang City, and the city was overrun by demonic beasts." Countless Chinese humans perished in a tragic slaughter. And Beiwang City is relatively close to Songbei City, so some third-level beasts have arrived here. As for the ghosts, I don't know the reason. The middle-aged man looked at the young man and spoke solemnly. His words instantly stirred up a commotion. What? Beiwang City has fallen. How is that possible? I remember Beiwang City was guarded by an 8th-rank powerhouse. Even a beast tide shouldn't have caused this. Then, is Songbei City doomed? What can we do, oi? Everyone was stunned, their hearts filled with anxiety. Your panic disappoints me greatly. The middle-aged man at the head of the table snorted coldly, his face showing clear disappointment. I've always told you stay calm in any situation. Only calmness keeps you clear-headed to defeat powerful enemies. He then turned his gaze to the youngest girl on the far right. Look at Shaoqing, so composed. And you all like ants on a hot pan, utterly disgraceful. Shaoqing as a newcomer has performed excellently. Learn from her. As the captain finished, the other three focused their attention on Shaoqing. Seeing everyone staring at her, Shaoqing showed a hint of panic, her expression evasive. In truth, she hadn't been calm. She was simply stunned into silence, utterly bewildered. But she wouldn't admit it lest she embarrass the captain. She understood basic social etiquette. So taking a deep breath, she tried to steady her nerves. Beiwang City was a crucial stronghold guarding the northern frontier against demonic beasts. 1,000 li away lay a vast mountain range known as the Yunluo Mountains. The Yunluo Mountains teemed with demonic beasts, including some high-ranked ones. For centuries, beast tides had occasionally assaulted Beiwang City. Yet none could have foreseen such a dire situation this year. All right, stop staring at Shaoqing so intently, the middle-aged man interjected, easing her discomfort as he noticed her troubled expression. The other three averted their gazes. As for why Beiwang City fell, during this beast tide, an 8th-rank demonic beast appeared and devoured the 8th-rank guardian. So his voice grew heavy as he spoke. He trailed off, unable to continue. A somber silence fell over them, each face etched with desolation. They knew that an 8th-rank beast possessed terrifying intelligence and power far beyond what an ordinary 8th-rank awakened could handle. Only the elite of the Huaxia King's division could stem this tide. After a pause, he added, "But rest assured, I've already informed the higher-ups. They should dispatch elites to Songbei City before long," the middle-aged man said slowly. His words eased the tension, and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Captain, what should we do now?" another young man asked. "Our priority is to clear all 3rd-rank beasts from Songbei City and restore peace for the people. If you encounter a beast beyond your ability, send a signal, and it'll come promptly," the middle-aged man decided after a moment's thought. "Yes, Captain," the other four chorused. "Meeting adjourned. Proceed with your tasks." With that, they rose and filed out of the room. After they left, the middle-aged man stood up. A glint of golden light flashed in his eyes as he moved to the window, flung it open, and leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. He glanced toward the southeast and set off. In the northern district of Songbei City, two figures walked along a dim, narrow street. "Bai Lingxue, where exactly are you taking me?" Suhan stopped and addressed the girl beside him. He had been home when a sudden call came. On the phone, Bai Lingxue had promised a surprise, but refused to elaborate. He hadn't wanted to come, but recalling her family's wealth, perhaps she'd reward him with treasures. "Don't rush, you'll see when we get there," Bai Lingxue pouted. She had gone to great lengths to repay Suhan. "Fine, I'll go with you," he said with a roll of his eyes. "That's more like it," Bai Lingxue smiled at him. That smile stunned Suhan, for she rarely smiled. Her face was usually as cold as if someone owed her millions. "What's wrong? Is my smile not beautiful?" Bai Lingxue asked, puzzled. "Beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Absolutely heavenly," Suhan praised. "Rare to hear you compliment someone. How extraordinary." "But I love it." Bai Lingxue smiled again. Favorability from Bai Lingxue 88. "Come on, let's go." All right. They continued on their way. Soon they stopped before a restaurant. "Don't tell me you brought me here to eat," Suhan said, eyeing the sign reading "World's Best Shrimp" with some exasperation. "Yes. Don't you like shrimp?" Bai Lingxue blinked at him and whispered, "Let me tell you, their shrimp is divine. Absolutely the best in the world." "Oh, is it really that good?" Suhan's interest piqued. "It is." "Then I'll go in and try it." They entered and found a corner seat. "Hey, isn't that Bai Lingxue and Suhan?" A surprised voice came from behind them. Turning, Suhan and Bai Lingxue saw classmates Guotsai and Li Jing. "Wow, it really is you," Li Jing exclaimed. "So you're secretly dating? What a scoop." "The campus beauty and the poor boy," Guotsai murmured. She couldn't believe the school's most beautiful girl Bai Lingxue would fancy Suhan and nobody. "Guotsai, Li Jing, you've got it wrong. We're just here for a meal, not a couple," Bai Lingxue said coldly. Sure. Guotsai and Li Jing exchanged knowing smiles. The implication was obvious. Only a fool would believe Bai Lingxue. "Take your time or we're done. We'll head off first." Guotsai suddenly stood ready to leave. She grabbed Li Jing's hand and hurried out of the restaurant. Throughout, Suhan said nothing, watching their performance calmly. He knew explanations were futile. Gossip was irresistible. Suhan, if they spread this, we'll never clear our names. Bai Lingxue fretted. Let them talk. We can't control others' mouths, Suhan said indifferently. Bai Lingxue was furious. Don't worry about it. Besides, we're not on a date. Just classmates having a meal, Suhan laughed unconcerned. That's true, but rumors will fly. I'm not afraid for myself, but if my family hears, they might cause trouble for you, she sighed. So that's what's worrying you, Suhan said, surprised. He had thought she'd complain about her reputation being tarnished. He had misjudged her. She wasn't the arrogant heiress had imagined. Yes, what did you think? Bai Lingxue shot him a look. I thought. Never mind. Let's eat. I'm starving. Suhan shook his head, patting his stomach. Fine. Bai Lingxue's appetite waned. After finishing the shrimp, they left the restaurant and returned to the dim, narrow street. The shrimp here is truly excellent, Suhan remarked, still savoring the flavor. You alone ate 10 Jin. Unbelievable, Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes. To avoid awkwardness, Suhan burst into laughter. The shrimp was so delicious he couldn't stop. The meat was too little, a couple of Jin wasn't enough to fill him. Suddenly a desperate cry shattered the night's silence. Help! Help! Suhan, that voice sounds somewhat familiar. Hearing the screams, Bai Lingxue's icy face was filled with confusion. Indeed, it seems like I just heard it. Suhan stopped in his tracks, frowning slightly. Maybe we should go take a look. All right. With that, the two of them started running forward. Soon they arrived at the scene. Suhan and Bai Lingxue were instantly stunned. Not far away stood a demon beast the size of an elephant. It was hideous in appearance, with bloodshot eyes disheveled for a faint golden glow emanating from its horns, powerful limbs, and sharp teeth dripping with fresh blood. Overall, it looked like a wild boar. Lying on the ground were two humans, their limbs scattered about, their heads bitten off by the beast, and a large patch of blood staining the earth. They were clearly already dead. Judging by their attire, these two seemed to be Guotsai and Li Jing. It was unfortunate that they had died like this. A third-tier demon beast, the bristleback. Bai Lingxue immediately recognized the creature, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air, her face turning deathly pale. According to the cultivation manual of Huaxia, the bristleback was bloodthirsty and brutal, preying exclusively on humans. Their own strength was only at the second tier, no match for this beast. A pity we came too late. Suhan, however, remained very calm, muttering to himself as he pondered. Why would a third-tier bristleback appear in Songbei City? It was incomprehensible. Suhan, we need to run. Suddenly, Bai Lingxue turned and shouted at Suhan in terror. I'm afraid we can't escape. Suhan said calmly. Why, oi? Just look behind you. As Bai Lingxue turned around again, she was so frightened she nearly fainted. The third-tier bristleback was rapidly approaching them, its eyes bloodshot and ravenous, its massive fanged maw open wide as droplets of saliva dripped to the ground. What do we do? Are we going to die? Bai Lingxue's body trembled uncontrollably. Her heart was like an ant on a hot pan, frantic with impatience. After all, this was her first encounter with a third-tier demon beast, and panic was inevitable even for a child of destiny. In the face of raw power, everything else was meaningless. Don't be nervous, stay calm. Suhan remained composed, standing still and trying to soothe her. At present, he only had his poison-immune body and illusion techniques. Dealing with this third-tier bristleback might be troublesome, because the ghost-slaying brick only worked on ghosts. However, with Bai Lingxue's help, there was a good chance. I can't calm down. Hearing Suhan's words, Bai Lingxue took a deep breath, trying to compose herself, but her mind kept wandering. After a moment, she stammered. Perhaps we can kill it together. Suhan said flatly, his gaze fixed on the third-tier bristleback. Huh? How is that possible? Bai Lingxue was utterly shocked. Nothing is impossible, you have to trust me. Alright, I believe you. Suddenly, Bai Lingxue recalled their experience in the ghost realm and felt an inexplicable trust in Suhan. First, cover your nose and try to hold your breath. Suhan instructed, then added, don't ask why, there's no time. Bai Lingxue nodded and followed his orders. However, in the bristleback's eyes, these two humans were already a delicious meal that couldn't escape. The next moment, Suhan and Bai Lingxue simultaneously launched their supernatural attacks at the third-tier beast. Instantly, the temperature in the air plummeted, and even Suhan's breath turned into white mist. At the same time, icicles shot from all directions toward the beast's head. But this was not the end. Soon, wisps of gray gas rapidly converged toward the bristleback's nose. Moreover, Suhan had the white fox cast an illusion on it. Watching their attacks, the third-tier bristleback looked disdainful, raised its head high, let out a roar, and charged fiercely at the two humans. It could sense that the two humans were only at the second tier, so their attacks must be weak. They wouldn't even tickle it. But what it didn't know was that although their cultivation levels were only at the second tier, their talent grades were exceptionally high. One was SS grade, the other SSS grade. Thus, the power of their attacks was astonishingly high. However, due to the bristleback's thick hide, the icicles could only wound its skin, not inflict serious damage. Yet, the gray gas was different. As it charged, the gas quickly entered the bristleback's nostrils, disrupting its mind. It instantly felt dizzy, shaking its head, and entered a fantastical world, utterly bewildered. Soon its consciousness grew hazy. A perfect opportunity. Seeing this, Su-Han was overjoyed. He pushed off the ground with both legs and lunged forward. Ow wow! He smashed his steel-like fists into the bristleback's head, accompanied by a pig-like scream. Bang! After dozens of blows, the third-tier beast could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground. It was dead. Kill value 1,000. Su-Han then sat down on the ground, letting out a long breath, completely exhausted, and cursed under his breath. Damn, this third-tier bristleback has a really thick hide. With that, a sharp pain radiated through his fists, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. After a moment, Su-Han closed his eyes, activated his poison-immune body ability, and drew the gray gas in the air toward himself. Bai Lingxue, watching from a distance, was dumbfounded. This gray gas seemed to be poison. How could Su-Han's body emit such an ability? It was incredible. About 5 minutes later, Su-Han suddenly opened his eyes, his body seemingly restored, refreshed, and energized. Moreover, the gray gas in the air had vanished. Standing up, Su-Han walked over to Bai Lingxue. Are you all right? I'm fine. Bai Lingxue took a deep breath and couldn't help asking, what was that poison gas just now? Actually, I have awakened 3 systems. Su-Han smiled mysteriously. Since the secret was already out, he might as well admit it boldly. 3 systems. Bai Lingxue was utterly astounded, staring at Su-Han with wide eyes, stammering. Please don't tell anyone, or he'll be assassinated. Su-Han warned. Facing the devouring threat of the third-tier bristleback, he had no choice but to use poison, or else both of them would have been consumed. Bai Lingxue gave a soft in acknowledgement, deeply grateful to Su-Han for saving her. Affection from Bai Lingxue 99. Alright, let's go dig out this third-tier bristleback's core and take a look. Having received the affection points, Su-Han quickly changed the subject. Okay, Bai Lingxue nodded. Approaching the dead bristleback, Su-Han pulled out a sharp knife and slit open its belly. Blood immediately gushed out. Before long, he retrieved the core. It was opaque in color, a low-grade core. Su-Han pocketed the core. Did you kill this third-tier bristleback? Just then, a crisp voice came from behind. Su-Han turned around and was momentarily stunned. The newcomer was his landlady, Wang Muqing. The moment Su-Han laid eyes on Wang Muqing, he felt a fleeting flicker of surprise, swiftly replaced by quiet composure, untroubled and unsurprised. After all, he had long known she was a metahuman. Her identity was far from ordinary. Yet Wang Muqing froze, staring at Su-Han, her lips parting slightly in genuine astonishment, never expecting to encounter her tenant here. What an extraordinary coincidence. Moreover, his entire body was streaked with blood, unmistakably bearing the marks of fierce combat with the level 3 demonic beast, the boar-bristle swine. Most astonishing was not merely that he had survived, but that he had slain it. It was simply unfathomable. She herself could only barely overcome this same level 3 demonic beast. Yet Su-Han was still a high school student. Senior Sister Qing, Su-Han interjected, gently breaking her reverie with a warm smile. Xiaohan, what on earth happened? His words jolted Wang Muqing back to awareness, and she immediately asked, this level 3 demonic beast, the boar-bristle swine, attacked us, so we had no choice but to kill it. He stated it calmly, his expression utterly relaxed. Witnessing his unruffled demeanor, Wang Muqing's lips twitched faintly. This was the boar-bristle swine, a level 3 demonic beast, not some trivial level 1 or level 2 creature. His poise left her utterly astounded. As the thought struck her, she raised her gaze and scanned him up and down, lingering with quiet intensity. Senior Sister Qing, I know I'm rather handsome, but if you keep looking at me like that, I'll blush. Tell me, could it be you've taken a liking to me? Is this truly a case of the old cow grazing on tender grass? He scratched his head with a playful grin, then feigned a startled gasp. Get lost, you're incorrigible. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she shot him a sharp, exasperated glance. Su-Han merely smiled back at her. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxue stood silently beside them, face cool and impassive, yet inwardly a subtle pang of sourness stirred. Could it be? I've fallen for Su-Han. Wait, aren't you still in high school? Wang Muqing suddenly asked. Yes, Su-Han nodded. Then how is your strength so formidable? I am simply exceptional. Wang Muqing fell speechless. Senior Sister Qing, I believe you've misunderstood. In truth, this level 3 demonic beast, the boar-bristle swine, was slain jointly by her and me, not by me alone. With that, Su-Han gestured toward Bai Lingxue. Following his gesture, Wang Muqing lifted her eyes to Bai Lingxue, her expression shifting to one of quiet bewilderment. She is Bai Lingxue, my classmate. Her awakened talent is SS rank Ice Affinity. Su-Han introduced her. Heavens above, an SS rank talent. Wang Muqing exclaimed, her gaze instantly transforming, now shimmering with newfound awe and fascination. It's just SS rank. No need to shout like the heavens are collapsing. If she knew my talent was SSS rank, she'd scream straight into the stratosphere. Su-Han fell silent, momentarily stunned, then abruptly recalled something. Ahem. He'd misread the situation entirely. Soon after the three exchanged light, easy conversation, Su-Han learned that Wang Muqing served as a guardian of Songbei City, and that her city defense unit, the Wei Zhu, was entrusted with safeguarding civic order and shielding every citizen from harm. Yet she was still a senior university student completing an internship in Songbei City for practical training. Finally, she revealed the reason behind the sudden appearance of level 3 demonic beasts in the city. Upon hearing her explanation, Su-Han and Bai Lingxue were deeply shaken. If Beiwang City felt Songbei City would inevitably suffer the same fate. Xiaohan Bai Lingxue, would you join me in clearing these level 3 demonic beasts? Wang Muqing extended the invitation. More hands meant swifter progress, an invaluable field experience for both of them. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Qing, I must decline. Su-Han paused thoughtfully. His foremost concern was preserving his secrets, and besides, the elite academy selection exams loomed just days away. I also decline. Bai Lingxue replied coolly. Why? Wang Muqing asked curiously. We're both scheduled for the elite academy selection next week, Su-Han explained. Ah, I see. Understanding dawned on Wang Muqing's face, and she gracefully withdrew her request. Shortly thereafter, the three began clearing the battlefield. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of Guotsai and Li Jing, Su-Han felt a quiet tremor within his heart. Every era unfolds thus. Whether in his past life or this one, the strong endure, the weak fall. Only by forging ever greater strength may one persist, unbroken, through eternity. Bai Lingxue stood frozen, her body trembling faintly, overwhelmed by fear, even terror. After all, she was still a high school student. To witness a classmate perish before her very eyes was bound to shatter her composure. Master, if I consume this level 3 demonic beast, I shall ascend. A sudden exhilarated voice echoed in Su-Han's mind. The White Fox. Leave it to me. A surge of delight rose within him. Should the White Fox advance to Tier 2, his own power would rise in kind. Truly auspicious news. Senior Sister Qing, I'd like to claim the corpse of this level 3 boar bristle swine. That should be acceptable, correct? Su-Han ventured cautiously. Of course, it belongs to you both as you slew it. Wang Muqing smiled warmly. Excellent. Su-Han exhaled softly, then paused in quiet contemplation. To claim all spoils himself would feel unseemly. In the next breath, he drew forth the low-grade spirit crystal and offered it to Bai Lingxue. I don't need it. We have many at home, she declined with a gentle shake of her head. Ah, very well, Su-Han murmured, nodding helplessly. No wonder she hails from a noble house. Resources flow like rivers. Reincarnation is indeed a refined art. From the moment one draws breath, destiny seems preordained, unless of course fortune intervenes with divine extravagance. Next, Su-Han eyed the colossal boar bristle swine, its bulk rivaling that of an elephant, and mused inwardly, it's simply too massive. I doubt I could carry it alone. He turned to the two young women beside him for assistance, and gratefully they agreed. They arrived beside a modest villa on the outskirts of Songbei City. With a thunderous crash, they dropped the demonic beast onto the ground. Though it appeared all three bore the burden, in truth, Su-Han bore the weight almost single-handedly. His physical strength was prodigious. Swiftly he expressed heartfelt gratitude. Bai Lingxue departed, to wash the grime and blood from her clothes at home. Wang Muqing resumed her patrol against demonic beasts. Once they'd gone, Su-Han summoned the White Fox without delay. At the sight of the boar bristle swine's corpse, the fox's eyes blazed with elation, and it immediately began its feast. Su-Han ascended to the second floor to cleanse the blood from his own body. 5 hours passed. Woo woo woo. Upon finishing its consumption, the White Fox let out a series of triumphant howls, chilling the night air, sending shivers through nearby residents who hurried indoors and locked their doors, certain the cries belonged to a soul-devouring specter. For they knew well such wails heralded the presence of a ghost, one that fed on the living. Swiftly the White Fox ascended to Tier 2, and a new luminous white tail unfurled from its hindquarters. Witnessing this, Su-Han's heart swelled with quiet jubilation. The White Fox's ascension signified his own rising power, pure unadulterated triumph. Transform into a cool and seductive femme fatale. To celebrate the White Fox's advancement, Su-Han wished to feast his eyes, and thus commanded. The next moment, the White Fox instantly transformed into a figure clad in a black and red cheongsam. Her stunning face bore 2 icy purple pupils, and her orange-eared lips were tightly pressed, exuding an air of authority without anger. Not bad. That's the femme fatale vibe. Su-Han's eyes lit up slightly. Master, do you like it? I like it. Glad you like it. Now transform into a cute airhead. As he spoke, the White Fox shifted form once more. With a delicate girl-next-door appearance and a dazed expression, her large, charming eyes blinked, and her pink cheeks emitted a soft, glowing light. Utterly adorable. Next, the White Fox morphed into a queenly style, a Lolita, a beautiful maiden. Seeing these various beauties, Su-Han felt delighted and swallowed hard. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. During this time, the roars of demonic beasts echoed occasionally through Songbei City. The residents could only hide at home, trembling in fear, not daring to go out. Soon the guardians arrived on the scene and slew these beasts one by one, instantly eliciting heart-wrenching howls that resounded throughout the entire Songbei City. Then it seemed the demonic beasts were all gone, restoring a temporary peace. Residents emerged from their homes one after another, going shopping and dining as if nothing had happened. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to this life. Returning to the classroom, Su-Han took his seat and quietly played the part of a handsome man. At that moment, the classmates began to clamor. These third-level demonic beasts have finally been completely slain. That's wonderful. Yeah, but Guotsai and Li Jing were devoured by third-level beasts, leaving no remains. It's too tragic. Alas, we can only say they were unlucky. How did third-level beasts appear in the Songbei district? It's really strange. The students chattered among themselves. They lamented the unpredictability of life. People they saw just days ago were gone in an instant. But these students were unaware that Beiwang City had fallen. After all, it was classified information to avoid causing widespread panic. Although Su-Han and Bai Lingxuan knew this secret, they would not reveal it voluntarily. Moreover, Wang Muqing had warned the two to keep silent lest Songbei City fall into chaos. With Guotsai and Li Jing dead, no one knew about Su-Han and Bai Lingxu's meal together. At this turn of events, Su-Han breathed a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the whole school found out, trouble would be endless. It wasn't that he feared trouble, but rather found it annoying. He just wanted to stay quiet. Moreover, during these 3 days, Su-Han had elevated his cultivation to the third-rank minor accomplishment stage, greatly increasing his strength. He had spent a total of 2 fourth-rank top-grade spirit cores. Even against a fourth-rank ability user, he would have the power to fight. Just then, Tang Guoqiang walked in from outside the classroom, stood at the podium, and wore a cold expression. Tomorrow is the day of the early selection for the 8 great higher academies. I hope you 5 contestants are well prepared. Give your all to showcase your strengths and strive to enter the 4 great higher academies of China. The location is Daqing Mountain. Hearing Tang Guoqiang's words, Su-Han and the other 4 nodded. Daqing Mountain was not far from Songbei City and only housed first or second level demonic beasts. Periodically, some human experts would eliminate beasts above the 3rd level. It could be said to be a base nurtured by Songbei City, a treasured ground for student training. Normally, the entrance to Daqing Mountain was sealed, opening only on important days. Meanwhile, at the Songbei Hotel, in the luxurious meeting room, 8 people were currently discussing. Share the rumors you've gathered. At that moment, a middle-aged man around 50 years old seated at the head seat spoke calmly. Feng Deming, the head of Modu Academy. Songbei No. 2 High School has a student who awakened S-level fire abilities named Lu Huaidia. A middle-aged man below said. Gu Xiqing, the head of Jingdu Academy. Man Yun from Songbei No. 3 High School awakened S-level earth abilities. Another young woman below spoke. Du Wan, the head of Hanwu Academy. And Xing from Songbei No. 4 High School awakened S-level light abilities. A 4th middle-aged man said. Mo Feisong, the head of Guangshan Academy. Bai Lingxue from Songbei No. 6 High School awakened SS-level ice abilities. Su Yin, the head of Jiangnan Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted into clamor. Wow. SS-level talent. I must recruit her into Jingdu Academy. What? A student in this backwatered Songbei City awakened SS-level talent. It's sheer luck. Oh, that means the ones we brought would be overshadowed. Interesting. Although Bai Lingxue awakened SS-level talent, she still can't compare to our people. Indeed, Songbei City's resources are too scarce. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Hearing this, Feng Deming waved his hand to signal for silence. The room instantly quieted. I have also discovered that a student from Songbei No. 1 High School awakened SS level with abilities named Yuan Feng. Feng Deming said, slowly looking around. The people below frowned, slightly lost in thought. Due to the limited quotas for entering China's 4 great academies from developed cities, students with slightly lesser talents had to find other means to enter their dream academies. For instance, Modu Academy only recruited 100 SS-level students within Modu. Unaccepted S-level students who wished to enter Modu Academy had to take exams in remote urban districts. After all, students in remote areas generally had poor talents, leading to less competition and fewer resources, making it easier to stand out. This sly maneuver was called quota snatching. Now the assessment heads of the 8 great higher academies each brought a highly talented student to Songbei City to snatch quotas. These students were born into wealth backed by family enterprises. Their families would spend heavily to bribe the assessment heads of the remote districts from various academies. To avoid detection from above, the assessment heads of the 8 great academies would arrive early in remote districts to recruit students and include the ones they brought in the assessments. Ultimately, the top 10 students could enter the 8 academies. Currently, only 2 SS-level students pose a threat to those we brought. The rest are insignificant. Moreover, the quotas are exactly 10. So don't worry. Seeing the silence below, Deming smiled. Hearing this, the other heads breathed a long sigh of relief and smiles crept onto their faces. After all, they had all accepted numerous treasures from these students' parents. If the students they brought weren't admitted, wouldn't those treasures go to waste? They couldn't bear to part with them. All right, today's meeting ends here. Dismissed. With Deming's words, the other heads rose and headed out. At this moment, in a building at the center of Songbei City, in a conference room, Mayor Zhang Kunming slammed his hand down on the table, his face turning ashen. Are you trying to bully us? Is there no law left? Mayor, you must stand up for us. At that moment, Principal Wang Qingyun of Songbei No. 1 High School exclaimed. Yes, do you really want to see the slots for Songbei City snatched away by students from other developed cities? Principal Yang Fenglin of Songbei No. 2 High School chimed in. In my opinion, we should report them to the higher authorities. I refuse to believe they would cover for them. Principal Lin Shuhan of Songbei No. 6 High School also expressed his view. Lin, my dear brother, it's useless. If we were to report, we would have done so long ago. Principal Guotai Lin of Songbei No. 5 High School shook his head. As the saying goes, officials protect one another. As soon as Guotai Lin finished speaking, the room fell silent, everyone rendered speechless. Currently, the Huaxia nation is facing external threats, frequently under attack by demonic beasts, resulting in heavy casualties among humans and a precarious situation. But serious corruption issues have also emerged internally. Resources are already scarce, and most are in the hands of the wealthy. The poor can only obtain a meager amount of resources, barely scraping by. The only bright path to change their fate for them is to gain admission to a prestigious institution, work hard to cultivate, slay demonic beasts, and bring honor to their families. Now, however, the rich are attempting to seize the resources of the poor, which is infuriating. Yet, they feel helpless and can only sigh quietly. Actually, upon careful consideration, Principal Guo's words do make sense. If we truly report them, we might end up being bitten back, and it would be counterproductive. Moreover, recently Beiwang City has fallen. It's likely that a beast tide will soon surge toward Songbei City. We must prioritize the greater situation and do our utmost to protect the safety of Huaxia's residents. Zhang Kunming could only compromise as there was no other option, especially given the dire circumstances. So what do you suggest we do? Lin Shahan asked. For now, we can only start from the student's side. Zhang Kunming pondered. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Principal Wang Qingyun took over, his eyes somewhat forlorn, appearing quite unwilling. Do you have any information on the 8 students? Suddenly Zhang Kunming recalled something and asked. No. The 6 principals shook their heads in unison. This is troublesome. Zhang Kunming frowned slightly. He knew that the heads of the 8 higher learning institutions were well prepared and would certainly not disclose the detailed information about the students they brought. All the participating students' information from the 6 middle schools in Songbei City was likely already in the hands of the other side. What to do about this? Mayor, I think we should do it this way. At this moment, Lin Shuhan thought of a good idea and quickly spoke it out. Good, let's do it this way. Zhang Kunming's eyes brightened slightly. The next day at Dakingshan, on a vast flat ground, 8 assessment heads from various prestigious institutions sat side by side on a high platform. Below, a group of students stood chattering excitedly, their voices rising to the sky. Although these students were the cream of the crop from each class, naturally gifted, they felt a bit anxious inside. They were preparing for the upcoming selection, all wanting to gain early admission to a good institution, to obtain more resources, work hard, to cultivate, slay demonic beasts, and bring honor to their families. Good morning, students. Today is the day of selection for the 8 prestigious institutions. The rules for this selection are basically the same as in previous years. However, this year 8 students from other provinces have come to participate in this assessment. The assessment location is Dakingshan, where there are only 1st or 2nd level demonic beasts. Dakingshan has 4 areas numbered 1, 2, 3, 0, and 4. Although the strength of these demonic beasts is relatively low, you must not let your guard down. After all, you have just awakened your talents and are relatively weak. Just do your best. Later, I will distribute a high-tech wristwatch to each of you to facilitate data recording, which will also display the area number. As long as you slay a 1st-level demonic beast, the watch will immediately sense it and display the number 1. Slaying a 2nd-level demonic beast will display 2. Your assessment score will be based on the number of demonic beasts you slay in your designated area of Dakingshan. The more you slay, the higher your ranking. Finally, only the top 10 students will gain early admission to the 8 prestigious institutions. The exam duration is 8 hours. All right, now I will call your names, and you can come up to receive your high-tech wristwatches. After finishing, Mayor Zhang Kunming let out a sigh of relief, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. And Qing. Soon a handsome student stepped out from the crowd, walked up to the platform, and received a wristwatch for Area 1. Manyun. Area 2. Nanfeng. Area 4. This boy is a student from another province. By Lingxua. Area 1. Suhan. After being called, Suhan squeezed out from the crowd and walked forward. Upon reaching the high platform, he received a blue wristwatch from Zhang Kunming's hand and glanced at it. The upper right corner displayed the number 1. This indicated that he was in Area 1. It seemed Bai Lingxue was also in this area. What a coincidence. Quickly, Suhan stepped down from the platform, returned to his original position, and put the blue wristwatch on his left arm, which looked quite nice. Xiaowendong. Area 4. This boy is also from another province. Have you all received your wristwatches? Noticing that there were no more wristwatches left, Zhang Kunming looked down at the students and asked, have you received them? The students replied in unison. Good, now you can enter Dakingshan for the assessment, Zhang Kunming announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the students below immediately moved, heading towards Dakingshan. However, the 8 assessment heads began to murmur softly. Why do I feel something is off? Suddenly, Gu Siqing, the head of the Kyoto Academy, voiced his suspicion. Gu, my dear brother, what seems off? The head of the Modu Academy, Feng Deming, asked curiously. I noticed that all the students we brought are assigned to Area 4. That feels a bit fishy. Gu Siqing explained. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Feng Deming nodded. Could they be setting a trap? Nearby, Du-Wan, the head of Hanwu Academy, speculated. No way, Feng Deming shook his head. Why not? Du-Wan asked, confused. Because they don't have the guts. If they offend us, then the entire Songbei city can forget about having students enter higher learning institutions in the future. Feng Deming snorted coldly, his tone carrying a hint of dominance and decisiveness. That's true. As long as one's strength is sufficient, all schemes and tricks are futile. Just as they were discussing, Suhan and Bai Lingxue had already stopped at the entrance of Area 1 in Dakingshan. Exchanging glances and nodding at each other, they turned and walked in. In Zone 1 of the Daqing Mountains lay a forest where towering trees soared skyward like colossal pillars. Silence reigned so profound that the rustle of a falling leaf could be heard, occasionally punctuated by a squirrel dropping a pine cone or a bird fluttering its wings. In the distance, wolves howled, casting an even more ominous pall over the woods. At that moment, a man and a woman were walking through the dense forest. By the way, Lingxue, which academy do you plan to attend? Suhan suddenly halted, turning to Bai Lingxue to inquire. He knew that with her awakened SS grade talent, she could enter any of the 4 great academies of Huaxiao without question. This was beyond doubt. The Modu Academy, of course. Bai Lingxue replied without a moment's hesitation. After all, Modu Academy ranked first among the 4 great academies, followed by Jingdu Academy, then Hanwu Academy, and finally Guangshan Academy. Suhan merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, what about you?" "Me? I'm not sure." Don't you have an ideal academy in mind?" Bai Lingxue was taken aback. "I do, but plans can never keep up with changes," Suhan said after a moment of contemplation. "I don't understand." Bai Lingxue shook her head. "Honestly, I'm not sure either. I'll figure it out later, Suhan chuckled. Bai Lingxue was speechless. "All right, let's split up and see who can kill more demonic beasts." Suhan then gazed into the distance. "Find a challenge it is." Bai Lingxue pouted, the proud celestial maiden refusing to back down. With that, they parted ways. "However, you despicable commoner, how dare you cozy up to my goddess? It infuriates me. I won't let you off the hook. Just wait and see." A shadowy figure lurked in the dark, tailing them unnoticed, gnashing his teeth. The next moment, he dissolved into a gust of wind and vanished. Resentment, from Zhou Tianbao, 88. Spotting the resentment value, Suhan was startled and murmured, "Could Zhou Tianbao be planning revenge in Zone 1? "Very likely." He paused, then snorted coldly, "If Zhou Tianbao dares to try, I'll make sure he never sees the light of tomorrow." Soon he arrived at a secluded grove. Suddenly, 5 demonic beasts burst from the thicket, encircling Suhan, howling with bared fangs as drool dripped incessantly. 5 first-grade hyena beasts. Suhan chuckled, pulling out a gleaming dagger that looked razor-sharp. After his fists had ached from killing a 3rd-grade boar beast last time, he decided he must procure a sharp weapon. So he went to Kaiyuan Trading Company to buy this silver-grade dagger, spending a 4th-grade top-tier crystal core. A bit painful. The dagger was called Dark Soul, a fitting name. The next instant, a cold gleam flashed as Suhan moved, plunging the Dark Soul into the necks of the 5 hyenas. In a few breaths, bloody holes appeared in their necks, and they collapsed to the ground, bleeding out with faint whimpers. Kill count 10. Kill count 10. Meanwhile, the blue watch on Suhan's left arm displayed 5 ones. This meant he had slain 5 first-grade beasts. He then summoned the white fox. Seeing the 5 carcasses, her eyes lit up, and she opened her maw wide to devour them, vanishing instantly. Returning to Suhan's navel region, the white fox was elated, a broad smile gracing her face. Ever since signing the master-servant pact with Suhan, fortune had smiled upon her. Within days, her cultivation level shot up like a rocket, feeling almost dreamlike. Before the White Fox had to tread carefully, fearing discovery by powerful humans or spirits that might expose her secret. To hide her identity, she deliberately stayed in her room, avoiding guests. Perhaps Su-Han was her destined one. As this thought crossed her mind, she began digesting the carcasses, thoroughly content. Favor from White Fox 99. Seeing this favor value, Su-Han was momentarily stunned and surprised. The next moment he smiled and continued forward. After walking a while, Su-Han unexpectedly encountered a second-grade wind wolf. This beast was the size of 2 lions, pure white with long legs and a lean body, erect ears, long fangs, and blood-red eyes fixed on Su-Han. The next second, the wind wolf lunged at Su-Han with the speed of a cheetah. Perfect timing. Su-Han snorted coldly, gripping the dark soul. After a minute-long struggle, he swiftly slew it. Kill count 100. Soon the blue watch displayed a single 2. These first and second-grade beasts were like lambs to Su-Han, easily slaughtered without even needing poison. After all, his strength was immense, his body like steel, and his ability realm had reached the 3rd-grade minor success. It was far too simple. Meanwhile, in Zone 4, Xia Wendong and S-grade from Modu moved through a dense forest with uncanny swiftness, darting rapidly. As he walked, he stopped, scanning his surroundings with a furrowed brow, sensing something amiss in this area. The reason was simple. After 20 minutes here, Xia Wendong had yet to spot a single demonic beast, not even a trace. How bizarre. After all, the Daqing Mountains were teeming with 1st and 2nd-grade beasts. Why was there none in sight? Exasperating. If Xia Wendong failed to slay enough beasts, his ranking would fall outside the top 10, leading to elimination. Elimination would mean failing his family's expectations and dashing his dream of entering Modu Academy. He could not let that happen. Xia Wendong. Just then a booming voice came from behind. Turning, Xia Wendong paused, recognizing Nanfeng from Jingdu. They were fairly acquainted. Perhaps it was because one hailed from Modu and the other from Jingdu, fostering a sense of kinship. What is it? Have you encountered any beasts? Nanfeng asked. None. Xia Wendong shook his head. You too? Nanfeng was astonished. Could it be that Zone 4 has no beasts? Nanfeng's words made Xia Wendong exclaim, Mayor Songbei has gone too far, leaving us no way out. How infuriating. Nanfeng gnashed his teeth. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Maybe the beasts are hiding out of fear of us, Xia Wendong said after a moment's thought. After all, hailing from developed cities, they carried an innate arrogance, especially a sense of superiority over remote districts, even toward beasts. While that could be true, Nanfeng paused, then realized. All right, let's split up. Xia Wendong waved his hand. Fine. Nanfeng nodded. With that, they exchanged waves and parted. Time reversed. After all the participating students entered the Daqing Mountains, Zhang Kunming, the mayor of Songbei City, immediately raised his hand to pull a small device from his pocket. Soon a rectangular virtual screen appeared in midair. The screen was blank for now. This was a virtual ranking device specially prepared for the student examinations. Moreover, the virtual ranking device was connected to high-tech wristwatches. As soon as a student killed a demonic beast, the virtual screen would promptly display it and continuously update the rankings. This was mainly to facilitate the examiners from the 8 prestigious academies to monitor the situation inside at any time. After setting up the virtual ranking device, Zhang Kunming came and sat down beside the 8 examiners to watch together, along with the 6 principals of Songbei City's middle schools. Bored, someone soon started a discussion. Everyone, who do you think will take first place in this selection? Looking around, Zhang Kunming asked with a smile. It's undoubtedly Xia Wendong, Feng Deming, the head of the Modu Academy, said proudly, his tone brimming with strong confidence. Although Xia Wendong's talent was only S-grade, his strength was in no way inferior to an SS-grade super prodigy. After all, the superpower he awakened was of the dark element, possessing extremely formidable offensive capabilities, enough to instantly kill a first-tier demonic beast, and dispatching a second-tier one took only 2 minutes. As Feng Deming's words fell, the other 7 examiners did not refute him. This indicated their high recognition of Xia Wendong's strength. However, the principals of Songbei City thought otherwise. I believe it's Yuan Feng. Wang Qingyun, the principal of Songbei First Middle School, soon voiced a different opinion. If I recall correctly, Yuan Feng awakened an SS-grade wood element, which is a support-type superpower. Its offensive capability is weak. He certainly can't rank first, Gu Xiqing, the head of the Jingdu Academy, suddenly said with a disdainful tone. Indeed, echoed Mo Feisong, the head of the Guangchen Academy, sitting nearby. Well, let's just wait and see. Hearing the rebuttals, Wang Qingyun snorted coldly in his heart, but did not voice it lest he incur the displeasure of the 8 examiners. Since you think Yuan Feng is not up to it, what about by Ling Xue? At this moment, Lin Shuhan, the principal of Songbei 6th Middle School, interjected. She's passable, I suppose, Gu Xiqing said after a moment's thought. Lin Shuhan merely uttered an "oh," thinking to himself, these examiners are truly arrogant, and conceded, showing no regard for the SS-grade talented students of Songbei City. Nevertheless, these 8 examiners had the capital to be arrogant. The reason was simple: students from developed cities had abundant resources, whereas those from remote urban districts had scarce resources. They were simply not on the same level. For instance, students from Modu could use silver-grade weapons right after awakening, while students from Songbei could only use bronze-grade weapons at best, or even none at all. Even if a Modu student had a relatively low talent, they could compensate with advanced weapons. One could imagine how enormous the resource gap was. Just then the virtual screen in midair flickered. The ranking list for the examined students had appeared. Seeing this, the people on the stage stopped their chatter and focused their gazes on the virtual screen. First place, Oi by Lingxua 1 second tier, Demonic Beast 6 first tier, Demonic Beasts. Second place, O Suhan 1 second tier, Demonic Beast 5 first tier, Demonic Beasts. Third place, O Yuan Foam 1 second tier, Demonic Beast 3 first tier, Demonic Beasts. Seeing this list, the 8 examiners were all stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Because the names of the students from other provinces did not appear on it at all. That meant the number of demonic beasts they had killed was 0. How was this possible? Impossible. It seems the students you brought are not up to par, unable to kill even a single first-tier demonic beast. Zhang Kunming glanced at the examiner's grim expressions, secretly delighted, and let out a sarcastic chuckle. In truth, he had secretly reduced the number of demonic beasts in Zone 4 by just a tiny, minuscule amount. There were certainly demonic beasts inside, just relatively fewer. Yes, the geniuses from developed cities are nothing special after all, Wang Qingyun chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Mayor Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Suddenly Feng Deming turned to look at Zhang Kunming, his expression icy, and demanded. Zhang Kunming put on a bewildered look. Don't play dumb with me, Feng Deming snorted coldly. I really don't know what you mean. Zhang Kunming looked aggrieved. Why were all the students we brought assigned to Zone 4? If I'm not mistaken, there must be something fishy about Zone 4. Feng Deming said in a deep voice, his expression extremely grim. You flatter me. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing even with 100 times the courage. After all, Songbei City still depends on you all for its livelihood. Zhang Kunming's expression shifted slightly as he flattered with a smile. Truly nothing fishy. Truly. If I'm lying to you, may I be struck by 5 thunders from the heavens. Before Zhang Kunming could finish, a voice interrupted him. They heard Gu Xiqing exclaim, they have rankings now. Hearing this, Feng Deming turned his head and looked up at the virtual screen in midair. On the screen, the names of Xia Wendong and the other 7 had indeed appeared, though their rankings were relatively low. Seeing this, Zhang Kunming let out a long sigh of relief, raised his hand, and patted his chest, thinking to himself, that scared me to death just now. Good thing I didn't finish that oath. What luck! After calming down for a moment, Brother Feng, I didn't deceive you, did I? It must be that the students you brought are so formidable and awe-inspiring that the demonic beasts in Zone 4 got scared and hid, not daring to come out. Zhang Kunming immediately flattered Feng Deming with a smile. Feng Deming felt quite pleased upon hearing this and nodded. Daqing Mountains. Zone 1. At this very moment, inside a dark cave. What a bunch of so-called geniuses. Today all of you shall die, not one of you will survive. Haha. A middle-aged man dressed in black clothes, wearing a gas mask on his head and carrying an air tank on his back, let out a low chuckle. Overall, he looked like a character from a Counter-Strike game. The next moment, it's about time. Uttering this lightly, the man cast his gaze toward the cave entrance, then lifted his foot and walked forward. Soon reaching the entrance, he parted countless vines. Instantly, a ray of light streamed in, causing the man's eyes to blink. This cave had basically gone unnoticed, as it was covered in vines that completely concealed the entrance without leaving a single gap. Most importantly, the cave interior was a passage connecting to the outside. The middle-aged man had discovered it by accident. Arriving at an open space, he immediately raised his hand to operate the air tank on his back. Instantly, streams of colorless, odorless gas floated into the sky, rapidly spreading in all directions. The speed was astonishing. This gas was named Laughing Death Powder. Any superpower user below the 5th tier who inhaled it would laugh uncontrollably on the spot for 1 minute, then collapse into a coma for 3 hours, ultimately leading to death. Moreover, it had a very distinctive characteristic, an extremely fast diffusion rate. In just about 2 hours, this colorless, odorless gas could drift to every corner of the Daqing Mountains. As he released the gas, the middle-aged man grinned sinisterly, feeling a surge of excitement. He harbored a deep hatred for these geniuses and wished for their early demise. Operation Genius Purge. An hour later, Suhan walked through the jungle of Zone 1, where the occasional roars of demonic beasts echoed from not far away, casting an eerie veil over the entire forest. During this time, he had slain 5 second-tier demonic beasts and 30 first-tier ones. The number was not substantial, and the pace felt somewhat sluggish. After all, Suhan had not used poison, he merely killed the demonic beasts with his dagger Dark Soul. As he walked on, a booming voice shouted, "Wretched commoner, that prey is mine. Get lost." I saw it first. Don't bully me just because you're stronger, a weak voice replied. So what if I bully you? They'll go tell the mayor. Just then a commotion arose from up ahead. It turned out that Zhou Tianbao was bullying a timid student. As long as they don't provoke me, I have no time to help others, Su Han thought. I need to hurry up and kill more demonic beasts. Looking ahead, Su Han furrowed his brow. With that thought, he turned left intending to leave this place. Hey classmate, judge for yourself. Suddenly the timid student looked at Su Han with a pitiful expression. I'm not interested, Su Han replied coldly. Oh, if it isn't the commoner Su Han. Long time no see, ha. At that moment Zhou Tianbao also turned around and sneered. Zhou Tianbao, you'd better not provoke me, or I'll make your life a living hell. Su Han warned without even looking back. Wretched commoner, you've ruined me, and you stole my goddess. Unforgivable. Today either you die, or I do. Zhou Tianbao's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched, as if he wished to tear Su Han limb from limb. Resentment, from Zhou Tianbao 99. Oh, you want to kill me? Seeing the maximum resentment value, Su Han immediately understood that Zhou Tianbao harbored murderous intent. That's right, I want you dead. Zhou Tianbao sneered. You, haven't I taught you enough of a lesson? Itching for another beating. What impudent mongrels dare to boast before me, courting death? Su Han looked disdainful. Try me and see, hee hee. Suddenly Zhou Tianbao grinned sinisterly. One move is all it takes to deal with you. I don't believe it. Su Han just smiled and said nothing. Classmate, I'll help you deal with this brute, the timid student said weakly, but a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. No need, Su Han shook his head. It's fine, I just want to get back at him, the timid student grinned at Su Han. Su Han didn't reply, fixing his gaze firmly on Zhou Tianbao. This time he would show no mercy. Even if he didn't kill Zhou Tianbao, he would cripple him, condemning him to a life in a wheelchair. Tisk tsk. Two wretched commoners, how audacious. Come at me together, what do I have to fear? With that Zhou Tianbao burst into wild laughter. Has Zhou Tianbao lost his mind? Su Han was stunned, then furrowed his brow. Logically, after he had beaten Zhou Tianbao 2 or 3 times soundly, the other should be terrified of him. Why was he acting so strangely today? It didn't make sense. Yet Su Han didn't notice someone quietly approaching him. Master, that timid student seems to have ill intentions toward you. His gaze is off, the white fox noticed and warned. Oh, I see. Su Han instantly understood, a cold sneer curling on his lips. So they were in cahoots. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. Both would die. Shall I use your illusion on the timid student? Having given the order, Su Han fixed his gaze on Zhou Tianbao. Yes, master, the white fox replied. Die, Zhou Tianbao. Su Han roared. You are the one who's going to die, Zhou Tianbao sneered, seeing the timid student draw closer to Su Han. Suddenly a cold glint flashed as the timid student pulled out a sharp dagger, lunged forward, and swung it towards Su Han's chest. Wretched commoner, you never expected that timid student to be my accomplice, did you? He. Cross me, and you'll have no good end. Today you die. Seeing this, Zhou Tianbao's lips curled in satisfaction. But the next scene left him stunned. Just as the timid student's dagger was about to pierce Su Han's chest, it suddenly spun 180 degrees and stabbed toward his own chest. The dagger sank into the timid student's chest, and blood spurted out, staining his entire shirt red. The next second, he pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into his own belly, blood gushing forth. Then his left arm, right leg, and heart. Before long, the timid student's body was riddled with holes, and he collapsed dead, a pool of blood on the ground. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly in death. He probably never knew how he died, trapped in the white fox's illusion, unable to escape. Kill value 100. Zhou Tianbao, standing not far away, was terrified at the sight, his body trembling uncontrollably and his teeth chattering. The timid student was an assassin skilled in concealment and disguise. Zhou Tianbao had spent a fortune to hire him to deal with Su Han. Yet instead of assassinating Su Han, the student had killed himself. This situation was completely beyond his imagination. Did Su Han possess some eerie power? Very likely. Zhou Tianbao, is this your trump card? Too weak. Su Han scoffed. Su Han, please. Don't kill me. Zhou Tianbao snapped back to reality, dropped to his knees, and kowtowed in surrender. It's useless. Since you wanted to kill me, why would I spare you? Die. Su Han sneered. Moments later. Our wretched commoner, you'll die a miserable death. I curse you for 18 generations. A miserable scream echoed through the sky, then fell silent. Resentment, from Zhou Tianbao 99. Kill value 100. After killing Zhou Tianbao, Su Han approached the 2 corpses, crouched down, and began searching for treasures. Shall I devour these 2 corpses? After searching, Su Han summoned the white fox and commanded, Yes, master. Seeing the 2 superhuman corpses, the white fox's eyes gleamed with excitement. To her, human flesh was the most tender and delicious. Meanwhile, Su Han stood aside, deep in thought. If not for the white fox's warning today, he would have been maimed or killed. He had let his guard down completely because of the timid student's demeanor, unaware that danger lurked so close. This was a grave mistake. From now on, he would not easily trust strangers. Even familiar faces might stab him in the back. Caution was paramount. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit again in your wit. Zone 1. Bai Ling Xue was traversing through the towering dense forest, her gaze darting around as roars echoed intermittently in the distance. She walked on and on. It seems there's a Tier 2 demon beast, a wind wolf ahead. Focusing her eyes, Bai Ling Xue's heart suddenly surged with joy. She would rather encounter a single Tier 2 demon beast than a pack of Tier 1 ones. The reason was simple: a Tier 2 demon beast played a crucial role in the assessment results, carrying a high weight in scoring. The next second, Bai Ling Xue swiftly swept towards this Tier 2 wind wolf. A woo. As she approached the wind wolf, she noticed its body swaying unsteadily, emitting howls that sounded like manic laughter. This lasted for about a minute before it crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Ling Xue was instantly dumbfounded. She hadn't even made a move yet. Had this Tier 2 wind wolf just died on its own? What a strange occurrence. He. Immediately after, Bai Ling Xue seemed to catch a strange odor that made her dizzy and unable to suppress a desire to laugh. Eventually, she burst into laughter, her sweet voice echoing through the space. The laughter also lasted for a minute. Thump. Finally, Bai Ling Xue felt her body grow light, then she collapsed towards the ground. Next, all the demon beasts and examinees in this zone fell to the ground unconscious. 15 minutes passed. The demon beasts and examinees in Zone 2 also caught this colorless, odorless gas and collapsed. Another 15 minutes later. The same happened to the demon beasts and examinees in Zone 3. Another 15 minutes passed. Zone 4's demon beasts and examinees were not spared either, even though they hailed from developed cities. Yet, across the entire Daqing Mountain, only Su Han remained unaffected. Because he possessed the 100 poisons body immune to all toxins, the half-step laughing powder could not affect him at all. Instead, it seemed to enhance his own toxic potency. Time went back to 45 minutes earlier. Walking through the jungle. Why is this Tier 2 demon beast lying on the ground? Spotting the massive carcass of a demon beast not far away, Su Han was startled and let out a surprised exclamation. Soon he arrived before it. He discovered the Tier 2 demon beast was breathing heavily. It wasn't dead, merely unconscious. He extended his right foot and gave its head a brutal kick. After a moment, it remained completely still. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Su Han chuckled, drew his dagger Dark Soul, and stabbed it into the Tier 2 demon beast lying on the ground. It died. Kill count 100. At the same time, the number on his blue wristband increased by another 2, making it 7 twos in total. This meant he had already slain 7 Tier 2 demon beasts. What is that smell, eh? Suddenly, Su Han detected a sour, off-putting odor in the air, his brow furrowing slightly. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Poison gas. Damn it. How could there be poison gas on Daqing Mountain? Was someone trying to harm them? Such audacity. They must know the representatives from major higher academies across Huaxiao were seated outside, each of formidable strength. If that were the case, then no good. Bai Ling Xue is in danger." Thinking this, Su Han's expression shifted slightly, his heart tightening with nervousness before he forced himself to calm down. If it were anyone else, he would have ignored them. But Bai Ling Xue was different. After all, they had fought together. She could be considered a friend. Taking a deep breath, the next second Su Han began to move. Along the way, he collected the carcasses of demon beasts while searching for Bai Ling Xue's figure. Kill count 10. Kill count 100. At the same time, numbers were rapidly flashing on Su Han's blue wristband. 8 twos. 9 twos. 40s. While collecting the demon beast carcasses, he also noticed some examinees lying on the ground, most of whom he didn't recognize. Su Han did not attend to them as he carried no antidote, and he still hadn't found Bai Ling Xue. He had no idea where she had collapsed. It was truly worrying. Outside Daqing Mountain. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the virtual projection in midair, because the display was changing every moment. First place, Bai Ling Xue 7 Tier 2 demon beasts, 23 Tier 1 demon beasts. Second place, Su Han 6 Tier 2 demon beasts, 20 Tier 1 demon beasts. Third place, Yuan Feng 5 Tier 2 demon beasts, 15 Tier 1 demon beasts. 11th place, Xia Wendong 2 Tier 2 demon beasts, 8 Tier 1 demon beasts. 20th place, Onan Feng 1 Tier 2 demon beast, 4 Tier 1 demon beasts. Why are our people consistently outside the top 10? How strange. Seeing the rankings, Feng Deming muttered to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. Logically, given their strength, they should have caught up quickly after all this time. But they were practically standing still, their rankings not improving at all. Meanwhile, the number of demon beasts slain by examinees from Songbei City kept increasing. This baffled him completely. Brother Feng, I'm certain Mayor Zhang Kunming of Songbei City is up to something behind the scenes. Suddenly, Gu Xiqing sitting beside him leaned in and whispered into Feng Deming's ear. I think so too. Once the selection assessment is over, I'll have to investigate thoroughly. Feng Deming nodded. If it turns out as I suspect, how will you handle it? Gu Xiqing continued in a low voice. Punish without leniency. Suddenly a golden glint flashed in Feng Deming's eyes, his tone resolute. Good, let's do it that way. Gu Xiqing's eyes lit up slightly. On the other side, Mayor, they seem to be muttering something but might be against us. Noticing Feng Deming's ever-changing expression, Wang Qingyun spoke softly. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Zhang Kunming only uttered these 8 words, his gaze fixed on the midair projection. Wang Qingyun responded with a simple, "Oh." 10 minutes passed. How strange. Suddenly Lin Shuhan, the principal of Songbei No. 6 High School, let out a loud exclamation. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Wang Qingyun asked curiously. Just look at the virtual projection and you'll see. Soon others also noticed this phenomenon, and the crowd instantly buzzed with chatter. Currently the data for the other students hasn't changed, it's stagnant. Only Su-Han's numbers keep jumping. He's almost about to take first place. Could a Tier 4 demon beast have appeared on Daqing Mountain? I'm certain there are no Tier 4 demon beasts on Daqing Mountain. We clear out anything above Tier 3 at regular intervals. Then what's going on with this Su-Han? I don't know either. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this moment worry was etched on their faces, fearing that any accident might befall the examinees within Daqing Mountain. The losses would be catastrophic. After all, these examinees were the most talented individuals from Songbei City. Moreover, the students from other provinces came from very wealthy families, not to be offended. Another 20 minutes passed. At this moment, only Su-Han's numbers were changing on the virtual screen in midair, and he had already leaped to first place. First place, Oi Su-Han 8 second-tier demonic beasts, 31st-tier demonic beasts. Second place, Oi by Lingxue 8 second-tier demonic beasts, 23 first-tier demonic beasts. 1 minute later. First place, Oi Su-Han 9 second-tier demonic beasts, 31st-tier demonic beasts. Second place, Oi by Lingxue 8 second-tier demonic beasts, 23 first-tier demonic beasts. 1 minute later. First place, Oi Su-Han 10 second-tier demonic beasts, 31 first-tier demonic beasts. Second place, Oi by Lingxue 8 second-tier demonic beasts, 23 first-tier demonic beasts. The data of the other examinees remained stagnant. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Some faces turned pale, some hung their heads in silence, some looked anxious, and others wore gloomy expressions. They understood that something major must have happened within the Daqing Mountains, placing the examinees in danger. Yet why was Su-Han unharmed? They were utterly perplexed. Brother Feng, how about we suspend the assessment for now? Gu Xiqing turned to Feng Deming and whispered, his face filled with anxiety, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. The main reason was that Nan Feng, whom he had brought from the capital's Nan family, belonged to a dominant super clan. If something happened to him, he would not only lose his job, but also face the Nan family's pursuit. Thus he was extremely worried about Nan Feng. All right. Feng Deming thought for a moment and nodded. These examinees were all prodigies, and no mishap could be allowed. Moreover, the Huaxiao Empire was in a phase of external threats and needed their future strength. Although he was usually somewhat greedy, he still understood the gravity of the situation. Gu Xiqing was overjoyed. Next, Feng Deming announced the decision, and no one raised any objections. So they began to take action. In Zone 1, a Su-Han walked through the shrubbery, busy collecting the carcasses of demonic beasts, merely finishing them off. It was absolutely delightful. Kill value 10. Kill value 100. Young man, you're actually unharmed. As he was zealously finishing them off, a startled voice suddenly came from behind. Su-Han turned around and was stunned, his mouth wide open. A middle-aged man dressed as a character from Counter-Strike appeared not far away, staring at him with astonishment. You're the one who released the poison, aren't you? Seeing this, Su-Han instantly understood and asked. Not bad, you have good insight. The middle-aged man nodded. Why did you do this? Does it need a reason? True, it doesn't. Why are you completely unscathed? That's a secret. Since you want, take this secret to the grave, humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Those who want to kill me end up dead by my hand, and you'll be no exception. Su-Han said indifferently, his expression extremely calm. Such an arrogant young man. The middle-aged man sneered. If I weren't arrogant, could I be called young? Su-Han squinted, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The middle-aged man was speechless, but what Su-Han said was indeed true. Suddenly his face darkened. Although your talent is impressive, it's unfortunate that you've met me today. As he spoke, a nether flame appeared in his hand, and the next moment it rapidly swept towards Su-Han. Although this flame attack wasn't very strong, it was more than enough to deal with a high school student who hadn't even grown his feathers, capable of burning him alive. After all, his cultivation level was at the peak of the 4th stage, just 2 steps away from advancing to the 5th stage. Meanwhile, his opponent's level was at most the 3rd stage. The disparity in their strength was vast. However, the next scene caused the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. The nether flame that had been attacking Su-Han abruptly turned 180 degrees and surged back toward him. This happened too quickly before the middle-aged man could react. The nether flame struck his protective suit directly. Not good. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. If the protective suit were breached, he would fall victim to the half-smile scattering powder poison. So this is an illusion. Upon inspection, he was shocked to find the suit unharmed and quickly understood. After all, he had extensive combat experience. At the same time, he broke free from the illusion. Seeing this, Su-Han was taken aback. He hadn't expected the middle-aged man to dispel the white fox's illusion so quickly. From this, he could infer that the man's cultivation was above the 4th stage. Moreover, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him. The next second, Su-Han revealed a sinister smile and murmured to himself, but he seems very afraid of poison. If I can break his gas mask, he'll win. The moment the middle-aged man broke free from the illusion, Su-Han drew his dagger Dark Soul, charged forward at breakneck speed, and reached the man in just a few breaths. He swung the dagger, aiming a fierce stab at the man's gas mask. However, the middle-aged man reacted swiftly, leaping backward. The dagger struck only air. Stopping in his tracks, the middle-aged man's face darkened. He had nearly fallen for the young man's trick. A few beads of sweat emerged on his palms, and his mind was far from calm. Seeing that the middle-aged man had evaded his assassination, Su-Han was not surprised and remained calm. Kid, you've thoroughly angered me today. Die. As he spoke, the middle-aged man gathered nether flames in both hands, appearing even more terrifying than before, and swiftly hurled them at Su-Han. Watching the two nether flames, Su-Han felt a flicker of familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled something. Right, this must be ghost fire. He had seen such flames in the ghost domain. A peculiar smile spread across his face. The next second, Su-Han silently chanted, and the ghost-slaying brick appeared in his right hand. A brick. The middle-aged man was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Kid, you're not going to use a brick against my nether flames, are you? Ha. That's right. Su-Han smiled at the man. As his words fell, the two nether flames reached him. The next scene left the middle-aged man dumbfounded once again. Su-Han simply raised the ghost-slaying brick and placed it between the two nether flames. Instantly, the brick emitted streams of black energy that enveloped the two nether flames, consuming them entirely. This. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. He had never imagined that his nether flames could be absorbed by a brick. It was utterly unbelievable. Now your attacks are useless against me. Prepare to die, Su-Han shouted. Since his ghost-slaying brick could devour nether flames, he was the middle-aged man's natural nemesis. Hee. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen, and he turned to flee in panic. Trying to run. No way. Su-Han sneered. With that, he gave chase immediately. A peak 4th stage powerhouse like me being chased around by a high school student. If word of this gets out, it'll be a laughingstock. How utterly humiliating. The middle-aged man running ahead was on the verge of tears. But there was nothing he could do, for he had met his nemesis. He could only resign himself to his misfortune. He simply couldn't fathom how that brick could absorb his nether flame. It was incomprehensible. 4th stage. Is that all you've got? Don't run if you've got the guts. Weren't you strutting around just now? Why have you turned into a coward fleeing for your life? At that moment, Su-Han, swinging a brick in his hand, chased after him, his words dripping with mockery. I'm the coward. Please, Grandpa, stop chasing me, okay? The middle-aged man thought as he ran, then moments later cried out in surrender, though resentment festered in his heart. Since the entire Daching Mountain was saturated with half-step laughing powder, a few inhalations would cause psychics to fall unconscious, and he was no exception. After all, he had released the poison, and its potency was formidable, a fact he knew all too well. The most baffling part was that the high school student behind him seemed immune to the poison, completely unaffected. He was like a freak, utterly absurd. Moreover, the brat had single-handedly ruined his Eliminate Genius's plan. Everything was lost. How infuriating. 88 resentment points from middle-aged man. Grandpa. Su-Han was taken aback for a moment, then said coldly, I don't take on grandsons as heartless as you. The middle-aged man had actually tried to poison them to death. His intentions were utterly vicious. His very heart was deserving of death. After a while of pursuit, the distance between them was closing in. Why are you so fast? Seeing the high school student catching up, the middle-aged man was shocked. To be honest, I awakened a power-type ability too, so of course I'm fast. Su-Han stated flatly. What? You awakened a dual-type ability? Damn it. It's over. Everything is over. The middle-aged man was utterly astounded, his heart filled with despair. Another 5 minutes passed. The distance between them was now just 1 meter. Seeing this, Su-Han pushed off with both feet, launching his entire body at the middle-aged man, swinging the brick and smashing it against the latter's gas mask. Crack. In an instant, the gas mask split, forming a crack, then burst apart, scattering fragments on the ground. No. Seeing the gas mask shattered, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in terror, and he let out a panicked cry. Soon the half-step laughing powder in the air entered his nostrils, causing dizziness and vertigo. His body swayed uncontrollably, and finally, he stood still, laughing maniacally for a full minute. He collapsed to the ground unconscious. A dozen or so minutes earlier, outside Daqing Mountain, after phone dimming announced the suspension of the selection assessment, the crowd hurried into Daqing Mountain to investigate. They were divided into 4 groups. The heads of the 8 prestigious academies formed one group heading directly into Zone 4. The others split into 3 groups, entering Zones 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Oh no, poisonous gas. As soon as they stepped into Daqing Mountain, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly pulled out gas masks, donned them, and rushed in for a swift rescue. Zone 1. Zhang Kunming and Lin Shuhan led the way, followed by a group of teachers. Along the path, they saw beast carcasses and examinees lying unconscious on the ground, all poisoned. Quickly carry these poisoned students out, or they'll die if the poison deepens. Zhang Kunming instructed the group of teachers. Yes, Mayor. The teachers each carried a student on their backs and rushed out of Daqing Mountain. As they walked, suddenly the sight before them stunned them. They saw an examinee wielding a brick chasing after a middle-aged man in a hazmat suit, cursing him out with great vigor. Yet, the middle-aged man running in front seemed terrified of the examinee, his voice trembling slightly. What the hell? That examinee is actually carrying a brick, how ridiculous. The middle-aged man is such a coward, being chased by a high school student and calling him grandpa, acting like a complete wimp. Whoa, that examinee is amazing. But why is there another person at the assessment site? Could it be? And why isn't that examinee poisoned? The crowd buzzed with discussion. They could hardly believe their eyes. Logically, the middle-aged man should be stronger than the examinee, given his age. Yet, reality was the complete opposite. It was utterly baffling. Su-Han. Suddenly Lin Shuhan cried out in shock. That examinee is Su-Han. Zhang Kunming was taken aback for a moment, then asked. Yes, he is Su-Han. Lin Shuhan nodded. At these words, the surrounding teachers suddenly understood. No wonder all the other examinees were poisoned and unconscious, their data stagnant. Only Su-Han's data had been changing. It turned out he hadn't been poisoned at all. Mayor, we should hurry after them and see what's happening, Lin Shuhan said at that moment. All right. With that, the group quickened their pace and gave chase. Stop. Just as Su-Han was about to kill the middle-aged man, a booming voice came from behind. Su-Han turned around and froze for a few seconds. A group of middle-aged people was sprinting towards him. Among them were Songbei Mayor Zhang Kunming, Songbei No, 6 high school principal Lin Shuhan, and a crowd of teachers. Seeing this, Su-Han immediately stopped. Since he couldn't kill the middle-aged man, he would leave it to the important figures of Songbei City to handle. After all, he had done his part. Soon they arrived before Su-Han. Mayor, principal, teachers, hello. Su-Han greeted respectfully. The crowd nodded. What's going on here? Zhang Kunming glanced at the unconscious middle-aged man, then turned his gaze to Su-Han, asking curiously. He was releasing poison, trying to kill us. If I hadn't discovered it in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Su-Han answered truthfully, pointing at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. At these words, the scene erupted into chaos. What? A middle-aged man trying to poison geniuses to death? Oh my god. He's vicious, he must be severely punished. How outrageous. Who gave him the nerve? Disgusting. Could he be a spy from the West planted in Songbei City? The expressions of the crowd were all extremely ugly, alternating between pale and red, and some even had bloodshot eyes. This showed just how furious they were, wishing they could devour the middle-aged man alive. After all, these examinees were the cream of the crop of Songbei City, the city's future, and the backbone of Wuxia's future defense against enemies. And this middle-aged man wanted to poison these genius students to death, a complete act of annihilation. They could never allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, Su-Han's appearance had averted this tragedy. Thus, Su-Han was the savior who rescued these gifted students. After a long while, the crowd finally managed to calm their fury, expressing gratitude to Su-Han. Su-Han merely smiled at them without uttering a word. By the way, Su-Han, why aren't you afraid of poison? Mayor Zhang Kunming inquired curiously. This? I'm not sure either. Perhaps it's something about my constitution, Su-Han replied, scratching his head as he looked up. He had no intention of revealing the truth, feigning ignorance instead. After all, everyone knew he had awakened 2 affinities. Revealing a third would likely shake the entire Songbei City, even the Huaxiao nation. That was not the outcome he desired. The example was clear before them. The middle-aged man lying on the ground was a killer of prodigies, possibly a spy sent by the enemy. If Su-Han's third affinity were exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the enemy's high command, plunging him into constant peril and a life of ceaseless trepidation. Moreover, what he had awakened was not 3 affinities, but an SSS-grade talent. Mayor Zhang Kunming merely uttered an, "Oh," and refrained from further questioning. Next, everyone's gaze converged on the middle-aged man sprawled on the ground. One of the teachers approached, crouched down, and turned the man over with a hand, revealing his entire countenance. He had rat-like eyes, a medium build, a square face, faint stubble, and dark weathered skin, etched by the passage of time, with thick, neatly trimmed eyebrows. "Isn't this Li Jinglong?" a teacher suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the man's face. "You know him?" Mayor Zhang Kunming inquired. "Yes. Tell me about him." Li Jinglong was a fire affinity teacher at Songbei No. 1 high school, a third-year senior. He had low talent, a mild and reserved demeanor, preferred solitude, had almost no friends, and was quite enigmatic. I've met him a few times, and he left a deep impression on me. But occasionally he would complain to me about certain matters. Taking a deep breath, the teacher spoke slowly. "What matters?" Mayor Zhang Kunming asked. "Low salary and frequent overtime." "I see." Mayor Zhang Kunming furrowed his brow, slightly lost in thought. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed. Then Mayor Zhang Kunming instructed other teachers to continue searching for poisoned students and escort them out of the Daqing Mountains for treatment. 3 hours later, in a luxurious building in downtown Songbei City, inside the conference room. "Mayor Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" Feng Deming, the head of the Magic Capital Academy, sat at the head of the table with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on Zhang Kunming below. "Everyone, my deepest apologies. This is my failure. I will bear the primary consequences and investigate the cause of this incident. I will provide an explanation to everyone in due course." Mayor Zhang Kunming immediately rose from his seat, bowed deeply to all present, and apologized, accepting responsibility. At these words, the expressions of the 8 heads of the major academies softened slightly. "You have indeed failed, failing even to secure the most basic assessment grounds, let alone other matters. If our people know if these prodigious students had met with an accident, how would you ever make amends?" Feng Deming persisted relentlessly, clearly seething with anger. Zhang Kunming bowed his head slightly, offering no rebuttal. Since he was at fault, he had to accept the reprimand. "Any casualties?" Feng Deming asked. "Yes." "What's the situation?" 2 students are missing." "Missing?" Feng Deming was taken aback, his face full of confusion. "What do you mean?" "It means we couldn't find the bodies of those 2 students in the Daqing Mountains. Perhaps the killer eliminated them and used flames to destroy the evidence. Of course, there's another possibility: the students were poisoned into unconsciousness and then devoured by spirit beasts." Zhang Kunming took a deep breath and explained. Feng Deming nodded. Since the missing weren't from their side, he wasn't overly concerned. After a pause, he continued, "But there is one thing you did well. That is, you apprehended the culprit in time, preventing the situation from worsening. That deserves commendation. Actually, the culprit wasn't caught by us." Hearing Feng Deming's words, Zhang Kunming gave an awkward smile. "Was it our people who caught him then?" Feng Deming was puzzled, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "No. I recall the culprit was in Zone 1, while we were in Zone 4. It's impossible for us to have captured him." "You misunderstand me." "What? The one who caught the culprit was neither our people nor yours, but a student taking the assessment." Seeing Feng Deming's perplexed look, Zhang Kunming explained. "Who?" Feng Deming asked. "Su Han. If not for him, all the assessed students in the Daqing Mountains would have been poisoned to death with disastrous consequences. He is the hero of this incident," Zhang Kunming said calmly. The room buzzed with chatter. Everyone present had vivid memories of Su Han. Back then, while the data of other assessed students remained unchanged, only his fluctuated. Truly astonishing. That name was deeply etched into their minds, impossible to forget. "Principal Zhang, I recall you mentioned the culprit's strength was at the peak of the 4th stage, while Su Han's should only be at the 2nd stage. How did he manage to capture such a formidable foe? Moreover, he seemed unaffected by the poison. I'm quite curious." At this point, Gu Xiqing, the head of the Capital Academy, posed a question to Zhang Kunming. "Because Su Han has awakened 2 affinities," Zhang Kunming stated flatly. He didn't specify which 2, leaving the heads of the prestigious academies to guess. Lin Shihan had mentioned to him that Su Han's 2 affinities were purple eyes and strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the room instantly erupted in excitement. Wow! So Su Han awakened 2 affinities. No wonder he could capture the culprit across stages. In my opinion, Su Han must have awakened a poison affinity, otherwise how could he be immune to such potent toxins? You're right. It's incredible that Su Han could defeat a peak 4th stage powerhouse. We should properly thank him, for he rescued all the assessed students in the Daqing Mountains. I want to recruit him into the Capital Academy. He belongs to the Magic Capital Academy, but don't any of you try to snatch him away." Everyone was abuzz with discussion. The heads of the 8 major academies were both astounded and exhilarated by Su Han's strength and performance, each eager to claim him. Yet they all knew the Magic Capital Academy was the top choice, leaving the other 7 to sigh inwardly. After all, the Magic Capital Academy was the premier institution of the Huaxia Nation, the dream of every student. Once you entered the Magic Capital Academy, your future would be boundless and bright. An annual salary of 1 million, wealth and glory, marrying a wealthy, beautiful, and noble spouse, bringing honor to your ancestors. All of this could become a reality. Of course, the other three major academies offered similar prospects, though they were slightly inferior to the Magic Capital Academy. Northern Song City. Inside the dungeon. How could I, a peak 4th level master, lose to a mere high school student who still smells of milk? This is utterly disgraceful. And that genius elimination plan of mine was ruined by him as well. Everything is over. I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. A middle-aged man in a white prison uniform, his hair disheveled, sat cross-legged on the straw. His face alternated between pale and green, an expression of extreme displeasure as he roared inwardly. He had poured tremendous effort into that plan. Now it had all gone down the drain. Li Jinglong. Just then a middle-aged man in resplendent attire approached from outside the cell. Hearing the voice, Li Jinglong neither turned around nor replied. He merely sat in silence, grumbling inwardly to vent his discontent. The next moment, a creaking sound. The cell door swung open. Wang Qingyun, the principal of Songbei No. One high school, strode in. Why did you do it? Wang Qingyun demanded. Yet Li Jinglong still remained silent. I have always treated you well, distributing whatever good resources I had to the best of my ability. I heard you work diligently, every day tirelessly, and without complaint. You are low-key, gentle, and never stir up trouble. I was gratified by this, truly honored. At this point, Wang Qingyun raised his voice. But your heart is so venomous, so ambitious and treacherous. You have disappointed me deeply. Principal Wang, you dare speak to me of treatment. All I can say is humph. I work myself to the bone every day, even putting in overtime, leaving early and returning late. And what do I get each month? A single 3rd-grade low-quality spirit core. Meanwhile, other teachers clock in and out on time, yet their monthly salary is 5 times mine. All because my talent is lacking and they deem me a waste of resources. A 3rd-grade low-quality spirit core. That's an insult a pittance. If you were in my shoes, how would you feel, eh? Wang Qingyun's words, far from calming him, ignited the fury in Li Jinglong's heart, and he began to rant endlessly. I hate those geniuses. They stole my resources, my efforts, my hopes, and my dreams. So I will kill every last one of them, leaving none alive. Having said this, Li Jinglong burst into bitter tears, weeping most piteously. Today, before Wang Qingyun, he had poured out all the grievances in his heart. However, before this, although he resented these geniuses, he had never intended to kill them. But then, one day a Western cultist approached Li Jinglong, tasking him with eliminating the geniuses of Huaxia, promising a generous reward upon success. He hesitated at the time, but the offered compensation was simply too great. In the end, gritting his teeth, he decided to go through with it, and accepted the cultist's proposal. After hearing Li Jinglong's heartfelt confession, Wang Qingyun was momentarily stunned, deeply moved. Resources in Huaxia were already scarce, and the share allocated to Northern Song City was even smaller. After all, Northern Song City was a remote urban area. Back then, Mayor Zhang Kunming had conveyed 2 directives to the 6 principals. Those with high talent could receive a larger share of resources so that once their strength improved, they could go to the battlefield, slay demonic beasts, earn military merits, and ultimately repay Northern Song City. Those with low talent, however, would receive fewer resources. They were simply to work diligently, as anything more would be a waste. Li Jinglong, what you say is not wrong. It is very true. But there is no helping it. This cannot be changed. You must accept your fate. You know the rule of this world: the fittest survive, the weak are eliminated. So since you have done these things, you must face severe punishment. In one word, death. Expressionless Wang Qingyun then glanced at Li Jinglong and asked, do you have anything else to say? Heh. Suddenly Li Jinglong pursed his lips and let out a hollow laugh, as if mocking the world. Seeing this, Wang Qingyun sighed inwardly, shook his head, and turned to leave the cell. Northwest of Northern Song City. A secluded spot outside the city wall. A very small church. My God, Zeus Almighty. The mission has failed. Li Jinglong is nothing but a waste. He can't even handle such a simple task. A complete buffoon. In the center of the church stood a cultist clad in a black priest's robe adorned with a small white clerical collar, praying. On the surface, he was a priest in Northern Song City, officiating weddings for newlyweds. In secret, he was a Western cultist sent to Huaxia to gather intelligence and cause disruption. Who should I approach next? Let me think carefully. After pondering for a while, the cultist shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied, then turned and left the church. A treatment hospital in the center of Northern Song City. This hospital was exclusively for superhuman ability users. Ordinary people were not permitted entry. Inside the treatment room, all the poisoned examinees lay on their hospital beds. Suddenly, they opened their eyes, regaining consciousness. They looked around at each other, utterly bewildered, having no idea what had happened. The 6 principals waited outside, their faces etched with anxiety. They're awake. Suddenly someone shouted. Hearing this, the 6 principals snapped to attention, overjoyed. They quickly stood up and rushed into the treatment room. Entering the room, seeing the children fully revived, they were ecstatic. Some even had tears glistening in their eyes. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Principal, what happened to us? Just then a student who had just awakened asked, "You were poisoned. A very potent poison. If it had been any later, your lives would have been in danger." Lin Shuhan said softly. At these words, the students immediately erupted into clamor. "What? We were poisoned? I didn't feel a thing. I remember slaying demonic beasts in Zone 2 of the Green Mountains. I can't recall what happened after that. How awful. This is terrifying. Who would want to harm us? It feels so good to be alive." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shuhan recounted the entire sequence of events. The students were left dumbfounded, utterly stunned. They never imagined that Su Han had saved their lives. It was simply unbelievable. A lifesaver. Favorability from Yuan Feng 50. Favorability from Lu Huidia 50. Favorability from Bai Lingxue 99. Favorability from Xia Wendong 50. Favorability from Nan Feng 50. All the students present were overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Han, including those from other provinces. After all, Su Han had saved their lives. He was their savior. If given the chance, they would surely repay him. However, Su Han, who was lying at home, was utterly bewildered, completely frozen. For favorability notifications kept floating before his eyes, relentless as a barrage of comments. It felt somewhat surreal. Favorability from XXX 50. Favorability from XX 50. Seeing this, Su Han was dumbstruck, his mind racing. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The favorability points continued for about half an hour before ceasing. These points drifted before his eyes like banknotes. So much wealth. His heart was brimming with excitement. Letting out a deep breath, Su Han finally calmed his emotions and instantly understood. He knew that all the poisoned examinees had awakened. Moreover, the principal must have revealed the truth to them. That was why the earlier scene had unfolded. Immediately, Su Han opened his own status panel. Name: Su Han. Talent: Duplicate Eye. Strength 6, 65 Agility, 67 Physique, 1018 Spirit, 2508 Duplicate Ability, 100 Poison Body. Proficiency: Expert. Kill value 70, 200 Draw count 10, 10088. Seeing the panel information, Su Han was utterly astonished. The proficiency of the 100 Poison Body had actually advanced to the expert level. This meant the toxicity of the poisons he released had greatly intensified. His kill value had also increased to 7,200 points. It indicated that he had recently slain a considerable number of beasts and humans. Moreover, the emotional value had broken through the 10,000 mark. Didn't that mean he could draw a lottery? This was excellent news. System: I want to draw a lottery, Su Han murmured. Understood, host, the system replied impassively. Lucky will 10 draw commencing. First draw. Thank you for your patronage. Second draw. Congratulations on winning. Obtained 1 advanced strength pill. Third draw. Thank you for your patronage. Sixth draw. Congratulations on winning. Obtained 1 intermediate agility pill. Seventh draw. Congratulations on winning. Obtained 1 advanced physique pill. Eighth draw. Thank you for your patronage. Ninth draw. Thank you for your patronage. 10th draw. Congratulations on winning. Obtained a butcher knife. What the heck? A butcher knife? Su Han was stunned for a few seconds, but then excitement surged within him. Because of his previous experience with the brick, he felt this butcher knife was certainly no ordinary item. It might even be a growth-type weapon. Emotion Management System inventory opened. Su Han saw that 4 pills and a butcher knife had appeared in the empty slots of his inventory. The next moment, he quickly tapped to view the attributes of these treasures. Physique pill. Primary effect: a basic physique pill can increase strength by 50 points, an intermediate one by 100 points, and an advanced one by 500 points. Su Han was delighted, inwardly feeling it was quite decent. As for the strength pill and agility pill, he already knew their effects, so there was no need to check them. Butcher knife type: growth type, weapon growth value 0, 100 grade bronze, bronze, black, iron, silver, gold, dark gold. Absorption power, 99 instant kill for tier 1 beasts. It had 2 main functions. First, the butcher knife could absorb beast essence to upgrade. Second, infinite transformation depending on the grade. Though it appeared to be a butcher knife, it was actually a blood demon blade. Though it seemed a blood demon blade, it was truly a dragon-slaying saber. Su Han's eyes lit up instantly. This butcher knife's function was fundamentally similar to the ghost smiting brick. The only difference was that one devoured ghostly energy while the other absorbed beast essence. In essence, they were the same. Next, Su Han swallowed 1 advanced strength pill, 1 intermediate agility pill, and 1 advanced physique pill. He then glanced at his status panel. True enough, the attribute values for strength, agility, and physique had changed, and the draw count had become 0. The next second, Su Han stood up, feeling his entire body brimming with explosive power and a newfound lightness. His strength had increased considerably. Immediately afterward, he began practicing the 100 Poison Body and discovered that the poisonous gas had transformed from a gray hue into a misty form, its toxicity greatly enhanced, likely enough to kill tier 3 beasts. This feeling was incredible. The next day, returning to the classroom, he sat in his seat. At that moment, his classmates were all engaged in discussion. I'm telling you, something seems to have gone wrong with this selection exam for the 8 great academies. Really? Of course it's true. I heard all the examinees were poisoned and Zhou Tianbao seems to have gone missing in the Daqing Mountains and hasn't been found yet. Hiss. That's terrifying. Good thing I didn't participate or I'd be in the same boat. But, how is Su Han fine? As the words fell, the classmates were taken aback, and their gazes converged on Su Han in the corner. Seeing everyone looking at him, Su Han paid no heed and continued with his own matters. Su Han, is this true? Driven by curiosity, a classmate finally couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Su Han merely replied with 3 indifferent words. The classmate was taken aback, but didn't press further, knowing Su Han's personality and manner of speech. Indeed, we were all poisoned with a deadly toxin and fell unconscious. If it weren't for Su Han, we would likely have become corpses. He is our savior. Just then a tall, graceful figure walked in from outside the classroom. As Bai Lingxu's words fell, the class fell silent. Bai Lingxue, what happened? A curious classmate asked. Bai Lingxue then briefly recounted the events. After hearing it, the class erupted into a buzz of excitement. Whoa, Su Han is incredible. Su Han is so cool, what a great achievement. From now on, Su Han is my idol. Oh, I want to learn from him. Hearing these comments, Su Han curled his lip, but remained seated quietly. Meanwhile, northeast of the Songbei city suburbs, a small building. At this moment, the temperature in the room had plummeted to around freezing point. The atmosphere was oppressive, making it hard to bear. Seated at the head was a cold, ruthless, middle-aged man dressed in blue robes draped in a black cape. He had a lean build, curly black hair, and a pair of dark, deep blue icy eyes that were sharp and frigid. His entire demeanor exuded an aura of majesty, mysterious and imposing. Below him sat 5 members, each one filled with anxiety. Tang Wuqiang, speak your mind, the middle-aged man inquired. Lord Bingley, the northern wasteland city has fallen. The beasts have taken that city. According to scouts, those beasts seem to be advancing toward Songbei City, likely soon. A middle-aged man from below stood up and replied respectfully. It turned out that the captain of the guard unit was Su Han's homeroom teacher, Tang Wuqiang. Although he worked as a teacher at Songbei No. 6 high school, deep within him burned a strong dream for Huaxiaowan that refused to fade. To better realize his value, he unhesitatingly became a guardian of Songbei City. He protected the safety of the people, contributing to the strength of the Huaxia nation. Only by doing so could Tang Wuqiang find some peace of mind. Good, very good, Bingley nodded. Tang Wuqiang stared blankly at the middle-aged man seated above, his heart brimming with reverence and aspiration. Bingley, one of the 8 members of the king group of Huaxia, was a 9th-tier superpowerhouse. With an SS-grade ice talent and extraordinary strength, he had once slain a multitude of demonic beasts with a single move, Frozen Expanse, earning fame across Huaxia before being recruited into the king group. Tang Wuqiang yearned to become such a formidable warrior, slaying beasts and protecting Huaxia. Yet his soul had been ravaged by demonic attacks, damaging his spiritual power. Over time, his strength had not grown but regressed. Once an 8th-tier powerhouse, he now stood at merely the 6th tier, a decline of 2 whole tiers. This tormented him deeply, yet he found no remedy. Sighing inwardly, Tang Wuqiang thought, it seems I can no longer fight on the battlefield. I can only guard the people of Songbei City. How frustrating. Tang Wuqiang, keep a close watch on the movements of the demonic beasts in Beiwang City. Report to me immediately at any news. Bingley cast a cold glance at Tang Wuqiang and commanded. Yes, Lord Bingley. Tang Wuqiang cupped his hands in acknowledgement. The rest of you find places of refuge, such as caves or basements. Such places offer concealment and safety. When the beast horde attacks Beizong City, the civilians can hide within. Scanning the room, Bingley continued. He was well-versed in such emergencies, for turmoil constantly plagued Huaxia's cities, requiring his swift support. I'm quite familiar with this. Yes, Lord Bingley. The other 4 also acknowledged. Begin now. With that, the 5 below rose and exited the building. After they left, Bingley murmured to himself, at this rate, I wonder when it will end. Clearly he too was weary of this life, yearning only for a tranquil existence. 5 days later, in the first layer of the ghost domain, Su Han walked toward the ghost cave, brick in hand. During this time, the poisoned examinees under effective treatment gradually recovered their strength as the toxicity waned. Seeing this, the 8 heads of the elite academies conferred and decided to wait a few more days before re-administering the selection exam. If the exam were cancelled, they would fail to report to their superiors and fulfill the requests of the 8 students' parents. Thus they opted for a retest. Yet under the watchful eyes of all, Li Jinglong was executed on the spot, deserving no pity. The crowd reviled him, branding him a venomous, heartless beast. Even at death's door, he revealed no ties to Western cultists. Perhaps Li Jinglong had grown utterly disillusioned with the world, leaving his fate to the heavens. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianbao's body remained unfound, presumed dead. His family stormed the 6th high school several times, but the matter eventually fizzled out. Su Han too faced constant harassment, especially from Bai Lingxue, who even tracked him to his home. After all, he was her savior. He did not refuse her, but for now they remained mere friends. To evade by Lingshu's, Su-Han retreated to the ghost domain to accumulate kill points. With the White Fox's advancement, it could traverse time twice a month. It had used one chance, leaving one remaining. On the road. Ghostbane Brick EXP1. Kill points 10. Ghostbane Brick EXP1. Kill points 10. Su-Han dispatched first-tier ghosts with a single brick as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Time passed unnoticed. Arriving at the ghost cave, he approached a tomb. With a kick, he sent the tombstone flying, and an enraged ghost emerged. "Ah, wretched rat. Today we feast." A ghost cackled eerily at the sight of the intruder. "Cackle all you want. It's annoying," Su-Han muttered, swinging his Ghostbane brick at the ghost's head. A scream rang out as a wisp of black vapor was absorbed into the brick. Ghostbane Brick EXP1. Kill points 10. Seeing this, the other ghosts scrambled back. Soon the tomb echoed with wails and lamentations. Ghostbane Brick EXP1. Kill points 10. 24 hours later, on the road back to Huangquan Street. "Xiao Bai, do you know how to reach the second layer?" Su-Han asked inwardly. The first layer only had first-tier ghosts, making kills unsatisfying. The kill points were too low, only 10 per kill. To amass one's 0 points, head need to slay countless ghosts. It was infuriating, so he decided to explore the second layer. "Master, I don't know," the White Fox replied. "All right, I'll ask around in Huangquan Street." Su-Han nodded helplessly. At the entrance of Huangquan Tavern, a gatekeeper ghost sneered, "Scram rat. We're full." "Newcomer, huh?" Su-Han glanced at the gatekeeper ghost and said coldly. "How do you know?" The ghost asked in surprise. "Want to know why?" "Yes." "Then take this brick." Su-Han swung his Ghostbane brick at the gatekeeper's head. A scream followed as dark vapor seeped into the brick. Ghostbane Brick EXP1. Kill points 10. Honored. "Guess why are you here again?" The other gatekeeper ghost peered out, face twisted in terror. This demon should have returned to the human world. Newcomers could only stay 2 days in the ghost domain. Yet so long had passed. He had returned to the ghost domain. Unbelievable. "Can I come?" Su-Han's expression turned icy. "You can." The ghost flattered. "I'm here to ask about something and grab a bite." "Of course. Do you know how to enter the second layer?" "No." "Who does?" "Lord Bandage should know." "All right, thanks." "You're welcome." Su-Han took a few steps, then paused. "By the way, tell the new gatekeeper not to provoke me, or else only death awaits." Yes, I'll instruct him." The gatekeeper nodded, inwardly shaken. This demon likely meant to frequent the ghost domain often. Impossible. Humans could only be summoned passively. But this demon, it defied understanding. "Who dares to cause trouble at Huangquan Tavern?" A sinister voice echoed from within. When the bandage ghost saw the intruder, it swallowed its unfinished words in sheer terror. The moment the bandage ghost saw Su-Han, it was scared out of its wits, and menstrual blood instantly seeped out, splattering onto the ground. Its thoughts were identical to those of the right door ghost. But this time the feeling Su-Han brought it was entirely different. Much more terrifying and dreadful. That damn left door ghost has been killed by this human again. What an unlucky ghost. It seems I'll have to find a clever ghost from now on, or else this human will kill everyone he sees. Who can stand that? Then the bandage ghost glanced at the left door, thinking to itself. "Bandage ghost, you've arrived just in time. I have something to ask you." Su-Han looked at the bandage ghost and inquired. "Esteemed guest, please go ahead." The bandage ghost wore a smile. "How do I enter the second layer of the ghost domain?" "This." "Speak up, don't hesitate." Su-Han's expression turned cold. "All right, I'll talk. At the easternmost end of Yellow Spring Street, there's an attic that leads to the second layer." Seeing Su-Han's displeased look, the bandage ghost quickly spoke out of fear. "Thank you. You're welcome." With that, Su-Han stepped inside, starving, intending to grab a meal to fill his stomach. After all, 24 hours had passed since he killed the first-level ghost. "Esteemed guest, please come in." The bandage ghost shouted loudly. Arriving at room 208 on the second floor. A familiar room, a familiar spot. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am delivery attendant 0610. Soon a young man pushing a cart arrived at the door and knocked 3 times. "Come in." A magnetic voice sounded from within. Pushing open the door, the young man entered with his head bowed, pushing the cart. "Ah, human." When the young man set the dishes on the table and saw Su-Han's face, he froze in place, stunned. "Don't just stand there, serve the food quickly," Su-Han said casually, raising a hand to touch his hungry belly. "Sorry, the young man was so frightened his voice trembled. "It's fine, I'm actually human too. No need to be nervous. And I was a rookie like you not long ago." Su-Han offered a faint smile. "Oh." The young man nodded, but inside, he was utterly shocked. If this person was a rookie, why was he still in the ghost domain? And he was even an esteemed guest. It was incomprehensible. Could the gap between people really be that vast? Heading east all the way. Walking along Yellow Spring Street, Su-Han rubbed his round belly, feeling overly full. He had also packed more than a dozen meals. Mainly he planned to stay in the second layer of the ghost domain for a few days. After all, he wouldn't have another chance to come here this month. As he walked on, chilling winds occasionally blew around him, accompanied by wailing sounds. After an unknown amount of time, Su-Han arrived at a deep, gloomy attic. The tall attic emitted eerie glows, appearing exceptionally sinister and terrifying. Above it were 3 crimson characters, Wanxiang Tower. The next moment, Su-Han stepped forward and pushed the door open. With a creak, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept by, sending chills down one's spine. To enter the second layer of the ghost domain, pay 1,000 ghost coins. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from within the building. The voice seems to be coming from the second floor, Su-Han quickly deduced, and began searching for the stairs. He arrived at the staircase. Glancing up, it was pitch black and utterly silent, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Taking a deep breath, Su-Han silently chanted, and the ghost-slaying brick appeared in his right hand as he stepped up. 1 step, 2 steps, 999 steps. There are way too many steps to the second floor. This is ridiculous. Su-Han felt somewhat speechless. Just 1 step left. He lifted his foot and ascended. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing a dim room before him. In the center sat a peerless female ghost, her eyes lightly closed, holding a treasure resembling a rice bowl. Pay 1,000 ghost coins to enter the second layer. Suddenly, the peerless female ghost opened her eyes, glanced at Su-Han, and repeated the statement. All right, Su-Han nodded. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from her, one he couldn't match. Who would have thought a powerhouse would be collecting tolls here? What a waste of talent. So Su-Han pulled out a ghost coin worth 1,000 and tossed it over. With a whoosh, the treasure in the female ghost's hand emitted waves of eerie light, quickly absorbing the ghost coin until it vanished. All right, I'll send you to the second layer. As she spoke, the peerless female ghost waved her right hand, and a massive door appeared ahead, filled with endless white light. Seeing this, Su-Han frowned slightly, his vigilance heightened. If this door was a trap, he would fall into danger. That wouldn't do, he had to clarify. Are you trying to set me up? There's no need for that, the peerless female ghost replied expressionlessly. Then how can I trust your words? Believe it or not, I don't care. Su-Han was speechless. Wasn't that his usual line? He never expected this peerless female ghost to be even more heartless than him. If you don't go in now, the door will close. Then you'll have to pay another 1,000 ghost coins to open it. At that moment, the female ghost reminded him. Hearing this, Su-Han looked up and saw the door was indeed slowly closing. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he decided to trust the peerless female ghost this once. The next second, Su-Han stepped forward, quickly reaching the door, where the white light nearly blinded him. The moment he entered the door, it closed instantly. It felt like entering a different dimension. He suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the world was spinning. Suddenly, a scene appeared before him. Su-Han opened his eyes and saw a battlefield filled with smoke. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Smoke rose from all sides. Blood flowed like rivers, and flags stained with blood lay on the ground. The soil had long turned a reddish-brown blood, unable to coagulate, and the gloom overhead refused to disperse. Thick smoke filled the air, obscuring the sun and clouds. A desolate, endless aura of death spread continuously. Among the corpses on the ground were humans and strange-looking creatures. These creatures were neither beasts nor ghosts, and their origin was unknown. Moreover, streams of black aura swirled around them, instilling fear. The scene lasted about 5 minutes before fading away. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. This was a mountain ridge filled with a sinister and terrifying atmosphere, where the occasional furious howls of what sounded like vicious dogs echoed loudly. Soon, Su-Han's feet touched the ground. Looking up, he saw an eerie palace ahead, surrounded by a chilling aura with 3 crimson characters above it. Evil Dog Ridge. Evil Dog Ridge. Su-Han muttered to himself, then shook his head in confusion. With that, he stepped forward. However, on the second floor of Wanxiang Tower. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Glancing at the door that had just closed, the peerless female ghost murmured to herself, her body trembling slightly. Arriving before the palace of Evil Dog Ridge. Scram, you filthy rat. This is no place for you. Just as Su-Han was about to step inside, a furious roar echoed from within the palace. The next moment, 2 towering, ferocious evil dogs strode out side by side, glaring at Su-Han with immense malevolence. Su-Han cast a glance at them. These 2 evil dogs bore vicious looks, their mouths full of steel fangs, fur bristling like hardened steel wires, resembling ravenous hellhounds driven mad by hunger. And if I refuse to leave? Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Su-Han's mouth. Then prepare to be torn to pieces by us. The left evil dog snorted coldly. How tiresome. Uttering this coldly, Su-Han immediately brandished his ghost-smashing brick. Then, with a swift leap, he appeared before the left evil dog and smashed the brick onto its head. A whoo! A sharp scream rang out as it dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, absorbed into the ghost-smashing brick. Ghost-smashing brick EXP2. Kill value 100. The right evil dog, witnessing this, was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Its brother had been one-shotted. This proved this filthy rat's strength was terrifying. Unbeatable, must flee at once. But just as the right evil dog came to its senses and tried to escape, Su-Han was already prepared, striking with another brick. A woo. Another agonized cry. Ghost smashing brick EXP2. Kill value 100. After dispatching the two evil dogs, Su-Han strode directly into the palace. Entering the palace. On both sides stood bizarre statues, each unique in form, yet all with ferocious visages glaring downward, instilling dread in all who beheld them. These statues resembled infernal demons ready to devour everything. Glancing up at them a few times, Su-Han felt a lingering terror, his body trembling slightly. Thankfully, they were just statues. If they were real, he would have been scared to death. Soon Su-Han passed through the statue zone and arrived at an eerie, dense forest shrouded in layers of mist, punctuated by the occasional wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Without a second thought, he plunged into the woods. Immediately, the thick fog veiled Su-Han's vision, limiting his sight to a mere meter or two and leaving him utterly disoriented. Yet this was no obstacle for him. Activate Copy Eye. In the next instant, Su-Han silently chanted, and his right eye radiated a purple glow. The path ahead became crystal clear, revealing numerous evil dogs staring at him from all around. Their eyes were bloodshot, ravenous for blood, their steel fangs dripping with saliva that fell drop by drop to the ground, as if they intended to devour Su-Han like a delicacy. Witnessing this, Su-Han smiled faintly, utterly unconcerned. Yet, the moment he moved, the surrounding evil dogs lunged at him, simultaneously, jaws wide open. Perfect timing. Su-Han growled low, swinging his ghost-smashing brick at the foreheads of these evil dogs. A woo-woo. In an instant, a chorus of screams resounded through the forest, and all of them lay dead. Ghost-smashing brick EXP1. Kill value 100. Ghost-smashing brick EXP1. Kill value 100. After finishing off these evil dogs, Su-Han shook his head and continued onward. Since these dogs were all second-tier ghosts, he dispatched them instantly, encountering no difficulty at all. Along the way, he slew many evil dogs. Gradually, he noticed that the dogs seemed to be dwindling in number, as if deliberately avoiding him. No help for it. By now, Su-Han was seen as a god of death in the eyes of these evil dogs. They were too busy fleeing to dare provoke him. As he walked on, "Hey, don't go any further, or the evil dogs will tear you apart." Just then, a crisp voice called out from behind. A human. Su-Han turned around and froze for a few seconds. A girl in a Lolita dress was hiding behind a nearby tree, watching him secretly, looking quite adorable. "It's fine, I'm not afraid of evil dogs." Su-Han flashed her a confident smile. With that, he turned and continued forward. "Really, why won't you listen to good advice? Don't blame me for not warning you when you die." Hearing this, the Lolita-dressed girl pouted slightly and stomped her foot in place. At the sound, Su-Han paused, stopping in his tracks, and murmured to himself, "Kind-hearted girls are rare these days. Fancy me running into one, huh?" Logically, there should be no human activity on the second level of the ghost realm. The only explanation was that the Lolita-dressed girl had been forcibly teleported here to undertake a mission. "Why don't you join us?" Seeing Su-Han stop, the Lolita-dressed girl thought he had reconsidered and called out joyfully. "No thanks," Su-Han replied without turning back, uttering a word of gratitude. The Lolita-dressed girl was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place for a few seconds. By the time she came to her senses, Su-Han had already vanished. "Forget it'll leave him be." With a sigh, the Lolita-dressed girl turned and disappeared into the darkness. Yet, she was unaware that an evil dog had been watching her from the shadows. Time passed, and who knows how long went by. The Lolita-dressed girl stopped at the entrance of a hidden cave, glanced around to ensure no evil dogs were following, and let out a long sigh of relief. She then pushed aside the large stone blocking the cave mouth, slipped inside, resealed it, and walked forward. A faint glow emanated from within the cave. Reaching the innermost part, "Guanlinger, what's the situation outside?" A young boy sitting on the ground looked up and asked upon seeing her. "I noticed that the evil dogs around here have dwindled a lot." "How strange." Guanlinger's eyes were filled with puzzlement. "Dwindled a lot?" The young boy was taken aback, his mind seemingly lost in thought. "Yes." Guanlinger blinked at him, then suddenly recalled something. "Gu Shanbai, let me tell you, I just met a strange person." "A strange person?" Gu Shanbai was perplexed. He was strolling leisurely all alone on Evil Dog Ridge, claiming he wasn't afraid of the dogs. "Who knows if it's true?" Guanlinger said softly. "That's impossible." Gu Shanbai stared at her in disbelief. After all, initially 8 of them had been teleported together to Evil Dog Ridge for a mission. The mission required survive for 48 hours. As time passed, only 2 remained alive, him and Guanlinger. The other 6 had been mauled to death by the evil dogs and devoured, a gruesome sight. Thankfully, the 2 had found this cave to escape the dogs' pursuit. Yet, Guanlinger claimed there was still a human on Evil Dog Ridge, and from her description, this person seemed quite at ease. Absolutely incredible. Thus, he refused to believe it was true. "I think you must have been mistaken." Thinking this, Gu Shanbai shook his head. After all, the thick fog on Evil Dog Ridge could easily breed hallucinations. I was not mistaken at all. Guan Linger pouted, looking displeased. Her awakened talent was stealth, allowing her to see hundreds of meters through the mist, so she couldn't have been mistaken. Enough, let's drop it. Have you found any food? Gu Shanbai raised a hand to rub his hungry stomach. Sorry, I forgot. Hearing this, Guan Linger blushed slightly, revealing her adorable face. Gu Shanbai was left speechless. At the northwestern pass of Songbei City. This pass was relatively close to Beiwang City. If the demon beasts intended to attack Songbei City, this was the only route they could take. At this very moment, a middle-aged man draped in a black cloak, his countenance icy, stood atop the towering city wall. His gaze was fixed upon the northwest horizon, his expression remarkably composed. Lord Bingley, terrible news. A massive horde of demon beasts is advancing towards Songbei City. Just then a middle-aged man rushed up from below, shouting loudly. I know. Bingley's face remained as calm as still water, utterly unperturbed by the dire tidings. After all, he was a man of vast experience, long accustomed to such scenes. Then, what should we do? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. How many days until the beasts arrive? Bingley did not answer directly, but posed a question instead. About 2 days. Tang Guiqiang immediately issue orders for all superpowered individuals above the 4th rank to prepare for battle. Swear to protect Songbei City from harm and defend Huaxia. Ordinary citizens and superpowered individuals below the 4th rank are to be relocated to secure concealed locations. Bingley instructed unhurriedly. As you command. Go now. Yes, Lord Bingley. Having said this, Tang Guiqiang turned and descended the stairs, his heart a tumult of anxiety and excitement. He was anxious for the safety of Songbei City's citizens from the demon beasts. He was excited because he could finally slay demon beasts once more, his blood boiling with fervor. After Tang Guiqiang departed, Bingley's eyes once again fixed upon the northwest. Suddenly a glint of cold light flashed in his gaze. Since you have come, do not think of leaving. I will ensure you never return. 2 hours later. The siren atop the city's tallest building, the Songbei Tower, suddenly wailed, its sound instantly piercing through the entirety of Songbei City, plunging everyone into panic. People raised their heads, their gazes converging in one direction. Everyone felt as though doomsday had arrived. Almost every face bore an expression of terror, for they knew well what this siren portended. It heralded that Songbei City was about to face a severe calamity, be it a natural disaster or a demon beast invasion. Fellow citizens, greetings. I now formally inform you of this: a vast horde of demon beasts is rapidly approaching Songbei City and will arrive in 2 days. However, please rest assured, the nation of Huaxia has dispatched a supreme expert to provide support, and he has already arrived in Songbei City. This supreme expert is Bingley. With him taking charge, these demon beasts will be no issue. To be safe, I will arrange for staff to escort you to hidden shelters where you will be safe from attack. Finally, I urge you, do not panic. You must follow the arrangements of the staff or else face the consequences. This earth-shattering announcement came from the massive public address system atop the Songbei Tower. Everyone looked up towards the broadcast, their faces revealing expressions of disbelief. What? A huge horde of demon beasts is coming to attack Songbei City. This is too terrifying. Heavens! Lord Bingley is already in Songbei City. Then I feel much more at ease. Indeed, his technique, myriad miles frozen, is simply invincible, absolutely awe-inspiring. No matter how many beasts come, they will be slaughtered. Defend Songbei City. Defend Huaxia. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the tallest building. Everyone, my apologies for involving you in this hardship. Mayor Zhang Kunming apologized, looking at the 8 directors of the higher education institutions. Mayor Zhang, what are you saying? Defending every inch of Huaxia's land is the wish of every Huaxia citizen. We will certainly not back down. Since Songbei City is in danger, we will give our full support until every last demon beast is dead. Hearing Zhang Kunming's words, Feng Deming suddenly put on a stern face, appearing somewhat displeased. In truth, he felt rather frustrated. He never imagined that a trip to Songbei City would coincide with a beast tide unseen in decades. Furthermore, the selection assessment would likely be delayed again. What lousy luck. But in the face of defending Huaxia, these were trivial matters. Brother Feng, thank you. Zhang Kunming expressed his sincere gratitude. After all, the strength of these 8 academy directors was considerable, adding a powerful boost to the defense of Songbei City. This allowed him to feel somewhat more at ease. No need for thanks. Feng Deming waved his hand. Born a Huaxia soul, die a Huaxia spirit. Su Yin, the director of Jiangnan Academy, suddenly declared. These words struck a chord with everyone present. Their hearts trembled, and their gazes turned to Su Yin. Well said. Born a Huaxia soul, die a Huaxia spirit. Excellently spoken. Brother Su, well put. You've spoken right from my heart. Everyone showered Su Yin with praise. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion. Where on earth has Su Han gone? His phone is out of range, and I can't send him messages. What's going on? I'm so worried. At this moment, Bai Lingxue was pacing back and forth in her room, phone in hand, her expression extremely anxious. Could he have been devoured by a high-level demon beast? No. Impossible. The demon beasts haven't even reached Songbei City yet. Bai Lingxue's mind was racing with frantic thoughts, terrified that something had happened to Su Han. Being out of signal range meant Su Han was in some remote area. After all, Songbei City was surrounded by many mountains, signal coverage couldn't be complete, and there were occasional dead zones. Perhaps he was cultivating somewhere and had lost track of time. Yes, that must be it. With this thought, Bai Lingxue let out a long sigh of relief and prepared to leave her room. But as she opened the door, she was instantly stunned by the scene before her. In the main hall, many servants were hammering and dismantling various ornaments, the noise deafening. Seeing this, Bai Lingxue felt a bit exasperated and walked out. Arriving in the hall, "Dad, what are you doing?" Bai Lingxue asked. "Lingxue, didn't you hear the broadcast just now?" A middle-aged man dressed in splendid clothes glanced at Bai Lingxue and said hurriedly, "Bai Lingxue, Bai Lingxue's father." "I heard it. So what?" Bai Lingxue was puzzled. "A huge horde of demon beasts is about to descend on Songbei City. I need to gather all the valuables from the house and pack them up. If the beasts break into the city, this home will be ruined." Bai Lingxue explained. Although the Bai family was considered wealthy and prominent in Songbei City, this was an empire he had built with his own hands. Rising from nothing to affluence, he had endured countless hardships. He knew how hard-won this estate was. If it were all destroyed by demon beasts, he would be left weeping, forced to start over from scratch. Moreover, the decorations in the house were all purchased at great expense originally for show, but now they had to be packed away. All right. Bai Lingxue understood and said nothing more. After all, she had been raised solely by Bai Lingxue. Her mother had died long ago, reportedly from complications during childbirth. "Lingxue, there's a lot of dust here. You should go to your room," Bai Lingxue said with concern. Bai Lingxue gave a soft in acknowledgement, then turned and walked upstairs. Soon another day passed. Awoo. Yet Su Han leisurely kept slaying the vicious dogs in the Evil Dog Ridge, their miserable howls echoing incessantly. Brick hitting Ghost EXP 1. Kill value 100. The surrounding vicious dogs, witnessing this scene, fled in terror in all directions, not daring to look back. Thus in their hearts, Su Han was akin to a demon, terrifying beyond measure. Absolutely dreadful. Seeing the vicious dogs grow fewer, Su Han furrowed his brow, then turned and walked back. As he walked along, "Help! Help!" Just then a piercing scream came from ahead. Su Han looked up, under the purple glow of his duplicate eye, everything ahead was clear. A pack of vicious dogs was encircling a girl, howling. He recognized this girl. It was the kind-hearted one he had encountered not long ago. He believed that good people were blessed with continuous fortune. So Su Han decided to rescue her. He walked over. "Oh no, that god of calamity is coming, let's scram." Suddenly one vicious dog caught sight of Su Han's face and shouted in terror. Hearing this, the other dogs turned to look, were scared half to death, and immediately bolted away. Seeing this, Su Han was taken aback, then shook his head. "I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already running. No fun at all." However, those vicious dogs, they all ran away. Guan Linger was even more bewildered. She turned around, and seeing Su Han, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, You're still alive." Su Han was speechless, then smiled. "What are you hoping I'm dead?" That's not what I meant, please don't misunderstand." Up close, this young man was quite handsome. Guan Linger's face flushed slightly, and her words became halting. "I understand." Su Han chuckled. "Did you scare away those vicious dogs just now? Is there anyone else here besides you and me?" "No." "There you go. Wow, you're incredible. No wonder you dare to roam the Evil Dog Ridge alone. That's amazing." Guan Linger suddenly understood and exclaimed in awe, then wept with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, or I'd be dead." "Why would a girl like you come out alone?" Su Han asked curiously. "Because my companion and I were hungry, so I." "Why didn't you come together?" "A vicious dog bit off his right leg, so he can't move well." "Oh, I see." Wah wah wah. Suddenly Guan Linger burst into loud, sorrowful sobs, incessantly complaining. "This Evil Dog Ridge is no place for humans. It's too terrifying." Su Han simply stood by and watched, offering no consolation. He knew this girl was probably too burdened. Once she cried out all her anguish, everything would be fine. After all, this was wisdom he had gained from his past life. Just as Su Han expected, Guan Linger stopped crying after a while, feeling much more at ease. Next, the two began to chat, introducing themselves and sharing some stories. In the end, Guan Linger begged Su Han to go see her friend. Unable to withstand her tearful assault, and with the vicious dogs in the ridge dwindling, Su Han reluctantly agreed to go. Meanwhile, the citizens of Songbei City, under the arrangement of the staff, entered the Daqing Mountains in an orderly manner. Since the first and second-tier demonic beasts within the Daqing Mountains had been poisoned to death, it had instantly become a safe and hidden refuge. Moreover, the poison inside had completely dissipated over these days, and the air had returned to normal. Li Jinglong never expected that his death would inadvertently aid the people of Songbei City. Hurry up. Don't dawdle, or when a horde of demonic beasts attacks Songbei City, you won't be able to escape. A staff member shouted at a wealthy man who was moving slowly. Don't rush me, I'm going as fast as I can honestly. The wealthy man replied unhurriedly, completely unconcerned, and pursed his lips to show his displeasure. The staff member was furious, but helpless. There were always some who liked to be contrary to make themselves seem impressive. Of course, most citizens followed the rules and entered the Daqing Mountains early to take cover. This was precisely why it was so difficult to achieve unity among the people in times of crisis. However, northwest of Songbei City, a very small church outside the city wall. Inside a room, two people were secretly discussing something. Have you considered it? The reward is no issue. A cultist dressed in a black priest's robe with a small white bow tie spoke in a low voice, reaching into his pocket to pull out 5 top-grade 4th-tier spirit crystals. A young man with deep-set eyes who had been deliberating slightly raised his head. The moment he saw the 5 top-grade 3rd-tier spirit crystals, his eyes lit up, his breathing quickened, and his body trembled involuntarily. All right, I agree to your request. That's right. The cultist revealed a satisfied smile. He was once again plotting his eliminate the prodigies scheme. Now, with a large number of demonic beasts slowly approaching, it might be a perfect opportunity. So he had found someone to carry out the task. These spirit crystals. The young man's eyes were fixed on the 5 crystals in the cultist's hand, his face brimming with excitement. They are yours now. As long as you complete the mission, there will be more rewards in the future. Saying this, the cultist tossed the 5 top-grade 4th-tier spirit crystals over. Catching the crystals, the young man reached out and touched them, his eyes gleaming. Seeing this, the cultist let out a sly grin. Suddenly, boom, boom, a terrifying sound echoed outside, shaking the very earth. The tiles on the church roof rattled and fell. What's happening out there? The cultist asked, utterly shocked. Just then, boom, a colossal foot descended from the sky, landing directly within this secret room of the church. That enormous foot precisely crushed the cultist and the young man. In an instant, the cultist and the young man were trampled into pulp, blood splattering everywhere. A ghastly sight. The colossal foot was 5 meters long, covered in black fur. Boom, boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky nearby, shaking the earth as dark clouds gathered, dense, suffocating, blotting out the sun, while hordes of monstrous beasts surged forward. Those are monstrous beasts. At the sound of the roar, soldiers stationed atop Songbei City's ramparts turned their gazes toward the horizon and instantly paled, trembling on the verge of collapse. It stood 15 meters tall and stretched 20 meters long, a bloodthirsty minotaur colossal as a 5-story Western-style building. Its eyes blazed crimson, 2 golden rings hung from its massive nostrils, its coarse fur bristled with fury, radiating overwhelming might, so fierce that the very air quivered in its presence. Clutching a weapon nearly 1 meter in diameter, it swung with devastating force, capable of obliterating all in its path. That's a bloodthirsty minotaur. One soldier instantly recognized the beast, his face twisting into ashen horror. Legends claimed the bloodthirsty minotaur was steeped in bloodlust, perpetually enraged, merciless, slaughterous like a divine executioner. And it speaks human tongue. This is utterly terrifying. Another soldier stammered, his body convulsing, teeth chattering uncontrollably. These soldiers had never before witnessed a beast capable of human speech. Utterly unprepared, they froze in stunned silence, minds blank, limbs locked in place. The bloodthirsty minotaur pounded its chest with a thunderous thud and roared in perfect human speech. Brothers, kill, kill, kill. Slaughter every last human inside. Leave none alive. Ha ha. Boom. Kill, kill. The moment its words echoed, a cacophony of roars erupted from every direction, shaking heaven and earth. Slow down, you clumsy ox. A Eugene ape, towering 20 to 30 meters high, bellowed behind it, its voice splitting the skies. Stinking monkey, I've no time for your nonsense. I'll spill more blood than you ever could. The bloodthirsty minotaur bellowed again, and twin torrents of breath exploded from its saucer-sized nostrils, shaking mountains, shattering rivers. I love slaughter too. Let's race. Who kills more humans? Agreed. I'll play along, the Eugene ape laughed. The minotaur paused briefly, then nodded. Without another word, the 2 monstrous beings charged forward, trailed by an endless tide of beasts. Both the bloodthirsty minotaur and the Eugene ape were grade 7 monstrous beasts, capable of human speech, immensely powerful and utterly savage. Weren't the beasts supposed to arrive at Songbei City tomorrow? How did they come early? Hearing those roars, the soldiers on the wall gaped once more. Someone muttered under their breath, dazed and disbelieving. In moments, countless monstrous beasts surged forth from the distance, swarming, overwhelming, infinite in number, some even soaring through the skies on leathery wings. The soldiers felt the apocalypse descend upon them. They had never seen such a legion, horrifying beyond imagination. Prepare for battle. Defend Songbei City. Moments later, however, their despair ignited into fierce exhilaration, their roars now thunderous with renewed resolve. For Bing Li had arrived atop the city walls, a ninth-rank supreme sovereign. I didn't expect the beast to arrive so swiftly, truly unforeseen. Her voice cut like frost. Glancing coldly at the endless tide approaching in the distance, her icy pupils flickered with an enigmatic light. The invading host included bloodthirsty minotaurs, ice-scaled serpents, golden-horned colossi, saber-toothed tigers, Eugene apes, and legions of wind wolves. They raced relentlessly toward Songbei's western ramparts. Are the spirit crystal cannons ready? Bing Li demanded without delay. Ready. The soldiers roared in unison. The spirit crystal cannon was a specialized weapon developed by the Huaxia military specifically to combat monstrous beasts. Forged by fusing spiritual energy from awakened adepts with supreme-grade spirit crystals, its destructive power was staggering, devastating against ordinary beasts. Yet its requirements were exacting. Only top-tier spirit crystals would suffice. Lesser grades failed entirely. Good. Excellent. Bing Li nodded, once her gaze sharpening into glacial steel. Let them come. If they dare, none shall return. Songbei Tower, the city's tallest structure, downtown. Conference room. What a massive horde has already reached the northwest wall. Understood. I'll act immediately. Mayor Zhang Kunming recoiled in shock, heart hammering with disbelief. After hanging up, he shook his head violently to clear the fog of stunned paralysis. Mayor Zhang, what's wrong? Feng Deming sensed dread rising in his gut and asked, voice tight. The beasts have arrived. Zhang Kunming exhaled slowly, steadying himself, and replied. Instantly, stunned silence shattered into frantic clamor. They're astonishingly fast. Finally, they're here. Time to fight. Defend Songbei. Defend Huaxia. Then, Zhang Kunming strode to the broadcast station and raised his voice. Citizens of Songbei, attention. Emergency alert, a massive horde of monstrous beasts has breached the northwest wall. Seek shelter immediately. Do not delay. Consequences will be severe. All adepts ranked 4th tier and above, report immediately to the northwest wall for defense. Moved. The city's colossal public address system blasted the order across the skyline. Civilians still moving sluggishly looked up, stunned, slack-jawed, paralyzed by disbelief. What didn't the last broadcast say the beasts wouldn't attack until tomorrow? How did they get here now? Unreliable intel. Monstrous beasts are storming Songbei. Take cover now. Perfect timing. I'll slay them myself and defend our city. Voices erupted in chaos. Most citizens were gripped by sheer terror. Only a handful vented bitter complaints against government incompetence, refusing to reflect on their own complacency. Meanwhile, northeast outskirts of Songbei City, a modest villa. Inside, 5 figures conferred intently. I confess, I'm astonished the beasts arrived so swiftly. Since they're here, we'll hunt them down, one by one, leaving not a single beast alive. Tang Guoqiang swept his gaze across the room. No fear stirred within him, only blazing anticipation. He had waited for this moment longer than he could bear. From Lulan to Songbei, he had never felt such electric fervor. His blood burned hot. Captain, we'll fight alongside you. 3 others shouted in unison. Only Wang Muqing murmured a quiet assent, her thoughts elsewhere. Suhan had vanished again, missing for days. As his landlord, she found it exasperating. That man simply refused to be easy on anyone. Xiaoqing, what's troubling you? Tang Guoqiang noticed her distraction at once. Nothing, Captain, she replied with a faint practiced smile. Good. Then let's waste no time. We depart for the northwest gate of Songbei City, immediately. With that, they rose and strode out into the gathering storm. The war between humanity and beast had begun. While hordes of demon beasts were attacking Songbei City, Suhan, completely unaware of this, followed Guanlinger toward a hidden cave in the second layer of the ghost domain, the Evil Dog Ridge. By the way, what talent did you awaken? Suhan suddenly asked out of curiosity. Normally, with so many ferocious dogs on Evil Dog Ridge, he wondered how Guanlinger managed to evade them. A grade talent, stealth. Guanlinger blinked. Oh, stealth, no wonder, Suhan realized. What about you? A grade, purple eyes. A grade. Guanlinger was puzzled. Yes, Suhan smiled. How is that possible? Guanlinger's eyes widened. Suhan dared to wander alone on Evil Dog Ridge. His talent couldn't be a grade. A grade was the most worthless talent. Suhan merely smiled without further explanation, silently thinking, System, do you know the evolved ability of stealth? Invisibility, the system replied flatly. Invisibility. Suhan was stunned, then ecstatic, a broad smile spreading across his face. This was an excellent ability. Most people would desire the power of invisibility, allowing them to. Haha, he had to copy this grade stealth talent. With that thought, Suhan immediately asked Guanlinger, could you demonstrate your talent ability? Sure. Guanlinger nodded. I want to see it now. All right. As she spoke, her figure began to fade into the darkness, flickering in and out of visibility. Copy eye activate. Su-Han silently commanded his right eye, instantly glowing with a violet aura. Copy. The moment he saw Guan Linger's form, he thought again. The next second, a violet radiance enveloped Guan Linger, scanning her. Ding. 100 kill points consumed. A great ability stealth successfully copied. Hearing the sound, Su-Han rejoiced. But it was far from over. Evolved. He silently commanded once more. Ding. 100 kill points consumed. A great ability stealth successfully evolved into great ability invisibility art. Su-Han was overjoyed, his face beaming. This was the invisibility art talent. How could he not be excited? After a moment of elation, he took a deep breath, calming his mind. The next second, he checked the detailed information on this great invisibility art. The invisibility art renders the user's body transparent, achieving stealth, but it only hides the form, sounds, and scents remain detectable. Users can lurk near enemies undetected for assassination or make objects transparent. For instance, a user could hold a weapon and render it invisible, causing opponents to mistakenly believe they are unarmed and lowering their guard. Final warning: although the invisibility art can conceal the body, some powerful ability users may still detect it. Use with caution. Reading this, Su-Han's eyes lit up. This invisibility art was an excellent ability for assassination or escape. Wonderful. The next second, Su-Han opened his status panel. Name: Su-Han. Talent: Copy eye strength 1165, agility 1167, constitution 1518, spirit 2508. Copied abilities: 1. A grade 100 poisons, body expert 2. Grade invisibility art, beginner, kill points 7200, draws 558, 88 points. His agility had directly increased by 1000 points. Awesome. No wonder this grade invisibility art was a tool for escape. With 7200 kill points, it was decent. Seeing the status values, Su-Han was thrilled, gesturing excitedly. After a moment, he opened the detailed proficiency information for invisibility art. Beginner invisibility lasts 1 hour. Ability can be used again after 1 hour. Proficient invisibility lasts 2 hours. Same rule. Expert invisibility lasts 5 hours. Same rule. Master permanent invisibility. So Su-Han could only remain invisible for 1 hour. Still, 1 hour was quite a while. After reviewing all the information, Su-Han let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Guan Linger stopped demonstrating her stealth ability. Guan Linger, thank you, Su-Han suddenly said, looking into her eyes. Huh. Guan Linger was bewildered, completely unsure why he was thanking her, then replied, I should be the one thanking you. Let's thank each other. With that, they quickened their pace. At that moment, at the northwest wall of Songbei City. On the city wall, about 100 magic crystal cannons were positioned, all aimed at the horde of demon beasts. Each cannon was operated by 2 soldiers. Bingley stood at the highest point of the wall, looking down with icy eyes at the endless sea of demon beasts, her expression utterly calm. Among the beasts, the leader was a black phoenix wreathed in flames, hovering in the air, beating its fiery wings, holding its head high, and staring coldly at Bing Li and the others on the wall. Silly humans, surrender. We will raise the city and leave your corpses intact, the blazing black phoenix said contemptuously. Arrogance. An 8th grade blazing black phoenix dares to show off before me. You're asking for death. Not one of you will return today. Bingley said coldly. Hee, I think you're even more arrogant than me. Suddenly, the blazing black phoenix burst into loud laughter that echoed across the sky, its flames like a small sun, the surrounding temperature terrifyingly high. Its face turned cold. Now let's see what you have to be so arrogant about. Brothers, kill. Kill them all. Slay every human in this city. Leave none alive. Roar. Kill. Wipe out all humans. As the blazing black phoenix's words faded, the surrounding demon beasts erupted in furious roars. In an instant, an endless tide of demon beasts surged toward the northwest wall of Songbei, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, a dark oppressive mass with thunder and lightning. Thighs is terrifying. The soldiers on the wall trembled, their legs shaking, eyes wide with shock, all stunned into silence. There are so many demon beasts they block out the sun, countless in number. Tang Guiqiang, who had just arrived, gasped, inwardly realizing the horde far exceeded his imagination. However, he quickly steadied himself. His faith in protecting China overcame his fear of the beasts. Suddenly, freeze 10,000 miles. Gazing at the endless demon beasts, Bing Li took a deep breath and softly intoned. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, the air itself turning to ice, spreading endlessly. As far as the eye could see, 10,000 miles of ice. All the demon beasts were frozen, solid, motionless. The soldiers on the wall erupted in cheers. Wow, Lord Bingley is so cool. Haha, these beasts are nothing so weak. Hiss. That freeze 10,000 miles technique is invincible. This is far too formidable. As expected of Lady Bingley of the Wong Group, she instantly sealed tens of thousands of demonic beasts with a single move. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Gazing at the boundless frozen expanse, Tang Guoqiang on the city wall drew a sharp breath, a gleam of strange light flashing in his eyes as his face brimmed with excitement. As long as Lady Bingley was here, these demonic beasts were no threat. Moreover, Songbei City was saved. This was indeed momentous good news. Meanwhile, within the Daqing Mountains, a rectangular virtual screen materialized in the air above each of the 4 zones. These virtual screens, connected to the tallest building in downtown Songbei City, displayed a panoramic view of the city like a film projection. The screen was showing Bingley executing eternal frost to seal tens of thousands of demonic beasts. The hidden civilians and psychics all looked up at the image. Each one was overjoyed, their faces beaming with smiles, their spirits soaring. Yet the next scene left them stunned for a few seconds, utterly dumbfounded. In the image, the vast frozen expanse began to crack, accompanied by the sound of countless shattering panes of glass, until all the ice crumbled and turned to ashes. The next second, a blazing black phoenix soared into the sky, shimmering like a dazzling sun with boundless radiance, brilliant and resplendent, illuminating the entire heavens in a blaze of 10,000 rays. Soon the other demonic beasts revived, each one full of vigor. Petty human, though your eternal frost is passable, it seems somewhat lacking. Ignoble human, do you think you can freeze our queen, eh? The blazing black phoenix in midair cast a cold glance at Bingley, its words dripping with utter contempt. How utterly overconfident. Suddenly, the massive giant sky golden ape below let out a roar. Indeed, indeed. The queen is mighty, you are our goddess. The bloodthirsty, bull-headed man beside it foolishly bellowed in agreement. On the wall, the soldiers' faces were ghastly pale, their eyes filled with terror and dread. My eternal frost was actually broken by this blazing black phoenix. Impossible. If she were merely an 8th rank beast, she could not have shattered my ultimate move unless. At this thought, Bingley's expression drastically changed. It turned out this blazing black phoenix was not 8th rank, but likely 9th rank. No wonder the 8th rank powerhouse of Beihuang City was killed by her in an instant. So that was it. If this were true, things would become quite difficult. After all, an 8th rank beast was not the same as a 9th rank one. Although only a single major rank separated them, their power was vastly different. Worlds apart, even at the 9th rank minor stage. Bingley was well aware of this. After all, she had advanced from the 8th rank herself. With this in mind, Bingley furrowed her brow slightly and murmured to herself, this is a real problem. Now I can only hold off the blazing black phoenix. Killing her is nearly impossible. The other 7th rank beasts will surely break into Songbei City, slaughtering humans indiscriminately. Taking a deep breath, Bingley turned and instructed, Mayor Zhang, Tang Guoqiang, and the rest of you. Listen carefully. We're listening, Lady Bingley, the crowd replied in unison. For now I can only deal with the blazing black phoenix. The other beasts are up to you. Bingley spoke slowly. At these words, everyone's faces changed, and they looked at Bingley with puzzled eyes. Because the blazing black phoenix has reached the 9th rank, we were all deceived by her. As Bingley's words faded, the scene fell silent, a terrifying silence. They could hardly believe it was true. Did that mean Songbei City was about to fall? Disaster was imminent. Brothers, charge. Kill, kill, kill. Spare no one. Just then the blazing black phoenix in midair screeched toward the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of demonic beasts surged toward Songbei City, a pitch-black tide like the apocalypse, instilling terror in all. Fire the magic crystal cannons and blast these beasts to death. Seeing this, Mayor Zhang Kunming immediately ordered the soldiers. Ignite fire. The next second the soldiers began. Chirp, chirp. Boom, boom. Howl, howl, howl. Over 100 magic crystal shells flew into the horde of beasts, exploding instantly among them, accompanied by the agonized wails of the demonic beasts. However, these magic crystal shells could only harm beasts below the 5th rank. Those above the 5th rank suffered mere scratches and continued their advance. 8 brothers, let's join forces. Seeing this, Zhang Kunming addressed the representatives from the 8 prestigious academies. All right. The 8 nodded. The next moment, boom, boom, bang, bang. They unleashed their psychic attacks, and in an instant, wind, fire, lightning, ice rained down upon the beast horde. Tang Guoqiang, brimming with excitement, launched a barrage of fire attacks, incinerating beasts below the 5th rank. Meanwhile, Bingley stood atop a towering ice pillar, locking eyes with the blazing black phoenix. Soon they moved. One wielded ice powers, the other fire skills. A clash of ice and fire. Boom. In a flash, lightning and thunder tore through the sky, a brilliant beacon in the darkness, splitting rocks and clouds, with dark clouds gathering, casting all into shadow. Though the human attacks were potent, the beasts were too numerous, seemingly endless. After an unknown time, oh no, the city gate is about to be breached. Glancing at the battlefield, Bingley thought to herself, but she was helpless. The reason was simple, the blazing black phoenix kept attacking her, leaving no room to deal with the other beasts. Soon the horde of low-rank beasts finally broke through Songbei City's gate, flooding in. Run! The beasts are here. On the streets, the evacuating civilians fell into chaos, their faces pale with terror, bodies trembling, as if frozen, forgetting to flee. Roar! With a furious bellow, a massive emerald-eyed fire lion smashed a 3-story building aside, revealing 2 terrified humans. Moments later, 2 screams rang out. 10 minutes later, both nobles and commoners were trampled, crushed, and bitten to death by these beasts, one after another. Corpses littered the ground, a gruesome sight. Yet those who died were mostly civilians who had ignored the workers' advice, dawdling and uncooperative, deserving of their fate. Most obedient civilians had relocated to hide within the Dacheng Mountains, safe and sound. After all, it was difficult for the beasts to find the entrance. What? Songbei City has been overrun by beasts. Just then, Su-Han finally emerged from the ghost realm, landing in a corner of a building to observe, covertly, utterly shocked. So many beasts, dense and countless. A bit terrifying. Though Su-Han harbored a flicker of fear in his heart, he was nonetheless eager to give it a try. The reason was simple: he possessed a butcher knife specifically designed to absorb the essence of demonic beasts, which could be used to upgrade its attribute points. With so many low-level demonic beasts now roaming the city, leveling up would surely be swift. Moreover, he could employ his stealth technique to assassinate these beasts without being detected. The opportunity lay right before him. He could not afford to let it slip. With this thought, Su-Han silently intoned stealth. In the next instant, his entire form vanished from the sight of those around him. In other words, he had become invisible. Ordinary demonic beasts were incapable of perceiving his figure, save for those of the ocular variety. Then, with a flicker of thought, a rust-stained butcher knife materialized in his right hand. Fortunately, it too could become invisible, or otherwise he would have been in grave trouble. At present, his physical attack power was equivalent to that of a 3rd-tier strength-type beast, making it no challenge to slay 3rd-level demonic beasts. Furthermore, his agility attribute had been boosted by over 1,000 points, granting him tremendous speed. After exhaling softly, Su-Han flashed forward and vanished from his spot, reappearing 100 meters away. For now, he could only seek out demonic beasts below the 4th level to slay. Walking through the streets of Songbei City, the sound of boom and bang filled the air. All manner of demonic beasts were ravaging the surrounding buildings, leaving most structures in ruins as though the apocalypse had descended. The ground was littered with human corpses, headless bodies, crushed skulls, and blood-soaked limbs. Even grotesque entrails. Each sight was too horrific to behold, unbearable to the eye. Witnessing this, Su-Han drew a sharp breath, and a spark of emotion kindled within him, melting away some of his icy indifference. The people of Huaxia had died so miserably. These demonic beasts were utterly brutal, detestable. From this moment on, he loathed them, with every fiber of his being, vowing to slay everyone he encountered. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, his face contorted with fury. Kill! 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 Ahead, there's a pack of wind wolves. They seem to be of low rank. Su-Han quickly located his first target and dashed toward them. Drawing near, he saw the pack of wind wolves encircling a father and daughter, drool dripping from their maws as they salivated hungrily. You beasts! If you must eat someone, eat me, not my daughter, or I'll fight you with everything I've got. The father and daughter cowered in a corner, trembling. The father shielded his daughter's frail form with his own broad body, mustering his courage to roar in fury at the wind wolves. But the wind wolves, understanding no human speech, simply lunged at the pair with gaping jaws. Dad, are we going to die? The daughter's voice quivered in his arms. Sweetie, Daddy's here. We won't die. We won't die. As he spoke, the father reached out and gently patted his daughter's back, repeating the words over and over, then closed his eyes as if awaiting death's embrace. I believe you, Dad, the daughter nodded. Then, just as the wind wolves pounced, a chorus of agonized howls rang out, and all of them collapsed to the ground dead. Butcher knife experience 8. Kill value 1000. Butcher knife experience 8. Kill value 1000. Su-Han stared in astonishment as the butcher knife absorbed the essence of the wind wolves, its surface gleaming and growing brighter, shedding some of its worn appearance. After the absorption, he cast a glance at the father and daughter and said softly, the wind wolves are dealt with. Find a place to take shelter quickly. With that, Su-Han vanished in a flash. Thank you, great benefactor, for saving our lives. Hearing the voice, the father's eyes snapped open. He saw the dead wind wolves lying in a pool of blood, but the speaker was nowhere to be seen. He immediately kowtowed in gratitude. They could have fled to Dacheng Mountain earlier, but yesterday his daughter had suddenly fallen ill, convulsing and losing her mind. Thus the father had no choice but to stay and care for her, delaying their escape. As Su-Han journeyed on, he heard butcher knife experience 8. Kill value 1000. Su-Han evaded 4th-level demonic beasts while relentlessly slaughtering 3rd-level ones, finding the experience immensely satisfying. Watching the beasts fall one by one before him filled him with a profound sense of relief. He also discovered that slaying a 3rd-level beast granted the butcher knife 8 experience points. At this rate, leveling up would be swift. Before long, the butcher knife advanced from bronze to black iron, significantly enhancing its attack power and shortening the time needed to slay beasts. Help! Someone save me. I'll pay whoever rescues me a fortune. Suddenly, a middle-aged man lying on the ground let out a heart-wrenching cry for help, his voice filled with despair. This man was the wealthy individual who had resisted the evacuation workers. Now he was consumed by regret for not fleeing to Daching Mountain earlier. But in this world, there was no remedy for regret. Nearby 4 or 5 demonic beasts were advancing toward him, their eyes bloodthirsty, tongues licking their lips in anticipation. Seeing this, Su-Han initially intended to slay the beasts, but upon hearing the man's nauseating plea, he turned and walked away. Such a person deserved his fate. Even in his final moments, he tried to buy his life with money. How utterly absurd. Did he not grasp the situation? Oh, don't eat me. Moments later, the man's agonized screams rang out, a harrowing sound that abruptly ceased, signaling his demise. Witnessing this, Su-Han shook his head and flashed over to the 4 or 5 beasts. With a single stroke of his butcher knife, he slit their throats. Butcher knife experience 8. Kill value 1000. Su-Han then swiftly departed, continuing his hunt for 3rd-level demonic beasts. 20 minutes later, he had slain numerous beasts. Butcher knife experience 8. Kill value 1000. To Su-Han's astonishment, the butcher knife had leveled up again, advancing from black iron to silver, further amplifying its attack power. This was truly welcome news. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from behind him, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Su-Han turned around and froze for a few seconds. An 8-meter-tall, 10-meter-long, blazing-eyed fire lion wreathed in flames fixed its gaze on him, its eyes blazing with fury as though it could see through his invisibility. Initially, Su-Han paid it no mind and attempted to walk away, but he soon realized his grave mistake. No matter which direction he moved, the blazing-eyed fire lion's eyes tracked him relentlessly. "You can see me." Su-Han's heart sank, but he mustered his courage and whispered to the lion. The blazing-eyed fire lion nodded, its eyes blazing with fury, and licked its lips. In its eyes, Su-Han appeared as a delectable morsel, one it yearned to devour. Su-Han stared blankly at the enormous azure-eyed fire lion before him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He had just been congratulating himself on his good fortune, only to realize it was all a deception. This azure-eyed fire lion was, at least at the 4th rank, immensely powerful. Moreover, it could see through his invisibility. This seemed rather troublesome. However, Su-Han was not one to sit idly by. He had a high probability of taking down this azure-eyed fire lion, primarily for 3 reasons. First, the azure-eyed fire lion's body was relatively massive, while he was small and agile, able to dodge at any moment. Second, the azure-eyed fire lion had low intelligence and could only rely on brute force, as it was a beast that had not yet reached the 7th rank. Third, he could use potent toxins to attack the azure-eyed fire lion's soul, slowing its movements and clouding its mind. Roar! Just as Su-Han was contemplating, the azure-eyed fire lion, already impatient, kicked off its hind legs and lunged at him, with its gaping maw attempting to bite him. Hearing the roar, Su-Han snapped back to reality. He instantly dodged to the right, retreating over 100 meters to evade the fierce attack. The azure-eyed fire lion was momentarily stunned. This despicable human had actually evaded its attack. Filled with rage, it turned and lunged at Su-Han once more. Toxic illusion art. At that moment, in Su-Han's eyes, the azure-eyed fire lion was riddled with openings. The corner of his mouth curled up as he murmured to himself. The toxic illusion art was a combination of his poison and the white fox's illusionary realm, releasing poison within the illusion to catch the enemy off guard. It was a new technique he had recently developed, highly effective against low-intelligence beasts. As expected, the azure-eyed fire lion fell into the illusion, its face filled with terror as it trembled uncontrollably, as if witnessing something horrifying. Simultaneously, its entire body swayed incessantly, its breathing grew labored. It had been poisoned. But it soon snapped out of it, shaking its head. Su-Han was taken aback, not expecting the azure-eyed fire lion to awaken. However, he quickly understood why. After all, the white fox was only a 2nd-rank ghost, so its illusions were not particularly strong. And although the azure-eyed fire lion had low intelligence, its strength was undeniable. It was of the 4th rank. Only the poison had a certain effect on it. Seeing this, Su-Han let out a cold, sinister laugh. He gripped his butcher's knife and rained down a flurry of wild slashes upon the azure-eyed fire lion's head, as if chopping a pig's head. He had to launch a surprise attack before the creature fully regained its senses. Ow, ow, bang. After dozens of frenzied slashes, the blood-soaked azure-eyed fire lion could endure no more. It let out a howl and finally collapsed to the ground dead. After the azure-eyed fire lion died, the butcher's knife began to absorb the essence within its body. Butcher's knife, EXP 16. Kill value 10,000. Seeing the 100 point value flash by, Su-Han was stunned for a few seconds before taking a sharp breath, his eyes gleaming. This azurite fire lion was indeed a fourth-rank beast. It had cost him considerable effort. After all, at the same rank beasts were far stronger than humans. For instance, a fourth-rank beast was mightier than a fourth-stage psionic. Of course, Su-Han was an exception. The higher the rank of the enemy slain, the greater the kill value gained. If he could slay several high-rank beasts, his kill value would skyrocket. Su-Han then tapped on the attribute panel of the Butcher's Knife. Butcher's Knife type, growth type, weapon growth value 1016, 10000 rank silver, can transform into Blood Demon Blade absorption power 1115. Seeing the information above, Su-Han carefully counted. A third-rank beast's growth value was 8 points, while a fourth-rank beast was 16 points. This meant he had slain 125 third-rank beasts and one fourth-rank beast during this period. The efficiency was quite high. He was very satisfied. Soon Su-Han also gleaned a crucial piece of information. The higher the enemy's rank, the faster the efficiency of gaining kill value. Currently, there were many high-ranked beasts here. If Su-Han could slay all beasts below the fourth rank, wouldn't his kill value soar like a rocket? The mere thought was exhilarating. However, to achieve this goal, Su-Han's only option was to release poison. After all, it was an area effect skill. But the toxicity within his body was not strong enough to kill fourth-rank beasts or even powerful third-rank ones. Moreover, his proficiency was far from reaching the master level. Now, the only way to significantly increase his toxicity was to upgrade the myriad poison body. Fortunately, his kill value had already exceeded 10000. Copy Eye activate. Without further ado, Su-Han chanted inwardly, and a purple halo instantly shimmered in his right eye. Evolved. He chanted again in his mind. Ding. Consumed 1000 kill value. A rank psionic myriad poison body has successfully evolved into Shrank 1000 poison body. Hearing the sound, Su-Han let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that not every psionic evolution was a 100 success. He had merely been lucky this time. Fortunately, the evolution succeeded, or his 100 kill value would have been wasted. That would have been painful. He exhaled softly. The next second, Su-Han checked the attributes of the 1000 poison body. The 1000 poison body is to gather the 1000 poisons of the world, refine them into oneself, rendering the body impervious to blades, fire, water, all poisons, and evil spirits. In other words, his physical resilience had been further enhanced. A faint smile spread across Su-Han's face as he opened his own attribute panel. Name: Su-Han. Talent: Copy Eye. Strength 1165, Agility 1167, Physique 65, 18, Spirit Power 25, 08. Copied Psionics 1. 1000 Poison Body. Expert 2. Invisibility Art. Beginner. Kill value 4, 2, 200. Draw. Count 5, 5888. Then Su-Han chanted inwardly, 1000 Poison Art. As he spoke, his body immediately released a mist-like gas, almost identical in color to before with no discernible difference. Seeing this, he instantly understood. Next, Su-Han chanted again, and the Butcher's Knife instantly appeared in his right hand. He whispered softly, transform. In the next second, the Butcher's Knife transformed into a blade steeped in blood, the Blood Demon Blade. The Blood Demon Blade boasted a striking appearance, possessing formidable toughness and sharpness. The dragon head on its spine added a touch of majesty. After toying with it for a while, Su-Han dug out the azurite fire lion's core, a 4th-rank mid-grade core. Next, he took out all the 4th and 5th-rank cores to begin enhancing his spirit power, as his foundation was already stable. After a period of absorption, he ultimately advanced from the 3rd-rank minor success to the 4th-rank minor success. His spirit power attribute instantly jumped from 2508 points to 1000 points. The myriad poison body psionic had evolved successfully, and his cultivation realm had also advanced. A double blessing. On the northwest city wall, 2 figures hovered in midair, locked in a tense standoff, neither able to overpower the other, each merely restraining the other. Such a puny human. You're hardly impressive at all, ha. Flame Black Phoenix glanced disdainfully at Bingley. Her sole mission was to hold this human at bay, nothing else mattered. As for breaching the city walls, that task belonged to her subordinates. Bingley did not respond. She simply stared coldly at Flame Black Phoenix, outwardly serene, inwardly frantic. If Flame Black Phoenix continued to pin her down, Songbei City would inevitably fall to the swarming demonic beasts. Then the civilians would perish. Unthinkable devastation she refused to witness. Boom! Crack! Ice and fire clashed, sudden searing heat followed by biting cold. In moments, human and beast resumed their furious exchange. Yet elsewhere, it's over. Songbei City is utterly lost. Mayor Zhang Kunming watched helplessly as hordes of low-tier demonic beasts flooded through the gates. Despair gripped him, his body trembled violently, even as he fought a high-tier demonic beast with trembling hands. With elite demonic beasts occupied by human cultivators, thousands upon thousands of 3rd and 4th-tier beasts surged unimpeded into Songbei City, looting, destroying, slaughtering. Civilians caught in the chaos screamed in agony, their cries echoing across the ruins. Damn it, there are far too many demonic beasts this time. Tang Guiqiang, locked in combat with a high-tier beast, also witnessed the carnage below and recoiled in shock. Even during his defense of Lolan, he had rarely seen such overwhelming numbers, endless, inexhaustible waves. Haha, our brethren have already breached Songbei City and are feasting on tender human flesh. I'm practically salivating. I'd love to gorge myself too. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty ox-head demon roared skyward, baring his fangs and licking his lips. Foolish ox, how simple. Just slay the human before you, and you may join the feast. What an idiot, mocked Wu Jin ape from beside him. Stinking monkey, I'm not stupid. I'm just slow to react. Don't speak falsely, or I'll make you regret it. The bloodthirsty ox-head demon shot Wu Jin ape a fierce, scorching glare. Enough banter. I'll kill this human now, then go savor human flesh. Same here. With that, Wu Jin ape and the bloodthirsty ox-head demon lunged toward two masters of the 8 great academies. Wretched beasts, you dare provoke death itself. Their vile dialogue ignited Feng Deming's fury. He unleashed his most devastating technique without hesitation. At that very moment, boom, crash, tens of thousands of low-tier demonic beasts poured into Songbei City, laying waste to streets and shattering buildings in their wake. What's happening? The demonic beasts keep multiplying. Su Han, mid-swing against a 4th-tier saber-toothed tiger, froze in astonishment, utterly bewildered. He briefly considered poisoning them, but quickly dismissed the idea. The reason was plain: countless ordinary civilians still sheltered within the city. A single toxic release would claim both beasts and humans alike, and he carried no spirit herbs capable of neutralizing such poison. Now Su Han could only rely on his blood demon blade, slaying beast after beast, agonizingly slow. Worse, his invisibility had expired. He stood fully exposed, and would need a full hour before he could vanish again. Meanwhile, back before Su Han revealed himself, inside Daqing Mountain, 4 floating holographic screens shimmered in midair above distinct zones. Civilians gazed upward, frozen in horror, eyes wide with terror. This is the end of the world. We're doomed. Songbei City has been overrun, transformed into a living hell. Gone, everything is gone. What if these demonic beasts discover Daqing Mountain? How can we possibly survive? Yes, we'd stand no chance against such horrors. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Every person trembled uncontrollably, their eyes hollow with despair. Even cultivators below the 4th realm quaked in fear. None had imagined the beasts would truly conquer Songbei City. Trapped within Daqing Mountain, they could only watch, helpless, as their beloved homes were reduced to ash and ruin, consumed by hatred and heartbreak. Yet in Zone 1 atop an open clearing. Hey, isn't that Su Han? A student suddenly cried out. Indeed, it is him. Why is he wandering the city center? That's suicide. Another student spotted him too. Their voices drew immediate attention. The crowd turned as one. Holy hell, Su Han's got guts. Who gave him the courage to stroll through Songbei City? Liang Jingru. He's finished. He'll be devoured any second. Standing silently in a corner by Ling Xue also caught sight of Su Han and gasped, stunned. Then joy overwhelmed her, tears welled in her eyes. Thank heavens, thank heavens. Su Han is alive. Then her expression shattered, paling instantly, her body shuddering violently. Why is Su Han in the city center? He'll die for sure. What do I do? What do I do? She stood rooted, paralyzed, until another voice pierced the silence. Look, there's a massive 4th-tier saber-toothed tiger charging straight at Su Han. A student shouted in alarm. He's done for, another echoed immediately. Bai Ling Xue jolted awake, lifted her gaze toward the hovering screen, and went deathly pale, screaming from the depths of her soul. No, and no. She slammed her eyes shut, refusing to witness the slaughter. But what unfolded next left everyone breathless. On-screen, Su Han stood motionless, not flinching, not retreating. Then, a flash of cold light, his form blurred, vanishing and reappearing instantly beside the saber-toothed tiger. In the next heartbeat, he drew his pig-slaughtering blade and slashed, clean, precise, across the beast's throat. Crimson blood erupted, splattering across the ground. The saber-toothed tiger collapsed lifelessly onto the earth. His pig-slaughtering blade pulsed faintly, absorbing the beast's essence. Pig-slaughtering blade experience 16. Slaughter value 10000. Zone 1 fell silent, stunned, jaw-dropped, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Did Su Han really execute a 4th-tier saber-toothed tiger in one strike? That blade, it's literally a pig-slaughtering knife. My gods, what a pig-slaughtering knife. Can such a thing even slay a mighty 4th-tier demonic beast? Impossible. Su Han's strength is terrifying. No wonder he walks the city unafraid. Murmurs swelled, disbelief rippling like wildfire. Their own eyes betrayed them. Yet the truth before them was undeniable, awe-inspiring. Hearing the crowd shocked by Lingxue, snapped her eyes open, ecstasy flooding her veins, her entire body trembling, her chest heaving wildly. Su-Han is alive. Thank the heavens, he is alive. Yet, Su-Han never expected to be exposed before everyone's eyes as if in a Truman Show. Had he known the truth, he would surely have hidden himself away as quickly as possible. After all, he disliked ostentatious displays of wealth and preferred a quiet, low-key life. Having dealt with the level 4 saber-toothed tiger, he vanished in a flash over 100 meters away. He continued his slaughter of the demonic beasts. As time passed, Su-Han noticed that instead of dwindling, the beasts were increasing in number. This meant a constant stream of low-level beasts was pouring into the city. This couldn't go on. Seeing this, Su-Han halted, his brow furrowing slightly. Although his butcher's knife could dispatch these beasts in a single blow, the process was still too inefficient and time-consuming. The main issue was that he had only one pair of hands, not 8 nor countless clones. Meanwhile, the citizens within the city were falling to the fierce onslaught of the numerous beasts. It was a tragic sight. In the eyes of his classmates, Su-Han was a cold, ruthless, sharp-tongued person, but that wasn't the truth. He simply preferred not to speak much, content to be a quiet, handsome figure. The deaths of the common people did stir something within him. Thinking this, Su-Han murmured to himself, "It seems I must do something." Having said this, he turned his gaze towards the highest building in Songbei City, the Songbei Tower, a strange light flickering in his eyes. The next second, Su-Han was dashing swiftly in that direction. Meanwhile, the various virtual screens across the 4 zones of Daqing Mountain all displayed Su-Han's figure. The crowd watched him, their eyes filled with utter shock and anticipation. What is Su-Han going to do? Is he giving up on killing the beasts? Look, the beasts in the city are multiplying. He can't possibly kill them all alone. Is Su-Han trying to escape? If this continues, his stamina will be exhausted and death won't be far behind. But where can he even escape to? The city and its outskirts are teeming with beasts. There's no way out. Who knows? Sigh. The crowd buzzed with discussion. No one knew how much time had passed. Growl, growl. Su-Han, wielding his butcher's knife, carved a path through the low-level beasts, advancing swiftly without any difficulty. Butcher's knife experience 8. Kill value 1,000. Butcher's knife experience 16. Kill value 10,000. Soon. Almost there. Looking up, Su-Han murmured. With that, he quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the base of Songbei Tower. The tower was the tallest structure in Songbei City, also the most fortified, built from mysterious iron. He ran straight up without pause. Soon Su-Han reached the top floor and entered the broadcast room filled with equipment, a room designed for disseminating messages. After some tinkering and figuring things out, he finally got it working. The next second, Su-Han sat before the microphone, took a deep breath, and then shouted loudly into it. "Attention, citizens of Songbei City, still in hiding, listen carefully. I have a good method to save you. If you do exactly as I say, you have an 80% chance of survival. Soon a large amount of white mist will fill the air. Do not under any circumstances inhale this mist, or you will die instantly. I repeat, do not inhale the mist, or you will die on the spot. I hope you keep this in mind and strive to survive." Having said this, Su-Han let out a sigh of relief. He had done all he could for now. Whether the citizens in hiding listened or not was no longer his concern. Furthermore, these level 3 and 4 beasts had low intelligence and couldn't understand human speech. That's why he had devised this countermeasure. And indeed it worked. The citizens, trembling and hiding within various buildings, heard the broadcast and were overjoyed, long-lost smiles appearing on their faces. Moments ago, they had been filled with regret for not seeking refuge in Daqing Mountain earlier. Now heaven had suddenly granted them a chance to survive, and they had to seize it. After all, no one wished to die. Everyone wanted to live. Only living was paramount. Nothing else mattered. These people had finally glimpsed the true essence of life, and perhaps their personalities would undergo a dramatic transformation in the future. But the crowd at Daqing Mountain was bewildered by this turn of events, completely unable to fathom Su-Han's intentions. Su-Han seems to want to rescue the people in the city. It's unbelievable. How is this possible? It's almost impossible. Because the city is full of beasts. I'm curious to see exactly what hell used to save them. However, when Bai Lingxue heard Su-Han's words, she already knew what he was planning. After all, she knew Su-Han had awakened a triple affinity, one of which was poison. As the crowd was discussing, Su-Han walked out of the broadcast room, reached the highest point of Songbei Tower, and looked down upon the entire city. Most of the buildings were destroyed, and level 3 and 4 beasts were everywhere, a terrifying sight. Furthermore, from the northwest came the rumble of thunder and lightning, a fearsome sound that echoed across the entire region. Without time to think further, Su-Han closed his eyes tightly and chanted in his heart, "Art of 10,000 poisons emerge." Moments later, streams of mist-like gas erupted from his body, rapidly spreading in all directions. Next, this mist swept violently through every corner of Songbei City. Soon many of the level 3 and 4 beasts were affected. Inhaling the poisonous gas, they grew dizzy, their internal organs churned and slowly turned black, causing them to howl in agony. Within 5 minutes, some of the beasts were completely dead. Their bodies were covered in dense black pores, a hair-raising sight, and they foamed at the mouth, dead beyond any doubt. Growl, growl, growl. Before long, the sound of agonized howls shook the heavens and earth within Songbei City. Soon a large number of beasts turned into corpses. Kill value 1,000. Kill value 10,000. Kill value 10,000. Kill value 1,000. Watching the endless surge of kill values, Su-Han's heart was ecstatic, a broad smile spreading across his face. He was truly rich now. With hundreds of millions of kill values at his disposal, he would have no worries. He could then copy more interesting and powerful talents and abilities. His strength would gradually increase. He knew that in this world, only the strong would not be eliminated or killed, and they would command greater respect. The crowd at Daqing Mountain watched the beasts dying one by one on the screen, dumbfounded, completely stunned. The mist Su-Han released can actually poison the beasts in the city to death. That's just too awesome. Holy crap. Damn. It's truly terrifying. I can't even imagine it. They're dead. All the beasts are dead. We're saved. Haha. Su-Han is the hero of Songbei City. The crowd was astonished by the sight before them, and then their hearts filled with joy. As long as the beasts in the city were all dead, they would be out of danger. On the northwestern city wall. Why are all the low-level demon beasts inside the city fleeing outward? What's happening? Zhang Kunming, the mayor who was in the midst of battle, noticed this anomaly below, paused in bewilderment, and murmured to himself. Suddenly a thought struck him. Could it be that a powerful expert has come to reinforce Songbei City? That's very likely. With this thought, his heart surged with excitement, realizing that there was hope for Songbei City. For him, this was indeed an incredibly welcome piece of news. It seemed that Songbei City was not destined to fall. Soon others on the city wall also noticed this phenomenon, their faces shifting from shock to joyous smiles. Good. Good, this is wonderful. Reinforcements for Songbei City have arrived. Heaven has eyes. The crowd murmured, tears welling in their eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the numerous high-level demon beasts were also stunned by the scene. They immediately communicated with the low-level beasts fleeing Songbei City and quickly learned the reason for their flight. As expected of despicable humans, they don't even spare their own kind, and have released a deadly poison within the city. Such ruthless hearts. Today you must all die, or I will avenge my brothers. Slaughter all these humans, leave none alive. Charge. After the exchange, the dark gold ape immediately roared towards the city wall. Kill, kill, kill. Roar. Following the dark gold ape's command, the other high-level demon beasts also bellowed in fury. Upon hearing this, the humans on the wall were momentarily taken aback, vaguely grasping the reason behind it. Someone released poison inside Songbei City. Who did this? Has another ruthless teacher emerged seeking vengeance against humanity? This is disastrous. Zhang Kunming thought to himself, his expression darkening instantly. After all, the poisoning incident involving Li Jinglong had occurred not long ago, still fresh in everyone's memory. He easily connected the dots. Without time to ponder further, Zhang Kunming immediately unleashed his ultimate technique to counter the enemy, as the demon beasts had already launched their assault. Boom. Bang, bang. Their skills clashed once more, bringing dark clouds, thunder, and lightning, and a torrent of ice and fire. An hour passed swiftly. All the low-level demon beasts within Songbei City had been poisoned to death, not a single one spared. The vast number of low-level beasts outside the city were too terrified to enter, only able to roar in support of the high-level ones. However, Su-Han, standing atop the highest point of Songbei Tower, did not cease his 1,000 poison art upon witnessing this. The reason was simple: if the poison gas within the city dissipated, the hordes of low-level demon beasts would surge back in madly. The consequences would be dire. Thus he had no choice but to continue. It was a pity that these demon beasts had died, for their essences were entirely depleted by the poison. This meant Su-Han's butcher knife could not deliver the final blow and absorb the essences of the beasts below, which would have otherwise skyrocketed his level. However, the kill count was a different matter. As long as the demon beasts died, the points would keep increasing, even if by poison. With this thought, Su-Han's heart stirred with eagerness as he quickly opened his attribute panel. Name: Su-Han. Talent: Copy Eyes. Strength 1165, Agility 1167, Constitution 65, 18, Spirit Power 10,000. Copied abilities 1,000. Poison Body Expert 2. Invisibility Art Beginner. Kill count 100, 860000. Draws 5, 5888. Upon seeing this data, Su-Han was frozen for a few seconds, utterly astounded, hardly believing his own eyes. Holy shit. Holy crap. Holy cow. Amazing. The kill count had surpassed all bounds, reaching over 100 million points. Then Su-Han rubbed his eyes and carefully counted again. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. It was indeed a 9-digit number. Now he felt like a billionaire from his past life, incredibly wealthy. Respected and revered wherever he went, a crowd of sycophants would follow, showering him with flattery. The feeling of being rich is truly exhilarating. He let out a soft breath, calming his mind. Although he had over 100 million kill points, he had to convert them into strength E, otherwise they were just a string of numbers utterly useless. Currently, he possessed 2 strength talent abilities. One was the 1000 poison body and the other was the invisibility art. They were vastly different, yet each had its own advantages. The former was primarily for area effect attacks indiscriminate of friend or foe. Of course, if Su-Han's proficiency reached the master level, he could control the poison at will, altering its direction. The latter was mainly for assassination or escape, targeting single points. With this in mind, Su-Han murmured to himself, both strength abilities are excellent. Why not evolve them together? I have enough kill points anyway. No sooner said than done. Activate Copy Eye. Without further ado, Su-Han chanted in his mind, and his right eye instantly shimmered with a violet glow. Evolve 1000 poison body. He chanted again in his mind. Ding. Consuming 1000 kill points, strength ability 1000 poison body is now evolving. Please wait patiently. Hearing this sound, Su-Han was stunned for a few seconds, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What the hell? Weren't previous ability evolutions instantaneous? Why do I have to wait now? How annoying. Because evolving from rank to a rank or a rank to strength is relatively simpler. However, evolving from strength to S rank is extremely difficult and carries a certain failure rate, so you know the drill. Suddenly the system whispered an explanation in Su-Han's ear. Holy crap. System, don't appear out of nowhere like that, you'll scare someone to death. Su-Han was indeed startled, as he had been deep in thought. You're not even afraid of ghosts, but you're afraid of me. Besides, I'm much more handsome than a ghost. The system replied expressionlessly. Su-Han was speechless, rolling his eyes. I've never seen you before, maybe you're a she-male. You're the she-male? Your whole family is she-male. The system was furious. Resentment points from the system 50. Su-Han was taken aback, not expecting such a fierce reaction that generated resentment points. Maybe it really is a she-male. Strength ability 1000 poison body evolution failed. Just then a faint voice announced. Failed. Su-Han was even more exasperated, but he was helpless and had to accept it. 1,000,000 kill points gone just like that. Gone. It truly hurt. It felt just like gambling in Macau in his past life, going Allen with 1,000,000 and losing it all, vanishing without a trace. Such a feeling was hard to describe. Continue evolving 1000 poison body. Su-Han gritted his teeth. Ding. Consuming 1000 kill points, strength ability 1000 poison body is now evolving. Please wait patiently. Not long after. Strength ability 1000 poison body evolution failed. Failed again. This time Su-Han couldn't stay calm, his body trembled slightly. Another 1,000,000 kill points gone. His luck was truly terrible. Fortunately, he still had over 100 million kill points. Continue evolving 1000 poison body. Ding. Consuming 1000 kill points, strength ability 1000 poison body is now evolving. Please wait patiently. 2 minutes later. Strength ability 1000 poison body evolution failed. Failed yet again. Seriously, don't toy with me and my heart can't take it. Su-Han was stunned, then immediately began to complain. Damn it. 3,000,000 kill points down the drain, and I got nothing in return. This is infuriating. Su-Han was so furious he felt like tearing his hair out. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of take a gamble, and a bicycle might turn into a motorcycle, a bet on it, and the motorcycle might become a jeep. But despite his anger, the evolution had to continue. He refused to believe his luck would always be this terrible. Continue evolving the 1000 poison body. Ding. Consuming 1000 kill points, the strength ability 1000 poison body is evolving. Please be patient. Not long after. Strength ability 1000 poison body evolution failed. Hearing the familiar voice, Su-Han's heart had grown numb. He murmured, continue evolving the 1000 poison body. Ding. Consuming 1000 kill points, the strength ability 1000 poison body is evolving. Please be patient. The 8th evolution. Strength ability 1000 poison body has successfully evolved into S strength 10,000 poisons body. As the words faded, Su-Han let out a long sigh of relief. A total of 8,000,000 kill points had been consumed, leaving over 92 million. He could accept that. He exhaled softly, his mind calming down. Su-Han then examined the attributes of the 10,000 poisons body. The 10,000 poisons body gathers all poisons under heaven, refining them into oneself, rendering the body indestructible, impervious to fire and water, immune to all toxins, and impenetrable by evil spirits and demons. The 10,000 poisons art unleashed by the 10,000 poisons body possesses venom so fierce and domineering that it can kill most 7th rank demon beasts and stupefy most 8th rank demon beasts, provided proficiency reaches the master level. Seeing this, Su-Han drew in a sharp breath. This poison could directly kill 7th rank demon beasts. Truly domineering. After all, 7th rank demon beasts were like ants to him, now easily crushed. What about an SS rank poison body? Wouldn't that mean he could poison 8th rank demon beasts to death? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Perhaps Su-Han could evolve into an SS rank poison body. He took a deep, sharp breath and exhaled, feeling much calmer. The next second, Su-Han murmured inwardly, "Evolve the 10,000 poisons body." Ding! Consuming 1,000 kill points, the S-rank ability 10,000 poisons body is evolving. Please be patient. 5 minutes later. Ding! S-rank ability 10,000 poisons body evolution failed. Hearing the sound, Su-Han's heart was as calm as still water this time. Perhaps he had already grown numb. Besides, as long as he successfully evolved into an SS rank poison body, kill points would be nothing. A little poison released casually would easily earn them back. It was like earning 100 million a month, spending a few million without batting an eye. That was the logic. Continue evolving the 10,000 poisons body. Su-Han murmured again. Ding! Consuming 1,000 kill points, the S-rank ability 10,000 poisons body is evolving. Please be patient. 5 minutes later. Ding! S-rank ability 10,000 poisons body evolution failed. Continue evolving the 10,000 poisons body. The 12th evolution. Ding! S-rank ability 10,000 poisons body has successfully evolved into SS-rank calamity poison body. Hearing this, Su-Han was stunned for a few seconds before a surge of ecstasy filled his heart. He leaped with joy on the spot, clenching his fists which crackled with energy. Finally, evolution was successful. How wonderful. When the 10th evolution failed, his heart had wavered slightly. After all, only 2 chances remained. When the 11th evolution failed again, his heart grew impatient. A hint of despair crept in. His luck was just too terrible. During the final evolution, Su-Han's heart kept murmuring, "Heaven, have mercy, please." Unexpectedly, heaven did show mercy, calming his excited emotions. Su-Han then examined the attributes of the Calamity Poison Body. The Calamity Poison Body gathers billions of poisons under heaven, refining them into oneself, rendering the body indestructible, impervious to fire and water, immune to billions of toxins, and impenetrable by evil spirits and demons. The Calamity Poison Art, unleashed by the Calamity Poison Body, can kill most 8th rank demon beasts and stupefy most 9th rank demon beasts, provided proficiency reaches the master level. The result was just as Su-Han had guessed. System: can the SS rank Calamity Poison Body evolve further? No, it is already at max level. The system replied coldly. Su-Han gave a soft and opened his own attribute panel. Name: Su-Han. Talent: Copy Eye. Strength: 1,165. Agility: 1,167. Constitution: 66,518. Mental power: 10,000. Copy abilities: 1. Calamity Poison Body Beginner. 2. Invisibility Beginner. Kill points: 860,000. Lottery chances: 5,888. Holy crap. His constitution had directly increased by 6,000 points. How incredible. But why was the proficiency of the Calamity Poison Body at beginner level? This left Su-Han deeply puzzled. Because the toxicity of the Calamity Poison Body is too strong, you must start practicing from scratch, the system explained. All right. Su-Han nodded, helplessly understanding in his heart. Although the Calamity Poison Body's proficiency is only at beginner level, its toxicity is still potent enough to kill most 5th rank demon beasts and stupefy most 6th rank demon beasts. Alright, that's acceptable. Looking at his kill points, Su-Han felt a sense of bankruptcy. Just moments ago, he was a billionaire. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had descended to a modest status with only a few 100,000. The ups and downs of life. How thrilling. Fortunately, his ability had evolved successfully, or he would be crying without tears. He exhaled softly. Su-Han intended to practice the Calamity Poison Art, but then a thought struck him, and he stopped. Because the toxicity of the Calamity Poison Art was so strong that inhaling even a trace would be instantly fatal. The next moment, Su-Han glanced toward the northwest city wall. Under the illumination of his copy eye, everything ahead was laid bare. Human ability users were still locked in battle with high-rank demon beasts, with lightning and thunder dark clouds gathering. The outcome seemed undecided. Meanwhile, a vast number of low-rank demon beasts dared not enter the city. All of you come back. Seeing this, Su-Han instantly understood. He withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, activated the Calamity Poison Body mantra, and softly called out below. As he spoke, his body became like a black hole, rapidly drawing the white mist from all directions toward him. Half an hour later, the poisonous gas within Songbei City was completely absorbed by Su-Han, restoring the area to its original state. After doing this, he went to the broadcast room and immediately began to speak. All the low-rank demon beasts in the city are now dead, and the poisonous gas is gone. Hurry and find a safer place to hide, or if the demon beasts charge in again, you won't be able to escape. Upon hearing this, the citizens who had been hiding and covering their noses were momentarily stunned, then wide smiles spread across their faces as they emerged one after another. Soon they reached the streets and found a vast number of demon beast corpses already rotting and pitch black. They hurriedly rushed toward the direction of Daching Mountain. Seeing this, Su-Han let out a long sigh of relief. Having expended considerable mental energy earlier while unleashing the Thousand Poison Art, he felt somewhat weary and began to restore his mental power. I thought I would be devoured by the demon beasts, but I'm still alive. It feels so good to be alive. I'm deeply grateful to that mysterious savior, truly grateful. These demon beasts are terrifying. I was so scared I wet myself. I need to hide quickly. Thank heavens I'm still alive. From now on I will turn over a new leaf, I swear. That mysterious person is like a second father to me. The surviving citizens of Songbei City murmured as they ran toward the direction of Daching Mountain. At this moment, they were immensely grateful for Su-Han's rescue, and their hearts were filled with repentance for their past transgressions. Meanwhile, all the citizens and ability users on Daching Mountain stared at the virtual projection before them, dumbfounded and frozen in place. This, Su-Han is truly incredible. He actually did it. He rescued the people in the city. I remember Su-Han awakened the dual abilities of Violet Eyes and Strength. I never expected him to awaken the Poison ability as well. 3 abilities in total. It's simply unbelievable. It's said that fewer than 100 students in all of Huaxia have awakened 3 abilities, and Su-Han is one of them. I'm so envious. Although Su-Han's talent is remarkable, what I admire most is his courage. He has the aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 foes. It's deeply admirable and puts us all to shame. Su-Han is the hero of Songbei City. A true hero. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Su-Han is so handsome. This is exactly what my Prince Charming should be like. A great hero. I've made up my mind now. I'm going to officially pursue Su-Han. Bai Ling Xue stared blankly at Su-Han in the virtual projection, lost in a daze as a faint smile curled at the corner of her lips. In that moment, she set aside her arrogance and transformed into a gentle, tender woman. An hour later, on the northwestern city wall, boom, bang, high-level ability users and high-ranked demon beasts were still locked in an intense battle. However, after prolonged combat, the high-level ability users seemed to have overexerted their spiritual energy, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. Mayor Zhang, my spiritual energy is severely depleted. I can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Mo Feisong, the head of Guangshan Academy, whispered to Zhang Kunming, Brother Mo, hold on. Victory will surely be ours. Keep fighting. Mayor Zhang Kunming glanced at Mo Feisong and urged him on. In truth, his own spiritual energy was equally drained. However, to prevent Songbei City from being overrun by these demon beasts, he gritted his teeth and persisted, fighting for the sake of pride. Meanwhile, on another front, Captain, I can't hold on much longer. A young man panting heavily said to Tang Wuxiang, Xiaofeng, never give up. Remember, our mission and goal are to protect the people of Songbei City. As long as you keep that in mind, your whole body will be filled with strength. Tang Wuxiang encouraged the young man. All right, I'll try. Xiaofeng let out a soft breath and silently recited those words in his heart. As he spoke, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he was brimming with fighting spirit. However, brothers, these lowly humans seem to be on their last legs. Let's step up our efforts and finish them off. Kill, kill, kill. Roar. The enormous dark gold ape noticed the humans' faltering state and bellowed loudly in all directions. All right, my body is still full of strength. Brothers, let's slaughter them. The bloodthirsty minotaur roared in response. Moments later, boom, roar, the high-ranked demon beasts all intensified their attacks, appearing utterly terrifying. Zhang Kunming and the others' faces turned pale, with some even becoming ashen white. They never expected the high-ranked demon beasts to still have such abundant strength. This left them with no way out but to endure through sheer faith. Boom, bang. In an instant, the high-level ability users were completely suppressed by the high-ranked demon beasts. It seemed they would collapse before long. All my arm is broken. Soon someone was injured by the high-ranked demon beasts, wailing in agony. Not good, something seems wrong over there. Bingley, who was battling the blazing black phoenix, noticed the anomaly. His expression shifted slightly, and his heart was filled with urgency. But he couldn't break away. Little human, do you want to go save your comrades? Dream on. As long as I'm here, don't even think about it. The blazing black phoenix seemed to see through Bingley's thoughts, sneering mockingly. You. Bingley's face turned livid with rage. Those little humans over there are about to die. Then with only you left, I can have some fun playing with you, he. Seeing Bingley's grim expression, the blazing black phoenix let out a series of cackling laughs. While the two were bickering, the battle on the other side was raging fiercely. However, the humans were at a disadvantage while the demon beasts held the upper hand. Brothers, let's give it our all. We must not bow down to these demon beasts. Even if we die fighting. Protect Songbei, protect Huaxia. Suddenly Tang Guiqiang roared into the sky several times. As his words fell, the people on the wall were momentarily stunned. Their eyes changed instantly, turning bloodshot, gleaming with divine light, and brimming with fighting spirit. Kill, kill, kill. Slay these demon beasts. We must never let the demon beasts breach Songbei City. Protect every inch of Huaxia's land. Born as a child of Huaxia, die as a soul of Huaxia. The crowd seemed to be injected with adrenaline, roaring furiously at the sky. Lowly humans, even if you scream yourselves hoarse, you are no match for us. Brothers, kill them. Hearing the roars from the opposite side, the dark gold ape refused to be outdone. That's right, that's right. I'm going to slaughter every last one of you. The bloodthirsty minotaur beside him nodded. The next second, both sides clashed again. Boom, bang. In an instant, thunderous roars echoed through the sky, deafening as dark clouds gathered. Though the humans were filled with fighting spirit, they were still no match for these high-ranked demon beasts. Before long, Zhang Kunming and the others were defeated one after another, their faces turning extremely grim, and a sense of despair surged in their hearts. It's over. It's completely over. Even the impassioned Tang Guiqiang became somewhat dejected, his eyes dim and lifeless. Sorry I'm late. Just then a magnetic voice rang out from among the demon beasts. The next second, billows of black gas suddenly emerged within the beast horde, spreading rapidly in all directions at a speed that left everyone astounded. Ow, ow. Wherever the black gas passed, waves of anguished cries erupted instantly. Soon a large number of demon beasts below the 6th rank fell dead, while 6th rank beasts were knocked unconscious. As for the 7th rank demon beasts, their faces turned extremely grim. They felt dizzy, disoriented, and nauseous. What's going on? My head is so dizzy. The bloodthirsty minotaur shook his head unsteadily. Not good. It seems we've been poisoned. Brothers, hold your breath immediately. Suddenly the dark gold ape realized what was happening and shouted to the surroundings. But it was too late. Because the black gas was rapidly spreading through the demon beasts, its diffusion speed incredibly fast. What? An expert has come to rescue us. Seeing this, Zhang Kunming was dumbfounded, then ecstatic. This is fantastic. Such a potent poison. Tang Guiqiang gasped in shock. This poison is far too potent. Most of the demonic beasts are perishing. They're all dead, haha. Holy shit. This is absolutely insane. Heavens, I'm speechless. All I can say is awesome. Finally, an expert has come to save us. Songbei City is saved. But why can't I see the person releasing the poison? How strange. I can't see them either. The superpowered individuals on the northwestern city wall were utterly stunned by the sight before them. They stood dumbfounded, then erupted in excitement. They had already succumbed to despair, awaiting judgment from these demonic beasts. Unexpectedly, a poison-type expert had emerged from the shadows. This was incredibly fortuitous news. Everyone was saved. Well done. Bing Li also noticed the situation and felt a surge of joy within, but then furrowed his brows slightly. He too could not see the figure of this poison-type expert. It was as if they had vanished. During this beast-tide, the higher-ups had only dispatched him to rescue Songbei City. There seemed to be no other experts. So who was this poison-type master? Could it be that member from the Soul Group? Impossible. After pondering for a while, Bing Li simply could not figure out who it was and had to let the matter rest. However, what? My subordinates are almost all dead. Damn it. Where did this human poison-type expert come from? Infuriating. I must kill this human. The blazing black phoenix was stunned for a few seconds at the scene, gnashed her teeth in fury, and then began searching for the poison-type expert. After searching around, she was bewildered, because she simply could not detect the other's presence. How was this possible? Impossible. The poison-type expert seemed to have vanished. Could it be that the opponent knew invisibility? Very likely. Thinking of this, the blazing black phoenix began searching for another figure. Moments later, she was confounded again, because that 4th-tier blazing-eyed flame lion was not there. That minute had been poisoned to death. However, she was unaware that the blazing-eyed flame lion had been directly slain by Su Han. At that moment, he was having a great time. Kill value 1,000. Kill value 10,000. Kill value 100,000. Kill value 10,000. Watching the kill values float before his eyes, Su Han was grinning from ear to ear, his smile almost splitting his face. As long as he didn't make a sound, others probably wouldn't discover him. If they were going to, they would have already. Moreover, he had no intention of revealing himself even before his fellow humans. The reason was simple: if his identity were exposed, high-level demonic beasts would surely come to assassinate him in the future. He couldn't handle that. After all, Su Han was very young, only 18, with boundless potential. Furthermore, his poison was devastatingly lethal to these beasts, terrifyingly so. As the saying goes, prodigies and monsters must be eliminated early or endless troubles will ensue. Su Han understood this principle well. He had to act cautiously and keep a low profile. Time passed bit by bit. Half an hour later, The demonic beasts were either dead unconscious or groggy. Not a single one was normal. Only the blazing black phoenix was in slightly better condition. Brothers attack. Bingley gave the order directly. Yes, Lord Bingley. The superpowered individuals on the northwestern city wall shouted in unison. The next second they surged with adrenaline, as if injected with stimulants, each using their ultimate skills to strike down at the demonic beasts below. The blazing black phoenix's expression shifted drastically, and she summoned the surviving beasts to flee in panic into the distance. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in victorious clamor. These demonic beasts are scurrying away like rats, ha ha ha, it's hilarious. If our mental energy weren't depleted, not a single one would escape. Humph. Songbei City is defended. This is wonderful. We must thank that poison-type powerhouse. It was they who saved us and saved Songbei City. Yes, but where are they? Hearing the discussions from all sides, Su-Han took advantage of his invisibility, not yet expiring, to slip into the city and quietly hide himself. After Su-Han left, Bing Li and the others searched several times, but could not find the poison-type expert, eventually giving up. Perhaps the person had merely passed by and lent a hand with no intention of revealing themselves. Perhaps they disliked showing off and preferred to stay low-key. Regardless of the reason, they were all profoundly grateful to that poison-type powerhouse. Had it not been for their appearance, the entire Songbei City would have been trampled by the demonic beasts, the citizens would have perished, and the land would have been ravaged. Most importantly, the northern pass would have been completely lost. The living space of the Huaxia nation would have shrunk further. Even if they died in battle, they could not allow that to happen. For guarding the territory of Huaxia is the fundamental duty of every Huaxia citizen. Since they could not find the poison-type expert, they had to clean up the aftermath of the demonic beasts on the ground. Although the fierce assault had cost many superpowered individuals and civilians, they also gained substantial resources, such as the demonic beast crystals. This outcome was still acceptable. Half an hour later, Su-Han quietly returned to his home. Before he could even sit down, his phone rang. What is it? Su-Han asked. Su-Han, you're now the great hero of Songbei City, a true hero. I'm so proud of you. An excited voice came from the other end of the line. What do you mean? Su-Han deliberately feigned confusion, though a storm raged within his heart. He had been very careful. He shouldn't have been discovered. How did Bai Lingxue know about this? Still playing dumb with me? Don't pretend anymore. We've already seen everything you did. Bai Lingxue giggled. Wee oi. Now Su-Han was truly perplexed. So Bai Lingxue briefly recounted the whole story. After listening, Su-Han was utterly speechless and fell silent. What kind of situation was this? It turned out he had been exposed to everyone's view all along, like a live broadcast. The worst part was that he hadn't known. How utterly ridiculous. However, Su-Han felt fortunate that people didn't seem to have discovered his invisibility technique. That was a relief. Since things had come to this, it seemed he would have to lie low for a while before showing himself again. After all, he preferred a quiet life. Also, there's something else I want to tell you. At that moment, Bai Lingxue's voice rang out. What is it? Su-Han asked. Su-Han, I. Suddenly, Bai Lingxue was too nervous to speak. After all, she had never confessed to a boy before. It was always boys confessing to her. What's with the stuttering? Just say it, Su-Han said, somewhat exasperated. I, like, you. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lingxue mustered her courage and whispered. After saying it, her face flushed as red as an apple. Like me, oi. Su-Han was stunned, his mind buzzing. Good heavens. The school beauty Bai Lingxue was confessing to him. I'd like us to become a couple. What do you think? Seeing Su-Han remain silent, Bai Lingxue pressed on, her voice tight, with nervous resolve. After all, an arrow once loosed cannot be recalled. Only Cupid's arrow defies that rule. No. Su-Han replied flatly, 2 words delivered without hesitation. Why, oi? The reason is simple. I don't love you. Not yet. All right, Bai Lingxue sighed, resigned. But then her eyes flickered with sudden brilliance. Still, I will make you fall for me. I promise. Then I'll be watching closely, Su-Han said with a faint smile. Did Bai Lingxue truly not know that confessions over phone calls or WeChat were doomed to echo into silence? That was hard-won wisdom from a past life. Just wait and see, Bai Lingxue murmured, a quiet confidence lifting the corners of her lips. Is there anything else? Yes. Speak. May I visit you at your home? No. Why, oi? Why, oi? Bai Lingxue frowned, puzzled. I need some quiet time, Su-Han replied. Who's Jingjing? She asked. Don't play dumb. Su-Han rolled his eyes. Oh, I'll call you during class. Fine. Then I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Su-Han exhaled deeply, a long, slow release of tension. At last he could lie still in peace. His spiritual energy had been utterly drained by unleashing the Doomblight venom, leaving him mentally hollow and physically spent. He was utterly exhausted. Only a deep restorative slumber would suffice. He'd need to visit the Kaiyuan trading house soon and stock up on rejuvenation spirit pills, just in case. These pills were alchemical artifacts designed to rapidly restore an Esper's spiritual energy. Unaware, he drifted into sleep. 10 hours later, Suhan opened his eyes awake and immediately rose from bed to resume his tasks. In the next instant, he activated his attribute interface and found his slaughter value had surged past 100 million. Yet this time, unlike before, his heart stirred only faintly. A calm had settled over him, steady and unshaken. What startled him most was that his grudge value had breached 10,000. Clearly, those high-tier demonic beasts bore profound hatred toward him. After all, they possessed rudimentary sentience. System, I wish to draw from the lottery. Suhan intoned silently. Understood, host, the system replied, tone devoid of inflection. Grand Fortune Wheel 10 draw lottery initiated. First draw. Congratulations, you've won. Awarded 1 basic supreme strength pill. Second draw. Thank you for playing. Third draw. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Sixth draw. Thank you for playing. Seventh draw. Thank you for playing. Eighth draw. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Ninth draw. Thank you for playing. 10th draw. Congratulations, you've won. Awarded 1 basic supreme agility pill. His luck had been abysmal. Only 2 pills drawn. He sighed inwardly, then opened his inventory to inspect the pill's attributes. Supreme strength pill. Primary effect of basic variant augments physical strength by 1,0 points. Intermediate by 5,0. Advanced by 1,000. Supreme agility pill. Primary effect of basic variant enhances agility by 1,0 points. Intermediate by 5,0. Advanced by 1,000. Damn. Even the most basic supreme pills conferred at least 10,000 points of attribute enhancement. Incredible. A surge of elation flooded Suhan's chest. His face lit up with unrestrained delight. In the next breath, he retrieved a basic supreme strength pill from his inventory and placed it in his palm, then froze stunned. It was the size of a watermelon. Truly worthy of the name supreme strength pill. Shaking his head wryly, Suhan lifted the colossal pill with both hands and began gnawing into it. Who eats pills like this? Utterly absurd. 5 minutes later, he finished. His belly distended full to bursting, and he let out an involuntary belch. Yet his strength had multiplied nearly tenfold. A single punch could fell an elephant. His bodily resilience had also ascended to the level of obsidian gold, unyielding, impervious. Without pause, he withdrew a basic supreme agility pill, equally enormous, and devoured it swiftly. Instantly, his body grew feather-light, like spun cotton. A gentle leap sent him rocketing upward, head striking the ceiling. This sensation was nothing short of transcendent. Next, he would attempt to evolve his invisibility art. Success hinged entirely on chance. Activate replication eye, he commanded inwardly, and instantly a violet luminescence shimmered across his right eye. Evolve invisibility art. Another silent command. Ding. Cost 1,000 slaughter points. Evolving S-rank Esper ability invisibility art. Please wait. S-rank Esper ability invisibility art evolution failed. 2 minutes later, the verdict appeared. Suhan nodded grimly. He'd expected as much. Attempt evolution again. 2 minutes later. S-rank Esper ability invisibility art evolution failed. 18th evolution attempt. S-rank Esper ability invisibility art evolution failed. 38th evolution attempt. S-rank Esper ability invisibility art evolution failed. 58th evolution attempt. S-rank Esper ability invisibility art evolution failed. 99th evolution attempt. S-rank Esper ability invisibility art successfully evolved into SS-rank Azura invisibility. Hearing the chime, Suhan finally relaxed, exhaling slowly. 99 attempts. 91 more than last time. 99 million slaughter points gone. Nearly 100 million. A pang of regret tightened his chest. He drew another measured breath. System, why, he asked. Because your first innate ability evolved successfully into SSS rank, its success reduced the probability of subsequent evolutions, including your second, third, and so forth. In short, each future evolution of an innate ability grows increasingly improbable. Prepare yourself accordingly. The system explained. I understand, Suhan murmured, clarity dawning. It was akin to a lottery matching 5 numbers held vastly higher odds than matching 6. Same principle applied here. He immediately inspected the attributes of SS rank Azura invisibility. Azura invisibility grants not only concealment, but also significantly increases evasion chances against both physical and magical attacks. For instance, if an enemy ambushes you, you'll sense their presence and possess a tangible chance to evade their strike. Moreover, Azura invisibility manifests as a mist-like veil, masking aura and scent completely, while doubling movement speed. At that moment, Suhan's eyes blazed with fierce light. This ability was extraordinary. He'd even contemplated evolving Azura invisibility further, to SSS rank, but quickly abandoned the thought the required slaughter points numbered in the billions. Truly terrifying. That ambition dissolved instantly. Though Su Han could now amass a substantial amount of slaughter value, tens of billions remained an astronomical figure for him. That was tens of billions, not tens of thousands. Moreover, he would need to poison tens of thousands of fourth-tier or higher demonic beasts to gain such slaughter value. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. That he had managed to acquire over 100 million slaughter value this time was purely a stroke of luck. A massive horde of demonic beasts had coincidentally attacked Songbei City, and only third and fourth-tier beasts had entered, allowing him to exploit the opportunity. Such a chance would not come again. Drawing a deep breath, Su Han checked his attribute panel and found that his strength and agility had indeed increased by 10,000 points. His remaining slaughter value was just over 20 million, barely passable. His power was now immense, capable of instantly killing even the most gifted prodigies. Next, Su Han retrieved several hundred crystal cores from his inventory and laid them on the bed, where they glittered brilliantly. These cores were obtained when he unleashed the calamity poison outside the northwestern city wall, slaying countless demonic beasts. The crystal cores range from 4th to 6th tier, with the vast majority being low-grade, a few medium-grade, and only a handful high-grade. Not a single supreme-grade core was among them. This illustrated just how rare supreme-grade cores were. Due to time constraints, Su Han had only managed to collect these few hundred cores. It was a pity to leave behind tens of thousands of cores. A pang of regret struck him, but Su Han had no intention of advancing his realm again. He had just broken through a major realm and needed to consolidate his foundation. Only by doing so could he journey further. In a few days, he planned to visit Kaiyuan Trading Company to purchase some pills. Meanwhile, at the tallest structure in Songbei City, the Songbei Tower. In the meeting room, "You have done well this time defending Songbei City without a single person giving up. I am deeply gratified and honored. As descendants of Huaxiao, each of us must do this. It is our mission and responsibility. Never give up, never retreat. We must never allow those demonic beasts to trample Huaxia's territory or harm innocent civilians. Never." Bingley, seated at the head, spoke with resolute force, her expression icy. Her words ignited fervor in everyone below, who stood tall with bright eyes and spirited demeanor. "Good, very good." Scanning the room, Bingley nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "By the way, who poisoned the tens of thousands of low-tier demonic beasts inside the city?" "Su Han." At that moment, Mayor Zhang Kunming rose and replied with a cupped fist. "Su Han." Bingley paused, thought for a moment, then shook her head, turning her gaze to Zhang Kunming. "Which expert is that?" "He is not exactly an expert," Zhang Kunming considered. "Oh, how so?" Bingley's interest was piqued. "Because Su Han is a student in Class 8 of Grade 12 at Songbei No. 6 High School. He just turned 18 and awakened his innate talent ability not long ago," Zhang Kunming explained. Of course, this was what Tang Guoqiang had told him, as the latter was Su Han's homeroom teacher, a senior high student, recently awakened. Bingley was taken aback. She could not reconcile the image of a newly awakened senior with that of the powerhouse who had poisoned tens of thousands of demonic beasts. A newly awakened student had weak mental strength and was only at the 1st tier. Killing a 1st-tier beast was already commendable. But the beasts in the city were 3rd and 4th tier, and numerous at that. How could a newly awakened senior have poisoned them all? Impossible, unless his talent was monstrous. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Bingley asked, her eyes full of confusion. "Absolutely not. The people of Daqing Mountain witnessed that astonishing scene. It cannot be false." "What level of talent ability did he awaken?" 3 systems. 3 systems. Bingley was startled again, then asked rapidly, "Which 3? One is a rank purple eyes, the second is a rank strength, and the third is the poison system. Its specific rank I do not know," Zhang Kunming said slowly. Bingley drew a sharp breath inwardly, then frowned slightly. The first 2 systems were not of high rank. To him, they were quite poor. The poison system must be extremely high, at least S rank. Otherwise, there was no explaining how Su Han had poisoned tens of thousands of 3rd and 4th tier beasts. Nevertheless, awakening 3 systems was itself extraordinary. After all, students with 3 systems were rare in Huaxia. "Lord Bingley, Su Han is actually my student." Tang Guoqiang suddenly stood and clasped his hands. "What is his character?" "Low-key, quiet, intelligent, patriotic. Just a bit sharp-tongued. A fine personality. I like him." Bingley nodded approvingly. "If Su Han's future strength is considerable, I might consider recruiting him into the King's group." These words shocked everyone present, their eyes gleaming with envy. The King's group was not accessible to just anyone. Even monstrous prodigies had to pass rigorous assessments. The group consisted of only 8 members, each immensely powerful, respected, and revered. They were truly second to none above all others. With Bingley's introduction, as long as Su Han's future strength was not too poor, he would have a high chance of entering the King's group. What an enviable prospect. "Thank you, Lord Bingley," Tang Guoqiang said, deeply moved. As Su Han's homeroom teacher, he felt proud for him. Teaching an outstanding student was a glorious achievement. You're welcome. After all, Su-Han is the great hero of Songbei City. Bingley said calmly. In truth, Su-Han had also helped her significantly, otherwise her mission would have failed. Thus, she owed him a favor. Do you think Su-Han could be the poison expert outside the city? Feng Deming, the head of Modu Academy, suddenly asked. The others fell into deep thought, considering the possibility both were poison users. No. Impossible. However, Zhang Kunming shook his head, immediately dismissing the idea. Why? Feng Deming inquired curiously. Because the poison Su-Han releases is white mist, whereas the poison expert outside the city releases black gas. They are completely different. Zhang Kunming explained. The others nodded in understanding. Mayor Zhang, since Su-Han is the great hero of Songbei City, you should reward him properly. Bingley instructed. Of course. I will erect a grand heroic statue of Su-Han in the city center so the citizens can learn from him. Zhang Kunming smiled. Good, excellent. Bingley nodded with satisfaction, then stood up and announced, this meeting is adjourned. 10 days later, all the demonic beasts on the streets of Songbei City had been cleared, with only a few heavily damaged buildings still under repair. The citizens had returned to their daily lives, though the streets were less crowded and not as lively and prosperous as before. Perhaps some were still in shock yet to recover. During this time, Su-Han stayed quietly at home, going nowhere. His landlady Wang Muqing occasionally came by for a visit. Of course, his classmates also called to check on him, and even the homeroom teacher called, urging him to cultivate diligently, as great opportunities awaited in the future. As for what those opportunities were, Tang Guqiang did not elaborate. Presumably, he did not want Su-Han to be distracted from cultivation by such talk, which would be a loss outweighing the gain. Although Su-Han stayed at home, he was not idle. He tirelessly practiced the Calamity Venom, striving to elevate his proficiency to the mastery level. However, the difficulty was indeed immense, draining his mental energy and leaving him utterly exhausted. Truly worthy of an SS rank ability. Today, he planned to visit Kaiyuan Merchant House to purchase some pills. Arriving on the streets of Songbei City, the crowds were sparse, yet the area remained bustling, with most shops open for business. Soon, Su-Han's figure drew the attention of passers-by. Look, isn't that the great hero Su-Han? It really is him. He's actually out. Upon a closer look, he truly is handsome and accomplished at such a young age, bound for greatness. He slew a level 4 saber-toothed tiger with a single strike using a butcher knife. That move was absolutely amazing. This is a rare chance. Quick, let me take a photo and post it on Moments to sing his praises. Su-Han, I love you. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Hearing these comments, Su-Han felt a strange unease, quite unnatural. After all, he disliked such lively scenes. Yet, he did not smile or greet the surrounding crowd. Instead, he quickened his pace. After walking some distance, no matter where he went, people recognized him, which was somewhat frustrating. Su-Han muttered to himself as he walked, damn it. I've become a celebrity in Songbei City now. From now on, I'll have to wear a mask when I go out and find Tony to give me a plain haircut. He knew that his handsome looks would attract too much attention. He would have to get a slightly uglier haircut to stay low-key. After who knows how long, he arrived at the entrance of Kaiyuan Merchant House. Wow, isn't that Su-Han? I'm so excited. As soon as he stepped through the door, a graceful woman in a cheongsams eyes lit up, and she immediately squealed. It really is Su-Han. I adore you. You are the Prince Charming and great hero in my heart. Another elegant woman beside her chimed in. Su-Han merely lifted his head slightly, gave the two elegant women a faint smile, without saying a word, and walked straight in. After Su-Han left, the elegant woman on the left let out a regretful sigh. Oh no, I forgot to ask for an autograph. It's okay, oh well, ask for one together when he comes out, the elegant woman on the right said with a smile. The moment they saw Su-Han, the two women seemed to forget the basic etiquette of greeting customers. Soon he arrived at the pill section. Hello, sir. What can I help you with? A tall, beautiful woman in a black suit approached with a smile. Since Su-Han had his back to her, she didn't recognize him. I'd like to buy some pills, Su-Han said directly. What kind of pills? Spirit recovery pills. All right, let me introduce them to you. With that, the tall beauty walked up to Su-Han, glanced at him, and froze, asking in confusion. Are you Su-Han? Su-Han nodded. It really is you. Wonderful. The tall beauty instantly became excited. Miss, please don't get too worked up. Let's focus on business. Su-Han was somewhat speechless. Now everyone who saw him would get excited, making him uncomfortable. But he had no way to change it, and could only passively accept it. Take a look around for a moment. Wait for me, I'll be right back, the tall beauty suddenly said to Su-Han with a smile. Then she turned and dashed swiftly toward the back. Seeing this, Su-Han was utterly baffled. What was this all about? He just wanted to buy some pills. There was no need to make such a big fuss. Before long, an elderly man in ornate clothing of medium build yet robust, with a weathered face and graying hair, approached with a smile, addressing him in a respectful tone. Young friend Su-Han, your presence brings great honor to Kaiyuan Merchant House. You flatter me, sir, Su-Han replied calmly. I'm not flattering you. If it weren't for you, this merchant house would likely have been destroyed by those demonic beasts, suffering heavy losses. So I must express my gratitude." As he approached, the old man smiled at Su-Han. "You don't need to be so polite. I merely did my small part," Su-Han said with a slight smile. At the time, he had only dared to charge out and slay the beasts because he saw that the demonic beasts within the city were merely level 3 or 4. The main reason was that his butcher knife needed to upgrade its attribute points. If the demonic beasts in the city had been level 5 or above, he would have fled far away and not played the hero. Survival was the ultimate truth. Regardless, you slew a great number of demonic beasts and saved the people. You are the great hero of Songbei City. The old man spoke with reverence. "Oh, fine." Su-Han nodded helplessly, not bothering to deny it. After all, he had indeed done these things. "By the way, I am Guidi Gang, the owner of Kaiyuan Merchant House." Suddenly recalling something, the old man introduced himself. "Guidi Gang." Su-Han paused for a few seconds, murmuring, "Yes. Do you perform crosstalk?" "No." "Oh. Since you've come to my establishment, any treasure you purchase today is completely free," Guidi Gang said with a laugh. "Really?" Su-Han's eyes brightened slightly. "Of course. I'm the boss, so what I say goes. Then I won't hold back. Don't be shy. Take as much as you want." "You're too kind." With that, Guidi Gang turned and instructed the tall beauty behind him. "Xiaoqin, take good care of young friend Su-Han. Don't be negligent." "Understood, boss," Xiaoqin replied with a respectful smile. "Young friend Su-Han, I'll head upstairs now. Take your time choosing." "All right." With that, Guidi Gang walked inside. Next, under Xiaoqin's warm hospitality, Su-Han only took some spirit recovery pills and no other treasures. Taking too much would have made him feel embarrassed. Besides, he didn't need any other treasures. After all, he could obtain them through the system. 10 minutes later. "Sister Qin, thank you for your hospitality. I should be going now," Su-Han said with a smile. "Huh. You're only taking these spirit recovery pills. You don't want any other treasures?" Xiaoqin was taken aback. "No. Let me warn you. This opportunity won't come again. Next time you'll have to pay." "I know. Then why?" "Because these spirit recovery pills are all I need for now. I don't need anything else," Su-Han said with a slight smile. "Oh, fine." Xiaoqin rolled her eyes at a loss for words. A moment later, Su-Han left Kaiyuan Merchant House. After Su-Han left, Xiaoqin immediately rushed upstairs. "What?" "Young friend, Su-Han only took some spirit recovery pills." Guidi Gang was also utterly astonished. "Yes, boss," Xiaoqin nodded. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being the great hero of Songbei City. Loki, brave, not greedy for petty gains, intelligent and patriotic. Such an extraordinary prodigy is exactly what the Huaxia Empire needs." Upon arriving at the classroom, he took his seat. As Su-Han entered, the students immediately buzzed with excitement. "Our great hero is here." As Su-Han's classmate, I feel honored. Even the neighbors are praising me. I want to follow Su-Han's example and protect Huaxia. The students murmured among themselves, keeping their voices low and refraining from disturbing Su-Han, knowing his preference for quiet. Soon Bai Lingxue hurried into the classroom. At the sight of the school beauty, the boys' eyes widened, fixated on her graceful figure as they swallowed hard. However, Bai Lingxue did not head to her own seat, but walked forward, stopping at a corner in the last row. "Su-Han." The classmates seemed to anticipate the outcome. "Su-Han, may I sit here?" she asked. "No." Su-Han replied calmly without lifting his head. The room erupted into chatter again. "Wow." Su-Han even rejected the school beauty Bai Lingxue's invitation. "Truly a hero, we are in awe. If Bai Lingxue invited me, I'd die willingly, but alas." "Su-Han, you're so handsome." "Enough." Bai Lingxue snapped, turning her head with a cold snort at the surrounding whispers. Silence fell instantly. None dared to offend Bai Lingxue, for she was an SS-level talent, a prodigy destined for 1 million annual salary and a bright future. Bai Lingxue, return to your seat. I have an announcement. Tang Guiqiang entered from outside, stood at the podium, and spoke coldly as he surveyed the room. "Teacher, I want to sit with Su-Han." Bai Lingxue did not move, but replied, "I don't want to." Su-Han interjected abruptly. "Why, oi? You disturb my studies." The crowd was speechless. How shameless of Su-Han to say that. Though he was the hero of Songbei City, Bai Lingxue possessed an SS-level talent. Moreover, she excelled academically, while Su-Han's grades were often at the bottom. Bai Lingxue stared at Su-Han, her lips twitching slightly. She had planned to sit beside him, gradually build a bond, and eventually make him fall for her. But he defied all expectations, rejecting her outright. Now, without taking the first step, the second and third. Even the 10th step seemed impossible. This Su-Han was truly thick-skinned. Yet she would not give up. Tang Guiqiang, standing at the podium, was also astonished, his eyes fixed on Su-Han. In his view, Bai Lingxue was stunningly beautiful, if not a city-toppling beauty. But every man would be captivated by her like a woman drawn to a beautiful dress. He never expected Su-Han to refuse her request. It truly shocked him. If it were him, he would have agreed instantly. "All right, Bai Lingxue, since that's the case, return to your seat quickly." With that, Tang Guiqiang said calmly. Okay. Bai Lingxue nodded and trotted back to her seat. You all did well cooperating with the staff's arrangements. I am very satisfied. Once Bai Lingxue was seated, Tang Guiqiang spoke unhurriedly. Turning his gaze to Su Han in the last row, he continued. Next, I want to give special praise to Su Han. He poisoned the numerous low-level demon beasts that invaded Songbei City, rescued many citizens, and minimized the city's losses. Su Han is the great hero of Songbei City. You should all emulate him and protect every inch of Wuxia's land. As his words ended, warm and sustained applause erupted. Su Han lifted his head slightly, his face calm, as if the praise were not for him. The applause lasted 5 minutes before fading. Su Han, do you have anything to say? Tang Guiqiang asked. Study hard and make progress every day. Su Han stood and said. The classmates were left speechless again. Any thoughts? Tang Guiqiang pressed. Be a good person. Su Han scratched his head. Sit down. Tang Guiqiang was resigned. Su Han was indeed a conversational black hole, concise and to the point. Though brief, his words were incisive and went straight to the essence. Su Han sat down. Tomorrow you and Bai Lingxue will go to Songbei Tower. Finally, Tang Guiqiang got to the point. Su Han and Bai Lingxue both nodded. Soon a day passed. At Songbei Tower in the conference room, Su Han and Bai Lingxue were immediately surrounded by a crowd upon entering. Mayor Zhang Kunming and the representatives of 8 prestigious academies showered Su Han with praise. Yet his face remained calm, unruffled by the accolades. Having received too much praise lately, he had grown numb. Su Han, what reward do you want? Zhang Kunming asked. I want no reward. Su Han shook his head, then said solemnly, as a citizen of Huaxiao, protecting Songbei City is my duty and obligation. I need no reward. Well said. Zhang Kunming praised. Others nodded approvingly, their eyes gleaming. But a reward is necessary, or I cannot justify it to the people of Songbei City. Must I take it? Yes. Then give me 20,000 spirit cores. Su Han said casually. After all, he had poisoned tens of thousands of demon beasts outside the city. Those cores should be his. Losing them felt like a sting. The crowd was speechless. How dare Su Han make such an outrageous demand? Unbelievable. Even they didn't have that many spirit cores. Resources in Huaxiao were scarce, obtained only by killing demon beasts. I'm afraid there aren't that many. Zhang Kunming smiled awkwardly. Since 20,000 is too much, surely 2,000 is available. Not that either. Zhang Kunming's face flushed slightly. Most of the cores from the demon beasts outside the city had been taken by Bingli, leaving him only about 2,000. Those cores had to be distributed to avoid discontent. As mayor, he was in a difficult position. Then how many are there? Su Han asked, curiously, muttering inwardly. That can't be right. So many demon beasts were poisoned outside the city. There should be tens of thousands of cores. 200 spirit cores. Will that do? Zhang Kunming asked. Fine, 200 it is. Noticing Zhang Kunming's troubled expression, Su Han seemed to guess the situation and nodded. Good. Zhang Kunming breathed a sigh of relief, though discomfort lingered. He never expected to be outmaneuvered by a high school senior. It was somewhat embarrassing. After a moment, Su Han took the 200 spirit cores and pocketed them. Once the reward was distributed, the main agenda began. After several days of discussion, we have devised a new selection and assessment method. Su Han, Bai Lingxue, and Yuan Feng will directly advance to choose their preferred higher academies, while the other assessed students must compete through strength-based duels for the remaining 7 slots. Do the 3 of you have any objections? At this, Feng Deming, the head of the Modu Academy, rose to his feet and addressed the 3 students in a measured tone. After all, Bai Lingxue and Yuan Feng had awakened SS-level innate abilities, while Su Han possessed a trielemental gift. All 3 were prodigious talents worthy of intensive cultivation. Moreover, Songbei was a remote city district with scarce resources limiting their growth potential. Only by entering higher academies in developed cities could they fully realize their strengths. Higher academies boasted abundant resources and fierce competition, which could unlock the potential of such extraordinary talents. In the future, Huaxiao would need them to defend the homeland and repel foreign foes. Su Han and the other 2 exchanged glances, then simultaneously shook their heads. Very well, please choose the higher academy you wish to enter. Seeing this, Feng Deming spoke softly, then turned his gaze to the frail boy on the far left. Yuan Feng, you may choose first. All right. Yuan Feng nodded and promptly stepped forward. He surveyed the 8 heads, his brow furrowing slightly, as if still hesitating. The 8 heads also fixed their gazes on Yuan Feng, each wearing an expression of utter calm devoid of any ripple. The reason was simple. Although Yuan Feng's talent was SS level, it was unfortunately of the wood element, a supportive system such as healing arts. Its drawback lay in weak offensive power and frail physique, forcing him to support from behind his companions. Yet, support personnel were indispensable, complementing each other. No matter which academy Yuan Feng chose, it would be acceptable. Hence, they remained utterly composed. I choose the Jingdu Academy. After a moment of deliberation, Yuan Feng finally made his decision. At these words, the 8 heads showed slight surprise, with Feng Deming being the most astonished. He had not expected Yuan Feng to opt for Jingdu over Modu. After all, Modu Academy was Wuxia's premier institution, the most coveted higher academy among students. Yet they could understand for Jingdu Academy was no slouch either. Brother Gu, congratulations. Feng Deming offered his felicitations to Gu Xiqing. Indeed, quite fortunate, echoed Du on the head of the Hanwu Academy, standing nearby. Mutual joy. Gu Xiqing replied with a beaming smile. The 8 heads had not come to Cangbei for leisure. Each bore the task of pre-selecting talents. Everyone was required to recruit at least one student or face penalties such as salary deductions or loss of year-end bonuses. Of course, each academy's punishments differed. Moreover, completing the task promised generous rewards. Being the first to fulfill his mission, he was overjoyed. Next, it was Bai Lingsu's turn to choose a higher academy. Yet, this time the 8 heads felt a twinge of nervousness. For Bai Lingxue had awakened an SS-Level Ice element, boasting formidable offensive power and immense growth potential. Every higher academy craved such a prodigious talent. She should choose Modu Academy this time, Feng Deming thought, narrowing his eyes at Bai Lingxue. After Yuan Feng's example, he dared not jump to conclusions. Though Modu was the top academy, students' choices were diverse and unpredictable. I hope for a miracle. May Bai Lingxue choose Hanwu Academy, Duwan prayed inwardly. It seems Bai Lingxue won't select Guangshan Academy, alas. Mo Feisong, head of the Guangshan Academy, sighed inwardly, for she had not cast a single glance his way. Her eyes had been flitting among Jingdu, Modu, and Hanwu. Meanwhile, Su Yin, head of the Jiangnan Academy, furrowed his brow, slightly lost in thought. I choose Modu Academy. Finally, Bai Lingxu's gaze settled on Feng Deming. That's more like it. Feng Deming's face lit up with joy. The other heads immediately offered their congratulations, which he acknowledged one by one. At last, it was Su Han's turn to choose a higher academy. He too stepped forward, surveying the room with a perfectly composed expression. At this moment, the 8 heads were as tense as students awaiting exam results. Some even felt beads of sweat forming on their palms. For they all held Su Han's trielemental talent and growth potential in high regard. The poison element in particular was highly aggressive, excelling in stealth and assassination, and even possessed area effect skills, truly formidable. Most importantly, there was the promise of an introduction to the King Group by Bingley. Should any academy produce a member of the King Group, it would cause a sensation among all higher academies, even across all of Huaxia. I choose Jiangnan Academy. Just as the 8 heads were in a state of tension, Su Han calmly announced his decision. At these words, everyone displayed expressions of utter shock, including Su Yin, the head of Jiangnan Academy. He had never imagined that Su Han would choose the lower-ranked Jiangnan Academy over the top-ranked Modu or second-ranked Jingdu. It was simply unbelievable. What? Su Han actually chose Jiangnan Academy. Then, does that mean he'll be separated from him? No, he'll choose Jiangnan Academy too then. Bai Lingxue stared blankly at Su Han, her heart in turmoil, her face turning pale. She had assumed he would follow her lead and choose Modu Academy, only to be taken by surprise. Su Han, may I ask why you chose Jiangnan Academy? Suddenly Feng Deming inquired, deeply unwilling to lose such a prodigious talent. Brother Feng, that's not right of you. You need not know the reason for his choice. Are you trying to poach from Jiangnan Academy? Su Yin, standing nearby, changed his expression and spoke in a low, stern voice. Brother Su, I meant no such thing. I'm merely curious. Don't be upset. Seeing Su Yin's demeanor shift, Feng Deming quickly offered an apologetic smile. Oh, that's good then. Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Su Han had finally chosen Jiangnan Academy, how could he let this slip away? He absolutely could not allow another academy to snatch him away. I chose Jiangnan Academy because... Su Han abruptly paused mid-sentence. As his words trailed off, all eyes converged on him, brimming with curiosity and confusion, as if desperate to know the answer. Because of what? Feng Deming pressed. No comment. Su Han offered a mysterious smile. In truth, his real reason was the mysterious figure in the ghost domain who had given him a map to his secret realm treasure. And that secret realm was located in a space near Jiangnan Academy. He had a premonition that this realm held great significance for him. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes in exasperation. Wasn't Su Han just toying with them, stirring up trouble for no reason? Quite bold too. Though Su Han had incurred their displeasure, they chose not to dwell on it. After all, he was just a high school senior. Such mischievous behavior was understandable and quite relatable. All right, the selection of higher academies is concluded. As Su Han made his choice, Feng Deming immediately stood up to announce, "Can I reselect my higher academy?" Just then a crisp voice rang out in the silent meeting room. As soon as the words fell, everyone present turned their gazes toward the speaker, their faces full of confusion. Seeing everyone looking at her, Bai Lingxu's icy face suddenly flushed with a hint of red, like a freshly bloomed peony, noble, yet delicate, exceedingly beautiful. Bai Lingxue, are you dissatisfied with the Magic Capital Academy? Feng Deming's face darkened as he asked in a deep voice. Wasn't Bai Lingxue slapping his face? That's not what I meant. Bai Lingxue's expression suddenly became flustered. Then what do you mean? I just want to choose the same higher academy as Su Han, Bai Lingxue said softly. After speaking, she glanced at Su Han, who stood to her right. However, this scene was witnessed by everyone present, and they suddenly understood. So Bai Lingxue liked Su Han. She was choosing Jiangnan Academy for love. They understood. But Feng Deming was still somewhat speechless. The Magic Capital Academy had lost an SS-level prodigy for nothing. Good. Jiangnan Academy has gained another SS-level prodigy. When luck comes, you can't stop it. Meanwhile, Su Yin was ecstatic. Su Han was initially stunned, then felt a slight stir in his heart. He hadn't expected Bai Lingxue to give up the Magic Capital Academy for him. He didn't know what to say. He was a little touched anyway. Although Su Han was usually cold and aloof, he still had human emotions and desires. After all, his heart wasn't made of stone, but of flesh. However, he didn't want Bai Lingxue to do this. The reason was simple: the Magic Capital Academy was more suitable for her development with more resources. It didn't matter which academy he attended. Bai Lingxue, since you choose Jiangnan Academy, I will grant. Taking a deep breath, Feng Deming immediately announced. Wait. However, Su Han interrupted Feng Deming. Soon, everyone's attention turned to Su Han again. I have something to say to Bai Lingxue, excuse me. Su Han immediately apologized to everyone. After speaking, he gave Bai Lingxue a meaningful glance, and she understood. A moment later, the two left the meeting room and arrived at a corner in the corridor. Su Han looked into Bai Lingxue's eyes and briefly explained his thoughts. After listening, Bai Lingxue seemed to understand something. If you truly like me, you should go to the Magic Capital Academy. That way we can progress and grow together. Perhaps your strength will surpass mine in the future. After all, people can only unleash their potential when they are alone. Finally, Su Han added a few more words. I will surpass you in the future for sure. Just wait and see him. Seeing Su Han come to persuade her, Bai Lingxue was deeply moved. It showed that he cared about her, and she felt a little proud, so she hummed in response. All right, I'll wait. Su Han smiled. Returning to the meeting room. I still choose the Magic Capital Academy. Looking around, Bai Lingxue said softly. Good, very good. Feng Deming said excitedly. Alas, we lost an SS-level prodigy for nothing. Su Yin's expression was dejected. The ups and downs of life are truly thrilling. Meanwhile, deep within the Yunluo mountain range, a resplendent palace. This palace was hundreds of meters high, majestic and magnificent, noble and elegant, leaving people in awe. The main feature was a black phoenix carved atop the structure, head held high, soaring through the clouds. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the grand hall was somewhat heavy. Only the coarse breathing of demon beasts could be heard rumbling. On the upper seat sat a cold and beautiful woman dressed in black silk. She had snow-radiant skin and blue pupils. Her eyes were not small, but deliberately narrowed, clearly revealing a fierce killing intent. This killing intent was accentuated by the fine sweat on her brow and her thick, jet-black hair. A careful examination of her cold, flawless face revealed she was a peerless beauty. She was the 9th-rank demon beast, the blazing black phoenix. Below stood rows of demon beasts above the 7th rank. The reason for this plan's failure is those two poison-type experts. If not for them, we would have already conquered North Song City and occupied the north. How infuriating! Glancing around, the blazing black phoenix said coldly, her expression extremely grim. When her realm had just broken through to the 9th rank, she had originally intended to use this opportunity to quickly capture the northern cities, occupy this land, and expand her territory. She never expected two unexpected obstacles to appear, no, just one. That mysterious, invisible poison-type expert dealt them a fatal blow, causing heavy losses among the demon beasts, forcing her to return to the Yunluo mountain range to recuperate. As for the poison-type expert in the city, she considered him insignificant. The reason was simple: his poison was not very potent, and he was visible, making him easy to kill. However, the blazing black phoenix did not know that these two poison-type experts were the same person, otherwise she would have been utterly shocked. After all, the poisons used by the two were different, making it hard to connect them. Respected Queen, those two poison-type experts truly deserve death. They caused us to lose tens of thousands of low-level demon beasts for nothing. It will likely take over a decade to recover. At this point, the black gold ape below spoke up. That mysterious, invisible poison-type expert's poison is too strong. It makes me dizzy. Even I can only hold out for a short while. Truly terrifying. The bloodthirsty minotaur standing nearby said with trepidation. I never expected a poison-type expert to appear in North Song City, and worst of all, he can turn invisible. Impossible to guard against. I've never heard of such a figure before. He likely emerged recently with extraordinary talent. Hearing the complaints of the two demon beasts below, the blazing black phoenix immediately expressed her thoughts, then her face turned cold. Such a genius must be assassinated early, or he will become a major problem for us. The queen is right. The black gold ape nodded in agreement. Who do you think we should send to assassinate him? The blazing black phoenix asked. At this, all the demon beasts below fell silent. It wasn't that they couldn't go, but their large bodies would easily attract human attention, and they lacked the means for covert assassination. Going would mean certain death. Queen, I can recommend a demon beast. Suddenly, a loud voice emerged from the crowd of demons. Oh, who? The blazing black phoenix immediately became interested. The shadow rat beast of the cloud mist mountains. So it's that one. The blazing black phoenix's eyes brightened slightly as she murmured. It was said that the shadow rat beast was a 7th-ranked demon beast, small in size, skilled in stealth and fast. Truly an excellent choice. However, the one from the cloud mist mountains gave her a headache. Because that one had been pursuing her all along. And she wasn't interested. In that case, this was the only way. Alright, I'll make a trip. After thinking for a while, the blazing black phoenix finally made her decision. 20 days later, Jiangnan Academy was located in the eastern part of Huaxia at the heart of Jiangnan City. It was one of the top 10 academies of Huaxia, ranked 8th in strength. Founded 500 years ago, Jiangnan Academy boasted a long history, a rich cultivation system, and profound heritage. Though it was far inferior to Modu Academy, it still housed many monstrous prodigies, and competition was equally fierce. At that moment, Su Yin led 2 individuals along the bustling streets of Jiangnan City. One of them was Su Han. The other was Man Yun from Songbei No. 3 high school and S-grade Earth Elementalist. Her ability was primarily defensive, allowing her to continuously drain her opponent's stamina. During the competition for the remaining 7 slots, she had used her defensive tactics to exhaust her foes and secure a spot. Wow, Jiangnan City is so beautiful, so bustling, Man Yun exclaimed as she walked, her joy palpable. Su Yin chuckled at Man Yun's provincial wonder, a proud smile spreading across his face, though his mind was occupied with another matter. He had already fulfilled the tasks assigned to him, even exceeding the quota by 1. More importantly, the genius he had brought from Songbei City had also been admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. The rewards would be substantial. Su Han, however, remained composed, walking silently, while his eyes quietly admired the city's beautiful scenery. Jiangnan City was indeed far more prosperous than Songbei City. It was a world of difference. After all, Jiangnan City was a developed metropolis, while Songbei City was a remote and backward town. The two were incomparable. Su Han's demeanor surprised Su Yin, but he could understand it. From Tang Wuqiang, he had learned that this youth was fond of tranquility and low-key living. Su Han, what do you think of Jiangnan City? With this in mind, Su Yin asked. It's average, Su Han replied indifferently. Yet he spoke the truth. Though Jiangnan City was prosperous, it could not compare to the super cities of his past life, such as Shanghai. He was a man of experience, not a country bumpkin. Su Yin rolled his eyes, speechless. If Jiangnan City was average, what did that make Songbei City? A mud hut or a latrine? He had planned to boast about Jiangnan City before Su Han to satisfy his own vanity. But the other had not followed the script. He had doubted Tang Guoqiang's words before. Now he had witnessed Su Han's sharp tongue firsthand. The conversation killer. The rest of the journey passed in silence. After an unknown amount of time, the trio arrived before a magnificent school gate, the entrance to Jiangnan Academy. Su Han was stunned for a few seconds. This gate was even more luxurious and imposing than those of the top-tier universities in his past life, exuding a richer heritage and elegance. Most striking was a divine dragon statue, standing over 20 meters tall in the center of the gate, towering 8 stories high. It overlooked the masses, majestic and awe-inspiring, soaring into the clouds, deterring all who approached. Yet, what shocked Su Han the most was that he could sense a formidable pressure emanating from the dragon, as if it were alive and vivid. Activate copy eye. Suddenly, Su Han murmured inwardly, and his right eye glowed with a purple aura. In an instant, he witnessed an incredible sight, forcing him to hastily deactivate the copy eye. Unbeknownst to others, this dragon contained a terrifying power within one that made his heart tremble. Yet this power was sealed, invisible to ordinary eyes. How frightening! Man Yun was equally dumbfounded, her eyes wide, mouth agape, frozen in place. But she was merely in awe of the dragon's imposing might. Seeing this, Su Yin smiled. Though Jiangnan Academy's strength ranked low in Huaxiao, its gate was among the finest. Legend had it that this gate was built centuries ago by a supreme powerhouse, preserved to this day, still commanding reverence. Soon this scene caught the attention of the students. Those two are dumbstruck by the gate. Wow, freshmen, this is going to be fun. Judging by their attire, they must be from some remote area. Country bumpkins who've never seen the world. Yeah, but who knows how strong they are? Can they match the super freshman Gucci? If they do, I'll eat my own shit. Look at you, always trying to scam a free meal. The surrounding students unleashed a torrent of mockery at Su Han and the others. Scram, don't make a scene here. Hearing the jeers, Su Yin's expression shifted, and he shot a fierce glare at the students. They scattered in fear. Before long, Su Han and Man Yun snapped out of their daze. How do you feel? Su Yin looked at them, smiling. Such a majestic gate. It speaks to my soul. It's utterly breathtaking. Man Yun exclaimed. How terrifying. How dreadful. Su-Han, however, patted his chest and let out a sigh. Terrifying. Dreadful. Su-Yin was puzzled by Su-Han's words, completely baffled. Perhaps he meant it was awe-inspiring. But he was mistaken, gravely so. He could not perceive the dragon's uniqueness. Thus, Su-Yin recounted the legend of the dragon statue to the two. After hearing it, Su-Han's eyes glimmered as if he had grasped something. Before a vintage, luxurious building. Mingji Building housed the new students. Its name carried the meaning, cultivate virtue through stillness, nurture integrity, through frugality. Without detachment, one cannot clarify ambition. Without tranquility, one cannot reach far. Su-Han, this will be your dormitory from now on, Su-Yin instructed. He had first processed their enrollment, then escorted Man Yun to the female dormitory, and finally brought Su-Han to the male dormitory. Teacher Su, how many people per room? Su-Han asked. 4. 4, huh? Su-Han's brow furrowed slightly. Is there a problem? Noticing Su-Han's expression, Su-Yin inquired. Yes. Speak. Can I rent a place off campus? Su-Han asked. No, Su-Yin shook his head. This? Su-Han was troubled again. After a moment's thought, his eyes lit up. Then can I have a room to myself? Probably not, Su-Yin frowned. Please help me out. I prefer to live alone. Su-Han spoke earnestly, then added, of course I can pay extra. They'll see what I can do, Su-Yin said after a moment's consideration. Thank you. You're welcome. Afterwards, Su-Yin explained some of Jiangnan Academy's rules to Su-Han, cautioning him never to engage in fights as the consequences would be dire. In severe cases, it could lead to expulsion. Su-Han took this to heart. As long as no one provoked him, he would not actively seek trouble. They arrived at room 308. As expected, it was a 4-person dormitory furnished with 4 ornate beds and fully equipped with a washing machine, computer desks, and various appliances. Su-Han was quite satisfied with this. It would be convenient for whatever he needed to do. After inspecting the room, he decided to rest for a while to replenish his energy. After all, Songbei City was thousands of kilometers from Jiangnan City, requiring a long flight to reach. At that moment, Su-Han felt both physically and mentally exhausted. The next second, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. In a certain teaching building office, as Su-Yin stepped inside, he immediately drew the attention of the other teachers. Wow, Teacher Su-Yu are actually still alive. Unbelievable. I heard a beast tide broke out in Songbei City, and many were devoured by demonic beasts. It was a horrific sight. Teacher Su, since you survived, that means humanity won this battle. That's wonderful. Now the entire Huaxia Kingdom is in turmoil. We must be cautious everywhere, or we might lose our lives. Alas. Everyone was discussing animatedly. You all know. Hearing the chatter, Su-Yin was taken aback. He halted in his tracks, puzzled, and asked. Of course it's all over social media. A middle-aged man in a white shirt promptly spoke up. Yes, the images of humans dying tragically filled me with rage. I wish I could go up there and slay those beasts myself. Those demonic beasts all deserve to die. A plump middle-aged man sitting nearby gritted his teeth. Teacher Su, tell us how you defeated those beasts. Suddenly a teacher asked curiously. Lord Bingley from Team Wang came to support Songbei City, so you know the rest. Su-Yin looked up at the assembled teachers and spoke slowly. Before leaving Songbei City, Lord Bingley had warned the 8 heads of higher learning institutions never to reveal Su-Han's situation lest it attract the enemy's attention. After all, Su-Han was young, only 18, and had just awakened his talent, yet he could poison large numbers of Tier 3 and Tier 4 demonic beasts. Terrifying. If given time to grow, what would become of him? In the future, Su-Han would likely be a nightmare for those demonic beasts. They would surely try to eliminate him to avert future trouble. However, secrets cannot be kept forever. The dark rat beasts heard the news from the citizens of Songbei City and learned that Su-Han had come to study at Jiangnan Academy. After all, Su-Han was a great hero of Songbei City, discussed by almost everyone every day. The assassination operation had already begun. As Su-Yin finished speaking, the meeting room instantly buzzed with noise. Wow. So Lord Bingley went to support them. No wonder. His move, Frozen Expanse, is absolutely magnificent. Yes, with Lord Bingley taking action, those demonic beasts must have been frozen to death. Thus it was clear that these teachers held a deep impression of Bingley, bordering on adoration. By the way, Teacher Su, I'm afraid you didn't complete your task, did you? Suddenly the man in the white shirt recalled something and asked. Zhong Libai, the freshman class advisor, was also a recruitment teacher. Teacher Zhong, let me tell you, I not only completed the task, but exceeded it. I recruited 2 students. Su-Yin chuckled. These words immediately drew the gaze of the other teachers, their eyes filled with disbelief. Usually it was considered good if they could recruit 1 gifted student. After all, Jiangnan Academy ranked at the bottom. Those talented students would naturally choose Modu Academy, Jingdu Academy, Hanwu Academy, and the like. Only a very few gifted students would choose Jiangnan Academy. That Su-Yin had managed to recruit 2 was truly surprising. Although Su Yin exceeded his quota, I suspect the talents of these two students are mediocre at best, bottom tier. Haha. At that moment, a middle-aged man in flashy attire sneered. Sun Liangqing, what do you mean by that? Su Yin's face instantly turned from a smile to cold indifference. The two had never gotten along, often bickering over trivial matters, even coming to blows. Simply put, they were sworn rivals. Was I not clear? Or do you have a hearing problem? Sun Liangqing narrowed his eyes, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The talent and strength of the two students I recruited are not inferior. Don't spout nonsense. Su Yin's face suddenly darkened, exuding a biting chill. Not inferior. That depends on who you compare them to. For ordinary students, your two students are indeed not bad, even outstanding. But, compared to the prodigious genius I recruited, they are trash. A faint smile lingered on Sun Liangqing's lips as he continued his mockery. That's not necessarily true, Su Yin said coldly. You probably don't know how extraordinary the student I recruited this time is. Once in a century, a genius among geniuses. Sun Liangqing laughed, his tone laced with arrogance. Nonsense. A once-in-a-century genius. I think you're raving, talking utter rubbish. Besides, how could such a prodigy have fallen to you? They would have been snatched up by Modu Academy long ago. Su Yin retorted, unwilling to back down. If you don't believe me, ask the other teachers. Sun Liangqing's face still wore a smile, showing no signs of anger. In truth, he himself didn't understand why that student had chosen Jiangnan Academy. It had stunned everyone at the time. The scene was simply incredible. He could only say he had struck pure luck. Hearing this, Su Yin immediately looked around. Teacher Sui's right. The whole Jiangnan Academy knows about it now. It's caused quite a stir. That student's talent is truly monstrous. Zhong Libai glanced at Su Yin and exclaimed in admiration. Yes, SS-level lightning element. Among this year's freshmen, he is practically invincible. I'm afraid even sophomores would be no match for him. The plump middle-aged man chimed in. SS-level lightning element. Su Yin gasped inwardly. No wonder Sun Liangqing dared to show off in front of him. After all, students awakening the lightning element in Huaxia Kingdom were very rare, even scarce. And an SS-level lightning element. Truly terrifying. Among all elemental rankings, lightning generally boasted the highest attack power. What do you think? Convinced now? Seeing Su Yin's expression change, Sun Liangqing grinned. It's just SS-level lightning. What's so great about it? Su Yin was unwilling to admit defeat just to save face. Oh my, such big words. Not convinced. How ridiculous. How about I have my student teach you two a lesson? 1 versus 2, absolute annihilation. A cold smirk flickered across Sun Liangqing's lips. Su Yin's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of fear in his eyes, yet he was deeply reluctant. There was no helping it. That student's talent was too monstrous. Although Su Han had awakened 3 elements, with poison being the strongest, it was only effective in group attacks, weak in single combat, and underhanded, inviting contempt. From this analysis, Su Han was no match for that student. He had to abandon the duel. Coward. Spineless. Su Yin, from now on you'll have to walk with your head down when you see me, ha. Sun Liangqing was immensely pleased, mercilessly taunting Su Yin. Sun Liangqing, don't push your luck. Su Yin was furious. Since you've backed down, you should have expected this outcome. Sun Liangqing said coldly. Fine, you leave me no choice. I accept this duel. Su Yin gritted his teeth, unable to bear Sun Liangqing's relentless bullying. For now, he could only place his hopes on Su Han, praying that the other would surprise him. After all, Su Han was a very mysterious person, and he too could not fathom his true strength. Teacher Su, don't be impulsive. You've fallen into Teacher Sun's trap. Take back what you said, and just endure it from now on. Teacher Sun, you've already lost, don't act on impulse. This is so frustrating. As Su Yin finished speaking, the other teachers immediately grew anxious. Don't try to dissuade me. My mind is made up. Su Yin remained calm, showing no fear, his gaze resolute. Ha ha ha. Sun Liangqing burst into wild laughter. Don't be so smug. Perhaps the loser will be you. Hearing Sun's laughter, Su Yin felt a surge of displeasure, a cold glint hidden in his eyes. Ridiculous. Lose. That's a terrible joke. Sun Liangqing shook his head, a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you've accepted this duel, let's add a wager. Otherwise it lacks amusement. This? Su Yin hesitated, a dark cloud settling over his face. This Sun Liangqing was as treacherous as ever, setting a trap and still demanding interest. He was utterly despicable. Scared? Sun squinted, his smile not reaching his eyes. What's there to fear? A bet is a bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Name your terms. Su Yin's temper flared, and he decided to go all in. After all, an arrow shot cannot be taken back. He had to see it through. Spirit cores, of course. How many? 2,000 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit cores. That many? Su Yin was taken aback. He only had about 1,500 on him, short by 500. If you don't have 2,000, I can lend them to you. Sun Liangqing chuckled. No need. Su Yin replied coldly. So, will you bet? He'll bet. When do we begin? Sun asked. He knew Su Yin had just returned, and so had his two students. They needed time to rest. Only with full stamina could they fight, otherwise others would accuse him of cheating. That would ruin his reputation, a loss not worth taking. 3 days from now. Su Yin pondered. He needed to borrow 500 low-grade Tier 3 spirit cores, and could also spend 2 days teaching Su Han some martial techniques. Whether for pride or profit, he had to win this duel. 3 days was just right. Agreed. Sun Lianqing nodded, inwardly delighted. 2,000 low-grade Tier 3 spirit cores were as good as in his pocket. He had full confidence in his prodigious student. It was a guaranteed win. Night fell. In the Mingji building room 309. At this moment, 2 men sat in the room, deep in discussion. Teacher Sun, what you did was very wrong, extremely wrong. You sold me out without my consent. A cold-faced student spoke, sparks of lightning flickering in his eyes, exuding a bone-chilling danger. Gucci and SS rank lightning element. His bronze skin sharply defined, cold features, dark profound eyes, with a captivating luster, a straight nose, and perfect lips. All exuded nobility and elegance. Crucially, strands of white hair mingled with his black locks, adding to his cool demeanor. Little Gu, I had no choice. I was forced into this. That Su Yin is just too overbearing, utterly arrogant. I said your talent is an unseen-a-century phenomenon, but he didn't believe me and kept taunting me. In the end, he challenged me. I couldn't swallow my pride, so I had to accept the duel. Sun Lianqing spoke with a feigned grievance, painting himself as the victim. In truth, the opposite was true. He was twisting the facts. He was cunning indeed. All right, I understand. Yet Gucci was deceived by Sun's masterful acting, immediately dropping his cold expression and becoming calmer and gentler. After all, he was only 18, inexperienced in the ways of the world, quite naive. Little Gu, to be honest, you are the most extraordinary genius I've ever seen, an unseen-a-century prodigy. Dealing with a small fry like that, you could knock them down with a flick of your finger. And after we win, well, split the 1,000 low-grade Tier 3 spirit cores between us. 500 for you, 500 for me. Sun Lianqing's eyes lit up as he intensified his flattery. A smile finally appeared on Gu Kai's face, a faint grin playing on his lips, his heart brimming with delight. Though 500 low-grade Tier 3 spirit cores meant little to him, Sun's fawning words were pleasing. So what is your decision? Seeing Gucci smile, Sun chuckled softly and asked. Final deign to fight. Defeating the opponent. ITLL take just a minute. Gucci nodded. A minute. I'd say 10 seconds is enough. Sun laughed, taking over the conversation. Well said. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room 308, 2 others were also talking. Su Han was equally displeased with Su Yin's actions, his gaze as cold as ice, his face perpetually stern. Seeing this, Su Yin, like Sun, put on an act of grievance, recounting the latter's faults, even his eyes turning red. But his emotions were genuine, without a hint of deceit. Sun Lianqing, however, was merely performing, deceiving Gucci. Teacher Su, spare me your sob story. It's useless. I'm not buying it. Su Han, however, saw through Su Yin's ploy and spoke coldly. After all, he had lived 2 lives. He was no ordinary high school student. Hearing this, Su Yin's face twisted into a bitter grimace. He hadn't expected Su Han to be so mature, seeing right through his attempt to play on emotions. He even suspected that the person before him wasn't a senior high school student, but a seasoned, mature man. It was unbelievable. What's your bet with Sun Lianqing? Su Han suddenly asked. 2,000 low-grade Tier 3 spirit cores, Su Yin replied. Only 2,000 low-grade Tier 3 spirit cores. That's too little, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Su Han shook his head. Su Yin was speechless. Then Su Han raised his voice. You need to raise the stakes. Raise the stakes. Su Yin was stunned, completely baffled by Su Han's meaning. Yes, raise it to 10,000. That would make it interesting. 10,000. Su Yin was momentarily stunned, then stammered. If you can scrape together 10,000 low-grade Tier 3 spirit cores, he'll fight for you. Otherwise, no deal. Seeing Su Yin's shock, Su Han realized the other probably didn't have that many spirit cores and voiced his thoughts. I don't have them. Su Yin stared at Su Han, his mouth twitching as he shouted. He couldn't even gather 2,000. How could he get 10,000? He was at a loss for words. Figure it out yourself. Su Han said coldly, then slowly broke into a smile. Without profit, he would never do it unless it was a special case. In this world, one must be ruthless, whether towards enemies or allies. Only then can one survive and earn the respect of others. Oh. Su Yin was stunned, a bitter smile instantly spreading across his face. His eyes seemed to lose their luster, dimming in an instant. Where on earth was he supposed to get 100 low-grade, 3rd-level spirit cores? He knew that the entire Huaxia kingdom suffered from a scarcity of resources, and hardly anyone was willing to casually lend out spirit cores. Forget it, he would have to swallow his pride and shamelessly go to Sun Lianqing to cancel this duel. Moreover, even if he managed to gather the 100 cores, it would all be for nothing, and he would end up drowning in debt. The reason was simple: Su Han was likely no match for that prodigious student. Teacher Su, let me tell you something now. Seeing Su Yin's worried expression, Su Han suddenly broke into a slow smile. What is it? This duel I will definitely win. Huh, you can really beat that prodigious student? Su Yin was momentarily stunned, then looked up at Su Han, his face full of doubt. Of course. Su Han smiled faintly. This? How is that possible? Su Yin was inwardly shaken. After a moment he asked, do you know the fearsome power of the SS-level lightning element? I don't. Su Han shook his head. Let me tell you, the lightning element has the strongest offensive power among all elements containing thunder and lightning with terrifying energy. If you take a hit from them, you'll either die or be severely injured. Su Yin explained carefully. Oh, I'd like to see that. Su Han's eyes lit up, his interest peaked, and a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If he could replicate the SS-level lightning element, wouldn't that be absolutely amazing? He had to obtain the most powerful ability. Seeing Su Han's eagerness, Su Yin rolled his eyes, realizing his explanation had been in vain. Although the SS-level lightning element is terrifying, I have great confidence in myself. Teacher Su, just go ahead and gather those 1000 low-grade, third-level spirit cores. Su Han smiled. How can you expect me to rest easy like this? Su Yin shot Su Han a glare. Since you don't believe me, let me share a secret with you. To be honest, my cultivation has already broken through to the 4th rank. Su Han immediately gave Su Yin a reassurance. What? 4th rank? Su Yin was greatly shocked, his heart filled with disbelief, and then he asked, didn't you just awaken your talent not long ago? How did your cultivation jump so high, He knew that students who had just awakened were typically at the 1st rank's great completion stage, while those with slightly better talent were at the 1st rank's peak stage. Even prodigious geniuses were only at the 2nd rank, at most the 3rd rank's minor completion stage. The 4th rank was basically unheard of. Yet, Su Han's cultivation had actually reached the 4th rank. It was simply unbelievable. Maybe it's because I awakened 3 elements, my advancement is faster. Su Han casually fabricated an excuse. That makes sense. After careful thought, Su Yin found Su Han's reasoning quite plausible. After all, he had never seen a student who had awakened 3 elements, so he didn't understand the progression. No wonder the other could poison so many 3rd and 4th rank demon beasts. You can rest assured now. Su Han smiled at Su Yin. Su Yin nodded, a hint of joy surfacing on his astonished face. Since Su Han could win this duel decisively, he would just go all out and borrow the spirit cores from the principal. 1000 low-grade, 3rd-level spirit cores in hand. How wonderful. Yet the next sentence shattered Su Yin's beautiful dream. Teacher Su, now let's talk about how to split the profits. Su Han spoke softly, a faint smile on his lips. All right. Su Yin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded helplessly, feeling somewhat disgruntled inside. Su Han didn't seem like a high school senior at all. He was more like a mature, calculating man. Meticulous and shrewd. However, since he had instigated this duel without the others' consent, he had no choice but to accept it. 60-40 split. Okay, he'll take 60, you take 40. No. He'll take 60, you take 40. Su Han shook his head. What? You want the bigger share? You're ruthless. Su Yin was taken aback, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. That's my condition, and it's non-negotiable. Agree and we proceed, disagree and we part ways. Su Han smiled faintly. Fine, I agree. At that moment, Su Han's smile was like a demon's, leaving a deep impression on Su Yin's heart as he gritted his teeth. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Then Su Yin stood up to take his leave, and Su Han also rose. Just moments after leaving the room. Suddenly the door of room 309 next door also opened, and a person walked out. The two locked eyes, both equally stunned. Oh my, I never expected you to be right next door. What a coincidence, huh? Sun Lianqing chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, I don't want to be associated with you, humph. Su Yin snorted coldly. Have you gathered those 2000 low-grade, 3rd-level spirit cores yet? Don't try to weasel out of it. Sun Lianqing wasn't angry, but a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I won't default. After saying coldly, Su Yin suddenly broke into a slow smile. Also, I want to raise the stakes. Huh? What did you just say? Sun Lianqing was stunned for a few seconds, doubting his own ears, and repeated, Did I hear that right? You want to raise the stakes? That's right. Su Yin replied. Interesting, very interesting. Sun Lianqing's face was full of arrogance, his laughter unrestrained. Go ahead, laugh all you want. The time will come when you'll be crying. Hearing the laughter, Su Yin thought to himself. So how much more are you adding? 1000 low-grade, 3rd-level spirit cores. What? 1000. Sun Lianqing was taken aback. He only had about 300 cores on him. He never expected Su Yin to add so much to the bet. It was unbelievable. Scared? Su Yin squinted at Sun Lianqing. Scared? What a joke. I'm very confident in dealing with you. Sun Lianqing chuckled lightly, a hint of coldness in his smile. Since you want to gift me spirit cores, I'll reluctantly accept them. I'm just afraid your pockets are too small to hold them. Su Yin said coldly. Heh. Sun Lianqing chuckled. So raising the stakes is settled. Having said that, Su Yin turned to leave, but Sun Liangqing called him back. Wait. What? Su Yin was puzzled. To be safe, let's sign an agreement. What do you think? Sun Liangqing said slowly. He was certain he would win this duel. Yet, he was afraid Su Yin would renege and not have the 100 low-grade, third-level spirit cores, leaving him devastated. After all, they had only spoken verbally without putting anything in writing. That was his only worry. Fine. Su Yin was more than happy to sign an agreement, ecstatic inside. He too was afraid Sun Liangqing would go back on his word for the same reason. Next, Sun Liangqing took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and quickly wrote out 2 copies of the betting agreement. Finally, the two of them pressed their thumbprints at the bottom of both copies. After signing, Su Yin and Sun Liangqing both wore satisfied smiles, each harboring their own ulterior motives. The next day, at the break of dawn, layers of white mist drifted through the air and the sun had yet to emerge. Xindu Building, the dormitory for sophomore students at Jiangnan Academy. Its name embodied the meaning speak with loyalty, act with respect. The core principle was that every student must remain loyal to Huaxia, cultivate diligently, and in time serve the nation. At that moment, a robust student in his uniform rose early, intending to head to the training grounds to practice his supernatural combat techniques. Huh, what's that on the wall? As he stepped out of the dormitory entrance, the sturdy student glanced to the right and let out a puzzled exclamation. Driven by curiosity, he walked over. Upon reaching it, he cast a quick glance. It turned out to be a poster. The next second, he examined it more closely. At the top, a bold red headline read, "Freshman Showdown Clash of Prodigies." Interesting, the sturdy student murmured, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he continued reading. Gucci vs. Suhan. Time 1400, 3 days from now. Location: Training Ground Arena. Upon seeing this, the sturdy student immediately fell into deep thought. He had heard of Gucci, an SS-grade lightning elementalist of extraordinary power. Not long ago, tales of his feats had swept through Jiangnan Academy like wildfire, astonishing every student and even drawing the attention of the principal. One could only imagine how shocking and influential Gu Kai's reputation was. After all, his talent was a once-in-a-century phenomenon. He was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, truly breathtaking. As for Suhan, the sturdy student seemed unfamiliar with this freshman, an obscure name with no one quite sure where this so-called prodigy had emerged. To think he dared to challenge Gucci, such audacity was sheer recklessness. Still, he was curious to see what Suhan looked like and how skilled he truly was. His curiosity piqued. As his eyes reached the bottom of the poster, the sturdy student was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. For there it revealed the wager between Sun Liangqing and Su Yin, 100 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals. Sun Liangqing backed Gucci while Su Yin supported Suhan. The loser would have to pay the wager on the spot with no room for default, lest they face the scorn of the entire faculty and student body. A hefty bet. This is going to be one hell of a show, haha. The sturdy student's excitement grew as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Meanwhile, at Shoshin Building, the dormitory for junior students at Jiangnan Academy. Its name carried the meaning a noble person cultivates themselves by rectifying their heart within. The core principle was that every student must cultivate their character and nurture their inner virtue. Similarly, a large poster was pasted at the entrance of the dormitory, quickly drawing the attention of many students. Their gazes flickered between curiosity and shock. And then there was Mingdao Building, the dormitory for senior students at Jiangnan Academy. Its name embodied the meaning understand the way of man, comprehend the way of heaven, and grasp the way of Huaxia. The core principle was that graduating students must master the human path and grasp the celestial path, contributing to the defense of Huaxia. A large crowd of students had also gathered at the entrance of Mingdao Building, each filled with curiosity and astonishment. In an instant, the news swept through Jiangnan Academy like a gale. Both students and teachers alike came to know of the prodigy duel between Gucci and Suhan, the principal included. Wow. A clash between genius freshmen. How amusing. No need to guess, Gucci will definitely win. Teacher Sun is set to rake in 100 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals. I'm so envious. Exactly. Gucci awakened an SS-grade lightning element, a once-in-a-century rarity. His talent is monstrous and his strength is formidable. Even some sophomores are no match for him. Suhan. Never heard of him. Probably a nobody. But I have to admire Suhan's courage. Knowing full well how powerful Gucci is, and that he's bound to lose, he still dares to challenge him. That's truly commendable. Teacher Su might lose his shirt. How miserable. The crowd buzzed with chatter. They were all highly intrigued by this duel, convinced that Gucci would emerge victorious. Some even speculated he could finish Suhan within 10 seconds. The gap in their abilities was simply too vast. Most students felt a deep sympathy for Su Yin. After all, 100 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals was no small sum. One had to know that a teacher's monthly salary was a meager 20 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals. At Jiaoxi building the faculty dormitory, each teacher had a private suite, 2 bedrooms, and a living room decorated simply yet elegantly. Room 602. Suyin, oh Suyin, you think you can compete with me? You're still a bit green, huh? At that moment, Sun Lianqing, still in his pajamas, sat before the dining table, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. His eyes were fixed intently on the phone screen before him, a cold smirk curling on his lips. The screen displayed a photo of the Gucci vs. Suhan poster. Indeed, it was he who had secretly pasted all the posters around Jiangnan Academy in the dead of night. He wanted nothing more than to see Su Yin disgraced, forever trampled under his heel, never to rise again. The feeling was utterly exhilarating. With that thought, Sun Liansheng raised the swirling glass to his lips, took a few sips, and felt a flush creep across his face. He hadn't intended to blow things out of proportion. It was Su Yin who had pushed him to this. The reason was simple. The original wager was 2000 crystals, but the other party had suddenly increased it to 100, catching him off guard. Though they had signed an agreement, he still felt uneasy. Later, Sun Liansheng devised a clever plan. The idea was that only in front of the entire school would Su Yin dare not renege on the debt. If he dared to default, he would surely face daily mockery from teachers and students alike, without a doubt. Under such immense pressure, Su Yin would have no choice but to pay up. Room 608. Damn, Sun Lianqing. A leopard never changes its spots, always resorting to dirty tricks. Su Yin sat half upright on his bed, grinding his teeth. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. But this time he's going to fall right into my trap. Just you wait. You'll be the one crying. If Sun Liansheng can't come up with 100 low-grade Tier 3 spirit crystals, he'll make sure he pays dearly. He'll punish him severely. Su Yin had been deep in slumber when a phone ringtone jolted him awake. Opening it, a photo appeared before his eyes. The photo was of the Gucci vs. Suhan poster. No need to guess, this was definitely Sun Lianqing's doing. After all, the man was always pulling petty tricks, devious as ever. In the past, Su Yin had often fallen victim to these schemes, suffering damage to his reputation or finances. That was why he harbored such deep hatred for Sun Lianqing. In the end, their relationship had become one of irreconcilable hostility, each despising the other. Yet, Su Yin never expected that Sun Liansheng would this time recruit a prodigious SS-grade lightning element student. It came as a tremendous shock. What incredible luck. Bah. Still, his own luck wasn't bad, either, having recruited a gifted student like Su Han. With that thought, Su Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He murmured to himself, I suppose I need to go see the principal. With that, he scrambled out of bed. Dawn broke. In the principal's office. Principal Gong. Su Yin knocked 3 times, entered, and greeted with a cupped fist salute. A middle-aged man clad in gray robes, radiating vast erudition and an imposing spirit, lifted his head to glance at the newcomer, speaking softly. This was Gong Hansong, the principal of Jiangnan Academy. Let me explain, Su Yin said, understanding the situation instantly. Very well. Gong Hansong nodded. Su Yin then recounted the entire incident succinctly from beginning to end. Of course, he withheld the true extent of Su Han's strength. After listening, Gong Hansong fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he asked with a puzzled look, since you knew you were going to lose, why did you raise the stakes? Aren't you just handing spirit cores to Sun Lianqing? I simply cannot comprehend it. It's not certain who will win or lose yet, Su Yin said with a mysterious smile. Are you implying Su Han has the strength to contend with Gu Qi? Gong Hansong asked, bewildered. Exactly, Su Yin nodded. How is this possible? Gong Hansong was astounded. He knew Gu Qi was a prodigious genius seen once in a century, possessing an SS-grade lightning element. He simply could not conceive of any element that could rival lightning. Su Han has awakened 3 elements, Su Yin said with a smile towards Gong Hansong. 3 elements. Gong Hansong was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as he drew a sharp inward breath. No wonder Su Han dared to challenge Gu Qi, so that was the reason. Moreover, across the entire Huaxia nation, students who had awakened 3 elements were exceedingly rare. Jiangnan Academy had once possessed such a student, but that was over a century ago. Now there were none. It was evident how extraordinary it was to awaken 3 elements. Truly a once-in-a-century event. Excellent. The rise of Jiangnan Academy is within reach. At this thought, Gong Hansong was instantly exhilarated, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed loudly. Although Jiangnan Academy was ranked among the top 10 prestigious academies in Huaxia, its standing was low and it had been unable to improve. This was an eternal pain in his heart. He hoped one day to see Jiangnan Academy ranked among the top 3. Centuries ago, Jiangnan Academy had been ranked first, though it had since declined somewhat. Yet its foundation remained, it had not sunk into oblivion. Now, with 2 prodigious geniuses joining Jiangnan Academy, its resurgence seemed truly promising. After all, they were both unparalleled geniuses rarely seen in a century. Gong Hansong was filled with anticipation. Startled by the sudden outcry, Su Yin involuntarily stepped back 2 or 3 paces. 5 minutes later, Gong Hansong finally calmed down, looked up at Su Yin, and said slowly, "Tell me all the detailed information about Su Han." "All right." Su Yin nodded and began to recount all the information he had on Su Han. After listening, Gong Hansong fell silent, but his heart was profoundly shaken. Although Su Han's talent in two of his elements was unremarkable, his poison element was extraordinarily terrifying, having single-handedly saved the entire Songbei city. Even more shocking was that his cultivation level had reached the 4th rank. His training speed was astonishing, like riding a rocket. It was simply unbelievable. According to the information received, Gu Kai's cultivation was only at the 2nd rank peak, and it would be some time before he reached the 3rd rank. "Principal Gong, before the decisive battle, I ask that you keep this secret." At this point, Su Yin urged. "I promise you," Gong Hansong nodded. "Furthermore, I have another favor to ask of you." Suddenly, Su Yin gave an awkward smile. "Speak." "I wish to borrow 8500 low-grade, 3rd-rank spirit cores from you." "All right," Gong Hansong replied without a second thought. After all, Su Yin had recruited a prodigious genius like Su Han. It was a great merit. Su Yin was taken aback, not expecting Gong Hansong to be so agreeable. He knew the principal generally did not lend spirit cores to others. After all, Gong Hansong was the principal. If he lent to one person, many more would come asking. They understood this reasoning. Finally, Su Yin also mentioned Su Han's request for an independent dormitory. Gong Hansong agreed directly, as Gu Qi had a similar request. After all, prodigious geniuses often preferred solitude. He understood this well. Time passed into the afternoon. At this moment, at the entrance of Jiangnan Academy's training ground, a handsome student sat on a stool, expressionless, his eyes fixed on the stream of students passing by. Before him stood a desk. Beside the desk was an easel bearing a poster. The poster was covered in text. At the top were large red characters, Gu Qi versus Su Han. In the middle were blue characters, betting pool open. Below were black characters, bet on Gu Qi 1U odds, bet on Su Han 110 odds. The final line contained a note. Maximum bet per person is 50 low-grade, 3rd-rank spirit cores. However, the handsome student did not shout to the crowds around. Instead, he rested his hands on the desk and waited. Soon this scene caught the attention of the surrounding students. "Look, someone's running a betting pool over there. Let's go check it out." "Really? Let's go. See what's happening." "Whoa, someone's actually opening a betting pool for Gu Qi versus Su Han. Isn't he afraid of losing everything?" "Yeah, in this freshman duel, Gu Qi is a sure win. I think he's not quite right in the head." The crowd buzzed with discussion. They thought this student's actions were pure foolishness, simply handing out spirit cores to others. Yet despite their scoffs, they involuntarily moved closer. Before long, a large crowd of students had gathered before the desk, almost forming a circle. Everyone was curious, yet no one dared to place a bet. The reason was simple: they feared that after placing their bets, this handsome student would run off, leaving them with nothing but despair. "Handsome, are the bets on your board for real?" A voice emerged from the student crowd. "Of course they're real, truer than pearls." Facing the throng of onlookers, the handsome student merely glanced up briefly, said expressionlessly, "I'm afraid you can't afford to pay out, which is why we're all hesitant to bet." Another person spoke up. Exactly. Someone nearby chimed in agreement. "The worst part is fearing you'll swindle our spirit cores, then run off and hide where no one can find you. Wouldn't we be at a huge loss?" Another person interjected. "Everyone quiet down, please listen to me." Suddenly, the handsome student stood up from his stool and spoke softly. The scene instantly fell silent. "I know you all have your worries and doubts, but rest assured I absolutely have the spirit cores." As he spoke, the handsome student murmured a few words, raised his hand, and withdrew dozens of spirit cores from his item storage, placing them on the table. They sparkled with a brilliant luster. The surrounding students were stunned, dumbfounded. "Heavens, what am I seeing? So many high-grade spirit cores. There are 4th rank, 5th rank, and even 6th rank spirit cores. This is simply unbelievable. Whoa, I misjudged him. I never expected this handsome student to be a rich 2nd-generation heir. And the quality of these high-grade cores is not low. There are mid-grade and even top-grade ones. I am utterly convinced. There are basically no 3rd-rank cores. No wonder this handsome student dared to set up a betting pool here. I want to place a bet." "Me too." Indeed, this handsome student was Su Han. Waking up in the morning and stepping out of the dormitory gate, he saw the poster of his duel with Gu Qi and was instantly dumbfounded. Moreover, all the students at Jiangnan Academy were discussing this matter, causing a huge uproar that everyone knew about. This made him quite frustrated. After all, he did not wish to be famous, preferring to keep a low profile. Fortunately, the poster did not feature his photo, otherwise he would have to wear a mask when going out. Because he had experienced this before in Songbei City, it made his life very inconvenient. Initially, Su Han thought this freshman duel would be settled privately, but now the entire school knew about it. Later, Su Yin called to tell him that all of this was Sun Liangcheng's conspiracy. He had no other choice but to silently accept it. It was not as if he could assassinate Sun Liangcheng. That was unnecessary. His heart was not that ruthless. Since the situation was settled, Su-Han had to do something to maximize the benefits of this freshman duel. In the end, he came up with the brilliant idea of opening a betting pool. It was a surefire profit-making venture. Moreover, only Su-Han could run this betting pool. Other students simply couldn't unless they were fools. The reason was simple: everyone believed Gucci would definitely win, and they would end up losing everything. However, Su-Han knew he was certain to win this freshman duel, so he could earn a substantial amount of spirit crystals. It was absolutely exhilarating. The maximum bet is 50 low-grade, third-level spirit crystals. That's too little. Can I bet 1,000? Just as Su-Han was pondering, a voice shouted from the crowd of students. It really is a bit too little. Another person immediately chimed in. When these students saw Su-Han displaying 4th, 5th, and 6th-level spirit crystals, their eyes sparkled and their hearts stirred with greed. In their view, betting on Gucci was a sure win. They could double their spirit crystals. Why not? Thus, the more they bet, the more they would earn. No, Su-Han replied coldly with 2 words. As for why he didn't set the bet limit to unlimited, the reason was simple: 50 low-grade, third-level spirit crystals were within the acceptable range for Jiangnan Academy students. If they lost, they wouldn't feel too distressed, nor would they bother him. If a student bet their entire fortune and lost, they would surely come looking for trouble. Su-Han was not afraid of trouble, but having students come to him every day would be incredibly annoying and severely disrupt his life. As soon as he said this, the scene instantly erupted into chaos. Setting a cap on the betting pool makes it so boring. Exactly, I wanted to bet 2,000 low-grade third-level spirit crystals and double my money, but now I can only earn 50. How frustrating. Wow, 2,000. Do you own a mine? 50 it is then. It's still a sure win. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Bet if you want or get lost. Hearing the murmurs, Su-Han's eyes suddenly turned as deep and dark as an abyss with a cold glint hidden within. Oh my, quite the big mouth. Do you believe I can dismantle your betting pool? Suddenly, an ugly-looking student stepped forward, speaking to Su-Han arrogantly, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. Looking for trouble? Su-Han's expression turned cold. I'm looking for trouble. What can you do about it? The ugly student glared fiercely at Su-Han. I can't do much to you, Su-Han said coldly, but then a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. But you're too ugly. Go get some plastic surgery, or you'll scare away all my customers. What? How dare you call me ugly? I'm furious. Hearing this, the ugly student's face darkened, becoming even more hideous. He hated being called ugly more than anything. It was an eternal, indelible pain in his heart. Resentment from the ugly student 88. As the ugly student's words faded, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, I remember now. He's Wang Ba, ranked 100th on the Hidden Dragon list. Soon the surrounding area buzzed again. Wow, so he's Wang Ba from the Hidden Dragon list. No wonder he dares to provoke others like that. Those on the Hidden Dragon list are all incredibly powerful. Not a single weakling among them, everyone a formidable character. Looks like this student running the betting pool is in for trouble. He'll probably be beaten half to death. Yeah, he shouldn't have provoked someone from the Hidden Dragon list. Serves him right. The crowd chattered on. Hearing the exclamations around him, Wang Ba's face shifted from gloom to a smile, though the smile didn't reach his eyes, and he felt smug inside. Indeed, the reputation of the Hidden Dragon list was very effective. Other students would show a measure of respect upon hearing it. He had endured a lot of hardship to get onto that list, but the effort had paid off. Although he was only at the bottom of the list, he still had a spot. Hidden Dragon list. Sounds impressive. Su-Han frowned, muttering to himself, not understanding what this list was. After all, he had just entered Jiangnan Academy and was unfamiliar with much of the information. Kid, if you compensate me with 1 high-grade 6th-level spirit crystal, well, call it even. I won't bother with you further so no one can say I'm bullying you. Seeing Su-Han silent, Wang Ba thought the other was afraid and spoke arrogantly. Dream on. Su-Han looked up at Wang Ba and said coldly, I'm giving you a way out. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Ba's face changed again, dark clouds gathering. I don't need it. If you have the guts, come at me. He'll take it. Su-Han said calmly, his expression still composed. I think you're asking for death. This time Wang Ba was thoroughly enraged. Resentment from Wang Ba 88. The one asking for death is you, not me. Heh, Su-Han chuckled. Although Wang Ba was ranked 100th on the Hidden Dragon list, Su-Han was not afraid. He could sense that the other was no match for him. Moreover, he had the white fox as his trump card. She had been digesting demonic beasts all this time, and her cultivation had already reached the 3rd-grade ghost level, with her illusions being especially terrifying. Supernatural beings below the 6th rank would become lost in them unless they had pupil-type abilities. Fine. Very well. Wang Ba was directly infuriated by Su-Han's words, and his expression turned cold. Kid, state your name. I challenge you to a duel. Due to Jiangnan Academy's rules, fighting or brawling on campus was forbidden, and violators would be punished with severe cases leading to expulsion. If 2 students wanted to settle a personal grudge, they could only initiate a duel challenge, which would take place on the training ground arena. As soon as he said this, the surrounding students erupted into noise again. Is this handsome student out of his mind? Didn't he just hear that Wang Ba is on the hidden dragon list? He's picked a fight with the wrong person. This good-looking guy is doomed. He'll definitely get beaten half to death by Wang Ba. His tongue is so sharp, hitting Wang Ba right where it hurts. If I were him, I'd be so angry I'd spit blood on the spot. It's a pity that such a handsome face comes with such a sharp tongue, otherwise he'd be my Prince Charming. But since he can produce so many high-level spirit crystals, he must come from a wealthy family. Arrogance and arrogance are the hallmarks of such young masters. Who do you think you are? Why should I agree to your duel? If you have nothing better to do, step aside and don't disturb my guests. Listening to these murmurs, Su Han remained indifferent, still calm, as he spoke coldly. If he agreed to Wang Ba's duel, his name would be exposed instantly, causing an uproar among the surrounding students. Moreover, if he defeated his opponent in an instant, his true strength would be fully revealed. Then many students would bet on his victory, leading to a loss. Su Han might even end up at a loss, crying without tears. He would never do such a foolish thing. Wang Ba was so furious he could spit blood. His throat choked with angry words he couldn't utter. According to the rules of Jiangnan Academy, no one could be forced into a duel. It required mutual consent. Resentment value from Wang Ba 88. You. Hurry up, don't waste time. Seeing your face makes me want to throw up the delicious food I had at noon. After saying this, Su Han even made a vomiting gesture. Kid, just wait. Wang Ba will never let you off unless you never leave the school gates. Wang Ba gnashed his teeth in hatred. Resentment value from Wang Ba 88. Wang Ba, I think you should just be called Turtle. It suits your demeanor. Su Han's lips curled with a cold sneer. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene exploded into a roar of laughter. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Watch my fists. Hearing the laughter, Wang Ba's eyes blazed with fury as he raised his fist, spun around, and glared fiercely at the surrounding students. Terrified, everyone immediately stifled their laughter, covering their mouths to hold it in. And you don't get too cocky. One day you'll fall into my hands. Then it'll make you wish you were dead, unable to live or die. That's the price for crossing me. Seeing this, Wang Ba turned back to face Su Han, his expression dark and treacherous, warning him. He'll be waiting. Just don't end up capsizing in a ditch and have the tables turn on you. Su Han was completely unfazed by Wang Ba's threats, merely chuckling. Oomph. Wang Ba snorted coldly, his desire to place a bet vanishing as he turned and left. Go slowly, no need to see you off. Su Han waved his hand. This is too much. Hearing this, Wang Ba's face darkened, his expression twisted, eyes blazing with fury as he clenched his fists and roared inwardly. Resentment value from Wang Ba 88. Upon receiving the resentment value, Su Han smiled. The other party was still too green, unable to keep his cool. However, seeing Wang Ba leave, the surrounding students felt their tension instantly released, then turned their gazes to Su Han, their eyes filled with shock. They had originally thought Su Han would be beaten black and blue by Wang Ba, never expecting such an outcome. Wang Ba had been driven away by Su Han's sharp tongue. Driven away. Absolutely unbelievable. I know I'm handsome, but don't keep staring at me, you'll get embarrassed. You'd better hurry up and place your bets. Seeing this, Su Han chuckled. Hearing the first sentence, everyone was speechless. At the second, their eyes lit up, and they snapped back to reality, nodding as they reached into their pockets. I bet on Gucci 30 low-grade, third-level crystals. I also bet on Gucci 20 low-grade, third-level crystals. I bet on Gucci 50 low-grade, third-level crystals. After placing their bets, each student wrote their name and phone number in a thick notebook, carefully memorizing Su Han's number. All the students present bet on Gukai's victory. No one favored Su Han. Watching crystal after crystal come in, Su Han's face remained calm, but his heart was ecstatic. He didn't care about his phone number being revealed. After this was over, he could simply change it. A trivial matter. But this was practically stealing crystals. And without him lifting a finger, they came automatically. What a joy. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later. Now in a southwestern corner of Jiangnan Academy. Shaoli, what did you want to see me about? A chubby student asked a thin one. Brother Rong, let me tell you, there's a student running a betting pool at the training ground entrance. Shaoli smiled. What betting pool? Brother Rong was puzzled. It's about the duel between the freshman prodigy Gucci and Su Han 2 days from now. Bet on Gucci to win, odds 1-2. Bet on Su Han to win, odds 1-10. Isn't that a sure win? Shaoli chuckled. Oh, I see. Brother Rong's eyes lit up, then he asked urgently, is that student still there? Don't worry, he is. He said he'll be there for 3 days and won't run off. Good, then let's hurry over. I've already placed my bet, though I can't bet again. Only one bet. Brother Rong was puzzled again. Yes, and there's a limit. Maximum 50 low-grade, third-level crystals. Shaoli nodded. Even with limits, a guaranteed 50 low-grade, third-level crystals is still good. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Brother Rong's eyes before he spoke. Yeah, that student running the pool is really wealthy. So many high-grade crystals, even top-grade 6th level ones TSK. I bet he's some young master from a noble family deliberately handing out crystals to us. What a generous guy. As he spoke, Shaoli grew more excited, gesticulating wildly. What? Top-grade 6th level crystals. Oh my god. Brother Rome was utterly shocked, but quickly recovered, urging, let's go quickly. He fully understood what top-grade 6th level crystals meant. They signified a formidable 6th-tier demon beast. Okay. With that, the two dashed off toward the training ground. Before long, news of Su-Han's betting pool spread like wildfire through Jiangnan Academy, drawing students from all directions. Meanwhile, in the teaching building, room 608, this little fellow really doesn't act like a high school senior. I never expected him to open a betting pool at the training ground entrance. It's fine, I can earn some crystals too, hee. Su Yin, who had just returned from his investigation, sat on the luxurious sofa in the living room, holding a cup of coffee. He took a few small sips, a faint smile playing on his lips. Half an hour ago had heard someone was running a betting pool at the training ground entrance and went to check it out personally. Had he not seen it, he wouldn't have believed it. It turned out the one running the pool was Su-Han. He was stunned for a few seconds, but quickly grasped the reasoning. Clearly Su-Han was absolutely certain he would defeat Gu Qi, or he wouldn't do this, unless he was a fool. This little fellow wasn't just a monstrous talent. He was also a born businessman, incredibly clever. It left him utterly speechless. Thinking this, Su Yin's face broke into a broad, delighted smile. As long as Su-Han won the duel, he would also win his bet with Sun Lianqing. He cared about nothing else. It was all for pride for face. Thankfully, Su-Han was dependable. Meanwhile, room 602. Oh, a student is running a betting pool. What a fool. And I heard he pulled out dozens of grade 4, 5, and 6 spirit crystals, all of excellent quality. I'm truly astonished. He must be some rich second-generation heir handing out benefits to the students of Jiangnan Academy. I'd better not provoke such a student. Sun Lianqing sat at the dining table, swirling his wine glass and taking a few sips of red wine, a cold smirk flickering at the corner of his mouth. He loved drinking red wine, savoring it slowly. His home cellar was stocked with all kinds of red wine, and he drank at least one bottle a day. It made him feel more refined and elegant, exuding an air of sophistication. Sun Lianqing believed that in this freshman prodigy, duel Gu Qi was certain to win. There was absolutely no possibility of defeat. This was also the general consensus among everyone. As for Su-Han, he was merely an unknown nobody unworthy of mention. By then, Su Yin would have to pay him 100 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals. Haha. Mingji Building, Room 309. Teacher Sun only told me about this freshman duel yesterday, so how does the entire school already know about it today? How strange. Who plastered those posters on every dormitory door? At that moment, Gu Qi sat on his bed, his dark, profound eyes flickering with streaks of lightning and thunder, looking utterly formidable as he sank into deep thought. He wasn't afraid of being in the spotlight. He was long accustomed to such scenes. What he despised was others using him to gain benefits and fame. Could Su-Han have put up those posters? He quickly dismissed the notion. The reason was simple. If the entire school knew about this duel, Su-Han's reputation would be ruined. After all, Gu Qi believed he was destined to win. So the culprit wasn't Su-Han, nor was it Teacher Su behind him. If they weren't responsible, then why did Teacher Su raise the stakes? And he raised it to 1000 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals, a tenfold increase. He was utterly baffled. Of course, Sun Lianqing had told Gu Qi about this. Who was the one who put up the posters in the end? None of this seemed simple, and it gave him a throbbing headache. Thinking this, Gu Qi quickly raised both hands to rub his temples, and gradually the pain subsided. After a while, dealing with a nobody like Su-Han won't even take one move. How boring. If Teacher Sun hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have bothered. It's a waste of my time. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qi began to think of another pleasant matter. He had also heard about a student running a betting pool, and every student was betting on him to win. Not a single one bet on Su-Han, not even one spirit crystal. It seemed the students had clear eyes. This gave him a certain satisfaction. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Gu Kai's eyes as he murmured to himself, though this freshman duel wastes my time, it does have some benefits. The benefit is that it will make the entire Jiangnan Academy take notice of how terrifying my SS rank lightning ability is, a force that annihilates everything. Then I'll gain more resources from the academy, and my cultivation speed will skyrocket. But that's not my ultimate goal. It's... Finishing his words, Gu Qi gradually calmed down, contemplating his next steps. The sun had set. The training ground was nearly empty of students. They had either gone to eat, rest, or flirt. Today's earnings were decent, about 500 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals. The profits should increase over the next couple of days since only a few students placed bets. Su-Han sat at his desk, gazing at the bags of spirit crystals before him, his expression utterly calm as he murmured to himself. Having witnessed a slaughter value of 100 million, he was hardly fazed by these numbers. He was very composed. These 5000 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals came from just over 1,000 students placing bets, a small number indeed. The reason was simple: the training ground entrance was too small to accommodate many students, causing crowding and low efficiency. However, Su-Han didn't plan to move. He would earn whatever fate allowed. After all, he wasn't short on spirit crystals and could acquire them easily. Thinking this, Su-Han decided to pack up and head back for dinner. Excuse me. Can I still place a bet? Just then a crisp voice sounded from in front. I'm closing up. I'll come back tomorrow. Su-Han didn't even look up, simply shaking his head. The newcomer just let out an "oh" and turned to walk away. That voice sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere. Suddenly something struck Su-Han, and he murmured to himself. The next second he looked up and called out, "Wait." Hearing his voice, the newcomer immediately stopped and turned around again. Their eyes met. "It's you," both exclaimed in surprise. "Xiao Qian, I didn't expect you to come to Jiangnan Academy too. What a coincidence between us," Su-Han said softly. The newcomer was Chun Xiaoqian, whom he had met in the ghost domain with a brank ability of gas poison. Yais. As soon as Chun Xiaoqian met Su-Han's eyes, her face instantly flushed, and she unconsciously lowered her head, stammering. These past days she had been constantly worrying whether Su-Han was safe. She couldn't eat or sleep. After all, a beast tide had struck Songbei City and many had died. What if? When Chun Xiaoqian first arrived at Jiangnan Academy, she heard about the duel between Gu Qi and Su-Han and that a student was running a betting pool at the training ground. So she came to check things out and place a bet. She never expected that the person running the betting pool was Su-Han, whom she knew. It was simply unbelievable. He was alive and at the same academy as her. She was overjoyed. Affection from Chun Xiaoqian, 99. I'm not a demon. Ooh, I want to eat you. Lift your head. Seeing the highest affection value, Su-Han understood immediately and said softly. Chun Xiaoqian gave a soft and slightly raised her head, meeting Su-Han's eyes again. Her gaze was evasive and her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Su-Han was speechless and decided to change the subject. By the way, who do you want to bet on? Of course on you. Hearing Su-Han's question, Chun Xiaoqian felt a wave of relief and wasn't as nervous anymore, saying softly, "All right, how much are you betting?" 5 low-grade, Tier 3 spirit crystals. 5? That's too little. Su-Han was stunned. I only have this much. Chun Xiaoqian's face reddened again as she stammered. "Forget it, I'll lend you 45, and you can pay me back later." Su-Han thought for a moment. After all, he had copied the gas poison ability from her, and they had a decent relationship. He might as well give her a little help. With 50, she could win 500, leaving her with 450 low-grade Tier 3 spirit crystals. For Chun Xiaoqian, that was a small fortune. That doesn't seem right. Chun Xiaoqian wanted to refuse. "It's fine, just take it. Don't be polite with me." Su-Han smiled. "Well, okay." Chun Xiaoqian nodded, a hint of joy in her heart. "When you go back, don't tell anyone about me." He went to the cafeteria with Chun Xiaoqian. After the meal, they returned to room 308 of Mingji Building. No sooner had Su-Han settled on his bed than Bai Lingxi's call came through. "Lingxua, what's the matter?" "Su-Han, have you arrived at Jiangnan Academy?" Bai Lingxua asked. "I've been here for a while." "Oh then. Do you miss me?" "No," Su-Han replied calmly. Silence fell on the other end of the line instantly. This Su-Han, what a blockhead, truly a blockhead. I've been this forward, yet he remains as blunt as ever, unable to bend a little to coax me. How frustrating. So this is how exhausting it is to pursue someone. At that moment, Bai Lingxue was also sitting on her bed in the female dormitory of Modu Academy, phone in hand, her lips pursed in a pout, looking somewhat vexed. Now she finally understood the agony and passivity of chasing someone who didn't like you like a lovesick fool. And in that instant, she deeply sympathized with the boys who pursued her, realizing how pitiful they were. Yet, the stubborn girl wouldn't give up. She would see this love through to the end. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. Keep going, keep fighting. Resentment from Bai Lingxue 10. Receiving the resentment points, Su-Han was instantly speechless. It seemed his earlier words had truly angered her. "How's the learning environment at Jiangnan Academy?" Bai Lingxue changed the subject. "It's alright, passable. It surely can't compare to Modu Academy. This place is gorgeous and magnificent, like a beautiful castle. I absolutely adore it." "I'm glad you like it." "Oh, fine." Bai Lingxue was instantly deflated. "Anything else?" Su-Han asked. "No, nothing. If there's nothing, I'll hang up." With that, Su-Han ended the call. On the other end, "It seems my path to winning his love will be a rocky one." Sigh. Hearing the beep from her phone, Bai Lingxue froze for a few seconds, then put down the phone and let out a sigh. Since her sweet talk had no effect on Su-Han, she had to think of another way. She racked her brains, but couldn't come up with a good idea. Suddenly, Bai Lingxue remembered what Su-Han had said to her at Songbei Tower. Her eyes lit up, and she murmured to herself, "That's right, Su-Han meant I should focus on cultivating diligently and not think about other things." If my strength surpasses Su-Han's in the future, he will surely see me in a new light. In that instant, Bai Lingxue suddenly grasped the true essence of love. Only by being powerful oneself could one earn respect, recognition, and even love. So she resolved to cultivate diligently, aiming to become an ice element powerhouse like Bingley. She would not bother Su-Han from now on, not until she succeeded. The next morning, Su-Han was once again at the training ground entrance, setting up his desk to open the betting pool. Soon students arrived one after another, all betting on Gucci to win. He was naturally pleased with this as long as no one bet on him. I bet on Su-Han 50 low-grade, third-level crystals. Just then a sweet voice rang out. Hearing this, Su-Han was startled. Meanwhile, the surrounding students all turned their gazes towards the speaker. A sweet-looking female student stepped up to the table. Su-Han looked up at the newcomer and breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. So it's Manyun. Miss, are you sure you want to bet on Su-Han? Su-Han had to pretend not to know Manyun. I'm sure. Manyun understood. No backing out once you've bet. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted into commotion. Miss, how can you bet on Su-Han winning? He's doomed to lose. Exactly, aren't you just handing your crystals to this handsome guy? I advise you to bet on Gucci. It's a sure win. That's right, anyone who doesn't take this chance to earn crystals is a fool. The students buzzed with discussion. My affairs are none of your concern. Thank you. Hearing the murmurs, a cold smile flickered across Manyun's lips before she reminded them in her sweet voice. Besides, Su-Han might not necessarily lose. The surrounding students shook their heads and sighed. They thought Manyun must be crazy. Although they had never seen Su-Han in person, Gu Kai's innate talent and ability were a once-in-a-century phenomenon. SS-grade lightning element ranked first in offensive power among all elements. So Su-Han couldn't possibly defeat Gucci. Absolutely impossible. Time passed. A day went by. There was only 1 hour left until the duel between Gucci and Su-Han. The steps of the training ground were already packed with teachers and students, their clamor rising to the heavens. Cheers and shouts were unceasing, making the entire scene deafening. Everyone was incredibly excited, even junior and senior students had come. They whispered to each other, their faces full of delight. They had simply come to witness Gucci, the once-in-a-century prodigy, the SS-grade lightning element. As for Su-Han, he didn't pique their interest at all. On the high platform sat some important figures of Jiangnan Academy. In the very center sat Principal Gong Hansong, flanked by the department heads. Who do you think will win this duel between the freshman prodigies? Glancing at both sides, Gong Hansong asked lightly. Naturally Gucci. That's an easy guess. A middle-aged man in black on the left replied. And you? Gong Hansong asked again. Gucci. Gucci, of course. The other department heads chimed in. It seems you all have great confidence in Gucci. Gong Hansong suddenly smiled slowly. At this, the scene became lively again. Absolutely. That's for sure. After all, Gu Kai's talent speaks for itself. No freshman this year can shake his position. Even some sophomores are no match for him. SS-grade lightning element, just thinking about it is terrifying. Who is Su-Han? I don't recall ever hearing that name. He's simply not in the same league as Gucci, not a genius of the same caliber. The crowd buzzed with discussion. I don't think Gucci will necessarily win. Hearing these debates, Gong Hansong gave a mysterious smile. After all, he had learned about Su-Han's talent from Su Yin. The others were completely unaware that Su-Han had awakened 3 elements. As soon as he finished speaking, all the department heads sitting nearby were taken aback. They stared blankly at Gong Hansong, a hint of a smile on their lips, whether mocking or sincere it was hard to tell. From Gong Hansong's words, it seemed Su-Han might have the strength to rival Gucci. How could that be? Absolutely impossible. Just wait and see the match. Seeing the strange expressions of the department heads, Gong Hansong didn't bother to explain. He just smiled and said one sentence. He had promised Su Yin not to reveal any information about Su-Han, lest he break his word. That wouldn't be good. Seeing that Gong Hansong offered no explanation, the department heads said nothing more. They turned their gazes to the arena, noticing that neither contestant had arrived yet. But they were in no hurry. They could wait. There was plenty of time. Amidst the uproar within the training ground, Su-Han set up a desk at the entrance to open a betting pool, shouting, "Line up properly, no cutting in line, or your bets will be canceled." A crowd of students had gathered, placing their bets, and some even attempted to cut the queue. Though the freshman duel was about to begin, he remained utterly unruffled. After all, no one recognized him except a few acquaintances, and they wouldn't expose his identity. For now, earning spirit crystals was paramount. Time was money, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Over these 3 days, Su-Han had amassed nearly 2,000 low-grade, third-tier spirit crystals, a decent haul. Yet he still felt it was a bit lacking. He had set the maximum bet at 50 crystals, preventing students from wagering more, which led to this outcome. Still, he was content and wouldn't dwell on it, letting things take their course. If Su-Han had known that the salary of a teacher at Jiangnan Academy was only 20 low-grade third-tier spirit crystals, he would have been utterly astonished. I bet on Gucci 40 low-grade, third-tier spirit crystals. They'll bet on Gucci 250 low-grade, third-tier spirit crystals. After placing their bets, the students scribbled their details in the notebook on the desk and hurried into the training grounds. Every single one of them wagered on Gu Kai's victory, not a single student betting on Su-Han. Time slipped away, and soon only 15 minutes remained until the freshman prodigy duel. Look, the monstrous genius Gucci is here. Suddenly a student in the crowd exclaimed. At these words, the students in line turned around stunned. A bronze-skinned aloof student strode leisurely toward them, his entire body radiating a faint golden light. Lightning and thunder flickered within his deep, dark eyes, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wow, so that's what Gucci looks like. So cool. Holy crap, he's actually surrounded by lightning. That's incredibly awesome. As expected of a monstrous student who awakened the SS-grade lightning element, truly different from the rest. Such dominance. Looking at this, Su-Han is destined to lose, and lose badly. The students buzzed with discussion, marveling at Gu Kai's imposing aura, which was both majestic and awe-inspiring. Su-Han rose from his stool, glanced at Gucci, and his eyes sparkled with light, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. The SS-grade lightning element was indeed extraordinary. He wanted this ability. Hee. Gucci kept his gaze fixed ahead, walking forward without sparing a glance at the surrounding students, exuding a cool, handsome demeanor that kept others at a distance. He reached the entrance and walked inside into the training grounds. With Gu Kai's arrival, the atmosphere ignited. Every student was thrilled to the extreme, the noise deafening, and even the third and fourth-year prodigies were no exception. The teachers' faces brimmed with smiles, their eyes lighting up with a gleam. What a monstrous genius. His aura was truly domineering. On the arena stage, Gucci stood with arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed, waiting upright. 7 minutes passed quickly. Only 8 minutes remained before the freshman prodigy duel. But where was Su-Han? Everyone present grew dissatisfied, cursing and sneering. The duel is almost starting, and Su-Han still hasn't shown up. What a joke. Exactly, Gucci has been here for so long, and that Su-Han is still putting on airs. I bet Su-Han came early, saw Gu Kai's overwhelming presence, got scared, and slipped away, ran off. You're probably right, very likely. It's just too bad we've waited so long without seeing Gu Kai's brilliant performance. How infuriating. The students chattered. On a platform nearby, Sun Liangshan glanced at Su Yin beside him, a faint smile on his lips. Su Yin, Su-Han isn't going to flee in the face of battle, is he? He'll be here on time. No need for you to worry, Su Yin replied, coldly glancing back at Sun Liangshan. He had seen Su-Han at the training grounds entrance earlier, but hadn't greeted him lest he expose the latter's identity. He was just shocked that Su-Han would dare to pull such a stunt. What audacity! Let me tell you, if he doesn't show, it counts as a loss. Don't you dare renege then. Sun Liangsheng's lips curled into a cold smirk. He couldn't let those 1000 low-grade, third-tier spirit crystals slip away. Don't worry, I've prepared the crystals. I'm more afraid you'll back out. Su Yin warned him, knowing Sun Liangsheng's penchant for scheming. Me lose. What a joke. Sun Liangsheng scoffed. But in truth, he hadn't prepared 1000 crystals, only 3000. The reason was simple, this was a sure win, so why bother? Don't come crying to me then. I want soften up. Su Yin's lips twisted with coldness. Heh. Sun Liangsheng laughed mockingly in response. Meanwhile, on the central high platform, Principal Gong, time is almost up. Why hasn't Su-Han arrived? A department head suddenly asked, looking at Gong Hansong. I'm not sure either. Gong Hansong shook his head, frowning. If Su-Han's strength was truly as Su Yin had described, he shouldn't be intimidated. Could it all be a lie? No. He knew Su Yin's character well, upright and not prone to deception. He was confident in that. Yet he couldn't understand Su-Han's delay. Principal Gong, if the time comes and Su-Han still hasn't appeared, how should we handle it? Another department head asked. Wait another 5 minutes after the time is up. If Su-Han still isn't here, he'll have to declare Gucci the winner, Gong Hansong said after some thought. The department heads nodded in approval of his decision. Unknowingly, only 2 minutes remained until the freshman prodigy duel. At the training grounds entrance, students were still placing bets. All right, I'm closing up. All of you disperse. Glancing at his phone, Su-Han stood up from the stool and waved everyone away. The students in line grew anxious, complaining loudly. What? You're leaving? I haven't placed my bet yet. Yeah. This freshman duel has nothing to do with you. Why close up? Please just wait a few more minutes. These students had just returned from off campus, heard the news, and rushed over to bet. Only a fool would refuse to earn spirit crystals. But now the betting organizer was closing up and they panicked. For these students, 50 low-grade, third-tier spirit crystals was no small sum. This duel has everything to do with me, Su-Han said quickly amid the chatter. How so? Someone immediately asked. I am Su-Han. At these words, the surrounding students were dumbfounded, staring in shock. What? You're actually Su-Han. Holy crap. Is this for real? This is utterly unbelievable. Oh my god, Suhan is actually running a betting pool here. Does he think he can beat Gucci? What nonsense are you spouting? If he can beat Gucci, he'll stand on my head and drink piss. Look at you always trying to scam a free meal. The students buzzed with chatter. Suhan, however, had no time to listen to their endless prattle. He directly flashed into the training ground. By the time they came to their senses, Suhan had already vanished, and they hurriedly gave chase. Entering the training ground, Suhan leisurely made his way toward the arena. Yet, everyone present had their eyes fixed on Gucci, completely oblivious to Suhan's arrival. After all, they didn't recognize him. Only a few had already spotted Suhan, their eyes lighting up slightly. He's here, finally here. On the stage, Su Yin's suspended heart finally released at this moment. He let out a long sigh, a broad smile instantly spreading across his face. Likewise, Chen Xiaoqian and Man Yun also noticed this, their hearts filled with joy, especially the former. The three watched as Suhan walked step by step toward the arena. As he ascended the steps to the arena, everyone present froze for a few seconds, then shifted their gazes to him. The moment they saw Suhan's true face, they were stunned, hardly believing their eyes. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the student running the betting pool to be Suhan. It was simply beyond belief. Numerous students who had placed bets harbored a single doubt. Why is he doing this? Why? Could it be that Suhan believed he could defeat Gucci? How could that be possible? Impossible. In a certain corner, Humph, a Wangba, a member of the Hidden Dragon list, was actually fooled by a freshman. How infuriating. This grievance must be avenged, or my reputation will be ruined. Suhan, just you wait. They'll make sure you know the cost of provoking me. A fate worse than death. Unless you stay within Jiangnan Academy, forever, Humph. Wang Ba's face suddenly darkened, his eyes fixed on Suhan as he climbed the arena, gnashing his teeth. Now that he knew the truth, there was no way he would let the other off. On a certain platform. What's going on? Suhan was the student running the betting pool at the training ground entrance. I thought that student was some wealthy scion from a family. Turns out he's just a poor provincial kid from North Song City who's never seen the world. No wonder Suhan could produce so many high-level spirit cores. They must be rewards from the mayor of North Song City to the city's prodigies. Such treasures are wasted on him. If I could get my hands on them, advancing to the next stage would be no problem. Haha. Sun Liansheng was also stunned for a moment, then his face suddenly took on a sinister cast, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. After all, North Song City had recently been attacked by a beast tide. With Bing Li's help, humanity ultimately triumphed over those demonic beasts. No fewer than tens of thousands of beasts must have died, producing a vast number of high-level spirit cores. It was well known that spirit cores were a vital resource for human survival. Moreover, this incident had spread far and wide across the Huaxia Kingdom, known to all. Sun Liansheng just hadn't expected the mayor of North Song City to be so generous, distributing high-level spirit cores to the city's prodigies. What was most maddening was that Suhan actually flaunted these high-level spirit cores among the students. How foolish could he be? As the saying goes, a traveler does not part with his goods. A wealth should not be openly displayed. Otherwise, it invites disaster. Moreover, Suhan knew he couldn't beat Gucci, yet he still opened a betting pool and handed out spirit cores to the students. From this, Sun Liansheng deduced that the other party wasn't very bright, seemingly rather simple-minded. That was why he dared to set his sights on Suhan. If Suhan had known what Sun Liansheng was thinking, he would have rolled his eyes and cursed, "You reckless fool," on the central high platform. So we were all fooled by this little fellow Suhan. He's no simpleton. His strength must be considerable, his mind sharp, and he even understands the principles of commerce. Making a fortune off spirit cores, even him a bit envious. The moment Suhan appeared, Gong Hansong's mind was instantly enlightened. Since Suhan dared to open a betting pool at the training ground entrance, he must have had confidence in defeating Gucci. This left him somewhat surprised and filled with anticipation. This duel was sure to be spectacular. Would it be Gucci or Suhan who triumphed? Let's wait and see. Just as Suhan stepped onto the arena, suddenly Gucci, who had been standing with arms crossed, snapped his eyes open. Flickers of lightning danced within his irises, exuding an eerie terror. Interesting, The next second, he glanced at the newcomer, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Then a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "Right on time, not late." But Suhan didn't even spare Gucci a glance. Instead, he lowered his head, casually pulled out his phone, glanced at it. It was exactly 1400, and let out a slight sigh of relief. The crowd around was stunned by this scene, instantly erupting into uproar. This Suhan has some nerve, completely disregarding Gucci. Yeah, Gucci won't let him off easy later. At the very least, he'll beat him half to death. What a reckless fool. I'm looking forward to seeing Gucci pummel Suhan. The scene is bound to be spectacular. Hearing you say that, I'm looking forward to it too, The crowd buzzed with chatter. Ignoring me. Outrageous. Fine, very well indeed. They'll make you pay a heavy price soon enough. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Gu Kai's face instantly turned ashen, then flushed with rage and ugly sight. The flashes of lightning in his eyes now carried intense sparks. As a child of destiny, he could never tolerate being slighted by others. Not even a little, otherwise the consequences would be severe. This was an insult to his dignity. Resentment value from Gucci 88. Huh, isn't that a bit over the top? I just glanced at my phone and Gucci is this furious with me. Seems like he's quite narrow-minded. Receiving the resentment value, Su-Han was taken aback, thinking to himself. With that thought, his face turned cold. He lifted his head, slightly glanced at Gucci not far away, and said nothing. Overall, Gucci was decent-looking, cold, and aloof. But in terms of appearance, he was just a tiny bit inferior. However, the other's demeanor was far superior to his own. He had to admit that gap. After all, Su-Han was an orphan living hand-to-mouth. Every day, he never had time to groom himself. Whereas Gucci was likely born into an aristocratic family, dressed impeccably, exuding a cool elegance. He possessed the air of a noble young master. Kid, you dare to ignore me? You've got some nerve. They'll show you what cruelty means soon enough. Gucci also stared at Su-Han, his eyes blazing with fury, gnashing his teeth. Resentment value from Gucci 88. Defeating you will take but a single move. Receiving the resentment value again, Su-Han shook his head, his expression unreadable, though a cold smirk flickered at the corner of his mouth as he uttered softly. As Su-Han's words fell, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded, each person frozen in shock, before a commotion erupted throughout the venue. What? This Su-Han is far too arrogant. Defeating Gucci in one move. What utter nonsense. Anyone can brag. I think Su-Han is just spouting rubbish, a complete joke. Gucci, I support you. Take down that braggart Su-Han now. The crowd buzzed with chatter. In a corner. TCH. This Su-Han has no skill, yet his words are so grand. He probably doesn't understand the terror of an SS rank lightning element. I can't wait to see how Su-Han defeats Gucci in one move. More likely it'll be the other way around. Ignorant brat. Wang Ba gazed at Su-Han on the arena, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. On a high platform. Tisk tisk tisk, Su-Han is quite boastful. Who gave him the courage to say that? Fish Liang. If I'm not mistaken, there's definitely something wrong with his brain. People like him usually die young. Sun Liansheng also watched Su-Han on the platform, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Is Su-Han so confident in himself? He shouldn't have said that. This really surprises me. Beside him, Su Yin stared blankly at Su-Han, his mouth twitching slightly. Based on his understanding of Su-Han, the latter shouldn't be this strong. Defeating Gucci in one move. He thought it unlikely unless poison was used. Because Su-Han's strongest attack was poison type. His other two abilities were as useless as chicken ribs. After all, one was in a rank purple eye and the other in a rank strength type. Of course, the strength type was somewhat useful. At the center of the high platform. This Su-Han is too arrogant, speaking without thinking, a typical straight guy. A department head shook his head. Indeed, I think those words should have been said by Gucci, full of domineering spirit. But when Su-Han says them, they lose all impact, cold and lifeless. Another department head chimed in. I actually think Su-Han isn't wrong. There's a possibility. Suddenly, Gong Hansong interjected. As his words fell, the other department heads were momentarily stunned, then turned their gazes to him in disbelief. Principal Gong, you must be joking. How could Su-Han possibly defeat Gucci in one move? Absolutely impossible. A nearby department head looked incredulous. Then just wait and see. Gong Hansong didn't explain further, merely offering a mysterious smile. If Su-Han's strength was truly as formidable as he claimed, then they had struck gold. Perhaps the rise of Jiangnan Academy would depend on Su-Han. Hearing this, the department heads found it hard to refute. After all, he was their superior and the principal of Jiangnan Academy. They couldn't afford to offend him. At this moment, on the arena, defeat me in one move. That's the most absurd joke I've ever heard. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha. Hearing Su-Han's words, Gucci didn't get angry, but instead burst into wild laughter, the lightning in his eyes flickering incessantly, making him appear terrifying. He had once thought himself arrogant and overbearing. He never expected someone to be even more arrogant than him. And this person was a nobody. Interesting, very interesting. Is it funny? Su-Han's lips curled into a faint smile. Funny, very funny, ha. Gucci continued laughing wildly. Laugh all you want now. Soon you won't be able to. Su-Han said coldly. With you? Let's see how I teach you a lesson. Su-Han's words immediately stopped Gu Kai's laughter, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. No need to wait. Let's do it now, Su-Han said indifferently. Fine, since you want to be beaten so badly, let's begin. With that, Gucci closed his eyes, slightly murmured to himself, and then suddenly opened them wide. In an instant, his entire demeanor elevated. His hair stood on end, fortunately short, or it would have looked ridiculous. At the same time, electricity crackled across his body, emitting a crackling sound, making him appear even more cool and domineering, intimidating all who saw him. The surrounding crowd was stunned by the sight, bursting into clamor. Wow, this Gucci is so cool. As expected of the lightning element the strongest in attack. Those bolts look terrifying. If they hit me, I'd be crippled at best. Su-Han is in for it now. I can't wait, haha. I wish I could awaken the lightning element too. So envious of Gucci. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Super Saiyan. Seeing Gucci transform, Su-Han was momentarily taken aback, then a strange smile crept across his lips. Looks great. It can definitely enhance my personal aura. Kid, taste my lightning first. With that, Gucci struck. A thick bolt of lightning appeared in his hand, crackling loudly, illuminating the entire arena. The next second, the lightning bolt shot towards Su-Han. Activate Copy Eye. Facing the terrifying lightning, Su-Han didn't dodge. Instead, he stood still, murmuring inwardly. A purple glow radiated from his right eye. Copy. He murmured again. The next moment, the purple glow enveloped the lightning bolt, beginning to analyze it. Ding. Consumed 1,000,000 kill points. SS rank lightning element successfully copied. Hearing the mechanical voice, Su-Han let out a long sigh of relief, then felt a surge of ecstasy. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Now he possessed the most offensively powerful SS rank lightning element, greatly enhancing his strength. How wonderful everything was. Yet, the surrounding crowd, seeing Su-Han frozen in place, began to jeer. Look, Su-Han is scared stiff by Gukai's lightning, isn't he? Useless. Just now he was boasting so arrogant and conceited. Now he's completely stunned, doesn't even know how to dodge. I say he deserves it. It's over, completely over. Su-Han is going to get roasted. On a platform. Facing such terrifying lightning, Su-Han is too scared to even dodge. What a fool. It's a miracle he survived this long, and they call him a genius. Utterly disgraceful. Sun Liangqing squinted his eyes, chuckling softly. Meanwhile, what's going on? Su-Han, dodge quickly, or you'll be in trouble. Losing this match is fine, but you mustn't get hurt. Seeing Su-Han standing motionless, Su Yin was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. He hadn't expected Su-Han to be intimidated by Gukai's lightning right from the start, leaving him both frustrated and worried. Interesting. However, Gong Hansong, seated at the very center of the platform, revealed a slight smile. He could clearly see that Su-Han wasn't scared stiff, but remained extremely calm, as if the lightning meant nothing to him. This truly surprised him. On the arena. Boy, you talked big earlier, making me think you were something special. Turns out you're so pathetic, you're not even worth my effort. What a waste of my time. Seeing Su-Han frozen in shock by his lightning, Gucci sneered. Yet the next moment, everyone present was astounded. Su-Han simply raised both hands high as if he had no intention of resisting. Zee! The lightning bolt struck him fiercely, emitting a crackling sound. Comfortable, so comfortable. In the next second, the lightning on Su-Han's body vanished completely, his form unscathed, and a soft moan escaped his lips. In truth, the lightning had been absorbed by his body. After all, he had just replicated the SS-level lightning element. However, the crowd was unaware of this, and they stared in shock, including Gucci. What the hell? Where did that lightning go? How strange. Whoa, how is Su-Han completely unharmed after being struck by lightning? Something's not right. Could the lightning have been absorbed by his body? That's impossible. Amazing, absolutely amazing. What ability has Su-Han awakened? I'm curious. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In a corner. What kind of freak is this Su-Han? He's not even afraid of lightning. How infuriating. Wang Ba, watching Su-Han on the arena, was momentarily stunned, then gnashed his teeth. He now realized that Su-Han was far more terrifying than he had imagined. 88 resentment points from Wang Ba. On a certain platform. How can this fool be unharmed by Gukai's lightning attack? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake. Sun Liangqing was stunned, then panicked, utterly unable to believe what was happening. He had never imagined that lightning attacks would have no effect on Su-Han. It was too incredible. If Gucci lost this freshman duel, he would fall into an abyss. The reason was simple. Sun Liangqing didn't have one low-grade, third-level crystals, and he would surely face ridicule and contempt from the entire academy. He would no longer be able to stay at Jiangnan Academy. At the thought, Sun Liangqing's face turned pale, and he silently prayed, Xiao Gu, you must win, or I'm done for. Meanwhile, good. Well done. It seems I underestimated Su-Han's abilities. He's truly an unfathomable and mysterious person. A flicker of joy appeared on Su Yin's anxious face, and he grew excited. He had been worried for Su-Han earlier, but those worries were unnecessary. He had thought Su-Han would use poison to defeat Gucci. Unexpectedly, Su-Han was immune to lightning attacks. That was incredible. At the center of the platform. Why does Su-Han's body absorb lightning? How strange. I recall that among the three elements he awakened, there wasn't the lightning element. What? What is going on? Gong Hansong clearly saw the lightning enter Su-Han's body and vanish. This meant Su-Han had absorbed the lightning, but Su-Han hadn't awakened the lightning element. Even he, a 9th rank cultivator, found it hard to understand. On the arena, how can my lightning attack have no effect on this kid? No. Impossible. Seeing Su-Han unscathed, Gucci was stunned, then shook his head frantically before quickly calming down. Perhaps it was just an accident. Su-Han had luckily dodged his lightning. In that case, he would increase the power. He took a deep breath. Kid, you got lucky earlier, but you won't be so fortunate this time. Gu Kai's mind steadied a flicker of lightning in his eyes as he sneered at Su-Han. My luck has always been good, hee. Su-Han chuckled unconcerned. Enough talk, take this. With that, 2 thick bolts of lightning appeared in Gu Kai's hands, even more terrifying than before. In the next second, they surged towards Su-Han, crackling through the air. Just what I wanted. A strange smile curled on Su-Han's lips. He raised his hands to the sky again, making no move to resist. Zizikiri. In an instant, the 2 thick lightning bolts struck him and vanished. Thighs. How is this possible? It seems my lightning really has no effect on this kid. How infuriating. Seeing this, Gu Kai's face turned deathly pale. He involuntarily stepped back, then, as if remembering something, his gaze hardened. But I won't give up. I want to see how much lightning you can withstand. Gu Kai's expression returned to normal as he snorted. As a prodigy, he could not allow himself to lose to a nobody. Absolutely not. Losing would be worse than death for Gucci. Come on, however much you send, he'll take it all. Su-Han smiled at Gucci. As he spoke, 2 searing bolts of lightning surged toward him. Soon those 2 lightning bolts were absorbed by his body. The 5th lightning attack. The result was the same. The 10th lightning attack. The outcome was identical. How can this be? My lightning attack. Seeing this, Gu Kai's face darkened. His lightning-filled eyes seemed to lose their luster, growing dim as he muttered to himself. He simply couldn't understand why his lightning had no effect on Su-Han. It defied all logic. Now he began to doubt himself. It was terrifying. This incident might affect Gu Kai's Dao heart. His future potential would depend on himself. The audience was also dumbfounded. They had thought this would be a one-sided match. After all, Gucci was an ancient century prodigy who had awakened the SS-level lightning element. And Su-Han was just a nobody. But Su-Han's performance had shocked them beyond belief. It was simply incredible. Alright, now it's my turn to attack. Seeing Gucci stop his lightning assault, Su-Han stretched languidly, feeling extremely comfortable, then said casually. With that, he flashed 100 meters away and charged swiftly toward Gucci. Before Gucci could react, Su-Han's fist slammed heavily into his chest. Boom. In the next second, Gu Kai's body flew backward off the arena, crashing to the ground with a loud thud, and he fell unconscious. A single punch defeated his opponent. Effortlessly. His strength was now formidable at the 4th rank. Dealing with a physically weaker Gucci was a breeze. After all, Gucci wasn't a strength-type ability user. The scene erupted into chaos. Whoa. Su-Han wasn't bluffing. He really defeated Gucci in one move. Unbelievable. What did I just see? Su-Han's speed was incredible and his strength immense. What a freak. The prodigy Gucci actually lost. Lost. My 50 low-grade 3rd-level crystals are gone, boo-hoo. In a corner, Gucci, a monstrous genius seen once in a century, was sent flying by Su-Han's punch. This is too powerful. Then isn't Su-Han the monster among monsters? My heavens. It seems revenge must be carefully planned. Wang Ba stared blankly at Su-Han, his mouth twitching slightly, feeling fear and a hint of terror in his heart. Although he was on the hidden dragon list, a peerless genius like Su-Han was not to be trifled with. After all, the other party would become a key protected figure of the Jiangnan Academy. If he struck Su-Han, he would surely be severely punished by the Jiangnan Academy, even expelled. This was a scenario he did not wish to see. Wang Ba's appearance was indeed ugly, that had to be admitted, but he wasn't that foolish. Thus it seemed he had already backed down in his heart and dared not provoke Su-Han. Another corner. 2 senior students were discussing. I originally thought Gu Kai's talent among this batch of freshmen was monstrous enough, but I never expected someone even more monstrous. He's practically the fighter jet among monsters. I estimate these 2 will soon make it onto the hidden dragon list. A student of medium build said, his eyes filled with shock. Indeed, these 2 freshmen are truly monstrous in talent, far beyond our reach. It seems the hidden dragon list is about to undergo a major shift. Another slender student sighed with emotion. But it won't be so easy for them to surpass us. These 2 senior students ranked among the top 80 on the hidden dragon list and possessed considerable strength. At the very center of the stage, SSS remarkable, truly remarkable. I never imagined Su-Han could defeat Gucci with a single punch. Incredible. Then the rise of the Jiangnan Academy is truly promising. Gong Hansong stared blankly at Su-Han standing on the arena, drew a sharp breath, his eyes gleaming with strange light, and instantly became excited. It was known Gucci was a ancient century SS grade lightning element monstrous genius. And Su-Han was also a ancient century triple element monstrous genius. Thus it seems Su-Han was slightly better, no, a tiny bit better. After all, Gu Kai's lightning seemed to have no effect on Su Han. That meant Su Han could instantly kill Gu Qi. Thinking of this, Gong Hansong felt something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. On the stage. No. How could Xiao Gu lose? It's impossible. This is all fake. That fool's strength is so terrifying he knocked Xiao Gu out with a single punch. So this fool isn't foolish at all. He's very smart and extremely powerful. I was fooled by him, fooled him. How infuriating. The moment Gu Qi fell, Sun Liangqing's face darkened abruptly. His eyes, devoid of any warmth, filled with rage and despair, had taken root in his heart. Gu Qi lost. It was all over, completely over. All because of that detestable Su Han pretending to be weak. He would never forgive him, never. No matter what monstrous genius he was, he must exact a vicious revenge. Resentment points from Sun Liangqing, 88. Thinking this, Sun Liangqing suddenly understood, murmuring to himself, so this was all Su Yin's conspiracy. I never expected that despite all my scheming I still fell into his trap. How hateful. When Su Yin increased the bet, he hadn't suspected any conspiracy and was even quite pleased with himself. After all, the other party was known for being upright, honest, and not fond of playing tricks. At this moment, Sun Liangqing realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. He never expected Su Yin to be so adept at this, even he had fallen for it. Little did he know this was all Su Han's strategy. This was truly a clever person, maybe the victim of his own cleverness. Meanwhile, that punch was beautiful, absolutely splendid. I didn't expect Su Han's speed and strength to be so terrifying either. What a peerless genius. It seems I've struck gold this time, ha. Su Yin looked at Su Han on the arena, his eyes narrowed, his face blossoming into a grin. He had originally thought Su Han would use poison against Gu Qi. After all, the other party's strongest ability was the poison element, and he had reached the 4th rank. He never expected Su Han to use the most brutal method to deal with his opponent, his fists. It truly surprised him. But what concerned Su Yin the most was that he had won against Sun Liangqing. This pent-up anger was finally released. Previously, the other party had constantly schemed against him, making it hard to defend and causing him to suffer great losses each time, either losing some crystals or getting injured, once even having to kneel and apologize publicly. This was the torment he had endured over the years. Now retribution had arrived. Su Yin could finally exact his revenge on Sun Liangqing. If the other party couldn't produce 100 low-grade, 3rd-rank crystals, then he couldn't blame him for being unkind. He would show no mercy. I owe Sun Liangqing, what's wrong with your face? Having a spasm. Want me to treat it? My skills are excellent, do I guarantee a cure? Thinking this, Su Yin let out a slight breath, glanced at Sun Liangqing, and seeing the other's extremely ugly expression, taunted him. There's nothing wrong with my face, don't you worry about it. You'd better mind your own business. Oomph. Hearing Su Yin's taunt, Sun Liangqing's face grew even uglier, even contorted, and he gave a cold snort. I'm trying to help you out of kindness, yet you're ungrateful. You wound me. Alas. Finally, Su Yin sighed, then added, Look, why has your expression changed again? It seems to have become even uglier. I told you not to meddle, so why do you keep chattering in my ear? Sun Liangqing finally lost his temper and immediately yelled at Su Yin. Don't be angry, I'm just concerned about you, otherwise it'll harm your health. Hearing the shout, Su Yin was not angered, but instead laughed even more joyfully. The angrier Sun Liangqing got, the more delighted he felt. I don't need your concern, thank you. Sun Liangqing's eyes were like a dark, deep pool, icy cold. Since that's the case, let's talk business. Gu Qi has already lost. You should pay me 100 low-grade, 3rd-rank crystals. Hand them over. Saying this, Su Yin extended his right hand towards Sun Liangqing, demanding the crystals. This? Well? Sun Liangqing hesitated for a moment, stammering. Don't tell me you don't have 100 low-grade, 3rd-rank crystals on you. Su Yin was taken aback, then a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Good heavens. It seemed Sun Liangqing had been very confident in Gu Qi. He just hadn't expected Su Han to be stronger. Since that was the case, he would have to torment Sun Liangqing properly. Who said? I don't have them. My crystals are in the dormitory. Suddenly Sun Liangqing thought of an excuse to buy time, speaking softly, seemingly without confidence. Do you take me for a fool? Since you don't have them, you must accept my punishment. Su Yin sneered. What punishment? Sun Liangqing ground his teeth, but had to submit, asking quietly. First, hand over your monthly salary to me until the debt is paid off. Second, from now on, take a detour whenever you see me. Third, apologize to me in front of the entire school. Su Yin listed 3 conditions of punishment he had long devised. Su Yin, don't go too far. Upon hearing these 3 conditions, Sun Liangqing's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant, with fury surging in his eyes. The first 2 conditions were tolerable, but the third was what troubled him most. Making him apologize to Su Yin in front of the entire school was more agonizing than death itself. Him going too far. To be honest, not really. Weren't these all the things you did to me before? Today I'm merely returning the favor without imposing harsher punishments. Su Yin spoke with a grin, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before continuing. If you truly think I'm being excessive, then hand over one low-grade, third-tier spirit cores right now. Otherwise, stop your whining and accept your punishment properly. Give me some time to borrow the spirit cores, all right? Sun Liangqing immediately softened upon hearing this and proposed the idea. No, you must give them now. Su Yin's expression turned cold. I don't have that many spirit cores on me. Give me a few days of leniency. And what have you been doing these 3 days? Eating or sipping red wine? Mind your own business. Sun Liangqing snorted coldly. I have no interest in your private life. Oh, I only want the spirit cores. Otherwise, I'll tell the whole school about this and your reputation will be ruined. Then you'll surely be unable to stay at Jiangnan Academy. Su Yin's lips curled with a biting chill. Are you threatening me? Sun Liangqing said angrily. What if I am? Su Yin said coldly. If you're threatening me, then I'll agree to your 3 conditions. Sun Liangqing, filled with rage, suddenly thought of something and deflated, speaking in a low voice. That's more like it. Su Yin smiled. As they spoke. Thighs. How is this possible? Not only is my lightning ineffective against that kid, but his fists are incredibly fierce. And his speed is way too fast. Before I could react, he knocked me out. This is absolutely infuriating. Gu Qi, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes, feeling dizzy. As a thought struck him, his face twisted in fury, lightning flickering in his eyes as he seethed with rage. He had trained in the Vajra art, making his physical strength far superior to many gifted psychics. Yet Su-Han's power was so monstrous that a single punch knocked him unconscious. It felt as though their strength belonged to entirely different leagues. A prodigy rarely seen in a century and being completely overpowered. This is too terrifying. They'll have to steer clear of that guy from now on, or my life will be in danger. At the thought of Su-Han's demeanor, Gu Qi gritted his teeth, but felt helpless. Resentment points from Gu Qi, 88. Since you're awake, get on the arena. Upon receiving the resentment points, Su-Han shouted toward where Gu Qi had fallen. How does that guy know I'm awake? This is terrifying. Hearing this, Gu Qi was stunned, feeling as if he had been stripped bare with all his secrets exposed. The next second, he pushed off the ground with both legs, stood up, walked to the arena, and jumped onto it. He stopped at a spot. I lost. Your talent is formidable. Gu Qi glanced at Su-Han and said coldly. Naturally arrogant and disdainful, he had no choice but to bow his head before Su-Han. Just average. Su-Han smiled. The crowd was speechless. If Su-Han's talent was merely average, what were theirs? Excrement. Or, what a humble brag. Gu Qi rolled his eyes, a bitter smile on his face. Suddenly a thought struck him and he felt relieved. After all, he hadn't come to Jiangnan Academy to vie for the title of genius, but for another purpose. Gu Qi, thank you. Su-Han suddenly cupped his hands in gratitude. He was thanking him for the SS grade lightning element. Thank me, eh? What do you mean? Gu Qi was momentarily startled, then looked at Su-Han in bewilderment, completely baffled. Nothing much, I just wanted to thank you. Su-Han smiled faintly. Oh. Gu Qi nodded, muttering inwardly. Is he thanking me for making him famous at Jiangnan Academy? It must be that. Everyone quiet down. I have a few words to say. At that moment, Principal Gong Hansong stood up to speak. The crowd immediately fell silent. Today's freshman duel was an exhilarating match that got me thoroughly pumped. I am delighted that Jiangnan Academy has welcomed 2 prodigious talents who will soar to great heights here. After a lengthy speech, Gong Hansong let out a sigh of relief. His words were all praises for Su-Han and Gu Qi, emphasizing their role in Jiangnan Academy's rise. Next, Sun Liangqing apologized to Su Yin in front of the entire school. Su Yin, I am sorry. I was wrong, please forgive me. Sun Liangqing looked up at Su Yin's face, offering a sincere apology, though his heart twisted with resentment. All right, since your attitude is sincere, I forgive you. Su Yin nodded, feeling immensely satisfied. The crowd, having heard this, gained a new perspective on Sun Liangqing. Meanwhile, in a forest somewhere in Jiangnan City, on a dim patch of ground, countless rats had gathered, chattering incessantly and hopping about as if in high excitement. At the front stood a half-a-man-high jet-black rat with gleaming white teeth and long whiskers, looking eerie and menacing. I come from the distant north, and I thank you for your hospitality. My purpose is to find a human who possesses a fearsome ability. I hope you can help me locate him, all right? The massive black rat communicated with the swarm of rats in their own tongue. As its words fell, countless rats chattered and leaped, seemingly in agreement. Suddenly, a rat at the front hopped up to the massive black rat and chattered a few lines. This human is not female, you lecherous rat. He's male, extremely handsome, of average height, around 18 years old, and studying at Jiangnan Academy. The massive black rat replied with a helpless expression. Then another small rat hopped forward and chattered a few lines. Indeed, without specific features, it's hard to find him. The massive black rat nodded and pulled out a photo from its paw. This photo had been snatched from a girl in Songbei City. At the time, the girl had fainted from fright upon seeing the rat's true form. After all, Su-Han was a great hero in Songbei City, and many girls collected his photos, pinning them on walls and longing for him day and night. Soon countless rats upon seeing the photo began leaping about. Good, since you've seen his face, begin the operation. Seeing this, the massive black rat declared. With that, countless rats scattered in all directions. After they departed, the massive black rat instantly transformed into a small rat and dashed off in a certain direction. It had flown from Songbei City to Jiangnan City, hidden inside a guest suitcase. Returning to room 308 of Mingji Building, Su-Han sat cross-legged on one of the beds, a broad smile spreading across his face. He had now replicated another new ability, the SS-Grade Lightning Element, the most formidable in attack power. Naturally, he was overjoyed, utterly elated. The next second, Su-Han tapped open his attribute panel. Name Su-Han. Talent Copy Eye. Strength 11165. Agility 11167. Constitution 66518. Mental Power 10086. Replicated abilities. 1. SS-Grade Calamity Poison Body Beginner. 2. S-Grade Azura Stealth Beginner. 3. SS-Grade Lightning Element Beginner. Kill count 1698000. Draws 11601. Gazing at the displayed data, Su-Han's heart surged with excitement, and he became thoroughly exhilarated. 5 minutes later, he let out a soft breath and began to examine the attributes of the SS-Grade Lightning Element. The lightning element transforms the body into electricity, allowing the user to unleash high-voltage currents for discharge attacks at will. The maximum voltage can reach 1 billion volts, possessing terrifying destructive power. It enables eavesdropping through electric waves to listen in on others' conversations. It also allows movement in the form of lightning along electrical conductors and through the air, achieving instantaneous teleportation. Additionally, it can discharge electricity to stimulate the electrodes of thunderclouds, directing lightning strikes to specific areas, greatly enhancing lightning attacks. However, these abilities are tied to proficiency. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Upon reading this, Su-Han drew a sharp breath. The SS-Grade Lightning Element was indeed the foremost in attack power, with speed, reaching teleportation, and the capability to eavesdrop. This ability was simply too outrageous. System, how do I unlock these skills? Su-Han asked. At the beginner proficiency level, only lightning discharge is unlocked with yellow-colored lightning. At the proficient level, eavesdropping is unlocked with blue-colored lightning. At the expert level, lightning form is unlocked, achieving teleportation speed with red-colored lightning. At the master level, activating thunderclouds is unlocked, enabling area effect attacks with black-colored lightning. Besides proficiency, one's cultivation realm also significantly influences the power. The system explained emotionlessly. After listening, Su-Han instantly understood. In other words, the higher his realm, the stronger his lightning attacks, and the faster his movement speed. Thus, Gukai's proficiency was still at the beginner level, allowing only lightning discharge attacks. After all, he had only recently awakened his innate talent ability. If Gukai's proficiency had reached the expert level, it would have been difficult for Su-Han to defeat him. The reason was simple: his speed would be too fast to keep up with. Thinking of this, Su-Han was already itching to try, a restless eagerness stirring within him. Lightning art, he murmured silently in his mind. The next moment, Su-Han's entire body was suffused with electric currents, a tingling numbness spreading through him. A yellow glow radiated, illuminating the entire dormitory with a crackling, buzzing sound. At the same time, a small, shimmering yellow lightning orb appeared in his right palm, radiating intense heat. A similar orb also formed in his left hand. Su-Han gradually familiarized himself with the sensation of lightning. He played with it for a while, finding it quite enjoyable. An hour later, tired from the practice, he dispelled the lightning from his body, which vanished instantly, receding back within. Next, Su-Han began to elevate his cultivation realm. After all, considerable time had passed, and his foundation was solid. He opened his inventory. He took out several dozen spirit cores and placed them on the bed. They were of the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, with no 3rd-grade cores among them. Because the energy within 3rd-grade cores was too meager, absorbing them yielded little and wasted much time. They were only useful for trading or purchasing treasures. Thus, Su-Han sat cross-legged, picking up a high-quality 4th-grade spirit core. Inside the core, faint red threads of blood energy could be seen interconnecting. Holding the slightly translucent core, he slowly closed his eyes. Soon the blood-red threads within the core seemed to come alive, writhing and pulling as they rapidly surged into his palm. A faint glow emanated from the top of Su-Han's head as he absorbed the energy of the translucent core, swiftly converting it into mental power. Time passed gradually. 2 hours later, Su-Han abruptly opened his eyes, a slight tremor in his gaze. He could sense that the white liquid in his mind had increased considerably. This white liquid was his mental power. As is well known, mental power manifests in 3 forms: gas, liquid, and solid. From the 1st to the 3rd realm, mental power is white gas. From the 4th to the 6th realm, it is white liquid. From the 7th to the 9th realm, it is white solid. Indeed, Su-Han had now advanced from the 4th realm minor success to the 4th realm major success, ascending a minor subrealm. However, he was not done yet. He intended to continue breaking through. After all, he had an abundance of high-grade spirit cores. Another 2 hours passed swiftly. 4th realm peak. Letting out a soft breath, Su-Han felt refreshed and invigorated, his heart brimming with excitement as a radiant smile spread across his face. His mental power attribute had now directly increased from 10086 points to 5000 points. With the rise in his realm, his attack power had also grown stronger. It was exhilarating. However, Su-Han sensed that his mental power had reached saturation, making further breakthroughs difficult, so he ceased his cultivation. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed. Su-Han touched his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. He had been cultivating for nearly 6 hours without dinner, so naturally he was hungry. The next moment, Su-Han rose from the bed, intending to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Leaving the dormitory, night had fallen. Arriving on the 1st floor of the cafeteria, although it was past 9 in the evening, many students were still eating. As Su-Han appeared, everyone's gaze converged on him, their faces brimming with excitement. After all, he had defeated the Ancient Century prodigy, Tianxia Guqi, showcasing extraordinary talent and strength. Everyone admires the strong. The scene instantly buzzed with chatter. Wow, the prodigy Su-Han is here to eat. I want a photo with him for my social feed. Su-Han, that punch of yours was so cool. I love it. I reckon Su-Han will soon make it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking. That's another competitor to watch out for. I bet 50 low-grade 3rd level cores on Guqi and lost them all. If only I had bet on Su-Han, I'd have won 450 cores instantly. That's just fate. Tell me about it. I lost 50 low-grade 3rd level cores to Sai. I think Su-Han must be rolling in it, now probably hundreds of thousands of low-grade 3rd level cores. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Hearing these remarks, Su-Han smiled wryly and muttered to himself, I wanted to keep a low profile, but my talent and strength just won't allow it. With fame came severe disruption to his life. Though Su-Han disliked it, he had no choice but to silently accept it. 5 days later, the new students who had arrived at Jiangnan Academy from all over the country had mostly assembled. At this moment, Su-Han was walking along a dim and narrow path. This path was rarely taken by students. During this time, he had roughly grasped some basic information about Jiangnan Academy. The academy had a total of 11 departments. The Metal Department, Wood Department, Water Department, Fire Department, Earth Department, Wind Department, Lightning Department, Light Department, Darkness Department, Strength Department, and the Mixed Department. The so-called Mixed Department encompassed all miscellaneous abilities outside the 10 major departments, such as bloodline abilities, space abilities, time abilities, poison abilities. Each new student was assigned to a department based on the ability they had awakened. Su-Han was placed in the Mixed Department. After all, he possessed 3 types of abilities, poison, lightning, and invisibility, but certainly not strength. Moreover, Jiangnan Academy had a Hidden Dragon ranking. The Hidden Dragon ranking was a classification based on the strength of current students with only 100 spots. To enter the ranking, one had to challenge and defeat a student already on the list to claim their position. Students on the list could not refuse a challenge, they had to accept it. It was mandatory. However, a duel of hatred between 2 students was not compulsory, it would be called off if either party was unwilling. But Su-Han had little interest in the Hidden Dragon ranking. After all, his strength did not rely on a ranking to boost his fame, it depended on his system and the SSSS-Level Copying Eyes. Furthermore, he preferred to keep a low profile. Arriving at the entrance of the Mixed Department building, he glanced up and walked inside. Classroom 308. It was 308 again. It seemed Su-Han had a special connection with this number. When he entered the classroom, was abuzz with noise. Damn, I can't believe I'm in the same class as the prodigy Su-Han. This is incredible. While Su-Han is as stunningly handsome as the rumors say, I'm totally in love with him. I only arrived at Jiangnan Academy yesterday, and I miss seeing Su-Han's awesome punch. What a shame. Listening to these murmurs, Su-Han had long grown immune to them. Paying no heed, he walked straight to a seat in the farthest corner and sat down. Quietly, he played the part of a handsome man. Su-Han, you're in this class too. Before long, a familiar voice came from his right. Su-Han turned his head and was momentarily stunned. The speaker was Chun Xiaoqian. What a coincidence, he ran into her wherever he went. Su-Han nodded at her, and they exchanged smiles, understanding each other without words before he turned to his own affairs. Everyone quiet down. Just then a slender young woman entered the classroom, walked to the podium, and wore an icy expression. The classroom instantly fell silent. My name is Wang Lin of the 6th Rank Transformation Department. From now on, I will be your homeroom teacher. I hope you will all cultivate diligently. After speaking at length, Wang Lin let out a long sigh. She mainly covered matters like the welcome ceremony for new students and class regulations. Transformation Department. Su-Han was taken aback, and a mischievous thought immediately crossed his mind. Figure it out yourself. Hee. Afternoon classes ended. In a secluded spot northeast of Jiangnan City, inside a room 5 people were gathered around a square table, engaged in discussion. "What do you want from me?" Su-Han asked calmly, looking around. "Captain Tang has mentioned us to you, hasn't he?" At this, a mature, steady, middle-aged man in a leather jacket, his face bearing several scars, spoke up. "He did." Su-Han nodded. Before leaving Songbei City, his homeroom teacher Tang Guqiang had talked with him for a long time. After their conversation, he learned that Tang Guqiang was also a graduate of Jiangnan Academy and had joined an organization with several close comrades. So he wanted Su-Han to join as well. However, he hadn't agreed outright at the time, preferring to see how things played out. "My intention is simple. I want you to join us. What do you think?" The middle-aged man in the leather jacket looked at Su-Han with a gentle smile. "Why didn't you come to me a few days ago? Why only now?" Su-Han asked coldly. "We were held up by some matters, so we're a bit late." The man explained unhurriedly. "I doubt that's the real reason. You must have decided to come only after hearing about my talent and strength." Su-Han squinted at the man. "Well, this." Exposed publicly, the man gave an awkward smile. When Tang Guqiang had contacted him, he had praised Su-Han's extraordinary talent and formidable power. But he had been skeptical. After all, a genius of such caliber would typically choose a prestigious academy like Modu Academy, not Jiangnan Academy. He had dismissed it. However, a few days ago, he learned that Jiangnan Academy had produced 2 once-in-a-century prodigies who had engaged in a duel. Upon inquiring, he was astonished to discover that the victor was the very prodigy Tang Guqiang had described. He was stunned, finding it hard to believe. How could such an exceptional genius choose Jiangnan Academy? It was utterly baffling. So they immediately went to find Su-Han together. Of course, having learned from Tang Guqiang about Su-Han's personality, the man in the leather jacket wasn't too angry. If anyone else had spoken to him like that, he would have slapped them without hesitation. After all, he had spent years on the brink of life and death and had seen it all. Since Su-Han was Tang Guoqiang's student, he naturally showed respect. Moreover, the young man's talent was so extraordinary that it left him in awe. "I hit the nail on the head, didn't I, Su-Han chuckled. "All right, I admit you're right." Letting out a soft sigh, the man nodded, and then asked, "So are you interested in joining us?" "Not for now." Su-Han pondered. He didn't like working with others, preferring to act alone, a habit that was hard to change. "Don't be hasty in refusing. How about I tell you about our organization first?" The man showed no disappointment and remained calm. "All right, it wouldn't hurt to listen." Su-Han nodded. Previously, Tang Guqiang had only briefly mentioned the organization without going into detail. "My name is Shi Tailong, captain of the Dragon Abyss Squad. Dragon represents the king among all demonic beasts, and my name also contains Long. Abyss signifies death, the hunting of beasts. That's the origin of the Dragon Abyss Squad." The man in the leather jacket began his introduction. "Shi Tailong. What a great name." Su-Han's eyes lit up with admiration. It reminded him of a movie star from his past life, Sylvester Stallone. He was known for playing tough, iconic characters in films like First Blood and The Expendables. "My name has indeed been praised by many." Shi Tailong smiled. "Can you act in movies?" Su-Han asked curiously. "No." Shi Tailong shook his head, then his expression turned resolute. "But I am far more real than those movie pretenders, true hand-to-hand combat. And it's against powerful demonic beasts where life and death hang in the balance, a matter of survival or demise." Su-Han let out a soft fully aware. The two were indeed incomparable. The Dragon Abyss Squad primarily hunts demonic beasts and safeguards the entire Jiangnan city from their assaults, protecting the lives of the populace. Of course, our method of guarding the city differs from the Guardian Group. The Dragon Abyss Squad volunteers for protection, whereas the Guardian Group falls under the jurisdiction of Huaxia and exists in every city. In simple terms, we are irregulars, and they are the regular army. That should make sense to you now. After explaining at length, Shi Tailong glanced at Su-Han and inquired. "I understand." Su-Han nodded. 500 kilometers from Jiangnan City lies a vast mountain range, the Misty Mountains. The Misty Mountains are exceedingly peculiar. Dense white fog shrouds them by day and black fog by night, making it nearly impossible to see clearly. Moreover, the mountains teem with numerous high-level and low-level demonic beasts that frequently emerge to attack humans. Strangely, the Misty Mountains are tranquil during the day, but at night they echo with the howls and wails of demonic beasts. With that, Shi Tailong raised the cup on the table, took a few gulps, and let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, refreshing." After drinking, he continued, "Almost every day demonic beasts escape. Most are below the 5th rank. Of course, occasionally beasts of the 6th rank or higher appear, even 7th or 8th rank. The Dragon Abyss Squad's mission is to slay these escapees and harvest their crystals. Have you ever ventured into the depths of the Misty Mountains, eh?" After listening, Su-Han asked curiously. "Once you go and you don't come out." Suddenly, a medium-built young man interjected. Zhang Chong, a member of the Dragon Abyss Squad. "Why?" Su-Han was puzzled. "Because the fog inside the Misty Mountains is so thick, you can only see 10 meters ahead, and the terrain is a labyrinth. Once you enter, you're basically trapped." Many supernaturals who didn't believe it went in, and not a single one has come out. They've likely become piles of bones. Even ninth-rank powerhouses are no exception. Zhang Chang's voice rose, his expression tinged with fear. What? Ninth-rank powerhouses can't escape, either. Su-Han was stunned, but his mind began to race. The Misty Mountains must conceal some secret. He could venture inside and explore without losing his way, for he had awakened the copy, capable of seeing through all illusions. Indeed, Zhang Chang nodded. A moment of silence passed. Su-Han, do you see these scars on my face? Shi Tailong suddenly asked, pointing at his cheek. I see them. Su-Han nodded. These scars were left by high-level demonic beasts. We live on the edge of a blade every day. One moment of carelessness, and we lose our lives. A fierce aura surged in Shi Tailong's eyes, his gaze turbulent with murderous intent. You've done remarkably well. I admire you. Protecting Huaxia is everyone's duty. Su-Han felt a surge of reverence for Shi Tailong. After all, the Dragon Abyss squad was dedicated to safeguarding Jiangnan City, which meant protecting the homeland of Huaxia. After all that, what's your decision? Shi Tailong glanced at Su-Han and asked. Sorry, my answer remains the same. Su-Han replied apologetically. All right, I understand. A flicker of disappointment passed through Shi Tailong's eyes, then he said softly, I hope someday you'll change your mind. The Dragon Abyss squad always welcomes you. He knew Su-Han was still a student, untouched by the trials of society and unable to sense the constant presence of danger. So he understood the boy's decision. Perhaps. Su-Han nodded, then glanced out the window at the darkening sky. Rising, he said, well, it's getting late. I should head back to Jiangnan Academy. All right. Shi Tailong also stood and instructed a female team member. Yalan, please escort Su-Han. Yes, Captain. Yalan replied. No need, I can find my way. Su-Han waved his hand. Very well. Shi Tailong nodded. With that, Su-Han walked out of the room. After he left, Zhang Chang urged, Captain, why didn't you try harder? He knew full well that such a prodigious talent must not be let go. It would be a missed opportunity forever. It's useless. Su-Han's nature is to walk alone. It's nearly impossible to change his mind unless he wills it himself. Shi Tailong shook his head. He understood such personalities well, for he had once been the same until he changed. All right. Zhang Chang nodded reluctantly. Rufeng, what do you think? Shi Tailong turned his gaze to a man wearing a black gauze hat. Wait and see. The man in the black gauze hat replied with just 4 words. Li Rufeng, a member of the Dragon Abyss squad. All right, let's head back. With that, Shi Tailong turned to look northeast. Passing through a street, Su-Han walked along a small path beside a grove of trees. This path led directly to Jiangnan Academy. The night was dim, lit only by faint rays from a distance. Most people preferred the brightly lit main road, though it required many detours. But Su-Han favored this quiet path, where tranquility allowed his mind to settle. He walked at a leisurely pace, his brow furrowed in thought about the Dragon Abyss squad. Earlier through his copy, he had seen the face of one male team member. It was utterly terrifying, like a demonic beast. The man in the black gauze hat had not a human head, but a pig's head. Yes, a pig's head. Could he be a hybrid of human and boar demon? It was highly possible. Just then a massive dark shadow appeared behind him, opening a gaping maw to tear at Su-Han's head. Yet, Su-Han, lost in thought, was utterly unaware of the looming shadow. Master Danger! The white fox suddenly shouted. Hearing the voice, Su-Han snapped back to reality, his body trembling with a start. He immediately sensed a powerful threat behind him. Turning around, he was stunned, his face turning ashen. It was a colossal black rat, grotesquely oversized. Most terrifyingly, it stood upright on 2 legs, its other limbs forming sharp claws, looking horrifyingly bizarre. It stood about 10 meters tall, like a 3-story building, with long whiskers, gleaming white teeth, and tiny eyes staring down at Su-Han. Its small mouth gaped wide, revealing its tongue as it lunged to bite him. At that moment, Su-Han felt the immense power of the giant rat, a threat he could not resist. Yet, he wanted to flee but couldn't. Simply put, the rat's mouth was only half a meter from his head, and its claws were already reaching for his chest. Su-Han's pupils abruptly constricted, his face turning deathly pale, as white as paper.